Snowy youth. In the northern region of Yin, there lies a quaint settlement known as Hongshi Town. Though referred to as a town, it is merely a small village comprising 30 to 40 households. Once a thriving hub due to its strategic position along the border, where the imperial court established a relay station and military barracks, it has since fallen into desolation. Following the withdrawal of defensive lines over 300 miles, nestled against the Grand Datsang Mountain, Hongshi Town is located in a frigid area unsuitable for agriculture. However, the rich red soil proves ideal for pottery, leading the villagers to pursue two main livelihoods: pottery crafting and hunting. On this day, in the depths of winter, the north wind howled, and large snowflakes danced through the air, enveloping the world in a blanket of white. As dawn broke at the hour of Chun, the snowfall showed no signs of abating, and while most were ensconced in their beds, a boy of 12 or 13 emerged along the narrow path. Outside Hongshi Town, clad in an old goatskin coat and carrying a bamboo basket on his back, without a hat to shield his head, his complexion was somewhat dark, with a straight nose and a square jaw. As snowflakes landed upon his face, he seemed blissfully unaware. Beyond the town flowed a modest river, its width insignificant yet perennial, a source of water that had once prompted the establishment of a military camp in Hongshi. Now, the river had frozen over. The boy set down his bamboo basket and walked along the riverbank, selecting a spot to commence his work. That he retrieved an axe from the basket and marked a large circle on the ice. Then, using a chisel, he methodically measured and carved holes along the circle's edge, expertly creating over 20 openings in mere moments. With the axe, he reversed it and struck with varying force along the chiseled holes, and soon, with a crack, a circle of ice broke away, revealing the flowing water beneath. He then pulled out a tattered piece of felt, sat down, and prepared his fishing rod, casting it into the icy hole. Before long, he had caught 3 or 4 sizable fish. The winter catch was particularly delectable, and the boy could not help but beam with joy. As the wind and snow intensified, they enveloped him entirely. That moment, behind the riverbank's hillside, a large head stealthily emerged from snow-covered thicket. It was a massive gray wolf, evidently famished, fixated on the boy, drool dripping from its maw. Unbeknownst to the boy, who remained oblivious with his back turned, the wolf crouched low, inching closer. Soon, it was merely 4 or 5 paces away, while the boy, completely absorbed in the water's surface, held his rod firmly, unaware of the approaching danger. The wolf, however, refrained from attacking, lying motionless behind a sturdy tree, its body gradually obscured by the falling snowflakes, rendering it nearly undetectable to anyone who might pass by. In a tranquil moment, after a short interval, the bobber trembled, had a bite. Overjoyed, the boy stood, gripping the rod tightly, ready to reel in his catch. Just as he exerted force to lift the fish, the wolf shook off the snow and, in an instant, lunged forward, aiming to sink its teeth into the boy's neck. The wolf, known for its cunning among beasts, had waited behind the tree for this very moment, confident that the boy's focus was entirely on the fish. The fierce north wind further masked the wolf's approach, making it impossible for the boy to evade its swift strike. Yet, as the wolf leaped toward him, the boy suddenly flipped his right hand, producing an iron axe, and without turning, he swung the axe back, striking the wolf squarely on the nose. The wolf, propelled by its own momentum, collided with the ice, howling in agony as its nasal bone shattered, blood splattering across its face. Without hesitation, the boy discarded his rod and delivered another blow with the axe's blade to the wolf's neck, sending forth another spray of crimson. Though fierce, the wolf had sustained grievous injuries and, in a desperate attempt, turned to flee into the woods. The boy, already abandoning his fishing rod, pursued it with the axe in hand. The wolf, weakened by hunger and the previous blows, quickly darted away, but the boy, determined, scooped up a fist-sized stone from the ground and hurled it, striking the wolf squarely on the head. Having already been gravely wounded and weakened further by blood loss, the wolf collapsed in the snow as the boy swiftly caught up. He stepped upon the wolf's head and, with 2 decisive blows, ended its life. Releasing his foot, the boy exhaled deeply, relieved to see the wolf lifeless before him. Although the skirmish had consumed only a brief moment, It had drained much of his youthful energy. Dragging the wolf by its tail, he pulled it toward the riverbank, where he retrieved a bone knife and began to carefully process the wolf. To his delight, aside from injuries to its nose and neck, the wolf's pelt remained intact, promising a good price, while the meat could sustain his family. Coupled with the 3 or 4 fish he had caught, the day's haul was indeed remarkable. As he glanced up, the snowfall had lessened, and the sun was nearing its zenith. Initially intending to fish by the river all day, the unexpected encounter with the wolf compelled him to return home. He tidied his belongings, binding the wolf's tail to carry it back to the village. The river lay 3 miles from Hongshire town, and after 2 days of snowfall, the path had become a treacherous sheet of ice, making each step laborious. With a heavy load on his back, the wolf alone weighed no less than 50 pounds. After a meal's worth of time, he finally arrived at the village entrance, where he spotted wisps of smoke rising into the air from several homes. He sighed with relief, knowing that in the wilderness of Datsong Mountain, wild beasts roamed freely, and he feared the scent of the dead wolf would attract other wolves. As he stepped onto the cobblestone path leading into the village, his heart brimmed with joy, contemplating how much silver he could earn from the pelt and what provisions he could bring to his impoverished family. Upon reaching the first house at the village's edge, he discovered not a residence, but a small temple dedicated to the land deity. The temple was unattended, typically receiving visitors only during festivals when villagers would come to offer incense and prayers. He slowly passed the temple. His gaze fell upon a figure seated at the front, a Taoist priest with well-defined features, yet a long scar marred his left cheek, and 3 strands of beard adorned his chin. Leaning against the earthen wall, he rested beneath a weathered notice that had succumbed to the elements, barely legible except for the words, "Seeking virtuous individuals to share governance, this is my wish." Strangely, in the depths of winter, the Taoist was clad only in a thin blue robe, his complexion pale, leaving one to wonder if he was suffering from hunger or cold. The boy was taken aback. He had traversed this very path earlier in the day, and there had been no sign of this man at the temple then. Observing his surroundings revealed no footprints, but with the relentless snowfall, it was not unusual for the man's presence to be concealed beneath fresh layers of snow. The Taoist in the green robe appeared to be on the verge of succumbing to the harshness of hunger and cold. However, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a flicker of life within him. The young boy approached slowly and whispered, "Master." The Taoist gradually opened his eyes, yet remained silent. Observing his calm demeanor, the boy, having seen many Taoists before adorned in their traditional hats and cloaks, found it curious that this one appeared so unassuming. Devoid of any talismans or ceremonial swords, the boy reached into his deer-hide pouch, revealing 2 coarse buns, provisions prepared by his mother for lunch. He had not eaten them yet as he had returned home early. The buns still retained a hint of warmth from being nestled close to his chest. He presented them to the Taoist, who stared for a moment before raising one hand in gratitude, nodding appreciatively. The Taoist swiftly grasped a bun and consumed it in a few bites, then scooped up 2 handfuls of snow from the ground to accompany his meal. It was midday, and although the sun was high, the sky remained leaden with clouds, suggesting that snow would continue to fall. The temple's door was locked, preventing entry, and it was evident that if the Taoist remained seated in this manner, he would surely freeze by dawn. The boy offered, "Master, it is quite cold. If you do not mind, would you wish to come to my home to escape the storm?" The Taoist smiled faintly, contemplated for a moment, and agreed, "Very well. I shall impose upon you." As they walked together, the boy led the way to a modest dwelling located to the north of the village, comprising 3 rooms built with red stone walls and a thatched roof. In the front yard stood a large banyan tree, its trunk completely blanketed in snow. Upon entering the courtyard, the boy called out, "Mother, little sister, I have returned. Come see what I have caught today." A melodious voice replied, "Brother is back." A girl of about 10 years, slender and delicate even in her thick fur coat, rushed out from the west room. The boy set down his bamboo basket and gestured to the Taoist, explaining, "It is freezing outside, and this master has been resting at the temple. I invited him to our home to shelter from the storm." The little girl quickly greeted, "Hello, master." The Taoist nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a woman's cough echoed from within the house. After a spell, a voice emerged, "Is that you, Feng'e? Do we have a guest? Please, come inside." The boy, named Feng'e, ushered the Taoist into the central room, which was sparsely furnished, merely a table, a bed, and a few wooden stools. The dimly lit room revealed a woman in her 40s, resembling the little girl, yet frail and leaning against the bed, coughing persistently. The Taoist bowed respectfully, introducing himself as a wandering hermit. The woman, identifying herself as Shi, replied, "Please do not stand on ceremony. This is my son, Shi Feng's. And the girl is his sister, Shi. Just then, the little girl exclaimed from the courtyard, "Wow, brother, you caught such a big wolf." Startled, Shi asked, "Fenger, did you encounter a wolf? Are you all right?" Fenger reassured her, "Do not worry, mother. This wolf was half-starved and was foraging by the river. I dispatched it with just a few axe strikes. I didn't even get my clothes dirty." He turned to the Taoist, saying, "Master, please make yourself comfortable. I will take care of the wolf. If I do not process the hide soon, it may be ruined." Noticing the cramped space and the presence of women, the Taoist suggested, "I shall sit under the eaves and enjoy the snowfall." He moved a wooden stool and settled down. Meanwhile, Fenger busied himself in the courtyard, meticulously preparing the wolf. He carefully made a 2-inch incision along the wolf's snout and inflated the skin with breath, deftly removing the pelt with the precision of a practiced hand. Shi clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful! This pelt is even more intact than the last one." Shi, feeling fatigued after a while, excused herself to rest. The Taoist wandered into the kitchen, where he found Fenger preparing lunch. The kitchen was modest, with a stone stove and neatly stacked firewood. The Taoist was taken aback as he observed Fenger at the stove, with 2 burners and 2 chopping boards before him. On one board lay a pile of herbs, and Fenger wielded a knife in his left hand, methodically slicing a brownish-yellow cylindrical herb known as licorice, commonly used for soothing coughs and alleviating asthma. Chapter 3. The Art of Dual Focus. Remarkably, Shi Feng wielded a pair of scissors in his right hand, while simultaneously preparing another type of medicinal herb. With deftness, he performed 2 distinct tasks without any apparent conflict. Each type of herb required different treatments. Some were sliced, others diced, ground into powder, or had their shells and seeds removed, all executed by Shi Feng with unbroken concentration. After completing the preparation of the herbs, he added a modest amount of vegetable oil to the iron pot over the right stove, then took some ginger, finely chopped it, and sauteed it in the pot. He split a fish in half, lightly frying it until golden, before adding water and covering it to simmer gently. Concurrently, the herbs were placed in a large clay pot over the left stove to be boiled. The Taoist observed for a while, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes as he inquired, "Shi Feng, how is it that you can perform 2 different tasks simultaneously?" "I do not know. Perhaps I am just used to it since childhood," Shi Feng replied with an innocent smile while he continued his work. "Oh, may I ask why?" Shi Feng picked up a dry twig, split it in 2, and placed the halves on either side of the stove. "My father passed away early, and my mother's health has always been poor. From a young age, I had to prepare rice porridge for my little sister while also making medicine for my mother. Both tasks were urgent, so I tried to do them together, and gradually I became accustomed to it." The Taoist made an O sound and asked, "Is this dual focus limited to cooking, or can it be applied to other activities as well?" Shi Feng paused for a moment, contemplating. "It seems it is not only for cooking. However, if both hands need to be engaged in the same task, I cannot split my focus. For example, when hunting, one hand holds the bow while the other nocks an arrow. I cannot do anything else at that moment. But if both hands can perform different tasks, then it is feasible. I can fish with one hand while sharpening an arrowhead with the other." The Taoist's gaze flickered as he approached. "Child, extend your hand." Shi Feng set down his hatchet and extended his right hand. The Taoist reached out with his 2 fingers, gently resting them on Shi Feng's pulse. Shi Feng immediately felt a chill as a subtle coolness penetrated his body. After closing his eyes for a moment, the Taoist sighed inwardly, "What a pity. It seems this ability was granted to you by heaven due to your family's impoverished circumstances." He then turned and exited the kitchen, sitting cross-legged under the eaves, remaining silent. Half an hour later, Shi Feng called out, "Dinner is ready." The dining area was in the center of the house, where Shi invited the Taoist to take a seat, while Shi helped set the table. The bowls and plates were handmade, and the chopsticks were crafted by Shi Feng from bamboo harvested from the southern mountains. In a short while, Shi Feng had served the meal, which was quite simple. Each person received a millet bun and a large bowl of fish soup, accompanied by a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots. The Taoist noticed the fish soup had turned a milky white, garnished with green herbs, its enticing appearance evident. He took a sip and praised, "This river fish, after winter, is exceptionally delicious. I haven't tasted such delightful food in a long time." Shi replied, You were too kind, Taoist. Our mountain home has little to offer. I apologize for the simplicity. After a while, everyone finished their meal. You went to clear the dishes, and Shurchin asked, in this cold weather, would you kindly rest in the woodshed for the night, Taoist? I will have Fenger start a fire in the kitchen. Though humble, it will keep you warm. The Taoist stood up, saying, thank you, Madam Shur. I have already overstayed my welcome. It is time for me to take my leave. Shurfeng interjected. The nearest town is quite a distance away. If you leave now, you may not reach your destination before nightfall. The Taoist smiled. It is of no concern. I have my own arrangements. I am grateful for your hospitality, but in return, I possess some knowledge of medicine. May I take your pulse, Madam Shur? That would be wonderful. Shurfeng exclaimed with delight, as his family's poverty had prevented them from seeking medical treatment for his mother. The Taoist resumed his seat, rolled up his sleeves, and said, Madam Shur, please. He placed his left index finger on Shurchin's wrist. Previously, he had taken Shurfeng's pulse, which had taken a considerable amount of time. This time, however, it was fleeting. Almost as soon as he touched her pulse, he withdrew his fingers, declaring, Madam Shur, you have a cold lung affliction, yet your medication is meant for lung heat. The symptoms may appear similar, but they are quite different. Shurfeng, remove the licorice, Scutularia, and Rehmannia from your previous prescription and replace them with Fritillaria, Pinellia, Schisandra, and dried tangerine peel. Use 30 grams of Fritillaria each time, and reduce the other 3 herbs by half. Take 1 dose daily, and ensure you rest and avoid catching a chill. With a year of care, she should recover. However, the bone and meridian in her left leg have already necrosed, which cannot be treated with medicine. Having said this, the Taoist bowed and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the courtyard, Shurfeng rushed forward, kneeling before the Taoist and bowing repeatedly, pleading, please, Taoist, save my mother once more. The Taoist's expression darkened. I have already prescribed a remedy for your mother. Do you think I am merely deceiving you? Not at all. I implore you to save my mother's leg ailment. The Taoist waved his sleeve dismissively. Your mother's left femur has necrosed, and the blood vessels are obstructed. How can it be treated? It is akin to a dead person who cannot be revived, or a severed limb that cannot be reattached. If it were possible to heal, there would be no one in this world who could not be saved. Shurfeng continued to bow fervently. Surely you possess a good remedy. What makes you think I can cure your mother's ailment? The Taoist asked, surprised. Shurfeng replied, you must be a remarkable individual. Surely you have a method. The Taoist stroked his beard, coldly responding, I am indeed a remarkable person. What does that imply? Shurfeng pondered for a moment, observing the frigid weather, where water turned to ice, yet the Taoist wore only a thin garment. I thought you were suffering from hunger and cold, but your demeanor is calm. As if you were impervious to the chill, you must possess extraordinary skills. The Taoist remained silent, contemplating Shurfeng's words. Shurfeng continued, your movements are swift, leaving barely any traces in the snow. When you took my pulse, I sensed a chill emanating from your fingers. I have heard from the village elders that there are some remarkable individuals who possess profound martial arts and energy techniques, capable of feats beyond the average person. Furthermore, you mentioned that my mother's leg ailment cannot be treated with medicine. It seems you may have a method beyond herbs that could potentially heal her. At first, the Taoist maintained a calm demeanor, but with each word, he grew increasingly astonished. You, child, have a remarkably keen mind. This is indeed rare. Alas, it is regrettable that the heavens do not favor. Hearing the Taoist's repeated lamentations, Shurfeng pleaded desperately with repeated bows. Shurbai joined him, kneeling beside him, saying, please, save our mother. Shurchin, leaning on her cane beneath the eaves, felt her heart wrenching and tears streamed down her face. The Taoist pondered for a moment, then declared, rise. In consideration of your filial piety, I shall make an exception this once. Thank you, Taoist. Thank you. Shurfeng and his sister rejoiced, standing up. The Taoist smiled slightly. Though I have accepted your hospitality and have treated your mother's lung ailment, that is already substantial. However, your family has endured great hardships, and your unwavering filial devotion has compelled me to make this exception. Yet, extraordinary methods require extraordinary individuals. If you wish to heal your mother's leg ailment, I must first test your resolve. Shurfeng declared loudly, as long as you can save my mother, I will do anything you ask. Chapter 4. Yozhen Temple. It is neither overly difficult nor particularly easy, the Taoist remarked, pointing eastward. To the north of Mount Song lies Lushou Peak, atop which stands Yozhen Temple. Are you aware of its existence? Shurfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Tomorrow night, precisely at the third quarter of the midnight hour. You must come to Yojin Temple alone. If you manage to ascend, I shall assist in healing your mother's leg ailment. Should you fail to arrive or arrive late, I shall not extend my aid." He added, "Moreover, this matter must remain a secret." With that, the Taoist took his leave, not waiting for Shifeng's response as he gracefully exited the courtyard. "I will certainly arrive on time tomorrow night," Shifeng called after him. He accompanied the Taoist to the entrance, observing the fluttering sleeves of his robe as he strolled northward. Though his pace appeared unhurried, he vanished into the vast, snowy expanse in mere moments, leaving Shifeng and his sister in stunned silence at the gate. "Brother, are you truly going to Lushou Peak?" she inquired. "Indeed," he replied. "You must not go. It is treacherous in this icy weather, and the path is slippery. Even adults cannot scale Lushou Peak." "Do not worry, mother. I have visited Lushou Peak more than once and know the way well. That is not the point. You traveled there in summer and with others from the village. Now, with the snow covering the mountain, the path is obscured, and it is the dead of night. How will you manage? If anything were to happen to you, your father would be heartbroken. Mother, please do not cry. I have a plan. The Taoist only instructed me to arrive at Yojin Temple by the third quarter of the midnight hour, not necessarily to climb the mountain at night. I intend to set off tomorrow at noon, reaching the temple before darkness falls. The snow will likely cease tonight, and tomorrow should be clear for travel. Brother, even if the weather clears, the snow on the mountain will not melt, rendering the path unclear. Oh, you silly girl. You have not hunted and do not understand these matters. I am well acquainted with Lushou Peak. Even if the snow covers the path, I can discern it. The snow on the trees and cliffs differs from that on the ground, and besides, the trail to Lushou Peak is lined with fir trees, making it easy to navigate. Nonetheless, you are still just a child of 13 or 14. Wild beasts roam the mountains. How will you defend yourself? And if you seek assistance, no one will accompany you at this hour. The Taoist has specifically instructed me not to tell anyone or seek help. Such practitioners are often eccentric. I must not betray his trust. As for the wild beasts, you need not worry. Mother, Lushou Peak harbors no ferocious creatures. Brother, you are deceiving me. If there are no beasts, why do the villagers avoid it? I overheard Uncle Shijin say that of the 11 peaks of Mount Song, he fears Lushou Peak the most. Indeed, I too feared Lushou Peak in the past, for while it lacks ferocious beasts, it is home to many venomous snakes. However, in this deep winter, the snakes are hibernating, making it quite safe. I will carry a bow and arrows. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will manage. Why not take me with you? I am not an outsider. Away with you. What would a little girl like you do there? I would have to look after you the entire way. Besides, the Taoist has ordered me to ascend alone. I cannot bring you along. The following noon, with the sky finally clear, it was said that while falling snow is not cold, melting snow is. The temperature, however, was plummeting. Shifeng had a hearty meal, packed his belongings, and slung his mulberry wood bow over his shoulder as he set forth towards Mount Song. He reassured his mother and sister repeatedly. Yet he understood that ascending the highest peak in such weather would be no easy feat though Mount Song loomed nearby. The journey from the village to its base spanned nearly 10 miles. This stretch was manageable, despite the snow. Villagers still ventured to the foot of the mountain to gather firewood, and the path was somewhat discernible. Upon reaching the base of the northern peak, he found no traces of humanity. The white-capped summit loomed like a colossal beast, and Shifeng exhaled a deep breath. He ventured into the nearby woods, cutting a 5-foot-long stick, sharpening it with his knife. This stick would serve two purposes: to probe the path, as the snow could conceal treacherous ice beneath, and to defend himself should any wild creature unexpectedly appear. The ascent was initially marked by a few fir trees, but after several days of snowfall, the entire area appeared as if draped in white, making it difficult to distinguish. Shifeng treaded cautiously, recalling the path's markers, and where he was uncertain, he used the stick to feel his way. After nearly 2 hours of careful navigation, he reached halfway up the mountain, drenched in sweat. Winter days are brief, and as the sun sank like a golden yoke into the horizon, the sky darkened. The mountain winds grew fierce, howling like spirits in anguish, sending flurries of snow cascading down. The path upward became increasingly treacherous. The cold had solidified the snow in shaded areas into sheer ice, hard and slippery, causing him to stumble at every step. Shifeng retrieved a pair of large straw shoe soles from his pack, attaching them to his leather boots, and wrapping straw rope around the tops for a secure fit. Straw shoes are the best for preventing slips, particularly on icy surfaces. With his preparations complete, he paused briefly to rest, consuming some bread and water before continuing his journey. As night descended, he found solace in the surrounding whiteness of the snow, which illuminated the path. Battling through the wind and snow, he encountered perilous sections where he had to use both hands and feet, employing his knife to carve a path through the ice. His hands, long since numb, bore the marks of cuts from the ice, branches, and stones. Yet he felt no pain. As he drew nearer to the summit, the path became increasingly elusive. In several places, the way forward was completely obscured. Sherfone resorted to using the rope he had prepared, tossing it over branches to secure a grip, swinging himself across. On one occasion, the branch he grasped, laden with snow and ice, threatened to snap beneath him. He barely made it across, drenched in cold sweat from the fright. After more than 2 hours of arduous climbing, he finally spotted the outline of a roof amidst the swirling snow. Unable to contain his excitement, he shouted joyfully. Lusho Peak, named for its resemblance to a deer's head, features 2 sharp peaks that resemble antlers at its highest point. Yojin Temple is not situated at the very top but rather on a slightly lower plateau, where a flat expanse offers a brief respite. The origins of Yojin Temple have long been lost to time. According to local legend, a formidable serpent plagued the depths of the cold lake to the west of Lusho Peak. A powerful Taoist vanquished the serpent and established Yojin Temple to suppress the lake's malevolent aura. Centuries later, due to the high altitude and the proliferation of venomous snakes, the Taoists found it increasingly unbearable and gradually abandoned the temple, leaving it in a state of disrepair. Sherfone had previously rested here during hunting trips with the villagers. Gripping his knife tightly, he approached the temple, once grand and vast but now mostly in ruins, with only the main hall remaining relatively intact. Taoist, Taoist, he called out. But no response came. As he approached the main hall, he noted that the plaque had long since been lost to time, and many of the guardian statues had collapsed. The remaining few statues, with wide-open eyes and swords in hand, appeared to be poised for attack. In the eerie silence of the cold mountain night, accompanied by the howling wind, they were indeed unsettling. As Sherfone stepped into the main hall, the wind diminished, and he felt a slight warmth envelop him, drenched in sweat. He hesitated to remove his fur coat, for the mountain's chill would turn the sweat to ice, risking illness. Scanning the hall, he found it deserted. Surmising that he had arrived before the appointed hour, he took a piece of dry cloth from his pocket to wipe away the sweat and consumed some provisions to regain his composure. Within the hall were a few makeshift shelters hastily constructed by local hunters. The main hall, built from a mixture of blue stone and glutinous rice paste, was not only sturdy but also effectively sealed, making it an excellent refuge from snakes in the summer. When the villagers ascend the mountain for an overnight stay, they often pause here to rest, securing the temple door and barricading it with stones to guard against venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. However, Sherfone hesitated to close the temple door, fearing he might miss the arrival of the Taoist priest. He also refrained from sitting down to rest, anxious that he might succumb to the cold. Instead, he paced back and forth within the dimly lit hall to keep warm. In the faint light, a magnificent statue of the Supreme Emperor Zhenwu could be discerned at the center. In his heart, Sherfone fervently prayed, "May the Supreme Emperor Zhenwu grant his protection. The Taoist priest possesses divine medical skills. He shall surely heal my mother's leg ailment." Chapter 5. The Four-Tailed Fox. After a prolonged wait, the Taoist had yet to arrive. Sherfone, uncertain of the hour, had climbed the mountain for several hours. Feeling both exhausted and anxious about the possibility of tigers or wolves entering the monastery while he slept, after a moment's contemplation, he silently acknowledged his transgressions and then climbed into the crook of the divine statue's arm, curling up to rest. No sooner had he closed his eyes than he fell into a deep slumber. Uncertain of how long he had slept, he was suddenly stirred by a soft voice calling his name. Awakening with a start, he discerned a figure standing in the dimness of the hall. Unmistakably the Taoist in the blue robe he had encountered the previous day. Sherfone hastily leaped down from the statue and prostrated himself before the Taoist. With a wave of his left hand, the Taoist produced a spherical object, which appeared unremarkable at first but gradually emanated a brilliant light that illuminated the entire hall. Noticing Sherfang's tattered clothes, frostbitten hands, and disheveled hair matted with sweat and ice, the Taoist sighed. "My child, though you are young, your resolve is truly commendable. Alas, what a pity." Taken aback by the Taoist's abrupt lament, Sherfone felt a chill run through him, wondering if something was amiss. The Taoist smiled gently and continued. "The methods of immortals are not meant for mortals. However, Sherfone, your filial piety is praiseworthy, and I shall make an exception this once." He then retrieved a small vial from within his robes, pouring out a single pill. "This is the 7-flower ginseng pill. capable of resurrecting the dead and restoring the living. Give this to your mother, and she shall regain her vitality on the morrow." Overjoyed, Shifeng knelt to receive the pill, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Taoist, for your life-saving grace. Please, bestow upon me your Dharma name. My family shall surely honor you with a longevity tablet and daily offerings." The Taoist waved his hand dismissively. "Fate gathers and disperses as it will. You need not know my name. Take this pill home and administer it to your mother immediately. Do not disclose my whereabouts to anyone. Should you fail, I shall take your life." Shifeng quickly assured him, "Rest easy, Taoist. I understand. For now, stay in the monastery and descend the mountain at dawn," the Taoist instructed. With a flourish of his sleeve, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished without a trace. Shifeng stood there, stunned, realizing he had encountered an immortal. He bowed 3 times in the direction where the Taoist had disappeared. After a while, Shifeng questioned whether he was still dreaming and pinched himself hard. Pain shot through him. Looking at his palm, the pill was still there, its fragrance wafting in the air. He carefully wrapped the pill in layers of cowhide paper and concealed it against his skin. As he approached the temple entrance, he noticed the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Likely around midnight. The Taoist had indeed come at the appointed time, and had he arrived any later, he would have missed this monumental opportunity. Overcome with excitement and unable to sleep, he longed to dash down the mountain. Yet the pitch-black surroundings and his own exhaustion rendered him incapable of making the descent that night. Therefore, he sat at the temple entrance, placing his bow and arrows aside while gripping a dagger, waiting for dawn. After what felt like a meal's duration, he suddenly heard a thunderous crack in the distance. Alarmed, he stood up to see a brilliant white light and crimson clouds flashing in the western sky, accompanied by a distant rumble. Recognizing the phenomenon, he recalled the location of the immense cold pond rumored to harbor a dragon. Villagers with good swimming skills had attempted to explore its depths, only to be nearly frozen within mere yards. Shifeng gazed at the strange lights in the sky, pondering if the immortal had been performing a spell that had gone awry. Just as he was lost in thought, the luminous sphere began to drift towards the Yozhan monastery. Suddenly, a streak of white light, akin to a shooting star, hurtled towards Deer Head Peak. Startled, Shifeng hurriedly slipped into the main hall, pressing himself against the door to observe discreetly. The glowing sphere, measuring 2 yards across, was surrounded by countless tendrils of white light, swirling like ribbons. Inside, a young man's voice echoed with frustration. "Danyang Taoist, I bear you no enmity. Why do you pursue me so relentlessly?" As he spoke, a streak of green light approached rapidly. It was the Taoist in the blue robe, seemingly riding upon a flying object. The winds howled around them, yet the Taoist's robes and hair remained undisturbed. He replied coldly, "You, demon, have come to my Yin country with ill intent, and yet you claim there is no grievance between us?" The young man in the white glow retorted, "Humph, I am merely cultivating here, harming no one and posing no threat to your Tai Chi sect. You take advantage of my weakened state during tribulation to launch a surprise attack. And yet you accuse me of sinister motives? Good and evil cannot coexist. If you succeed in your transformation, countless lives shall be at stake here. Enough talk. Prepare to meet your demise." Danyang Zhenren declared, raising his hand to summon the glowing orb, the very one Shifeng had previously seen. The orb flew into the air, expanding rapidly until it reached the size of a grinding wheel. With a soft sound, a beam of purple light shot forth from the orb, as thick as a barrel, aimed directly at the white sphere. The young man inside the sphere scoffed, "I concede 3 parts to your Tai Chi sect, but should it come to blows, do you truly think I fear you?" The sphere shifted, evading the oncoming purple beam. The young man then chanted a few incomprehensible incantations, and suddenly, the accumulated snow atop Deer Head Peak was swept into the air, swirling and coalescing into thousands of ice arrows, which hurtled toward Danyang Zhenren. Danyang Zhenren's expression grew serious. What an exquisite ice magic. He retrieved a small shield adorned with a ghostly face from his robes, infusing it with magic. The ghostly visage on the shield suddenly opened its eyes, and an enormous phantom face emerged, intercepting the barrage of ice arrows. Although the ghostly face appeared ethereal, the ice arrows struck it as if hitting a solid wall, producing a resounding clang. The arrows shattered upon impact, while Danyang Zhenren directed the purple beam from the orb at the sphere. The young man within the glow sneered, his white light flickering, evading the rapid-fire projectiles. As the cacophony of shattering ice arrows subsided, the remnants transformed into scattered shards of ice, while the ghostly face became almost transparent, closing its eyes and swiftly returning to the shield. Shifeng, having never witnessed such a spectacle, felt his heart race as he observed Dan Yongzhenren gaining the upper hand, allowing himself a brief sigh of relief. At that moment, however, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The young man within the sphere recited a few more obscure incantations, and the shards of ice that had fallen began to rise, swirling and rushing towards Dan Yongzhenren from all directions. Dan Yongzhenren's expression shifted as he withdrew a faded red talisman, its design archaic. Though reluctant, he gritted his teeth and infused it with magic before casting it into the air. With a melodious chime, the talisman transformed into a fiery bird, its crimson feathers radiating warmth. The temperature soared, causing Shifeng, even at a distance of several hundred meters, to feel a wave of heat wash over him. The firebird soared through the air, vaporizing the ice shards and arrows that came within 100 feet, turning them into droplets of water. After a brief flight, the firebird let out a long cry, dispersing into a myriad of sparks, vanishing from sight, while the ice shards disintegrated into pools of water suspended in midair. The young man in the white light scoffed, "You truly spare no expense, even employing a high-grade fire phoenix talisman." As he spoke, several glowing ribbons erupted from the sphere, merging the suspended water into a colossal wave that surged toward Dan Yongzhenren. Dan Yongzhenren raised a palm, murmuring a spell as a green light enveloped his form, providing protection. The tidal wave crashed against him, sending him plummeting several dozen feet, yet his robe remained untouched. Just as he prepared to cast another spell, he suddenly realized something was amiss. An incredible sight unfolded before him. The wave's mist crashed against Dan Yongzhenren's protective aura, sticking to it and swiftly crystallizing into solid ice. Subsequent waves followed suit, solidifying into ice as well, and in the blink of an eye, Dan Yongzhenren found himself encased in a gigantic ice shell, plummeting from the sky. Shifeng gasped, "Taoist." Bursting forth from the hall, the ice sphere enveloping the Taoist of Danyang plummeted from the side of Deer Head Peak, descending towards the fathomless, frigid abyss below. This icy pool brimmed with malevolent energy. Even those endowed with profound magical prowess would face near certain demise if they sank to its depths. The luminous orb surrounding the ice sphere had dwindled to but 3 or 4 faint bands, and its radiance had significantly diminished, indicating that the young man's magical energy was severely depleted. The luminous orb detected the presence of Shifeng but dismissed him as merely a mere child of no more than a dozen years, unperturbed as it descended from the sky in pursuit of the ensnared Taoist of Danong. As the ice sphere neared the surface of the chilling waters, a sudden thunderclap resounded, shattering the silence. A flash of white light erupted from within the ice sphere, cleaving it in twain. A shadowy figure darted forth, racing towards the white luminescence. In that fleeting moment, the radiant orb had no time to evade. A startled cry escaped the young man's lips. Celestial sword chi. With a resounding crash, the sword energy propelled the white orb several dozen feet away, dispersing its glow and revealing its occupant. Upon closer inspection, Shifeng recoiled in horror. For within was not a young man at all, but rather a fox of monumental proportions, twice the size of a water buffalo. Its pristine white fur bore no trace of blemish, while its eyes glimmered like 2 lanterns, exuding an eerie green light. Most astonishing of all, this colossal fox possessed 4 tails. 3 were of equal length, while the rightmost tail was but half the size of the others. Chapter 6. The illusion of purple eyes. Even if Shifeng were to remain ignorant, he would still understand that this was a demon that had cultivated into a spirit. The white fox blinked its eyes and spoke human words. "You have advanced to the golden core stage in just a mere century, and yet you have managed to manifest the formless sword chi of the heavenly gangsword. Truly, you are a prodigy." It was the very voice of the young man from earlier. The Danyang Taoist hovered 100 feet away to the right of the white fox, his complexion somewhat pale. In his right hand, he held a 3-foot-long sword, its blade shimmering with spiritual light, unmistakably a treasure of great worth. However, the transformation of spiritual energy into a sword is not something to be wielded at will. I see that after unleashing this sword chi, you have likely depleted your vitality. Humph. The white fox continued. Yet, regardless of what it said, the Danyang Taoist remained silent, simply caressing his sword, his eyes like those of an eagle, intently focused on the white fox. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply, flicking his fingers, causing the sword to emit a clear sound. Soaring into the air like a white rainbow, aimed directly at the white fox's waist. The white fox appeared caught off guard, its 4 tails standing upright. Just as it was about to flee, it was struck by the flying sword. Shifeng was overjoyed, yet he saw the white fox split into 2, transforming into specks of spiritual light that scattered away. Indeed, The old Taoist with the cow-s knows your magical energy is greatly depleted, and you can no longer unleash formless sword chi. Hiki, though your heavenly gang sword is a magical treasure, it cannot harm me. 10 feet to the left. The white fox revealed its form once more. As it turned out, the flying sword had merely struck a remnant shadow. The Danyang Taoist pointed his hand. The flying sword seemed to possess a spirit of its own, turning around and slicing toward the fox once more. The white fox's figure flickered as it evaded the sword. 2 beams of white light raced through the air, one chasing and the other fleeing. Seeing the stalemate between the two, Shifeng drew his mulberry wood bow, knocking an arrow and aiming at the white fox. The Danyang Taoist and the white fox had been locked in combat mid-air, and as the Danyang Taoist was ensnared by an icy sphere and counterattacked with his sword chi, they were only about 100 steps from the ground. Though young, Shifeng was highly skilled in archery, and within 100 steps, he had always hit his mark. He understood that even if his arrow struck the white fox, it would not inflict any harm. He merely hoped to distract the fox's attention so that the Taoist could seize the opportunity. However, the white fox's movements were incredibly swift, making it arduous for Shifeng to discern its position. He could only focus his mind and strive for a precise shot. The white fox had, of course, noticed the mortal child below. Initially unconcerned, it grew furious upon seeing the youth draw an arrow aimed at itself. How audacious! Its green eyes glared at Shifeng. Shifeng felt as though he was gazing into a bottomless pool, the fox's emerald eyes seemingly radiating a hint of purple light, as if a magnetic force were drawing his very soul into them. Startled, Shifeng was about to turn away to avoid the fox's gaze when suddenly a roar erupted. A blue wolf sprang out from behind the Yojin temple, identical to the one he had slain the day before. The wolf leaped toward Shifeng with its front legs outstretched. Shifeng was taken aback. His bow was already drawn tight, and he swiftly stepped back, shooting an arrow aimed at the wolf's throat. The Danyang Taoist had previously found amusement in Shifeng's attempt to shoot the white fox, but when the boy's arrow suddenly turned and shot towards him, he was momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the white fox charged at him, its green eyes transforming entirely into purple. The Danyang Taoist felt the scenery before him shift, and he inwardly exclaimed, "Danger! This is the illusion art of the fox." Yet before he could take any action, he was spun around, finding himself in a small study. To his left stood a tall wood bookshelf, neatly lined with rows of books. The study was modest, with an immaculate writing desk at its center. Before the desk sat a middle-aged scholar, his features refined yet stern, who was currently scolding him. "Why have you stopped? Start over. If you do not memorize this today, you shall not have dinner." The Danyang Taoist scoffed, first channeling his vital energy to protect his spiritual sea. And with a flick of his right hand, he inhaled sharply into his dantian, releasing a gust of force that caused the scholar's figure to dissipate into a mere illusion. The scene before him warped and blurred, resembling a reflection in water shattered by a stone. As the world settled, he found himself in a joyous room, festooned with festive decorations. Outside, the sounds of drums and firecrackers filled the air. Within, a pair of red candles cast a rosy glow on the window paper. Beneath the lights, a young woman, with elegantly arched brows and bright eyes, bashfully offered him a cup of wine, softly saying, "Husband, please drink this cup to the fullest." The Danyang Taoist beheld the woman before him, the scene under the lamp appearing just as it had in years past, down to the faint mole on her left cheek. The color of the bedding in their bridal chamber, and the embroidery on the pillow, all vividly real. He felt his consciousness grow heavy, and, regaining his focus, he unleashed a gust of energy from his right hand, shattering the image of the woman. The scenery shifted once more, and he found himself reading by the window when he suddenly heard footsteps outside, followed by a loud proclamation. "Congratulations, congratulations! The king has decreed that young Master Rin shall be appointed as the Grand Historian." The congratulatory officials were already waiting at the door. Instantly, the entire residence burst into a festive uproar, with drums resounding, firecrackers popping, and joyous exclamations filling the air. Countless people surrounded him, congratulating him. "Young Master, your future is boundless. Master Du and Young Master have both been appointed as Grand Historians. Truly, a family of scholars, a lineage of the virtuous." As the figures around him swirled closer, the Danyang Taoist let out a low shout, and the heavenly gang's sword shot forth, creating a blue arc that circled the area, scattering the surrounding figures. Yet the scenery continued to shift chaotically, clearly indicating that he was still ensnared within an illusion. The Danyang Taoist felt a wave of dread. The techniques he had mastered were the very antidote to such sinister illusions. His resolve was steadfast, and he had encountered various illusions since attaining enlightenment. Yet most had been unable to shake his spirit. Even if he were momentarily confused, a single cycle of his technique would render the illusions to silence in an instant. Yet now, despite his powers and techniques being fully unleashed, he remained trapped within this illusory realm. He thought to himself, this fox's abilities are truly remarkable. It seems to possess a significant origin. At that moment, he found himself in another room where his wife had donned the garb of a young matron, holding a wailing infant, saying, "Husband, rejoice, it is a boy. Shall we ask the elder for a name?" The Danyang Taoist felt as if a mountain rested upon his head, and without uttering another word, he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and concentrating, resolutely maintaining clarity in his spiritual realm. However, though he had shut his eyes, the assault of the illusion targeted his spiritual heart, and the images remained vivid in his mind. He saw a throng of people kneeling in the courtyard, led by the middle-aged scholar, now aged and frail. At the steps of the courtyard stood a pompous eunuch, proclaiming loudly, "Young Master Du Qingjin is not a worthy talent. His literary prowess has led the king to personally appoint him as the grand historian. Unbeknownst to us, he has squandered the king's favor, accepting bribes in Dongping. He is not merely an official of words, but dares to slander great ministers. His son Du Yuan has succeeded him as the grand historian, engaging in slanderous acts, conspiring with discontented individuals to defame the loyal ministers. Thus, the family shall be confiscated, stripped of their titles, and exiled forever, with no chance of pardon. To fabricate a charge, what excuse is needed? I hold the rank of a minister. And why should I not speak on matters of the court? Court ministers? Mere temple servants? Common folk? Dare they call themselves ministers of the court? Ridiculous. How brazen. You do, to slander the Grand Master of the temple. The Grand Master is magnanimous, and even seeks to spare you from death. Yet you do not think to repay him. A farce. You all believe yourselves to be unyielding, yet you are merely untrained curs. I shall no longer show mercy. Du Qingjin will be imprisoned in the heavenly prison, and Du Yuan shall be banished 5,000 miles, with his family reduced to mere servants. In a word, the entire courtyard erupted into wails. Master Zhang, the decree only states exile to Liuzhou. How can my husband and father be treated thus? You seek the king's decree? Very well. Little Lin, return to the palace and draft another decree. The Danyang Taoist felt as though he were thrust back into that tragic scene, his vital energy surging, the veins on his forehead bulging, unable to suppress the urge to leap up and slay his enemies. Chapter 7. The exquisite tower. He forcefully chanted the incantation, and with a flick of his mind, 2 elixirs soared from his bosom into his mouth. Instantly, a refreshing spiritual energy surged into his mind, allowing him to regain his composure. At that moment, the scenery abruptly shifted, revealing a dilapidated temple. Outside, torrential rain fell, casting the world into darkness. He found himself disheveled, bound in chains, crouched in a corner. 2 guards stoked a fire for warmth, wringing out their wet clothes while cursing. Aside from these 3, there was a beggar, his pant legs rolled up, legs covered in festering sores, exuding a foul odor. The beggar suddenly approached him, grinning, and said, "Grand historian, after 10 years of drifting in the bureaucratic sea, akin to a fleeting dream, can you awaken today?" Before he could respond, the beggar vanished into silence. He then recalled how he had been inducted into the Taiji sect, how his spiritual roots were tested, how the sect valued him. Imparting techniques and cultivating supernatural powers, past events vividly replayed in his mind. He recalled moments of failure while attempting to break through his bottleneck, his entire being consumed by reverse energy, and times when he had battled others, ultimately falling victim to beheading and disembowelment. The Danyang Taoist felt his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, and despite his efforts to operate his techniques, he could not break free from this illusion. He understood that if he lost control of his spiritual platform, he would be eternally trapped in this mirage, descending into madness and death. Thus, he hesitated no longer. He opened his mouth and expelled a dark, small tower. With a swift motion of his wrist, he infused a portion of his vital blood into the black tower, which buzzed yet remained still. Out of desperation, the Danyang Taoist bit his tongue and poured another large quantity of vital blood into the tower. The black tower absorbed this substantial amount of blood, its surface gleaming faintly. It then shot upward, growing continuously until it reached a height of 5 feet and a width of 3 feet. The Danyang Taoist focused his mind and recited a series of incantations. Suddenly, the black tower erupted with a thunderous roar. transforming into a massive structure towering over 10 feet high, radiating myriad rays of light, causing the surrounding scenery to dissolve like snow in boiling water. Upon glancing around, he found himself back atop the Deerhead Peak, where a white fox stared intently at him from several feet away. Upon noticing the Danyang Taoist had opened his eyes, the white fox recognized the illusion had been shattered. Upon seeing the towering black edifice, it exclaimed, "The exquisite tower," and dashed away like an arrow, plunging into the cold pond with a resounding splash. The Danyang Taoist pointed at the black tower, which slowly hovered over the cold pond. At its base, a formation resembling the Big Dipper emerged, enveloping the entire pond. A surge of dark light emanated from the formation, with mystical runes flickering within. The air was filled with mournful cries as the white fox was forcefully pulled from the depths of the pond. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the binding dark light. Gradually, the entire creature was drawn towards the base of the tower, and the Big Dipper formation slowly faded from view. With a gesture, the Danyang Taoist commanded the black tower to shrink, and it flew into the wide sleeves of his robe. Thus, a fierce battle finally came to a close. He retracted the meteor-like projectile beneath his feet, alighting on the open ground before the Yozhan temple. Stonefeng hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the immortal master." The Danyang Taoist waved his hand dismissively, sought out a large stone, and sat cross-legged, extracting several elixirs to swallow as he began to regulate his breathing. Though the recent battle lasted less than half an hour, utilizing the intangible sword energy had already drained significant magical power. The wear on his consciousness within the illusion was considerable, and he ultimately had to draw upon the sect's secret treasure to turn the tide, thus achieving a Pyrrhic victory. Consequently, he paid no mind to Stonefeng's, hastily consuming 3 precious elixirs to restore his vitality. Stonefeng dared not interrupt, standing quietly to the side. After a brief moment, he observed the Danyang Taoist's pallid complexion gradually regain a hint of color. Suddenly, the Danyang Taoist opened his eyes and urged, "Stonefeng, take shelter in the hall, and do not come out." Confused, Stonefeng heeded the urgency in the Taoist's voice and dashed into the main hall, hiding behind the door. The Danyang Taoist gazed upward at the sky. Moments later, a massive dark cloud swept in from the southern horizon, accompanied by a strange cawing sound. It turned out to be a fellow disciple from the Taiji sect. The Danyang Taoist exclaimed, "How rude." His voice was as grating as iron against stone, sending chills down the spine. "Which friend from the demon puppet sect approaches?" The Danyang Taoist inquired solemnly. The dark clouds halted, swiftly drawing one figure inside, revealing a gaunt elder clad in black robes with a jade belt, high cheekbones, and piercing little eyes radiating brilliance. The Danyang Taoist was taken aback. It was Elder Wu, whom he had not seen for over 50 years, and he noted that Elder Wu's cultivation had significantly advanced. "Oh, it's been so long. I am but an old man. What advancement can I claim? Yet, Danyang Taoist, you have achieved the golden core in merely 300 years. What a prodigy." Elder Wu spoke courteously, while simultaneously extending his consciousness to probe the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The 1,000-year-old demon fox in the cold pond has completely vanished. Could it be that it has been taken by you? The Danyang Taoist's heart sank. Indeed, Elder Wu had come for this creature. One must understand that demon beasts are treasures in their entirety. Their hide can be used to forge artifacts. Their flesh and blood have medicinal properties. And the most valuable part is the demon crystal, a product of their absorption of the world's spiritual essence, akin to a cultivator's golden core, worth its weight in gold. This white fox had transcended its transformation tribulation, gained intelligence, and could speak. Its demon crystal was an invaluable treasure. Such a rarity could incite even fellow disciples to turn against one another, let alone the fact that the Taiji sect and the demon puppet sect were natural enemies, one aligned with righteousness, the other with darkness. Elder Wu had indeed come for this demon. The Danyang Taoist chose not to argue. He knew that Elder Wu was exceedingly suspicious. And even if he claimed that the white fox was not in his possession, the elder would not believe him. So you truly have captured it." Elder Wu exclaimed joyfully. "This fox must possess 1,000 years of cultivation. Truly remarkable." The Danyang Taoist disregarded the elder's probing words, countering, "How did you know there was a demon fox hidden here? What is so surprising about that?" The aura of the fox was so potent that I had long known it was here in seclusion. However, I was occupied with crafting a magical artifact and was delayed. Elder Wu replied casually with a light laugh. The Danyang Taoist responded, "From what I know, this white fox originally cultivated in the frigid northern Zibing Mountains. I injured it, and it fled here, seeking refuge in this vast cold pond to heal its wounds. It has only been here for 3 or 4 days. How could it have been in seclusion all this time? Elder Wu snorted. Do not quibble. This Datsong Mountain is within the territory of my demon puppet sect. You cannot justify seizing treasures within our domain. The Danyang Taoist stood his ground. I cannot agree with your assertion, Elder Wu. Datsong Mountain is not the demon puppet mountain. It is a desolate land without an owner. How can it be considered your territory? Furthermore, this demon fox fled from the extreme north, pursued for miles to arrive here. Is the extreme north also part of your demon puppet sect's domain? Elder Wu's brows furrowed, his anger rising, but suddenly he seemed to recall something and softened his tone. Danyang Taoist, why quarrel over a mere demon? Instead, let us do this. You can keep the fox's hide and flesh, and I will take the demon crystal, along with a compensation of 100,000 crystal stones. How does that sound? Thank you for your kindness, Elder Wu, but I am not in need of crystal stones. The Danyang Taoist firmly declined. How about 200,000 crystal stones? That is enough to purchase a low-grade magical artifact, Elder Wu persisted, clearly unwilling to relent. Thank you for your generosity, but I have use for this demon crystal and cannot part with it, the Danyang Taoist reiterated. I will add another 100,000. Elder Wu insisted. This price would suffice to acquire another demon crystal of the same level. The Danyang Taoist continued to shake his head. Elder Wu's temper flared. He was narrow-minded and ruthless, having committed numerous acts of murder and theft. However, he hesitated to act against the Danyang Taoist due to his own status as a golden core cultivator with a significant reputation. Had the Danyang Taoist been of a lower rank, Elder Wu would have been quick to eliminate him without a second thought. With a darkened expression, Elder Wu remarked, "It seems you are unwilling to part with it. Very well, Danyang Taoist, your reputation precedes you, but I must now challenge you." With a flick of his hand, for palm-sized tiger puppets emerged from his storage bag and swiftly transformed into towering giants over 2 meters tall. With a graceful lift of his hand, the Danyang Taoist summoned the Tiangang sword, which soared through the air, and declared, "I am eager to seek your guidance." Chapter 8. The Demon Cultivator. As both parties prepared for combat, Elder Wu suddenly halted, exclaiming, "Indeed, you possess remarkable courage. However, I have no desire to instigate a conflict between our two sections. Let us negotiate. I do not require the White Fox Demon Crystal, but I kindly request that you transfer the essence of the White Fox to me. I am still willing to offer a price of 100,000 crystal stones." Taoist Danyang was taken aback. The essence of the White Fox? Indeed, Elder Wu boasted, you seem not to be well versed in the art of puppetry. My demon puppet sect is renowned for its mastery of this craft. After years of diligent practice, I have gained some insight. Typically, one first forges a puppet from materials, then utilizes crystal stones as the core to animate it. What sets my sect apart from others is our unique ability to embed a fragment of a beast's essence within the puppet, enabling it to mimic certain skills the beast possessed in life. Although Taoist Danyang was not particularly knowledgeable about puppetry, he had heard of the demon puppet sect's blood puppet grand art, which contained various secret techniques, including records of puppets rumored to possess self-awareness. Elder Wu continued, "Ideally, I would wish to acquire both the White Fox's crystal and its essence, but since you are unwilling, I will settle for the essence alone. The essence of a beast is indeed rare, while the crystal, though precious, can be substituted with crystal stones. What do you think of this proposal, Taoist Danyang? You keep the crystal, and I take the essence, with an additional compensation of 100,000 crystal stones." Taoist Danyang found himself intrigued. His primary interest lay in the demon fox's crystal, and he was not well acquainted with the essence's utility. Observing the hesitation in his opponent, Elder Wu pressed on. "You likely do not know how to extract the essence. It will perish if separated from its body for just 3 breaths. If you acquire it without knowing how to use it, it would be a waste, indeed a tragic loss." Unable to resist the temptation, Taoist Danyang was about to agree, considering the depletion of his energy from the recent battle. However, a sense of foreboding struck him. Elder Wu had a notorious reputation. Having committed many acts of murder and theft, numerous righteous cultivators had fallen victim to him. Why would he hesitate to provoke a war between the righteous and the demonic sects? The method of extracting the essence was unknown to him, and he could not ascertain whether Wu would play tricks. In a moment of reflection, Taoist Danyang surveyed his surroundings. "Elder Wu, you seem quite eager. Where are your companions?" Elder Wu's expression shifted to one of malice as he replied, "Ah, but you harbor the same concerns, do you not? However, your companion is unlikely to arrive. I have already summoned my sect's experts, and by now, she may very well be a ghost beneath my blade." Heh, given your arduous path of cultivation. If you hand over the demon fox now, I might spare your life. Months prior, in the kingdom of Yin, a prominent righteous sect known as Lingxiao Pavilion had sent Fairy Ying to gather a rare material, thousand-year ice jade. She had invited her friend Taoist Danyang to venture to the far north for this purpose. After several months of collecting, they were preparing to return when a thunderous tribulation erupted in the sky. Both cultivators, being seasoned practitioners, quickly discerned that a demon beast was undergoing its tribulation. They rushed to the source of the sound and discovered the fox demon in an icy ravine. Remaining hidden, they watched as the fierce tribulation obliterated the fox's treasures. Yet it barely managed to endure. Once the demon completed its tribulation, it would be at its most vulnerable, and the two men seized the opportunity to strike. To their surprise, despite lacking treasures, the fox was incredibly agile. Despite their combined efforts, they could not capture it, and it escaped. The pursuit continued, with the fox demonstrating exceptional evasion skills and the ability to create illusions. They soon realized this fox had likely cultivated for over a millennium and was undergoing the tribulation of transformation, making its crystal an invaluable prize. The chase led them to the Great Song Mountain Range, where the fox, unable to shake its pursuers, plunged into a bottomless cold pool. They attempted to follow but were halted by the chilling aura after descending just 100 feet. After deliberation, they decided that Fairy Ying would return to their sect to retrieve a powerful treasure known as the Kongang Pearl to counteract the pool's cold. While Taoist Danyang remained to monitor the fox, Danyang set up several formations on the water's surface and meditated atop Dusher Peak. Shortly after Fairy Ying departed, the fox realized it was now only being tracked by Danyang and guessed that its other pursuer had gone for reinforcements. It charged out of the formation, intent on escaping, leading to another intense battle. Exhausted, Danyang ultimately had to rely on his sect's secret treasure, the Seven Wonders Tower, to finally subdue the fox. Listening to Elder Wu, it seemed he had discovered Fairy Ying's whereabouts and had notified the demon puppet sect's experts to ambush her. Wu was stalling for time, waiting for support from his sect. However, Danyang quickly reconsidered. Wu was notoriously selfish and might not report the fox's location, thus jeopardizing his own claim to the fox's crystal. If the 8 elders of the demon puppet sect acted in concert, they could easily split their forces, for could confront Ying while the other 4 dealt with him, ensuring victory. It was likely that Elder Wu had only summoned 1 or 2 helpers to delay Ying while he personally confronted Danyang. If fortune smiled upon him and Ying triumphed, she could assist him. Yet, if she faltered, he would be left to face 2 skilled adversaries. In a fleeting instant, Danyang analyzed the situation thoroughly. Realizing that continued stalemate was not in his favor, he ceased speaking, raised a hand, and summoned his flying sword with a resonant hum, which transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling downward. Elder Wu grunted as shadows flickered. He quickly directed the 4 black tiger puppets to intercept. As the dark energy flowed into the puppets, they opened their mouths wide, releasing 4 beams of crimson light that struck the soaring Tian sword. The sword flipped midair but remained unscathed, emitting a flash of white light that severed the neck of 1 black tiger puppet, creating sparks that flew. Elder Wu was startled to see the puppet sustain a 3-inch deep wound, realizing the exceptional quality of the Tian sword. Despite his black tiger puppets being forged from the finest materials, they were not impervious to damage. Muttering incantations, Taoist Danyang wielded the sword with a flurry, attacking with all his might. Aware of his depleted energy, he unleashed his full power. Elder Wu, taken by surprise, commanded the 4 puppets to defend against the onslaught. Though formidable, the puppets lacked agility, and within moments, they were battered and bruised, one unable to unleash its fiery breath due to severe injury. In a frenzied panic, Elder Wu yelled, "You insolent Taoist, do not get too cocky." With a shrill whistle, a dark cloud emerged behind him, surging toward Danyang. Danyang glanced back to see a swarm of ominous poison bees, clearly puppets as well, racing toward him with astonishing speed. Their 2-inch-long stingers glimmered with a deadly blue hue, clearly infused with potent venom, designed to pierce the protective energy of cultivators. Danyang waved his sleeves, summoning his beads to rise, unleashing a beam of purple light that enveloped the swarm. This purple light possessed the ability to dissolve gold, a renowned artifact of the Taiji sect. The poison bees momentarily faltered but broke through the barrier and continued their approach. Retreating, Danyang unleashed 2 talismans, which transformed into ethereal lights, one infused with icy chill and the other radiating scorching heat. The bees caught in the cold were instantly frozen, plummeting to the ground. while those enveloped in flames remained unharmed, lunging ferociously at him. With a flick of his hand, Danyang shattered another ice talisman just as the remaining bees reached him, freezing them in mid-flight. Elder Wu sneered repeatedly. "Let's see how many treasures you possess." He is renowned for his puppetry, possessing a multitude of puppets that are powered solely by crystal stones, allowing him to engage in prolonged battles with minimal depletion of his own magical energy. Chapter 9, Blood Puppet Technique. The Taoist of Danyang had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle with his opponent. With a commanding shout, the celestial sword radiated a brilliant light, rapidly expanding in the air until it transformed into a colossal sword, 50 zhang in length, descending like a mountain. The 4 black tiger puppets that stood in its path were cleaved to pieces, reduced to a heap of scrap metal that scattered downwards. Elder Wu exclaimed in astonishment. The giant sword technique. A palpable pressure enveloped him, binding his body and rendering him incapable of evading. A sense of impending doom washed over Elder Wu, and without hesitation, he retrieved a 3-inch-tall puppet from his robe, spitting a mouthful of blood onto it while murmuring an incantation. The puppet transformed into a 10-zhang-tall giant, soaring into the air and striking the sword's blade with a single punch, showing no fear of its edge. A thunderous roar echoed as the giant's sword was deflected. The Taoist of Danyang felt a jolt of shock, nearly coughing up blood. The seemingly inconspicuous puppet, with its tattered features, had withstood the might of the celestial sword forged from deep-sea fine iron, cultivated with his true essence for 2 centuries, without leaving a single mark. It became clear that this puppet was the opponent's trump card, the legendary ancient true puppet. It was said that Elder Wu Lu of the demon puppet sect had stumbled upon the lair of an ancient cultivator a century ago, from which he acquired this true puppet. The lair was fraught with perilous traps, and Wu Lu had narrowly escaped with his life, while his brother, Wu Si, perished within its depths. The true puppet lunged forward, its left arm extending to grasp the sword's body. The Taoist of Danyang formed a seal, and the celestial sword clanged in protest, but could not break free. The Taoist sensed his energy waning, his true essence diminished, as the puppet conjured an illusory form in mid-air, leaping towards him. Midway, the puppet opened its mouth, expelling a fireball that swelled with the wind, rapidly descending like a small mountain. The air thickened with a scorching heat, causing the snow and ice surrounding the Deer Head Peak to melt away. With a thunderous shout, the Taoist unleashed his true chi, the celestial sword soaring from the puppet's grasp. Simultaneously, he urged his flying shuttle and darted beneath the fireball just as it crashed into the eastern side of Camel Ridge, creating a massive explosion that obliterated a hillock, sending flames soaring into the sky. Unprepared for the puppet's overwhelming power, the Taoist directed the celestial sword not to intercept the puppet, but to strike at Elder Wu. In battles against puppeteers, engaging in combat with their puppets was a foolish strategy. As an adept of puppetry, Elder Wu possessed an arsenal of concealed weapons. Instead, the prudent approach was to eliminate the puppeteer himself. With Elder Wu slain, all puppets would be rendered powerless. Elder Wu's eyes widened in panic as the giant sword bore down upon him. Far from recalling his true puppet, he swiftly unleashed 2 giant ape puppets. But before they could launch an attack, they were severed into 4 pieces by the sword's blinding light. Retreating in haste, Elder Wu produced 2 to 3 dozen wolf puppets from his bag. The Taoist of Danyang, skillfully maneuvering with his flying shuttle to evade the puppet's pursuit, channeled all his magical power into the celestial sword, aiming to eliminate Elder Wu in one fell swoop. The sword's brilliance sliced through the air, and the wolf puppets were reduced to mere fragments. Elder Wu, in a state of utter disarray, called out frantically, while the true puppet unleashed another fireball. The flying shuttle beneath the Taoist was a magical artifact, allowing him to swiftly evade the massive fireball as it soared past Deer Head Peak and veered southward. Though initially unconcerned, the Taoist's attention was drawn to the fireball, now barreling towards Yozhan Temple. Remembering the presence of a mortal child within, he was seized by alarm. Hastily, he retrieved a crimson bell from his bag and hurled it towards the fireball, colliding with it just before impact, redirecting it to graze the rock face and plummet into the valley below. In that moment of distraction, Elder Wu seized his opportunity to catch his breath, reciting incantations as the true puppet shrank to human size, its speed doubling. It hurled a punch at the Taoist's chest. The Taoist barely managed to evade the blow, but then an astonishing scene unfolded. The true puppet suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a stark contrast of black and white, accompanied by a hint of mockery. The Taoist gasped in shock as the puppet's left hand shot forward, striking him with lightning speed, nearly piercing through his right chest. The Taoist let out a pained cry. his protective barrier of true qi dissipating, and he fell to the ground before Yojin Temple, blood soaking his garments. Exhausted from expending his magical energy, he had poured the remainder into the celestial sword, leaving only a thin veil of protective qi. Caught off guard by the puppet's sudden assault and distracted by the fireball, he had been grievously wounded. Shifeng, who had been secretly observing from within the hall, could no longer contain himself. He rushed out to support the Taoist, who lay bloodied, his gaze fixed intently on the true puppet. You have actually cultivated into a spiritual puppet," he murmured. Elder Wu laughed heartily, flying to the front of Deer Head Peak. With a flick of his hand, the true puppet returned to his side, now holding the celestial sword, which had reverted to its original form after the Taoist's injury. Elder Wu examined the sword, exclaiming, "What a fine treasure. Thank you very much. But let me clarify. This is not a spiritual puppet, but a blood puppet. I have sealed my essence into this puppet, granting it a semblance of sentience, allowing it to retain some instincts from its previous life, enabling it to respond autonomously in battle without the need for its master's commands. As for true spiritual puppets that can independently generate intelligence, they likely exist only in the celestial realm." The Taoist gasped for breath, spitting another mouthful of blood. Unfazed, Elder Wu coldly declared, "Now, I shall send you on your way." Pointing at the Taoist, he commanded, "Kill him," not even glancing at the mortal child nearby. At that moment, a glimmer of white light emerged from the Taoist's bloodied sleeve, and a white fox suddenly appeared. Having been summoned by the Taoist using his essence to activate the Qiqiaoling Long Tower, releasing the millennia-old white fox. The fox, having been refined within the northern dipper formation of the tower for an extended period, appeared lethargic. Upon its release, it instinctively fixed its violet gaze upon Elder Wu. Elder Wu, a master of puppetry, relied on mental prowess to control numerous puppets. Though his magical power might not match that of the Taoist, his mental acuity was formidable. Recognizing the threat posed by the violet-eyed gaze, he understood the peril of the impending illusion. Should it penetrate his consciousness, he would succumb to a series of delusions. And even the wounded Taoist could easily be slain. Startled, he instinctively jerked his head back, desperately avoiding the white fox's gaze. In a sudden, erratic motion, his hand, which had been aimed at the Taoist, inadvertently pointed at the white fox. The true puppet, receiving the command, lunged forth, its right fist directed at the fox. The white fox, already on the brink of collapse, had no means of evading the assault. The puppet's fist pierced through the fox's chest, emerging with a translucent, egg-sized orb, the fox's demon crystal. The white fox let out a mournful cry as its body tumbled down the cliff beside Shifeng. Its fluffy tail brushed against Shifeng's right leg, causing him to instinctively recoil, sensing a chill that seemed to seep into his leg. Startled, he touched his right leg, but the coldness had dissipated, and there was no sign of any anomaly. Looking back at the white fox, he saw it swept away by the howling winds amidst the vast mountains, its fate uncertain. Elder Wu let out a cry of dismay, quickly scanning the demon crystal with his consciousness. In that fleeting moment, the white fox's essence dissipated entirely. The souls of demon beasts vanished more rapidly than those of humans, extinguished almost instantaneously upon death. Elder Wu gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. You dare to destroy my treasure. I intended to send you to the afterlife with grace, but today I shall extract your very soul as compensation. Go. First sever his hands and feet." With that, he hurled the heavenly gang sword to the blood puppet. The blood puppet received the sword, a glimmer of mockery flickering in its eyes, and with a swift motion of its right hand, it plunged the sword into Elder Wu's left chest. Chapter 10. Unwarranted Calamity. Elder Wu let out a blood-curdling scream, his eyes bulging with disbelief. Taoist Danyang wore a look of shock. He had heard tales of practitioners of ghostly arts being devoured by specters, and of cultivators being betrayed by their own pets. Yet he had never encountered a puppet that could turn against its master. A sword pierced through Elder Wu's heart, and blood trickled from his mouth as his throat gurgled. "Why you?" The blood puppet cackled maniacally. "Oh dear brother, how does it feel to be ambushed from behind?" Elder Wu appeared as if he had seen a ghost, while the blood puppet reveled in its triumph. "In the past, within the cave, you schemed against our own brother for this puppet, extracting my essence and sealing it within. Huh. You know not that this puppet is forged from the essence of Qingluo stone, possessing the ability to soothe and nourish the spirit. I awakened 3 years ago and have longed to kill you, waiting for the right moment. Today, I finally have my chance. Once I slay you, I shall seize your body and reign supreme." Ha ha ha. Of course, shrill laughter echoed in the air. Elder Wu's eyes gleamed with determination as he growled, "You shall not succeed." His right hand, concealed within his sleeve, crushed a hidden object, and the blood puppet shrieked as its legs exploded. Blood poison curse, how cruel. The blood puppet plummeted from the sky, and Elder Wu drew his Tian Gang sword in response. He spat out blood, hastily producing a talisman and affixing it to his chest, causing the bleeding to cease. He had cast a vicious blood poison curse within the puppet, not aimed at the puppet itself, but as a last resort for himself. The blood used was that of his brother, Wu Si, steeped in it for a decade to merge the essence into the true puppet. Due to their bloodline connection, only he could control it, ensuring it would fall into enemy hands. Should the true puppet be seized, reciting the curse would ensure mutual destruction, a final trump card for Wu Lu. Unexpectedly, Wu Si had not perished but had instead revived within the puppet. In a confrontation, Wu Lu could not possibly defeat the blood puppet. However, with the blood poison curse, he could easily eliminate it. As the blood puppet howled in agony, its limbs and torso erupted in a violent explosion, culminating in a deafening blast of its head. Debris rained down upon Yuzhen Temple. Amidst the chaos, Taoist Danyang suddenly spat blood. A glimmer of light emerging from his sleeve as the Qiqiao Linglong Tower soared into the air. He had previously activated the tower and released a white fox. Now, he concentrated the remnants of his power to summon the tower, which radiated a kaleidoscope of divine light towards Elder Wu. Injured and unable to evade, Elder Wu cried out as the tower struck him directly, reducing his corporeal form to dust, leaving not a trace of his consciousness behind. The tower's brilliance swiftly turned his remains to ash, a display of unparalleled dominance. Stone Feng felt dazed and bewildered, rendered speechless by the unfolding events. Taoist Danyang retrieved a black pill from his robe and swallowed it. As he scanned the surroundings, his expression suddenly shifted, and he hastily collected the scattered artifacts, seizing Stone Feng and flying downward from Deer Head Peak. In a brief moment, they landed in a hollow at the mountain's base. Taoist Danyang raised his hand, using a flying sword to carve a large hole into a shadowy section of the cliff. He pulled Stone Feng into the cave, quickly setting 4 seals at the entrance. Upon completing this, he trembled violently and collapsed to the ground. Stone Feng rushed to support him, breathlessly asking, "Master, what is happening?" "Do not cry out," Taoist Danyang gasped. "The enemy reinforcements have arrived. I am completely drained of power and cannot contend with them." Stone Feng nodded repeatedly, holding his breath and shrinking back. Taoist Danyang sat cross-legged, eyes shut, his spirit extending outward. After about an hour, the muscles beneath his jaw twitched violently, his fists clenched as if he could not resist standing, but ultimately sighed, remaining seated. As 4 more hours passed, the afternoon sun blazed outside, and Taoist Danyang's complexion grew increasingly sallow, his breath faint. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and beckoned. "Stone Feng, come here." Stone Feng crawled to his side. Taoist Danyang spoke, "I am nearing my end. This is my fate. As a monk, I have long transcended life and death. It is not a significant matter. However, I regret that in my final moments, I have inadvertently brought calamity upon you in Hongsher Town." Stone Feng was perplexed. "Master, why do you say such things? After my fierce battle with that devilish adept last night, his allies are nearly upon us. I hastily brought you to this cave to hide, unable to locate me." That individual turned to Hongsher Town, only to find the corpse of the Millennium White Fox blown to the town's entrance by the mountain winds. "I had lingered in the land deity temple and your home, leaving traces of my presence. Frustrated by the absence of the White Fox's crystalline core, the devilish rogue, in a fit of rage, slaughtered the entire town and set it ablaze." Stone Feng felt as though struck by lightning, and after a long silence, he cried out, "Mother! Sister! Oh heavens! Oh heavens!" At merely 13 years of age, he had relied on his widowed mother and younger sister for companionship. Despite the hardships they endured, he persevered for their sake, yet in just one night, they had been torn from him. His mind blank, all that remained was the agonizing wail of "Mother! Mother! Return my mother to me! Oh heavens! How could you be so cruel to my sister, who is not yet 10? Tears streamed down Taoist Danyang's face as he murmured, "I cannot redeem my transgressions with 1,000 deaths. I have no face to meet my ancestors." Stone Feng's cries grew hoarse, and he collapsed. Taoist Danyang reached out, channeling energy to revive him. Stone Feng suddenly shouted, "I refuse to believe it. I will find my mother and sister." Taoist Danyang forcefully restrained him. "Stone Feng, do not go. The people from the demon puppet sect have not left. You would surely meet your demise." In a fit of rage, Stone Feng drew a dagger, exclaiming, "They slaughtered my family. I will fight them." Taoist Danyang replied, "You are but a mortal. They could extinguish you with a mere breath. What can you do? Child, sit down. My time is short, and there are matters I must entrust to you. I implore you to listen." Upon hearing this, Stone Feng noticed Taoist Danyang's complexion had darkened entirely, blood congealed upon his garments, and his breath was faint. He stood frozen in place. With a great effort, Taoist Danyang produced a jade box, saying, "Stone Feng, I am a cultivator of the Taiji sect. You possess a kind heart and a rare ability to multitask. I had intended to take you as my disciple, but alas, you lack spiritual roots and cannot enter our sect. It is a pity." Taoist Danyang sighed repeatedly and continued, "Today, due to my misfortune, you have become a homeless child. You may head south to seek the Taiji sect. I have left a message for my senior brother to take you in. While you may not cultivate, it will ensure a life of comfort and wealth for you. Additionally, please personally deliver this jade box to my senior brother Dao Chong. Inside is his image and a map to the Taiji sect." As he spoke, a green light entered Stone Feng's consciousness, and he immediately perceived the image of a person along with a series of map inscriptions. Taoist Danyang gasped for breath. Producing a jade token. "This is my identity token. Take it back to the Taiji sect as a token of authenticity. This token and the jade box are of great significance. If their existence is discovered, your life will be in jeopardy. Remember this." He gestured, causing the token and jade box to shrink to the size of a thumb, landing before Stone Feng. He then retrieved a small vial, placing it alongside the token and box. "These contain some pills. Should you feel unwell, take one." Stone Feng stood there in a daze, not reaching out to take them. Taoist Danyang sighed, "If you do not wish to, you may discard these items. Do not carry them with you. It will only invite misfortune." As he finished speaking, his complexion flushed, as if a fleeting vitality had surged, and memories rushed back vividly to his mind. Danyang Taoist closed his eyes for an extended period, ultimately breaking into a faint smile. The disciples of the demon puppet sect should have ventured far away by now. I have placed restrictions on this jade box and its inscription, concealing its aura. They will not be able to detect it. After my demise, I shall incinerate my entire being with the fragmented Dan's true fire, leaving no trace behind. If anyone inquires about you, simply claim ignorance." Having spoken, he straightened his posture and sat cross-legged, softly chanting an unknown scripture. Suddenly, a surge of red light erupted from his lower abdomen, gradually expanding to envelop his entire form, resembling a raging inferno, yet devoid of any warmth. Amidst the flames, Danyang Taoist's visage remained dignified, as his body slowly faded from existence. Ultimately, the fire dimmed and extinguished in a fleeting moment, plunging the cave back into a state of chilling darkness. Chapter 11. A long journey. Shifeng stood motionless against the cave wall for a while, then suddenly turned and ran wildly outside, completely ignoring the jade box and small vial on the ground. He dashed across the mountain pass and climbed up a high slope. When he looked up, his legs weakened, and he fell to his knees. The once visible Hongsher town, 3 to 4 miles away, had vanished, replaced instead by a charred wasteland. Shifeng cried out in anguish as he ran, and upon reaching the site, he found that the surrounding snow and ice had melted away, revealing burnt branches and grass beneath, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remains. As he approached the desolation, he saw that the blackened earth was strewn with several massive boulders. A portion of these boulders had sunk deep into the ground, completely obscuring the mere 20 households of Hongsher town, which had been buried under the debris of destruction. It was evident that the members of the demon puppet sect had burned the village and subsequently used their stone manipulation to bury it. The melting snow had turned into water, mingling with dirt and ash, creating a muddy quagmire. Shifeng trudged through the muck and cried out loudly, "Mother, little sister." But there was no reply. He attempted to push one of the boulders, but it was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a great tree. It did not budge. Sitting amidst the mud and water, Shifeng felt utterly desolate. Time passed, and soon the northern wind grew fierce, darkness descended again, and the muddy water began to freeze in the cold air. He found it unbearable to remain engulfed in the icy water and had to rise to his feet. Hongsher town lay 30 to 40 miles from the nearest neighboring town, and in the dead of winter, with heavy snow blocking the mountains, despite the flames that had raged, no one came to investigate. Having gone a day without food, he felt no hunger, quenching his thirst with handfuls of snow. The entirety of Hongsher town had been swallowed by the earth, and had he attempted to spend the night in the snow, he would have surely frozen. Fortunately, there were some cave dwellings nearby. The villagers, who primarily hunted and made pottery, had prepared these caves with straw to prevent snow from drifting in during the winter months. Shifeng sought refuge in one of the caves, burrowing himself into the pile of straw. Exhausted, he found himself unable to sleep due to the pain in his heart, tossing and turning through the night until he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, he awoke and began searching around the boulders, clinging to a sliver of hope that perhaps his mother and sister had not been in the village that fateful night and had miraculously escaped the disaster. However, after a day of searching, he found not a single soul, nor even a trace of wildlife. He knew that the incident had occurred in the early hours. Even if the villagers had been awake, his mother, with her limited mobility, could not have fled. Days passed as he continued his search, yet he discovered nothing. When hunger struck, he would dig up some radishes from the fields, and when thirsty, he would eat snow. Ultimately, despair consumed him as he contemplated his situation. He and his mother and sister had relied on one another, with all their elders long departed. A distant uncle also lay buried beneath the boulders, leaving him utterly alone. With Hongsher town utterly destroyed and the bitter cold rendering it uninhabitable, he resolved to leave. The nearest town was Chiyang, where he had accompanied the villagers in trading animal pelts on several occasions. However, he had no relatives there either, and as a 13-year-old boy, he felt incapable of establishing himself. As he reflected on his circumstances, he recalled the dying words of the Danyang Taoist. This calamity, though set in motion by him, had not been his intention nor his doing. Moreover, the Danyang Taoist had shown him much kindness, even sacrificing himself to spare him trouble in his final moments. Remembering the Taoist's regret, Shifeng's heart softened. He returned to the makeshift cave at the foot of Lushou Peak. The snow and ice had sealed the entrance once more. But Shifeng found a branch and pried it open. Inside, everything remained unchanged. The jade box, the nameplate, and the small vial lay undisturbed. Aside from these three items, the Danyang Taoist had left nothing behind. Shifeng gathered the three items into his embrace, pondering how to reach the Taiji sect. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the map inscribed by the Danyang Taoist materialized in his mind, and he marveled at the sight of it, his heart racing. The Taiji sect was located near the Shirgu mountain range, nearly 1,000 miles away, traversing various towns, mountains, and rivers. As a child from the deep mountains, he had never heard of these places, save for Chiang Town, the first location he knew. After exiting the cave, he was about to leave when he reconsidered and moved some large stones to stack at the cave entrance, creating a makeshift tomb, and bowed 3 times in respect. Leaving the cave, he returned to the small river near the village, finding a dry spot on a high bank where he piled earth to create a grave. Marking it with stones and inserting a tree branch stripped of its bark, carving his mother's and sister's names into it. Suddenly, he felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, and tears streamed down his face. The day before his departure, his mother had sat by the bedside, sewing his tattered coat and tightening the bowstring on his mulberry wood bow. His little sister, Shibiyu, had begged him to pierce and polish the large canine tooth of a blue wolf so she could make a pendant. As the village girl Xiaoqing had a similar wolf tooth pendant. Shifeng sat in silence for a long time before sitting up straight and deeply bowing 9 times. He rose and glanced back at the village of his past before turning silently southward. After a day of travel, he finally arrived at Chiang Town. Much larger than Hongsher Town, the inhabitants of Chiang Town were evidently unaware of the calamity that had befallen Hongsher Town. Shifeng, both hungry and weary, felt too embarrassed to beg. He sat idly beneath an eave for a while, only to be chased away by passers-by. Eventually, he found refuge in a dilapidated temple, where he spent a night shivering from hunger and cold. The sorrow he had endured, compounded by several days in the icy elements, caused him to fall into a high fever. After days without food and lacking the means to seek medical attention, he lay in the crumbling temple, teetering on the brink of death, feeling life slowly slipping away. In his dying moments, an idea suddenly struck him, and he struggled to pull out the small vial from his pocket, extracting a green bean-sized pill and swallowing it. The pill was fragrant and sweet, dissolving instantly in his mouth, sending a warm current coursing from his throat into his chest. In moments, Shifeng was drenched in sweat, his fever dissipating, and a sense of fullness replaced his hunger. Even more astonishingly, his muscles and bones surged with newfound strength, invigorating him to the point that he felt capable of defeating a charging tiger with a few punches. Overjoyed, Shifeng was filled with admiration for the Taoist's miraculous powers. He picked up the small vial and examined it closely, noting that 4 pills remained inside. He carefully sealed the vial and tucked it away securely. The next day, Following the directions left by the Danyang Taoist, Shifeng continued his journey southward. The incessant spring rain made the roads muddy as he, a young boy, trudged along the mountain paths, barefoot and with a pair of leather boots slung over his back. The vast expanse of the plains lay before him, the sun blazing overhead. A young boy shielded himself with a large leaf, sweating profusely as his leather boots deteriorated. He fashioned a pair of makeshift grass shoes from vines. On the edge of a small town, a boy bore a longbow and carried 2 mountain chickens, exchanging them for a few steamed buns and a handful of copper coins from a woman. In the bustling streets of Sijing City, a disheveled and ragged little beggar clutched a chipped bowl, weaving through the crowd. Barefoot, his mulberry would bow nowhere to be seen, lost or damaged by the elements. From the moment Shifeng departed Hongsha town in the first month, he endured countless hardships, finally reaching Anyang City, near the Shirgu mountain range, in the 8th month. Chapter 12. The Taiji sect. The city of Anyang is of moderate size, with a population of approximately 20 to 30,000, renowned for its timber production. Outside the city flows a canal, bustling with flat-bottomed boats laden with pine and fir wood. In a secluded alley to the south of Anyang, as noon approaches, a small beggar strolls down the long stone-paved road, glancing at the signs on either side until he halts before a shop named by Fu Xiangzhu. The store is modest, and behind a pinewood counter, a plump shopkeeper yawns languidly. Suddenly, upon noticing the beggar peeking in, he exclaims, Hey, get out. This is a shop for incense, not a tavern. Go beg somewhere else." The beggar, Shifeng, looks at him and inquires, "Are you Master Song Jinfu?" The shopkeeper, taken aback, replies, "Who are you? Do you recognize me?" Shifeng glances around to ensure no one is watching, then pulls out a token from his pocket and places it on the counter. Originally the size of a palm, it has been magically reduced to the size of a thumb by the Taoist from Danyang. Upon seeing the token, the shopkeeper is immediately startled. He strides to the door, secures it, and hangs a sign indicating that the shop is closed, then whispers, "Please come inside." Shifeng discreetly grips a dagger in his right hand and follows Master Song into the back room. This room serves as the shopkeeper's living quarters, tidy and well kept. Master Song retrieves a round object from a chest and places it on the table. Shifeng observes that the disc appears to be wooden, adorned with enigmatic symbols. When Master Song places the token on the disc, it begins to hum and emits a soft white light that flickers and vanishes. Hastily, Master Song hands the token back to Shifeng, his tone now overly courteous. "I apologize, my eyes are poor. I did not recognize you earlier. What instructions do you have?" Shifeng replies, "I wish to go to the Taiji sect." Master Song looks puzzled. "This is merely a point for the sect to relay messages. If you wish to return to the mountain gate, you can do so directly. Why seek my assistance?" Shifeng insists, "That is not your concern. Just arrange for my return to the mountain gate." Being of low rank, Master Song cannot discern Shifeng's true identity and dares not offend him. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements. When do you wish to depart?" Shifeng replies, "Immediately." Without delay, Master Song agrees and prepares to leave, but Shifeng interrupts, "Wait." Master Song promptly asks, "What would you like to instruct?" Shifeng hesitates. "Do you have any food? It would not hurt to eat before departing." In the afternoon, a carriage exits the southern gate of Anyang, drawn by 2 strong horses that gallop swiftly, winding their way past the canal toward the western Shirgu Mountains. After more than an hour's journey, they arrive at a modest temple. The 2 men alight from the carriage, one stout, the other slender. The stout man pushes open the temple gate and exchanges a few words with a young acolyte before both enter the temple. In the rear courtyard of the temple, a group of thin, elderly Taoists holds the token, astonished. "This is the token of the Taoist from Danyang. Where did you acquire it?" Shifeng responds, "I must speak with Taoist Chong." The elder scrutinizes Shifeng for a long moment and questions, "Young brother, you possess no martial prowess and are not a disciple of the Taiji sect. Why do you wish to see Taoist Chong? Can I convey your message?" Shifeng merely shakes his head. The elder then asks for his name and background, but Shifeng remains silent, insisting only on seeing Taoist Chong. After some contemplation, the elder suggests, "Very well, please stay overnight at the temple. I shall report to the sect and determine the next steps. Master Song, you may return now." Master Song, who has been waiting nearby, bows in agreement and exits. Shifeng quickly adds, "Master Song, please do not spread word of this matter." Having discerned that Shifeng is not a true envoy, Master Song shakes his head. "You are quite cautious, my boy. I am well aware of such etiquette." The next day, the elder leads Shifeng to a secret chamber. The chamber, measuring 10 feet square, is utterly bare except for numerous symbols inscribed on the floor. With a central groove, the elder produces a crystal and places it in the groove, murmuring incantations while forming a hand gesture. Suddenly, the ground emits a resonant hum, and a radiant light spirals upward. The elder steps into the formation, saying, "Young brother, step forward." Shifeng hesitates, but ultimately advances into the formation. The elder casts another spell, and their figures blur, gradually vanishing. Shifeng feels a dizzying sensation, and when he opens his eyes again, he finds himself and the elder in a cool pavilion halfway up a mountain. Beneath them lies a formation similar to the previous one, while outside the pavilion stand two individuals, a middle-aged man in his 40s and a youth of 17 or 18. Upon hearing the sound of the formation, both rise. The middle-aged man, seeing the elder, bows respectfully, "Brother Yu." The elder returns the gesture. "Ah, today is your duty, Brother Lin. I am here on sect orders to bring this child back to the mountain." The middle-aged man nods. "Yes, the steward at the deacon's hall has already given instructions." He then produces a token from his pocket and mutters an incantation. Shifeng notices that they are situated on a mountainside, facing a deep valley shrouded in mist, obscuring any view. After completing the incantation, the token points toward the white fog, which begins to swirl and reveal a pathway. The elder urges Shifeng, "Let us proceed." Shifeng feels a sudden lightness and is swiftly pulled into the mist by the elder. As the scenery shifts, he finds himself standing at the base of a mountain, confronted by a range of peaks, with ethereal pavilions and towers faintly visible, occasionally graced by the flight of immortals. It is autumn, yet the mountains are adorned with vibrant blossoms and ancient pines casting deep shadows, filling the air with the fragrant essence of flora. Shifeng silently praises. "So this is the abode of the immortals?" The elder, amused by Shifeng's dazed expression, watches him with a smirk. Shifeng's gaze is drawn to a massive stone resembling a reclining ox, upon which the words Taiji sect are carved in large, elegant script. Beneath it are inscribed several lines of smaller text, which upon closer inspection read, "The 5 elements are difficult to discern, good and evil are hard to separate. Inner and outer are challenging to reject, right and wrong are complex to untangle, love and hate are difficult to cast aside." Unsure of their meaning, he refrains from questioning and stands in silence alongside the elder. After a while, a young man in his 20s approaches, his features strikingly handsome. The elder greets him. "Brother Zhou." Zhou returns the greeting. "Thank you for your efforts, Brother Yu. I will take charge of this child." The elder nods and departs. Zhou looks at Shifeng and says, "Come along." Leading Shifeng along the mountain path, Zhou moves swiftly, his steps light, while Shifeng struggles to keep pace. Panting heavily, Zhou neither scolds him for lagging nor offers assistance, merely pausing momentarily when Shifeng falls behind. After a considerable trek, Shifeng, accustomed to climbing mountains since childhood, manages to keep up. They arrive at a broad area atop the ridge, where a grand white jade archway towers over them, inscribed with the words Ancient Men. Further ahead lies a sprawling complex of pavilions and houses, adorned with intricate carvings and resplendent architecture. Zhou guides Shifeng into the eastern courtyard, where many individuals dressed in white robes and green sashes greet them with bows. Zhou acknowledges them with a slight nod but does not engage further. Shifeng notes that Zhou seems to hold a prominent position within the Taiji sect. Upon entering the inner courtyard, an elderly man with a black beard approaches, clasping his hands in greeting. "Ah, Brother Zhou, what an honor to have you here." He appears to be of an age that could easily make him Zhou's father, yet he addresses Zhou with utmost respect. Zhou replies, "Chin, no need for formality. Please arrange for this child to have a place to stay." Chapter 13. Dao Chongzhen Ren, the elderly man of the Chen surname, produced a piece of brocade and examined it. The east 6 rooms are conveniently vacant and sunlit. "What do you think, Brother Zhou?" Brother Zhou replied, "Let us choose this one." The Chen elder retrieved a wooden plaque from his person, stating, "This is the door access token." Brother Zhou accepted it with a nod and led Shifeng down the eastern corridor. The courtyard was square, with a clear pool at its center, adorned with lotus leaves. In the midst of autumn, the pool was unexpectedly vibrant with blooming lotus flowers, while a couple of cranes floated on the surface, occasionally stretching their necks to call out. The two made their way to the door marked with a 6. Brother Zhou waved the wooden plaque, and the door opened silently. Inside, the space was modest but bright and impeccably clean. Brother Zhou casually closed the door and said, "Please, have a seat." Shifeng sat on a stool, and Brother Zhou continued, "Now that we are within the mountain gate, you may express your intentions." Shifeng stood and replied, This matter requires the presence of Dao Chongzhen Rin to be conveyed. Brother Zhou paused, his expression turning stern. The master has been in seclusion for years. Even I see him only once or twice a year. It is not something you can simply request. However, before you proceed, you must tell me your name, your origin, and how the memorial plaque of the Danyang master came to be in the hands of a mere mortal. After a moment of contemplation, Shifeng responded, these matters must be discussed directly with Dao Chongzhen Rin. Brother Zhou's expression shifted, barely suppressing his irritation. Very well. You may wait, but as an ordinary mortal, you might wait a lifetime and still not meet the master. With that, he tossed the wooden plaque onto the table and left. Yet, before a lifetime could pass, only a meal's time later, Brother Zhou hurried back, stating, let us go. The master wishes to see you. They exited the courtyard and proceeded to a plain pavilion in the east, where a plump man was yawning. Brother Zhou quickly pulled Shifeng into the formation, declaring to Ironsword Peak. The plump man promptly activated the token in his hand, and the formation shimmered with mystical light. In an instant, Shifeng and Brother Zhou found themselves atop a towering mountain, where the path wound beneath their feet amidst clouds and mist. Midway up the mountain, the mist swirled around, and at the summit, numerous buildings stood. Brother Zhou guided Shifeng to a secluded area on the northern side, where a simple bamboo hut awaited. As they approached the bamboo hut, a deep voice emerged from within. Is that you, Shou Qing? Come in. Brother Zhou, who was indeed Shou Qing, bowed respectfully and ushered Shifeng inside. The hut was modest. On a bamboo mat to the east sat an elderly Taoist, his hair and beard white, secured with a hairpin, his demeanor gentle. Beside him sat a black-clad elder with a partially bald head, his expression bearing a hint of severity. Shifeng, upon seeing the elderly Taoist, recognized him as the very image of the Danyang Taoist and promptly bowed low. I pay my respects to Dao Chongzhen Rin. The elderly Taoist smiled and said, please rise, young friend. A gentle force lifted Shifeng to his feet as Dao Chongzhen Rin continued. Zhou Qing, you may wait outside. Zhou Qing complied, bowing again before exiting the room. Dao Chongzhen Rin then spoke slowly. I am indeed Dao Chong. I have heard that you possess the memorial plaque of Danyang's disciple and have come to seek me. Where is Danyang now? Shifeng replied. The Danyang Zhenrao has passed away. The black-clad elder interjected. When did this occur? Shifeng answered, it was last winter, approximately 9 months ago. Dao Chongzhen Rin and the black-clad elder exchanged glances, their expressions revealing no surprise. 9 months prior, the life plaque of the Danyang Taoist had shattered unexpectedly, a fact well known among the higher echelons of their sect. Consequently, many skilled individuals had been dispatched to investigate, yet the cause remained elusive. Dao Chongzhen Rin nodded, asking, do you know the reason for Danyang's demise, and how did his plaque come into your possession? Shifeng produced a jade box from his robe, stating, the details are thoroughly explained by Danyang Taoist within this jade box. I ask you to examine it. As Dao Chong reached for it, the black-clad elder cautioned, hold on. Master, this individual's origins are unclear. We must be wary of deception. Dao Chongzhen Rin smiled. This young friend is without power, merely a mortal. How could he possibly conspire against us? The black-clad elder retorted, if he possessed any power, how could he have easily reached Ironsword Peak? The world is filled with trickery. We must be cautious with this jade box. Dao Chong extended his hand, and a purple light enveloped the jade box, enlarging it from the size of a thumb to a foot in length. After a moment of silent concentration, Dao Chong remarked, there is no harm. The restrictions on this box were indeed set by Danong. It is sealed with the 99 mystical tortoise seal. Only the two of us can unlock it. Should anyone else attempt to force it open, the box will explode. Clearly, what lies within is of great significance to Danong. He then began to weave intricate hand seals. And moments later, with a crisp sound, the jade box slowly opened. Dao Chong scanned its contents, immediately recognizing the exquisite 7 treasures pagoda, the celestial sword, the flowing cloud shuttle, and the soul-collecting bell. In addition, there was a jade slip and a round stone the size of an egg. Observing closely, Dao Chong's expression shifted slightly, as if he had encountered a crystallized core from a shape-shifting beast. Brother, take a look. The black-clad elder extended his consciousness and exclaimed with delight, indeed, such an item is unlikely to be found in the entire sect. Dao Chong then picked up the jade slip, channeling a thread of consciousness into it. His expression remained inscrutable for quite some time, and after a deep sigh, he handed the slip to the black-clad elder. Brother, you should examine this as well. The black-clad elder scrutinized it with his consciousness, gritting his teeth as he declared, it is indeed the handiwork of the demonic sect's thieves. This matter cannot be allowed to rest. Dao Chongzhenren replied, we must deliberate carefully on this issue. You are Shifeng, correct? He turned to address Shifeng, who nodded affirmatively. You are quite young. Having traveled 1,000 miles, your efforts are commendable. Recalling something. Shifeng retrieved a small vial from his robe, stating, these medicinal pills also belong to Danong Daoist. Dao Chongzhenren nodded. Dandong has mentioned that these 5 serenity pills are a gift for you. He worried that at your tender age, without any means, you might fall ill. With a hint of irony, he added, strangely enough, these serenity pills are esteemed elixirs for enhancing the cultivation of those in the core formation stage. It took Danong over 50 years to acquire just 5, truly precious. Even if a mere mortal consumes them, they can cure numerous ailments, strengthen bones, and stave off hunger for over 10 days. The black-clad elder remarked, fortunately, he is mortal and cannot unleash the pill's spiritual energy. Were he a chi refinement cultivator, the potency within these serenity pills would be so refined that consuming even one would lead to his demise. As he spoke, a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. For serenity pills were exceedingly rare. He himself had only managed to acquire 2 over the years, intending to use them when breaking through his bottleneck. The thought of this child consuming 5 of them was enough to make him want to spit blood. Shifeng stammered, I did not know these pills were so precious. Due to a persistent fever, I accidentally consumed one, and I returned the remaining 4. The black-clad elder, taken aback, leaped to his feet. What? You still have 4? Forgetting his dignified demeanor, he rushed over, snatching the small vial. Upon opening it, his face transformed into a joyous smile, repeatedly exclaiming, good, good. You have done well. Dao Chongzhenren, astonished, asked, if you haven't consumed these pills, how did you endure the arduous journey of over 1,000 miles to arrive at Shirgu Mountain? Shifeng replied, I took 8 months to arrive here. Dao Chong, noting his lack of complaints about the hardships endured, silently nodded. He then turned to the black-clad elder. Brother, what do you think should be done regarding Danyang's final wishes? The black-clad elder shook his head. This would likely be inappropriate. This child lacks spiritual roots and cannot comprehend the Tao. How could he be accepted into the inner sect? Even if we agree, the master would not allow it. I suggest we designate him as an outer disciple, which would suffice to honor Danong. Dao Chongzhenren stroked his beard thoughtfully, contemplating. This child's family perished due to my Tai Chi sect. Despite his youth, he has kept his word, traversing mountains and rivers to return his master's belongings to our sect. Such loyalty is indeed a great merit for our order. The elder clad in black scoffed, remarking on the rigidity of the sect leader, suggesting that such a person would never easily amend the ancestral rules. Dao Chongzhenren closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before stating, Shifeng, you shall remain at the guest house at the mountain gate and await further news. Shifeng did not dwell on his acceptance or rejection into the inner sect. However, if he were expelled from Tai Chi Gate, he was uncertain where he might end up. Though slightly disheartened, he refrained from pleading, merely bowing respectfully before exiting the bamboo hut. Not far outside the hut, Zhou Qing awaited him. Dao Chongzhenren instructed, Zhou Qing, bring Shifeng to the guest house and treat him well. Zhou Qing promptly bowed, replying, yes, I will diligently adhere to the master's decree. Subsequently, Zhou Qing led Shifeng back down the mountain, settling him in the guest house at the foot of the mountain. However, due to the instruction to treat him well, Zhou Qing's demeanor became notably more courteous. 3 days passed in this manner, and on the 4th morning, Zhou Qing guided Shifeng back up to Taijian Peak. This time, they did not visit the bamboo hut but headed straight to the central black hall. From a distance, the hall appeared grand and solemn. As they approached, they observed that its structure gleamed in shades of black and red, seemingly forged entirely from wrought iron. Upon entering the hall, Shifeng felt a tightening in his chest. Within the vast space stood over 100 individuals of varying heights, sizes, genders, and ages, some donned in Taoist robes while others were dressed in secular attire. Despite the crowd, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At the center of the hall stood a row of statues, flanked by 3 grand chairs. Dao Chongzhenren occupied the middle chair, while the elder in black took the seat on the right, leaving the left chair vacant. 2 rows of chairs lined the sides of the hall, occupied by about 10 individuals, leaving a central aisle open. The other disciples stood behind those seated, each focused inward, their expressions grave. Zhou Qing led Shifeng forward, bowing deeply as he reported, Master, Shifeng has arrived. Afterward, he stepped back into the ranks of the disciples. Shifeng quickly knelt and bowed his head, greeting the esteemed masters. Dao Chongzhenren surveyed the assembly and announced, "The purpose of gathering you all today is to declare two matters. Firstly, the demise of our esteemed Dan Yongzhenren, a fact that you are all aware of, yet the reasons remain unclear." He then briefly recounted the events surrounding Dan Yongzhenren's battle against the Mo sect, omitting certain details. After concluding this account, he continued, "The second matter concerns this child, Shifeng. He has suffered greatly due to the misfortunes of Tai Chi Gate, becoming an orphan, and Dan Yongzhenren expressed deep regret before his passing. Shifeng, only 13 or 14 years of age, has journeyed a great distance, enduring numerous hardships to return the belongings of Dan Yongzhenren, notably the Chi Chiao Ling Long Tower, a treasure of Tai Jian Peak and one of the 4 great artifacts of Tai Chi Gate, signifies his significant contributions to our sect." With a gentle tone, he addressed Shifeng, "Shifeng, it was Dan Yongzhenren's dying wish that I accept you as my disciple. Are you willing?" At this juncture, Shifeng had gained a measure of understanding regarding cultivators, harboring aspirations of vengeance against the Mo sect who had slain his family. Thus, he bowed his head in affirmation, stating, "I am willing." Dao Chong nodded and remarked, "You lack a spiritual root, which typically disqualifies you from entering the inner sect. However, due to Dan Yongzhenren's final wish and your significant contributions, I have discussed this matter over the past 2 days with the sect leader and have secured permission to accept you into the inner sect." Upon hearing this, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as it was widely understood that without a spiritual root, one could not cultivate and could only perform menial tasks in the outer sect. This was indeed an extraordinary occurrence in the history of Tai Chi Gate. The elder in black, upon hearing this, twitched the corner of his mouth, muttering about the so-called grace bestowed by the sect leader, who had argued for 3 days without yielding, merely deflecting with the ancestral rules. Eventually, an agreement was reached when the sect leader consented to relinquish a precious demon crystal in exchange for the acceptance of a rootless mortal, an exchange deemed highly unfavorable. Dao Chongzhenren rose and gestured toward the statues behind him, saying, "This central figure is our founding master, Tai Chi Xianren. The figures beside him represent the past sect leaders and esteemed ancestors. You should come forward to pay your respects." As Shifeng looked up, he beheld a towering iron statue of a middle-aged Taoist, whose demeanor radiated clarity and strength, with a long sword slung across his back, appearing ethereal. The adjacent statues depicted both Taoist and secular figures, each exuding an extraordinary presence. As Shifeng stepped forward to kneel in reverence, the elder in black interjected, "Wait a moment, brother. It seems you have overlooked something." Dao Chongzhenren paused, asking, "What is it, junior brother?" The elder continued, "Before entering the inner sect, a spiritual root test is required." Dao Chong appeared puzzled, insisting, "Shifeng has no spiritual root." Dan Yongzhenren confirmed this just a few days ago when we assessed the child with our spiritual senses. The elder chuckled lightly, "Brother, we merely conducted a cursory examination with our spiritual senses. We did not delve deeply. There are many unusual constitutions in the world. Why not employ the spiritual root plate for a thorough test to avoid any oversight? This way, we can cater our teachings to the individual." Realizing the implication, Dao Chong understood that Zhao Shidi was still lamenting over the precious demon crystal. If Shifeng were to be found with a spiritual root or any other extraordinary constitution, it would not be deemed an exception, and the crystal would not need to be surrendered to the sect leader. Chapter 14. Entering the mountain gate, Dao Chongzhenren pondered for a moment. Testing the spiritual roots was not a significant matter. He decided to take a chance and nodded, saying, "What you say is indeed true, junior brother. Shifeng, do not be alarmed. The examination of spiritual roots is a customary procedure for new disciples. Regardless of the outcome, I shall take you under my wing at the Iron Sword Peak, so you need not worry." After speaking, he turned and instructed, "Go fetch the spiritual root plate." The attendant standing beside him responded affirmatively and exited the main hall. In a short while, he returned, cradling a circular plate. Dao Chongzhenren waved his sleeve, and a beam of white light descended upon the plate, causing it to hum and levitate in midair, slowly positioning itself before Shifeng. The plate was entirely black, measuring 3 feet in diameter, with a palm-shaped indentation in the center. Surrounding this indentation were 5 small beast figures representing the 5 elements: the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and Qilin. Beyond these divine beasts, there were several small blue stones, arranged in a specific formation. Dao Chongzhenren explained, "Shifeng, this is the spiritual root plate, used to detect a disciple's spiritual root attributes. Place your right hand upon the center. Shifeng complied, extending his right hand towards the center of the plate. However, as his palm approached, the plate suddenly emitted a strong suction, pulling him forward. His hand was firmly adhered to the indentation, rendering him unable to move despite his frantic struggles. The onlookers chuckled at Shifeng's flustered demeanor. Dao Chongzhenren spoke soothingly. Shifeng, do not panic. Focus your mind, regulate your breathing, and think of nothing. Following his advice, Shifeng calmed down, slowed his breathing, and cleared his mind of distractions. Everyone in the hall fixated their gaze upon the spiritual root plate. After a long while, however, the plate showed no response. The expression of the elderly man in black shifted to disappointment, and Dao Chongzhenren pointed, causing the plate to shrink back to the size of a palm and return to the attendant. Observing the expressions of those around him, Shifeng understood that he indeed lacked spiritual roots, filling him with profound disappointment. It seemed he would never learn the ways of the immortals, nor would he be able to avenge his mother and younger sister. Dao Chongzhenren consoled him, "Child, do not be disheartened. As I mentioned earlier, regardless of whether you possess spiritual roots, I will still accept you into the inner sect. Come, pay your respects to our ancestors and perform the ceremonial bow." Shifeng replied, "Yes." Suppressing his sorrow, he respectfully bowed 9 times before the statue of the Taiji immortal. Dao Chongzhenren announced, "I, Dao Chong, the 23rd disciple of the Taiji sect, presiding over the Iron Sword Peak, hereby notify the ancestors of our sect of the acceptance of Shifeng as an inner disciple. May the ancestors bless him to comprehend the mysteries and attain the Great Way." After completing the announcement, he turned to Shifeng and said, "From this moment forth, you are the 25th disciple of our Taiji sect. Everyone in this hall is your senior brother, and the few present are your uncles. With the unfortunate passing of junior brother Danong, only I and junior brother Zhao remain as gold core cultivators of the Iron Sword Peak. He is your great ancestor." Shifeng knelt and bowed, saying, "Disciple pays respects to the 2 great ancestors." Dao Chongzhenren remarked, "You will gradually become familiar with other matters of the sect. The rules of the sect will be conveyed to you in due course. Our Taiji sect has been established for thousands of years and is one of the 5 righteous sects of the Great Yin Kingdom, renowned in its own right. The founding ancestor, Taiji Zhenjuan, ascended to the upper realm thousands of years ago and became an immortal. Over the millennia, he alone has achieved ascension in the Yin Kingdom. After you enter the sect, you must diligently practice and not tarnish the reputation of our Taiji sect." Shifeng nodded in agreement. The elderly man in black, hearing the words diligently practice, could not help but smirk slightly. Dao Chongzhenren continued, "As you entered the mountain, you may have seen the words left by our ancestor at the mountain gate. The 5 elements are difficult to distinguish, right and wrong are hard to separate. The internal and external are difficult to refute, right and wrong are hard to discern. Love and hate are hard to cast away. Though these 20 characters are not a secret of cultivation, they represent the essential tenets for us cultivators. The complexities of right and wrong, good and evil, love and hate are all intertwined. If one can unravel the intricacies of worldly affairs, they will be close to the Great Way." Naturally, Shifeng did not fully comprehend this, but nodded repeatedly. After Dao Chongzhenren finished speaking, he turned to the elderly man in black and said, "Shifeng has completed his ancestral bows. Junior brother, whom do you think he should be assigned to?" The elderly man quickly replied, "Shifeng has a connection with senior brother Danong, who personally took him under his wing, so naturally, he should be placed under senior brother Danyang's lineage." Dao Chongzhenren nodded, "What you say is indeed true," and directed his gaze toward a middle-aged Taoist seated second to the left, Lu Yunzi. The Taoist promptly stood, saying, "Disciple is here." He was of average height, with a pale complexion and an unremarkable appearance. Dao Chongzhenren continued, "You are the eldest disciple of junior brother Danyang. Shifeng will be placed under your tutelage. Take good care of him." Although Lu Yunzi was not particularly willing, he could only respectfully respond, "Yes, disciple shall obey the master's command." Dao Chongzhenren nodded. Addressing Shifeng, Lu Yunzi will be your master from now on. Hurry and pay your respects." Shifeng quickly knelt and bowed, saying, "Disciple Shifeng pays respects to master." Lu Yunzi nodded faintly and said, "Rise." Seeing that all matters had been settled, Dao Chongzhenren waved his sleeve and declared, "You are dismissed." In a flash of azure light, he vanished from sight. The elderly man in black followed suit, disappearing without a trace. Once the 2 ancestors departed, the atmosphere in the hall became lively, with people whispering to one another. Those with seats were already established second-generation disciples, and they all stood up to congratulate Lu Yunzi, expressing their delight at his new disciple, praising his talent and potential, assuring that he would surely bring glory to the sect. Lu Yunzi, both amused and exasperated, merely clasped his hands in acknowledgement and led Shifeng and the others hastily out of the main hall. Upon exiting, Lu Yunzi produced an item from his robe, the very meteor flying shuttle. The previous day, Dao Chong had entrusted him with some of Master Danyang's artifacts. The meteor flying shuttle expanded in the wind, reaching an impressive size of 3 to 4 zhang. Lu Yunzi instructed, "Let us depart." He stepped onto the shuttle, with the other disciples following suit. Shifeng hesitated slightly, having witnessed Master Danyang soaring through the air on the shuttle. While he felt envious, he was also concerned about falling from such heights. Lu Yunzi, noticing his hesitation, impatiently grabbed him and placed him onto the shuttle. With a swift incantation, the shuttle shot forth. Shifeng exclaimed in surprise as he was whisked away from the ground. Racing into the sky, feeling the mountain winds howling and the clouds swirling past him, his heart raced with a mix of thrill and trepidation. After a brief moment, the shuttle landed on a small peak on the eastern side of Iron Sword Peak. Lu Yunzi stowed the shuttle and led the group into a spacious, yet simply decorated room. Lu Yunzi took a seat in the center and said, "Please sit down." With no extra chairs available, everyone had to sit on the floor. Lu Yunzi pointed to each of the disciples, saying, "Shifeng, this is your eldest brother, Chongqing. Your second brother, Zhang Yuanqing. Your third sister, Xiang Ying. Your fourth brother, Xianghua. Your fifth sister, Zhang Peijun. And your sixth brother, Zhou Qing. You rank 7th. Zhou Qing was, in fact, the young man who had guided Shifeng up the mountain earlier, now ranking 6th under Lu Yunzi. Among the other 5, Xiang Ying and Zhang Peijun were 2 young, beautiful women. Only Chongqing and Xianghua were dressed in Taoist robes, while the others wore common attire. Shifeng greeted each of his senior brothers and sisters respectfully, noting that Chongqing, his eldest brother, was quite tall and appeared to be in his 30s. He said, "7th junior brother, do not be formal. We are all family now. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." Shifeng quickly expressed his gratitude. Lu Yunzi then addressed the group. "Regarding the unfortunate incident with our late Master Danyang, my uncle briefly mentioned it. Shifeng, please elaborate on what happened." Shifeng replied, "Certainly," and recounted the events that transpired on the night at Lushou Peak in detail, though some aspects he did not fully understand. So he could only describe the situation as best he could. The 4th disciple, Xianghua, though a Taoist, was stout and boisterous, unable to contain himself as he exclaimed, "How could the Mo Gue sect commit such a heinous act without any response from our sect? Our ancestor is a gold core cultivator. Surely, they cannot simply let this go." Lu Yunzi let out a cold laugh and remarked, "How could the likes of you, mere cheer-refining disciples, discern any movements? In truth, not long after our master met with misfortune, the enchanting Ying from Lingxiao Pavilion visited our Taiji sect, informing us of the encounter with the demon puppet sect. She had been ensnared by an elder from that sect and only managed to escape after a fierce battle, leaving us unaware of our master's circumstances at that time. Subsequently, our sect engaged in negotiations with the demon puppet sect, but they too suffered the loss of an elder at the Golden Core stage and demanded an explanation from us. After much back and forth, the matter ultimately reached a standstill. The disciples fell into a contemplative silence. Lu Yunzi continued, "Very well. Let us set this matter aside for now. The demon puppet sect possesses strength comparable to our Taiji sect. As for seeking vengeance, we shall wait until you all have attained the Golden Core stage. Chongqing, as the eldest disciple, please tend to the 7th brother. The rest of you should return and diligently cultivate. In just a year, we will have the sect's minor competition, and I do not wish to lose face." The disciples responded in unison with their agreement, exiting the room. After exchanging a few words with Shifeng, they dispersed. Chongqing led Shifeng and gestured towards the mountainside below, saying, "7th brother, choose a residence for yourself. This entire peak is filled with our master's abodes. There are plenty of empty rooms available for us few disciples." Observing the scattered rooftops peeking out along the mountainside, Shifeng noted that the distances between them were considerable, likely because cultivators favored solitude and feared disturbances. "I have no preference. Brother, please select a place for me," Shifeng said. Chongqing replied, "The Yushio mountain is not particularly large. It is abundant in spiritual energy. However, since you do not practice, the lack of spiritual energy should not be a concern. I suggest the house on the slope. The terrain is gentle, making it convenient for you to come and go." "Very well," Shifeng agreed. Chongqing then led him to the chosen abode. As they approached, Shifeng inquired, I noticed our master possesses a magical artifact that allows him to fly. Why do you not use it? Must we walk step by step? Changqing chuckled. Flying with a magical artifact is a skill reserved for those at the foundation establishment stage. How could we refining disciples manage that? However, if we use a levitation talisman or a lightness technique, we could manage to fly a short distance. As they conversed, they arrived at the house. From afar, it appeared modest, but upon closer inspection, it revealed a small courtyard containing 3 rooms, 1 meditation chamber, sealed on all sides with fine iron, a bamboo hut for receiving guests, and another empty room, presumably for the occupants' arrangement. In front of the courtyard lay a well-tended plot of land, now overgrown with weeds. Changqing remarked, this place was once inhabited by Brother Gua, who enjoyed cultivating medicinal herbs. It fell into disuse after his departure. 7th brother, do you find it satisfactory? Having endured nearly a year of hardship and uncertainty, Shifeng was pleasantly surprised by the spaciousness of the dwelling and nodded, saying, thank you, brother. This will do. Excellent. Let us first head to the Deacon Hall to collect your belongings, Changqing said, leading Shifeng down the mountain. Evidently, Changqing was quite the talkative one, his chatter flowing freely as he introduced various aspects to Shifeng. The Deacon Hall was located on a slope to the west of Iron Sword Peak, not far from the mountain gate, bustling with people coming and going. Changqing navigated to the innermost hall, where an elderly man was resting with his eyes closed. Old you. How can you sleep all day long? Changqing called out. The elder opened his eyes and, upon seeing Changqing, replied with irritation. And you still have the audacity to ask. Today, the sect leader instructed me to wait for you, as there is a new inner disciple from Iron Sword Peak. And yet you kept me waiting for ages. Changqing laughed. You've spouted enough nonsense. You simply want some benefits, don't you? You're in luck. I have some extra silver ringgrass from my last harvest. Once processed, I'll give you a vial of chi replenishing liquid. The elder's expression brightened immediately. Your generosity is renowned, Brother Changqing. Thank you. He then retrieved a small bag from beneath the table, saying, everything is inside. Changqing took the bag, stating dismissively, what is there to look at? Just some worthless trinkets. Let us go. He led Shifeng back to Yuxiu Mountain. Upon entering Shifeng's new residence, Changqing placed the bag on the table and explained, 7th brother, this is called a storage bag. It can hold items. Though it is merely a rudimentary one meant for everyday items. You will need to use spiritual power to open it. With a gesture, he performed a spell, and a flash of white light revealed a jade token, a green robe, a wooden sword, and a book with a black cover on the table. Changqing picked up the jade token and remarked, this is the most important item. It serves as your identity token. You must drop a drop of your essence blood onto it. Essence blood? How do I do that? Shifeng asked, perplexed. Very simple, Changqing replied. Find a knife. Make a small cut on your finger and smear the blood on the token. A knife? Let me look around, Shifeng said. No need to search. I carry a dagger with me, Shifeng replied, revealing a dagger he had hidden as a hunter. He promptly pricked his left index finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the jade token. The blood absorbed into the token, vanishing without a trace, leaving the token as pristine as before. Done. This token will serve as proof of your identity from now on. You must carry it whenever you enter or exit the sect. It is also required for using the sect's teleportation array. Inner disciples can freely utilize the various teleportation arrays. Take good care of it, and do not lose it. Afterward, he picked up the robe, which bore the insignia of an inner disciple. This does not need washing and is resistant to water and fire. Shifeng touched it, finding it similar to ordinary coarse cloth. As for the remaining 2 items, they are of little significance. This wooden sword is a basic artifact assigned to all new disciples. It is the most inferior of magical tools. Chapter 15. Pure Yuan Skill and Spiritual Roots. Shifeng picked up the thin book, noticing the 3 characters Pure Yuan Skill inscribed on the cover. So, this Pure Yuan Skill is merely an inferior entry-level technique, he remarked. Changqing chuckled, not quite. While it is indeed the most fundamental of introductory techniques, should you dare to label it as such, I assure you, you will find yourself summoned to the punishment hall by tomorrow. Shifeng gazed at Changqing, feeling somewhat perplexed. Changqing continued, Junior brother. The techniques we cultivate in our practice are myriad and varied. Yet they all share a common purpose, to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and store it within the Qi Sea. Each cultivator possesses a different spiritual root, resulting in the absorption of distinct types of essence. For instance, as a gold-rooted cultivator, I naturally absorb gold essence. The so-called techniques are simply methods for absorbing this essence. He tapped the pure yuan skill, explaining, this technique is no different. Its name, pure yuan, signifies the purification of the essence of heaven and earth, and it contains methods for absorbing the 5 elemental essences: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Shifeng was taken aback. Then, isn't that even better? Chongqing replied. What's so advantageous about it? Although it records methods for absorbing 5 types of essence, can you truly absorb them all at once? Moreover, the 5 elements are mutually restraining. If you attempt to absorb both water and fire essences simultaneously, they may clash within your body. With a stroke of luck, they might cancel each other out. Otherwise, you could easily fall into chaos and madness. Furthermore, as a gold-rooted cultivator, you cannot absorb essences of other attributes. Shifeng inquired. Then why does the pure yuan skill record methods for absorbing 5 different essences? Isn't that utterly useless? Chongqing responded, it's not entirely without merit. The greatest advantage of this technique is that anyone can practice it. Regardless of your spiritual root, you can find a corresponding technique within. Thus, every inner sect disciple receives a copy upon entering. However, the speed at which it absorbs and transforms the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is quite average, which is why few choose to cultivate it. Shifeng was bewildered. What does it mean to absorb and transform the spiritual essence of heaven and earth? Chongqing explained. In the realm of cultivation, there are 3 concepts: the body of merit, the technique, and the application. The body of merit refers to your constitution and spiritual root. The technique is the method for absorbing and transforming the spiritual essence, and the application is your combat prowess against others. Shifeng nodded in understanding. Chongqing continued. The pure yuan skill is a technique, a method for absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and storing it in the dantian to transform it into one's own magical power. To evaluate the rank of a technique, one must consider the speed at which it absorbs and transforms spiritual essence. The more one absorbs, the faster the transformation, naturally resulting in a higher rank. Some superior techniques can yield effects over 100-fold greater than those of inferior techniques. Our Taiji sect has been established for thousands of years, and over the years, the masters of our sect have created, along with those collected from outside, more than 100 techniques, including a number of superior ones. Shifeng could not help but ask, since there are so many superior techniques, why doesn't everyone just practice those instead of inferior ones? Chongqing laughed heartily. If only it were that simple. While superior techniques absorb and transform essence more rapidly, they also come with greater difficulty and risk. Moreover, most superior techniques require one to be at the foundation building stage or even the golden core stage to practice. Newly initiated Qi cultivators can only start with inferior techniques and gradually work their way up. Shifeng asked, if the pure yuan skill is indeed an inferior technique, why do you say it is and yet it is not? Chongqing explained, the reason is quite simple. In terms of efficacy, the pure yuan skill is undeniably an inferior technique, yet it was personally created by our founding ancestor. It is said that the ancestor established the Taiji sect with bare hands, initially accepting many Qi cultivators, but lacking techniques. His own cultivation level was already quite high, and his technique was not suitable for novice disciples. Furthermore, the spiritual roots of newly initiated disciples varied widely. Thus, the ancestor created this pure yuan skill, encompassing 5 types of spiritual roots, enabling everyone to cultivate it. Shifeng finally understood. Chongqing added, since this technique was personally crafted by our ancestor for the novice disciples, it is naturally meant to be passed down through generations. Every inner sect disciple must receive a copy. Shifeng nodded repeatedly, comprehending the significance. Chongqing cautioned, although few practice this technique, junior brother, you must be careful. After all, it is a gift from our ancestor. You must never lose it or pass it on. Otherwise, if those old-timers in the sect find out, you will surely suffer the consequences. As their conversation continued, darkness enveloped the sky. Shifeng felt a pang of hunger and asked, Senior brother, where do we eat dinner tonight? Chongqing paused, then recalled, as cultivators, we are not ordinary beings. Going days without food is common. If you are hungry, just consume some fasting pills. I forgot to help you obtain some today. Luckily, I have a bottle here. Take it. 1 pill will suffice for 4 or 5 days of nourishment. Do not hesitate. We inner sect disciples can collect these from the deacon hall anytime, completely free of charge. Grateful, Shifeng accepted the small bottle. Chongqing said, all right, night is approaching. You have worked hard all day. You should rest now. There are no demonic beasts or poisonous insects on this mountain, so you can sleep soundly." With that, he took his leave. After bidding farewell to Changqing, Shifeng sat down and glanced around. Though the walls were bare, he felt immense satisfaction. After all, he was not yet 14 years old and had wandered for a year. Having a place to stay was already a great blessing. Shifeng poured out a fasting pill from the bottle. The pill was the size of a broad bean, slightly yellow in color and odorless. Upon placing it in his mouth, he found it dry and difficult to swallow, akin to chewing cotton. Remembering that there was a mountain spring not far from his dwelling, he stepped outside to find it and drank some spring water. After consuming the pill, he felt his stomach fill up and even burped contentedly. Returning to his room, the darkness had fully descended. Shifeng searched for oil lamps or candles, but found none. Reluctantly, he lay down fully clothed. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by the cold. With no bedding available, he could only use the blue robe provided by the sect to cover himself. Strangely, although the robe was thin, it significantly reduced the chill. Thus, he removed his shabby cotton jacket and donned the blue robe, falling into a deep sleep until dawn. The next morning, Shifeng woke up with nothing to do and opened the Pure Yuan skill. Inside, the pages were densely filled with tiny characters, detailing how to perform the technique, emphasizing the 3 words: focus, forget, and stop. It spoke of directing qi outward and the spirit also venturing forth when the spirit returns to its root. So too does the qi. It described how to manipulate fire, how to breathe after the fact, and how to operate fire through the processes of inhalation and exhalation. Shifeng was utterly bewildered. Just then, Changqing's voice rang out from outside. "Seventh junior brother, are you awake?" Shifeng hurriedly set the book down and replied, "Good morning, senior brother." Changqing entered, seeing Shifeng studying the Pure Yuan skill, and inquired with a smile, "So, how do you find it? Have you made any sense of it?" Shifeng replied, "Senior brother, please don't tease me. I truly cannot comprehend it at all." Changqing chuckled, "Do not worry. The Pure Yuan skill is not difficult to understand. I will gradually explain it to you in due time. In our Taiji sect, it is customary for the eldest brother to teach the foundational techniques to the new disciples. So you can always come to me." Shifeng was astonished. "But I have no spiritual root. How can I cultivate this technique?" Changqing reassured him. "Who says that one without a spiritual root cannot practice? You may be unable to absorb and transform spiritual essence, but practicing this technique, while you may not cultivate magical power, can still prolong your life. If you have nothing else to do, why not give it a try?" Shifeng persisted. "I keep hearing you talk about spiritual roots. What exactly are they?" Changqing explained, "Spiritual roots refer to a person's innate constitution. There are many types of spiritual roots, generally categorized by the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Whether a person possesses a spiritual root is determined by fate, and it has no relation to wealth, status, height, or build. In the vast world, among countless people, those endowed with spiritual roots are but a rare few." Shifeng remarked, "Yesterday, my senior brother mentioned that possessing a spiritual root allows one to absorb and transform spiritual energy, while lacking a spiritual root renders this impossible." "Indeed," Changqing replied. "In truth, the world is replete with primal energy. The distinction lies in its density. Some areas harbor a richer concentration of this energy, while others are more sparse. Even in mundane places, primal energy exists. Ordinary individuals inhale this energy, but those without a spiritual root cannot extract it or convert it for their own use." Shifeng asked, "So, is it true that a person with a golden spiritual root has a constitution that naturally absorbs golden spiritual energy?" Changqing affirmed, "Precisely. Individuals with a golden spiritual root can utilize techniques to absorb golden spiritual energy and store it within their dantian. This energy does not dissipate, allowing it to gradually accumulate and transform into personal power. Conversely, those without a spiritual root find their absorption fleeting, no matter how much energy they gather. It quickly vanishes." Shifeng inquired, "If that is the case, why do you still teach me the Pure Yuan technique?" Changqing explained, "Although your dantian cannot store true essence, by inhaling and exhaling the world's primal energy, you can fortify your skin and bones, enhancing your physical strength and promoting longevity. This is indeed beneficial." Shifeng nodded in understanding. Changqing's enthusiasm surged. In fact, spiritual roots are categorized not only by the 5 elements but also by ranks from 1 to 9. A first-rank spiritual root is merely slightly stronger than an ordinary person, and such individuals are almost entirely disconnected from the path of enlightenment. Some lesser sects may accept second-rank disciples, But within our Taiji sect, inner disciples must possess at least a third-rank spiritual root. However, as one ascends in rank, the rarity and value increase significantly. Shifeng asked, "Then what rank is your spiritual root, senior brother?" With a proud smile, Changqing responded, "I possess a 6th-rank golden spiritual root, placing me among the top 100 disciples in the Qi refinement stage." He then sighed. "Yet, our sect has an elder who possesses an extraordinary 9th-rank ice root." Shifeng inquired, "A 9th-rank ice root?" Changqing confirmed, "Indeed. Such talents are exceedingly rare, appearing only once in a millennium. Even across the entire Dying Kingdom, few can be found." Shifeng asked, "How can one determine the rank of their spiritual root?" Changqing replied, "It is simple. It involves using the spirit testing plate you saw yesterday. The number of activated azure stones indicates the rank of the spiritual root." Shifeng recalled pressing his hand against it, only to find none of the stones illuminating. Shifeng further questioned, "Is it possible for someone to possess 2 types of spiritual roots simultaneously?" Changqing affirmed, "Certainly. Such individuals are known as dual spiritual root bearers, and their numbers are even fewer. However, dual spiritual roots come in various forms, including dual-born and dual-reverse roots. The dual-born roots are those that nurture one another, such as golden and water roots, where gold generates water. Those with dual-born roots experience faster recovery of power and excel in prolonged battles. In contrast, dual-reverse roots are those that conflict with each other, such as water and fire roots, where water extinguishes fire. Cultivating dual-reverse roots is exceptionally challenging, but once mastered, their powers are formidable. If you encounter an opponent with dual-reverse roots, it is best to flee," Shifeng observed. "It seems that individuals with dual spiritual roots are considerably more powerful than those with a single root." Changqing countered, "Not necessarily. In many cases, quality outweighs quantity. Additionally, dual spiritual roots, by absorbing 2 types of energy, can lead to overindulgence and inefficiency, which may not guarantee superiority over single roots. Moreover, even among dual roots, their effectiveness varies significantly. For example, if one possesses a 6th-rank golden root and a 1st-rank water root, it would be wiser to focus solely on cultivating golden techniques." Shifeng continued, "Are there such things as 3 spiritual roots?" Changqing replied, "Theoretically, 3, 4, or even all spiritual roots could exist. However, single roots are already exceptionally rare, and dual roots appear only once in 100. The likelihood of encountering a person with all spiritual roots is likely less than 1 in a million years." Shifeng asked, "Is a 9th-rank spiritual root the highest possible? Are there roots that exceed this?" Changqing explained, "You are referring to the legendary 10th-rank celestial root, which is said to exist. Those with celestial roots can absorb true essence at double the speed of those with 9th-rank roots. While 9th-rank roots are already extraordinary, the existence of a 10th-rank root is a matter of legend. I have yet to hear of one." Shifeng mused, "It appears that the concept of a spiritual root is indeed profound." Changqing agreed, "Absolutely. Junior brother, today I will take you to familiarize yourself with our sect and obtain some fasting pills." As they walked, Changqing continued, "Spiritual roots are the foundation of cultivation. As you observed, there is much knowledge to be gleaned. If you are interested, you may visit the scripture pavilion to peruse the texts. I recall that 300 years ago, an elder from our sect authored a comprehensive treatise on spiritual roots, detailing various aspects, including the nuances of dual roots, such as the ranks of each root, whether to cultivate them simultaneously, the order of techniques, and how to seamlessly transition between them while preventing backlash." Shifeng nodded repeatedly in agreement. As they conversed, they arrived at the Deacon Hall to collect the fasting pills and secured 5 low-grade spirit stones for Shifeng. Inner disciples are permitted to receive 5 spirit stones monthly. These stones, small as a fingertip, shimmered in a myriad of colors, translucent and radiant. Changqing explained, "Spirit stones, due to their crystalline form, are also known as crystal stones. They are categorized by the 5 elements and contain a certain amount of spiritual energy, serving as currency within the cultivation world. Moreover, aside from their monetary value, the energy within spirit stones can be directly absorbed, making them essential for formations, alchemy, and artifact forging." Chapter 16. The 4 outer halls. Shifeng inquired, "Since there are inferior spirit stones, are there superior ones as well?" Changqing replied, "Indeed. A medium-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 inferior spirit stones, while 1 superior spirit stone can be traded for 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there are exquisite spirit stones, but those are beyond our reach." Shifeng questioned, What is the reason for this? Cha-Ching explained, the higher the grade of the spirit stone, the more potent the spiritual energy it contains. These advanced spirit stones have broader applications. Certain large-scale formations and superior magical artifacts require higher-grade spirit stones for activation. Even for simple energy replenishment, one can recover with a medium-grade spirit stone, whereas one would need 100 inferior ones, resulting in a significantly slower recovery rate. In a battle, if one recovers swiftly while the other is sluggish, the outcome is inevitable. Shifeng nodded repeatedly, securing 5 crystalline stones close to him. Changqing continued, I would have given you a storage bag, but it requires spiritual energy to activate, which you cannot utilize. Shifeng then asked, Brother, could you enlighten me about the general situation of the sect and the rules I should observe? Cha-Ching assented, certainly. Our Taiji sect has been established for thousands of years and is one of the 5 orthodox sects of the Great Yin Kingdom. The Taiji sect comprises 5 inner sects and 4 outer halls. Besides our Iron Sword Peak, there are the Green Peak, Returning Goose Peak, Burning Sky Mountain, and Inkstone Ridge. Geographically, Returning Goose Peak is the highest, while Inkstone Ridge is the lowest. However, in terms of strength, the opposite is true. Inkstone Ridge, led by the sect master, has the largest number of disciples, whereas Returning Goose Peak, predominantly female, has the fewest. Shifeng asked, what distinguishes these 5 inner sects? Cha-Ching elaborated. The inner sects are categorized by the 5 elements. Our Iron Sword Peak specializes in metal-based techniques. Returning Goose Peak focuses on ice. Situated at the northernmost point with the harshest cold, Burning Sky Peak lies to the south, home to a millennia-old volcanic valley, ideal for fire-based cultivation. Green Peak, a bit farther from the sect, is located east of the Shirgu mountain range and specializes in wood-based techniques. Pointing ahead to a plateau-like mountain, he said, that is Inkstone Ridge. Centrally located and primarily focused on earth-based techniques, in addition to the 5 inner sects, we have the 4 outer halls, collectively referred to as the outer sect, where 80% of our 3,000 disciples reside. Shifeng expressed surprise. How is it that there are more disciples in the outer sect than in the inner sect? Changqing chuckled. Aside from the 5 sects and 4 halls, our Taiji sect oversees 7 major families, along with numerous minor families and affiliated sects, all of which are counted as part of the outer sect. Naturally, this results in a larger population compared to the inner sect. Yet the true elite of our sect are the inner disciples. Shifeng said, I understand the affiliated sects, but what of these families? Changqing replied, the families actually originated from the inner sect. Some inner disciples, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, feel a lack of hope for further advancement and can no longer endure the hardships of mountain training. Although our cultivators live far longer than ordinary people, we all face the inevitability of death. These individuals wish to return to the mundane world while their lifespan allows, to marry, have children, and enjoy a modicum of peace. Initially, major sects prohibited this, but later they began to advocate and even encourage it. Shifeng, intrigued, asked, why was that? Cha-Ching explained, the initial prohibition is understandable. Firstly, cultivators are generally forbidden from interacting with the mundane world, as their powers are extraordinary. Should they all descend into the mortal realm, chaos would ensue. Secondly, most inner disciples have learned advanced techniques, which are closely guarded secrets. If leaked, it could lead to dire consequences. Shifeng nodded. Then why did they later encourage such actions? Changqing replied, the rationale is straightforward. Individuals with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, appearing only once in 1,000. The higher echelons of the sect lack the resources to test every individual in the mundane world. Some minor sects have even faced extinction due to a lack of disciples. It was later discovered that although spiritual roots are unseen, they correlate with one's constitution. Cultivators with spiritual roots have a significantly higher chance of producing offspring with roots as well. Additionally, as cultivators ascend in rank, the difficulty of their descendants possessing spiritual roots increases. Thus, various sects began to encourage their disciples to marry and bear children, with some even instituting rules that those who fail to establish a foundation by 50 must descend the mountain and return to the mundane world. Shifeng remarked, I see. Cha-Ching continued, however, upon descending the mountain, the sect is concerned about the leakage of techniques. Therefore, those who return to the mundane world cannot fully integrate as ordinary people. They must remain under the sect's control, assisting in mining and cultivating spiritual herbs, among other tasks. In return, the sect will provide assistance during times of crisis. These individuals expand their families, forming various clans. Some of these clans are quite large, possessing numerous experts, and their influence cannot be underestimated. The sect conducts annual assessments of these clans to recruit disciples. I hail from one such minor clan. As they walked, Shifeng inquired, "What should I be mindful of within the sect?" Chaqing said, "I will provide you with the sect's rules shortly, so you can study them at your leisure. The most important rule is to never betray your master or ancestors. Such actions are utterly intolerable." Shifeng nodded. "What task should I undertake? I feel as though I am at loose ends." Chaqing paused, scratching his head. This is indeed a conundrum. Generally, inner disciples should focus on cultivation and meditation, or they may engage in sect tasks to earn spirit stones for alchemy and crafting suitable spiritual tools. However, since you lack spiritual roots, these pursuits are unnecessary. Shifeng asked, "But didn't you say I could practice pure Yuan Kung?" Chaqing replied, "Your practice of pure Yuan Kung is solely for the purpose of strengthening your body, which differs from our cultivation methods. We, the Qi refinement disciples, absorb primordial energy, which accumulates in the Dantian until it forms a spiritual ring. Upon reaching 9 spiritual rings, which corresponds to the 9th level of Qi refinement, one may attempt to establish a foundation, solidifying the Dantian. Your focus is purely on physical enhancement, so there is no need for constant meditation." Shifeng asked, "What then should I do?" Chaqing pondered for a moment and suggested, "If you are willing to lower your status, you could seek a position in the outer sect." Shifeng chuckled, "Brother, what status do I have left?" Chaqing countered, "That statement is inaccurate. Among the 3,000 disciples of Taiji sect, there are only 600 inner disciples, all of whom are carefully selected. Those without spiritual roots or with poor aptitude do not qualify for the inner sect. You are an exception. You are the only inner disciple in Taiji sect without spiritual roots." Shifeng found this amusing and perplexing. Chaqing continued, "Those without spiritual roots, or with inadequate ones, are relegated to the outer sect. Regardless of their background or age, they must respectfully address inner disciples as senior brother. The disparity in treatment is vast, and you will come to understand this in time. Otherwise, why would the ancestor have to personally plead to admit you into the inner sect?" Shifeng said, "As someone without spiritual roots, I merely drift in the inner sect. It might be better to take on some tasks in the outer sect. Would you agree, brother?" Chaqing responded, "As fate would have it, the master just instructed me about this today. You may remain in the inner sect if you wish, but if you find it dull and wish to work in the outer sect, that is acceptable as well. However, even if you go to the outer sect, your status will still be that of an inner disciple." Shifeng expressed gratitude. "Thank you, master and senior brother. What sort of tasks will the master assign me in the outer sect?" Chaqing replied, "That depends on your preferences. The outer sect has 4 halls, each with a variety of responsibilities. It all depends on what you wish to pursue." Shifeng asked, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Chaqing explained, "The largest hall in the outer sect is the duty hall, which primarily manages various trivial matters of the sect, such as guarding the gates, receiving guests, and distributing items. Additionally, the duty hall oversees the affairs of the affiliated families. If you wish to eventually establish your own faction outside the sect, it would be beneficial to gain some connections in the duty hall." Upon hearing this, Shifeng shook his head repeatedly. Chaqing Dao, "I do not recommend that you go to the mechanism hall, as it manages all the teleportation arrays and restrictions of the sect, though it also studies some formations. However, our Taiji sect is not proficient in mechanism formations, and this hall has the fewest disciples among the outer halls. As for the remaining 2, I suggest you visit the alchemy hall. The alchemy hall is a place for cultivating medicinal herbs and refining elixirs. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moonlight first. The disciples of the alchemy hall are never short of elixirs, which can strengthen the body, cure ailments, and prolong life. Regardless of whether you are a cultivator, consuming these elixirs brings great benefits, even if you choose not to consume them yourself. You can trade them with other disciples for spirit stones or other magical artifacts." Shifeng's heart stirred, and he asked, "Senior brother, can the alchemy hall also concoct poisons?" Chaqing was taken aback. "What do you need poison for?" Shifeng replied, "I seek revenge." Chaqing shook his head repeatedly. "Junior brother, your thoughts are too naive. Although concocting poison is not difficult, common poisons are utterly useless against cultivators. Even if you had a potent poison, what would it matter? Would you simply pour it into someone's tea and beg them to drink it?" Shifeng gritted his teeth. "The people of the demon puppet sect killed my entire family and destroyed my village. I naturally wish to eradicate them." Chaqing remarked, "You will find this thought quite amusing in the future. The demon puppet sect is a vast sect with thousands of disciples. Its power rivals that of our Taiji sect. They could extinguish you with a mere breath. Shifeng fell silent. Chongqing continued. The last outer hall is the forging hall, where various spiritual tools and treasures are crafted. Shifeng inquired, do these spiritual tools require magical power to operate? Chongqing affirmed, of course. However, some first and second grade artifacts can be used simply by inserting spirit stones, without the user needing to possess magical power. Shifeng was delighted. He had previously crafted pottery and made bows and arrows in his hometown. His skills were well regarded in the village. Then I shall go to the forging hall, he declared. Chongqing cautioned, you must think carefully. The forging hall is the dirtiest and most laborious, and few people willingly go there. Shifeng replied, I come from humble beginnings and fear no hardship. Chongqing said, very well. I will report this to Master for his decision. Let us return now. The two made their way back to Yuxiu Peak, where Chongqing informed Shifeng of the sect's rules and taught him some fundamental knowledge of cultivation, including how to identify meridians, circulate qi, breathe, and absorb energy. For the next 3 days, Chongqing taught Shifeng each morning for half a day, explaining the meaning of Chun Yuan Gong phrase by phrase. However, the Taiji sect has a rule that neither master nor senior brother delves into deeper interpretations of the techniques during instruction. Understanding is left to the practitioner. If a disciple does not comprehend and persistently inquires, the instructor may offer their personal insights, but the practitioner is not obligated to adhere to them. Chun Yuan Gong contains records on how to absorb the 5 elemental spiritual energies, beginning with the melting gold chapter. Shifeng, possessing considerable comprehension, grasped the concepts after 3 days of instruction, but when he sat in meditation thereafter, he could not perceive any golden spiritual energy entering his body. He remained patient, diligently practicing each day. On the 4th day, Chongqing arrived at noon and said, coincidentally, Master has emerged today. I reported your desire to go to the forging hall, and Master has approved it, advising you to work diligently. Shifeng expressed his gratitude. I will obey. Chongqing added, there is no time today. I will escort you to the forging hall tomorrow. Let us continue discussing Chun Yuan Gong. The next morning, 2 disciples in green robes, one tall and one short, descended the mountain path of Yuxiu and used the teleportation array at the foot of the mountain to reach the Hall of Affairs. From there, they teleported to the foot of the southern Fenshin Peak and walked for about 10 miles to arrive at the forging hall located in the Sword Forging Valley. The Sword Forging Valley is vast, surrounded by crimson cliffs, barren of any vegetation. The buildings within are quite rudimentary, with gray-clad disciples bustling about. As Chongqing and Shifeng entered, he called out, is Manager Luo here? Who is it? A robust man emerged from within, tall and broad with a thick beard. Upon seeing Chongqing, he hurriedly greeted him. Ah, it is Senior Brother Chongqing. Luo-san pays his respects. Are you here to forge some magical artifacts? Chongqing waved his hand. Let us discuss inside. Manager Luo promptly led them into the building, instructing a disciple to serve 2 cups of spiritual tea. Chongqing introduced Shifeng. This is Luo-san, the manager of the forging hall. Shifeng quickly responded, greetings, Brother Luo. The man waved his hand. Little brother, do not be so formal. Just call me Luo-san. I am also an outer disciple. Chongqing continued, Manager Luo, do not stand on ceremony. This is my master's newly accepted 7th disciple, Shifeng. He has no spiritual roots, and Master has instructed him to come to the forging hall to learn. He will be under your guidance. The news that the Iron Sword Peak had accepted a new inner disciple who lacked spiritual roots had already spread throughout the sect. Luo-san, having heard of this, assured him, rest assured, Senior Brother Chongqing. I will take good care of Shifeng here. Chongqing nodded and gave Shifeng a few final instructions, saying, if anyone bullies you, just inform me. He then gracefully departed. After Chongqing left, Luo-san cleared his throat. Shifeng. Shifeng quickly interjected, Brother Luo, please do not address me so. I am merely a commoner without spiritual roots, here in the forging hall as an ordinary disciple. I ask for your guidance. Chapter 17. The refining disciple Luo-san was a straightforward man. He said, all right, from now on, I shall call you by your name. As an inner disciple, I cannot bear the title of senior brother. Just call me Luo-san. Shifeng hurriedly replied, that would not do. You can simply refer to me as Manager Luo. Good. Shifeng nodded in agreement. Luo-san then asked, Shifeng, have you had any prior experience with the art of refining? Shifeng shook his head. I am merely a mortal from the mundane world, having only ascended the mountain 6 or 7 days ago. I know nothing. That is of no consequence. Luo-san reassured him. All new disciples start from this point. Although you are not yet 14, your physique is robust and your stature is commendable. You are quite suited for our refining hall." As he spoke, he called out, "Go summon old Gua." Before long, an elderly man with a goat-like beard, around 50 years of age, entered. Luo Sen said, "This is our new disciple, Shifeng. Old Gua, please take him under your wing." Old Gua nodded and led Shifeng away. They traversed several doorways until they reached an open area where about 10 disciples were busy at work. Old Gua, with a raspy voice, instructed, "Since you are just starting, begin with identifying materials. This is the refining material sent from various regions of the sect. Come here." He approached the largest pile of dark red soil and explained, "This is the most commonly used iron essence. It is distinctly different from ordinary iron and must be infused with subterranean spiritual energy for over a century to be formed. The iron essence often coexists with sulfur copper powder, giving it its black-red hue. We must remove the sulfur copper powder and purify it to obtain the iron essence." As he continued walking, he pointed to a seemingly ordinary log and said, "This is purple cedar from Mantum Mountain in Pingzhou. It is as hard as iron. However, we do not seek the cedar itself, but rather the purple-winged insect that resides within its trunk. This insect is not inherently purple. It turns that color from the tree sap after residing in the cedar for a long time, making it difficult to identify. A 5-foot-long piece of purple cedar yielding 3 or 2 purple-winged insects would be quite fortunate." Old Gua demonstrated a thorough knowledge of the materials, listing others like sparrow's saliva grass, black rhino horn, 9 bones essence copper, and redstone. Some were plants, others were beast bones and skins, and some were unidentifiable substances. Shifeng could not remember them all. Old Gua concluded with a stern expression, "As a new disciple, regardless of your esteemed background, you are just an ordinary disciple in the sect. You will start by identifying materials. For the next month, materials will be delivered here. You will be responsible for transporting and categorizing them alongside others. You will receive 2 spirit stones for the month, but if you make a mistake and I catch you, 1 stone will be deducted. If deductions are insufficient, I will have to call upon your family to compensate." He clearly did not know Shifeng's status as an inner disciple. For the next month, Shifeng spent his days helping to identify materials in the refining hall, working tirelessly until the evening before returning to Yuxiu Peak for rest. At night, Chongqing occasionally came to teach him the pure yuan skill. By the end of the month, although Shifeng had learned to recognize many materials, he had still lost 5 spirit stones. And at the end of the month, not only did he not receive his 2 spirit stones, but he also ended up giving 3 stones to old Gua. Chongqing, upon hearing this, laughed heartily and asked if Shifeng wanted him to intervene and reclaim them. Shifeng shook his head. "It was my mistake. There is no need for that. Besides, I have little use for crystal stones anyway." Later, when old Gua learned of Shifeng's identity as an inner disciple, he hurriedly offered to return the stones, but Shifeng steadfastly refused. In the second month, Shifeng's progress was significant. He only made 1 mistake in material identification and ultimately earned a single spirit stone as a reward. Over the 2 months, Chongqing completed teaching him the pure yuan skill, and as his own cultivation reached a critical juncture, his visits to Shifeng became increasingly infrequent, finding the daily commute between the sword-casting valley and Yuxiu Peak cumbersome. Shifeng proposed residing in the sword-casting valley. Chongqing found this agreeable. The area surrounding the sword-casting valley had many accommodations. After all, the work in the refining hall was arduous and unclean, and few disciples were willing to come. Many had already sought transfers to other branches through connections. In the dead of night, in a wooden house near the sword-casting valley, Shifeng sat cross-legged, hands crossed over his shoulders, his eyes gently closed. He alternated his slow breaths through his nostrils. After over 2 months of comprehending the pure yuan skill and diligent practice, he had finally grasped some understanding. At that moment, he operated the melting gold technique and felt a subtle thread of energy from the cosmos entering his body. He quickly focused to store this thread in his sea of energy. However, as Chongqing had stated, those without spiritual roots had a constitution that repelled spiritual energy. No matter how many threads he stored in his dantian, they dissipated within the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Nevertheless, although he could not convert spiritual energy for himself, the inhalation and dissipation of it indeed fortified his physical body and improved his spirit. Furthermore, due to Shifeng's innate ability to multitask, he managed to work during the day while half of his consciousness rested. At night, he practiced the pure yuan skill without feeling fatigue. As long as he could sleep for an hour before dawn, he would immediately feel revitalized. 2 months later, Shifeng's material identification was flawless, and he worked diligently in transporting materials, earning Old Guo's satisfaction. Consequently, he was instructed to learn the second step of refining, how to decompose and purify materials. Given that the decomposition and purification processes varied significantly for each material, a majority of the disciples in the refining hall were engaged in this task. Old Guo brought Shifeng to the workshop for decomposing and refining iron essence, the primary material for refining, thus requiring the most manpower. The process of refining iron essence was not simple. One must first melt to evaporate the sulfur copper powder mixed within. This step alone required 3 cycles of melting and cooling. The Sword Casting Valley, located near the Burning Sky Peak, boasted a geothermic furnace, its quality second only to that of Burning Sky Peak. The temperature of the geothermic furnace was significantly higher than that of ordinary fire. As Shifeng entered, he felt parched and drenched in sweat. After enduring for half an hour, he could no longer withstand it and stepped out to drink half a bucket of water, still feeling dizzy. Melted iron essence was merely the first step. Next, while the iron essence was still glowing red, it must be hammered continuously. Iron essence comes in grades. Hammering 1 pound of or into 9 ounces yields first-grade iron essence, while hammering it into 8 ounces produces second-grade iron essence. Naturally, the best quality, 9th-grade iron essence, would be the one hammered down to 1 ounce. This was no easy feat. With each hammering, the density of the iron essence increased, making further strengthening considerably more challenging. Additionally, after each hammering, the iron essence would cool, requiring it to be returned to the geothermic furnace for remelting before the next hammering. The refining hall mandated that disciples submit at least 10 pieces of 5th-grade iron essence each month, with a reward of 5 spirit stones. Of course, if higher-grade iron essence was submitted, the reward would increase accordingly. A piece of 9th-grade iron essence could be exchanged for 20 spirit stones. Due to the time and effort required to refine iron essence, disciples often worked in teams for the task. Shifeng was assigned to a group of 4 others. The eldest among them was an arrogant young man of 18 or 19 years, dressed more lavishly than the others, who exerted the least effort and complained the most. The other 3 were only a year or 2 older than Shifeng. In the first few days, they merely exchanged nods. As time passed, they grew more familiar. One day, Shifeng quietly inquired of a chubby disciple, "Hey, little fatty, what is the background of that Gu Sea?" The chubby disciple replied in a hushed tone, "He is a direct descendant of the Gu family, one of the 7 great families. His family originally held high hopes for him. Last year, when he came to the mountain for the sex assessment, he was found to possess only a first-grade spiritual root, rendering him incapable of entering the inner sect. His pride was wounded, and upon learning of his assessment, he cried uncontrollably. However, he was relegated to our outer sect. Initially, he was unwilling to join the refining hall. But the Gu family is renowned for refining among the 7 great families, and old Gu forced him to come here, so he curses and complains every day." Shifeng pondered a curious matter. Despite the fact that they could hardly endure long within the Guhua furnace room, the wealthy young master seemed unfazed. If he indeed lacked a spiritual root, he should possess no magical power. "Can we truly compare ourselves to such a privileged heir?" Little Fatty remarked, pointing out the jade pendant hanging from the young man's waist, known as the Cold Moon True Jade, a superior spiritual artifact capable of warding off flames and generating cold. With such a treasure for protection, he could remain in the Guhua furnace for an entire day without consequence. Shifeng sighed inwardly, realizing that the realm of cultivation mirrored the mortal world, with distinctions of wealth and poverty. He then inquired about the abundance of fire spiritual energy within the Guhua furnace and why it was not utilized for cultivating fire-based techniques. Little Fatty paused, recalling that there existed a higher grade of earth fire within the Finshan Peak, prompting the inner disciples to practice there instead. Coming from a decayed noble family, he had experienced much despite his youth, far surpassing Shifeng in knowledge. He continued, "As outer disciples, the sect has imparted no techniques to us. Even if some noble families possess fire techniques, we are here to work. If you were to sit and cultivate inside, you would undoubtedly earn a severe reprimand from Manager Luo." Upon hearing this, Shifeng fell silent. In his heart, he had already devised a plan. As an inner disciple, he possessed the Pure Yuan technique, which detailed the absorption methods for the 5 elemental true essence. Fortuitously, he was adept at multitasking, allowing him to work and cultivate simultaneously without issue. That day, upon returning to his quarters, Shifeng retrieved the Pure Yuan technique and diligently studied the Yang Yin method, which had been previously explained by Cha Qing. After spending the night in contemplation, he began to grasp its nuances. The following day, while refining iron or within the Gahua furnace, Shifeng secretly activated the yang-yin method. Indeed, wisps of heat entered his body with each breath, significantly reducing the intense warmth. However, the fire spiritual energy dissipated upon entering his dantian. Previously, Shifeng had attempted to absorb metal spiritual energy using the Wielding method, which, although it could not be retained in his dantian, lingered for a brief period. In contrast, the fire spiritual energy could not be held even for a moment, suggesting that his fire attribute was inferior to his metal attribute. Nonetheless, Shifeng felt a sense of satisfaction. He utilized the pure yuan technique, not to cultivate, but to withstand the heat. Armed with this method, he could linger in the Gahua furnace for half a day, and after a brief respite, he could return for another lengthy session. The others, intrigued, discreetly inquired and soon discovered that this seemingly unremarkable youth was, in fact, an inner disciple, likely possessing protective artifacts bestowed by his elders. Consequently, Gu Mingxi's gaze towards Shifeng turned tinged with jealousy, while little Fatty regarded him with newfound respect. As time passed, the others learned that Shifeng also lacked a spiritual root and had been admitted to the inner sect as an exception. Their reverence diminished, especially as Shifeng's demeanor remained humble, allowing him to blend seamlessly with the group. With the assistance of the yang-yin method and his ability to multitask, Shifeng's efficiency in refining iron increased significantly, yielding 30 pounds of 5th-grade iron essence within the first month. Known for his stubbornness, he soon sought to surpass 5th-grade iron essence and began experimenting with higher grades. The higher the grade of iron essence, the more time it consumed. Having hammered a 10-pound block of iron essence down to 5 pounds, he prepared to submit it, yet astonishingly continued to hammer it down to 4, 3, and even 2 pounds. The other 4 disciples in his team were left in disbelief. A month had passed, and Shifeng had not submitted any iron essence, thus receiving no reward. Little Fatty could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Shifeng, what are you doing?" Shifeng replied with a smile, "I am testing whether I can refine a piece of 9th-grade iron essence." Gu Mingxi muttered under his breath, "What nonsense." Ultimately, after nearly a month, Shifeng truly succeeded in refining a piece of 9th-grade iron essence, earning high praise from Manager Luo, who publicly commended him. Once Manager Luo departed, Gu Mingxi grumbled to himself, "In a month, one could easily produce 30 pieces of 5th-grade iron essence, yielding 15 spirit stones. Over 2 months, that would amount to 30 stones, yet he squandered 2 months for a single piece of 9th-grade iron essence, earning only 20 stones. What a waste of time." However, much to Gu Mingxi's astonishment, Shifeng continued to refine 9th-grade iron essence, this time achieving it within a month and earning 20 spirit stones. While the other disciples managed only 2 to 3 dozen pieces of 5th-grade iron essence, at most receiving 15 stones. As for Gu Mingxi, who preferred a leisurely lifestyle, he could not even refine 10 pieces of 5th-grade iron essence. According to the rules of the Artifact Refining Hall, those who failed to submit at least 10 pieces of 5th-grade iron essence, even if they refined 9, would receive no compensation. Wealthy by nature, Gu Mingxi was not overly concerned about missing out on 5 spirit stones, yet his inability to meet the quota each month led to reprimands from Manager Luo, leaving him feeling humiliated. One evening, while Shifeng was meditating in his quarters, he heard someone outside calling, Brother Shi, are you asleep?" It was Gu Mingxi's voice. Shifeng rose and replied, "Is that you, Brother Gu? Please, come in." He retrieved a moonstone from his drawer, illuminating the room instantly. When he first arrived, he had been a naive youth, once unable to find an oil lamp or candle, resorting to sleep when darkness fell. It was only later that he learned that cultivators typically used moonstones for illumination, which were far brighter and more convenient than candles. Chapter 18. The Sect's Minor Competition. Gu Mingxi entered the room, his face beaming with joy. "Shifeng," he began, "I wish to ask a favor of you." Shifeng promptly replied, "Please, senior brother, instruct me." Gu Mingxi continued, "I dare not impose, but I truly have a matter to request. I am not skilled in refining, and each month, I fail to produce the required 10 pieces of iron essence. You, my brother, are diligent. Could we perhaps strike a deal? If you assist me in refining 10 pieces of 5th-grade iron essence, I shall offer you 10 spirit stones." Shifeng responded, 10 pieces of 5th-grade iron essence are merely worth 5 spirit stones. Senior brother, you are offering too much. Gu Mingxi acknowledged this, I am aware. But I cannot let you suffer a loss. The time spent helping me will cost you. You could have earned more than 5 spirit stones in that time. My brother, Would you consider assisting me? Shifeng readily agreed. No problem, Gu Shixiong. Even without the spirit stones, it is essential for brothers to support one another. Gu Mingxi was overjoyed, and his impression of Shifeng significantly improved. For the subsequent months, Shifeng dedicated himself to his duties at the sword-casting valley, scarcely returning to Yushu Mountain. A year swiftly passed. Shifeng had grown taller and had gained considerable knowledge about the refining hall. The refining hall comprises two primary divisions, refining and crafting. Outer disciples are not involved in the core processes. Their role is merely to refine materials. Only those with magical abilities, the inner disciples, engage in true crafting. The hall's master, Qian Chuzhenren, is a formidable practitioner in the Golden Core stage. With 4 foundation establishment disciples and over 30 Qi refining disciples serving as genuine craftsmen. In crafting magical artifacts, the quality of materials is fundamental. But the true challenge lies in transforming these materials into spiritual instruments. This transformation necessitates the application of various prohibitive combinations to the materials. Spiritual instruments are classified into 9 grades, with the initial grade capable of accommodating up to 9 prohibitions. For each additional 9 prohibitions applied, the instrument's grade is elevated. However, this process is far from simple. Each added prohibition presents significant challenges and could potentially render the materials useless. Once the prohibitions are added, practitioners must wield their true essence to gradually temper the spiritual instrument until it finally takes shape. As outer disciples, Shifeng and his peers lacked the magical prowess necessary for crafting spiritual instruments. In truth, not only were they unable to craft such items, but they also lacked knowledge of how to apply prohibitions, as these combinations, transformations, carvings, and integrations with materials are closely guarded secrets within the sect. Their sole task was to refine various materials. However, even the act of refining materials is no trivial matter. The sword-casting valley is not limited to a single refining site. Due to the differing elemental properties of various materials, refining methods vary widely. For instance, the purple wing insect resides within the purple shirt wood, absorbing its wood spirit essence. Once detached from it, the insect perishes instantly without the nurturing essence. Therefore, extracting the purple wing insect must be done in an area rich in wood spirit essence. The Tai Chi sect, renowned for its millennia-long legacy and substantial financial resources, has established a wood spirit hall constructed entirely of 1,000-year-old fragrant wood, featuring a vast magical array filled with numerous wood spirit stones to generate abundant wood spirit essence. Disciples use magical tools to locate the general position of the purple wing insect before carefully sawing open the purple shirt wood to extract it. Caution is paramount during this delicate process, as the purple wing insect hardens upon contact with metal, rendering it ineffective. Once the approximate location is identified, disciples must carefully peel away the wood with small knives, ultimately using a tiny wooden spoon to extract the insect. This meticulousness surpasses even that of refining iron essence. Moreover, the sword-casting valley boasts various refining sites corresponding to other elemental materials, totaling approximately 15 or 16 locations. Shifeng, adept in pure Yuan Gong and capable of multitasking, found no difficulty navigating any of these sites. For instance, while extracting wood-type materials in the wood spirit hall, he could employ his rebirth technique to counteract the overwhelming wood spirit essence while simultaneously retrieving the purple wing insect. Over the course of a year, Shifeng refined an abundance of high-quality materials, and his commitment to excellence earned him the admiration of manager Luo San, who frequently offered personal guidance. Among the refining department, Shifeng's skills flourished under his tutelage. During this period, Shifeng realized that despite the richness of the elemental spiritual essence, he could not absorb or transform it, particularly the fire essence, which dissipated almost instantaneously. The wood essence lingered for a brief moment, but ultimately faded away, confirming his lack of a spiritual root. Longqing, his senior brother, had mentioned that spiritual roots are inherent to one's constitution and cannot be altered. It seemed that to pursue a path of cultivation, he would have to be reborn in the next life. Contemplating this matter left Shifeng feeling despondent, but being young at heart, he gradually set it aside. One day, while he was busy hammering iron essence, he heard manager Luo calling for him outside, prompting him to hastily put down his hammer. Upon stepping outside, he found manager Luo conversing with senior brother Longqing. Shifeng, manager Luo announced, "Your senior brother is looking for you." Longqing, Shifeng replied, "You both take your time. I have some matters to attend to." He clasped his fists in respect and stepped away. Long Qing, who had not seen Shifeng for a couple of months, noticed his growth and vitality. After inquiring about his well-being, he said, "I have come to inform you that tomorrow is the day of the sect's minor competition. You must return to Yushu Mountain tonight, as Master will take us to Iron Sword Peak at the Hour of the Dragon." Shifeng asked, "The sect's minor competition?" Long Qing affirmed, "Indeed. It is a contest among all the chi refining disciples of our Iron Sword Peak, allowing the ancestors and elders to assess our progress in cultivation." Shifeng hesitated. "But Long Qing interjected, "I know you lack a spiritual root and have not cultivated any techniques. However, Master has stated that although you are not required to participate in the competition, your presence is mandatory. This rule cannot be broken. I have informed Manager Luo that you need not return to the refining hall for the next few days." That evening, Shifeng returned to his residence on Yushu Mountain. The following day, at the break of dawn, he hurried to the entrance where Lu Yunzi was in seclusion. Finding that the other 6 senior brothers and sisters were already waiting, the past year had seen little interaction between them, and when they did meet, it was merely a nod of acknowledgement. At the Hour of the Dragon, the door opened silently, and Lu Yunzi emerged. Since his initiation, Shifeng had not seen his master. The disciples bowed in greeting, paying their respects. Lu Yunzi glanced over the group, and when his gaze fell upon Shifeng, he ignored him entirely. Not bad," he remarked. "It seems you have all been diligent. Zhang Peijun and Zhou Qing have both reached the 7th layer of qi refining, advancing a stage since our last meeting. Well done." Zhang and Zhou beamed at their master's praise. Lu Yunzi continued, "Today, during the minor competition, the ancestor will personally assess you. Be sure to showcase your utmost skills and do not bring shame upon your master." Without waiting for a response, he summoned a meteor-like shuttle, leading the way with a wave of his sleeve. The competition took place at a platform on the eastern side of Iron Sword Peak, known as the Sword Trial Platform. Spanning 5 acres, the platform was spacious, adorned with meticulously arranged black and white stone blocks forming a grand taiji pattern. A temporary pavilion had been erected below, featuring 3 rows of tables and chairs, laden with spirit tea and fruits. At a quarter past the Hour of the Dragon, Dao Chongzhenren and the Elder in Black descended from the sky. The disciples bowed in unison, greeting the master and ancestor. Dao Chong and the Elder nodded before taking their seats at the head of the assembly, with other Foundation establishment elders following suit. The Qi refining inner disciples participating in the competition stood on the platform, arranged in order of seniority, with Shifeng positioned at the far left of the 5th row. As he was not required to compete, among all the disciples, he was likely the most relaxed at that moment. Dao Chongzhenren took a sip of spirit tea and declared, "Time flies. It has been 2 years since our last minor competition. Once again, Zhao Shidi will preside over the evaluations." After setting down his cup, he nodded to the Elder in Black. The Elder in Black rose from his seat and said, "Hee. You all know the rules, yet I shall reiterate them. All disciples in the Qi refinement stage will draw lots to determine their opponents based on their current cultivation levels. Those at the 5th level of Qi refinement shall face others at the same level. The draw for the first round was completed 3 days ago, and you are all aware of your respective opponents. After the first round concludes, the victorious disciples will engage in challenge matches, where disciples of the same level may challenge each other at will. However, disciples of higher levels are prohibited from challenging those of lower levels. Conversely, if a lower-level disciple believes their martial arts are commendable, they may challenge a senior of a higher tier. Should they succeed in such a challenge, they will be handsomely rewarded. Ultimately, the top 3 contenders will be awarded 300 spirit stones each. Additionally, the first-place winner will receive a spiritual artifact, while the second-place winner will be granted a vial of Qi recovery pills. An intersect disciple receives merely 60 spirit stones annually. Thus, 300 spirit stones represent a sum equivalent to 5 years' worth. As for spiritual artifacts, their value is immeasurable, significantly enhancing one's strength and requiring countless spirit stones to obtain. Consequently, the disciples are filled with both excitement and apprehension. Victory brings both fame and fortune, yet defeat, particularly at the hands of a junior, would be a source of great humiliation, subjecting them to harsh reprimands from their masters. The Elder in Black observed the sparkling eyes and eager expressions of the disciples. Nodding in satisfaction, he reiterated the rules of victory and defeat. Stepping outside the boundary marked by the Taiji diagram results in a loss. Being unable to retaliate for 10 breaths after being attacked constitutes a loss. Falling and remaining down for 10 breaths leads to a loss. Voluntarily conceding signifies a loss. And exhausting one's spiritual energy to the point of being unable to continue fighting also results in defeat. Since this is a contest, I expect you to display your true abilities. Accidental injury is permissible. However, any underhanded tactics during an internal sect match are strictly forbidden. If a participant continues to strike after their opponent has already lost, not only will they be deemed the loser, but they will also face disciplinary action from the sect. Do you all understand? In unison, the disciples replied, "We understand, Master." The elder in black nodded. Then let us begin with the disciples at the third level of chi refinement. The first group may take the stage. With a wave of his hand, the disciples retreated to the outer edge of the Taiji diagram, seated cross-legged on either side of the stage, maintaining the order of seniority. However, whispers soon filled the air as they began to converse among themselves. Having been in the sect for a year, Shifeng had gained some understanding of its dynamics. Since the passing of the esteemed Dan Yang, the Iron Sword Peak was left with only Dao Chong and the elder Zhao Tianhu, both of whom were accomplished Golden Core cultivators. Dao Chong had 4 Foundation Establishment disciples, while both Dan Yang and Zhao Tianhu had 3 each. Beneath these Foundation Establishment disciples were their own students, numbering from 4 or 5 to over 10. Thus, the entirety of Iron Sword Peak boasted 2 Golden Core cultivators, 11 Foundation Establishment disciples, and over 100 disciples in the Chi refinement stage. These disciples varied in height, build, gender, and age, with some being elderly and others as young as 12 or 13, even younger than Shifeng. At this moment, only 2 individuals remained on stage, the first pair drawn to compete. They retreated 3 steps, clasped their fists in greeting, and began to chant incantations to summon their techniques. Clashing fiercely, Shifeng, unfamiliar with the intricacies of their martial arts, could only watch the spectacle. He observed as groups of disciples ascended the stage. Some engaged in intense battles that appeared evenly matched, while others concluded swiftly, one party being thrust out of the circle almost immediately. Each combatant wielded different techniques and artifacts. Some used swords and spears, while others relied on tokens and seals. Notably, the 4th senior brother, Xiang Hua, brandished a 2-meter-long wolf-tooth club that danced through the air, occasionally erupting in flames, showcasing formidable power as he easily triumphed in his match. As Shifeng watched, a question arose in his mind, given that the Taiji sect is renowned for its swordsmanship in the Great Yin. Why was it that none of the disciples employed flying swords? He was inclined to inquire with his seniors, but noticing their rapt attention and tension regarding the matches, he refrained from interrupting. Elder Zhao Tianhu provided commentary after each match concluded, addressing any flaws in technique or strategic errors made during the contests. Receiving guidance from a Golden Core cultivator was a rare opportunity. It often resolved long-standing doubts and could lead to breakthroughs in cultivation, thus all disciples, regardless of victory or defeat, listened attentively. The competitions continued from morning until dusk, with only a brief half-hour break. By the afternoon, as the hour of the monkey approached, the matches concluded, and the top 3 were determined. Chongqing notably secured second place, having lost only to a disciple at the peak of the Chi refinement stage under Dao Chong. Once the disciples had realigned on stage, awaiting Dao Chong's instruction, he turned to Lu Yunzi and asked, "Why is it that one of your notable disciples did not participate in the competition?" Lu Yunzi promptly replied, "Master, that disciple is Shifeng. He lacks a spiritual root and has not cultivated any martial arts." With Shifeng having grown taller and his appearance now much tidier compared to the ragged beggar he had once been, Dao Chong, engrossed in his own thoughts, had momentarily forgotten. However, upon Lu Yunzi's mention, he nodded in realization. He then rose to personally bestow the sect rewards upon the top 3 disciples, offering words of encouragement to all disciples before declaring the competition officially concluded. As the disciples descended from the sword testing platform, following their respective masters, Shifeng had just stepped down when he heard a faint voice beside him. "Shifeng, meet me at the circular cave tonight at the hour of the rat. Do not disclose this to anyone, not even your master." Remember, it was the voice of Dao Chong himself. Chapter 19. The Nameless Body Refinement Technique. Shifeng was taken aback, glancing around in search of the Chong's figure. Upon observing the surrounding area, he noticed several senior brothers and sisters engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the recent competition. Their expressions indicated that they had not heard De Chong's earlier words. Upon returning to Yuxiu Mountain, Li Yunzi summoned 7 disciples to meticulously analyze the day's contest, with each disciple either receiving praise or admonishment. After an hour, they finally dispersed. That night, Shifeng stayed at Yuxiu Mountain, not returning to the Sword Forging Valley. At the second watch of the night, Shifeng quietly arose, descended the mountain path, and utilized the teleportation array to return to Iron Sword Peak. He followed a narrow trail to a secluded valley in the west, the retreat of Dechong, which was a forbidden area of the sect. Shrouded in silence and devoid of any presence, the valley was overgrown with brambles and thorns, lacking any clear path. Shifeng navigated through the forest with care, thankful for the bright moonlight illuminating the surroundings, and relieved to find no poisonous snakes or fierce beasts lurking about. Approaching the third watch, he discovered a small cave at the edge of a cliff on the west side. The entrance was modest, but by the moonlight, he noticed couplets engraved on either side. Reading, "The winds of myriad sounds begin to stir, the moon across 1,000 mountains suddenly rounds." This was indeed the entrance to Dechong's secluded retreat. As Shifeng was about to announce his name, a faint voice from within beckoned, "Come in." It was Dechong's voice. Shifeng promptly complied and entered the cave, which was surprisingly spacious yet devoid of any furnishings. Dechong sat cross-legged on the west side, and behind him was a vaguely discernible door, hinting at further mysteries within. Shifeng dared not gaze too intently, kneeling to pay his respects. "Disciple Shifeng pays homage to the master." Dechong nodded. "Rise and speak." "Yes." Shifeng stood up. Dechong continued, "Shifeng, you have been in the sect for a year now, correct?" Shifeng affirmed. Dechong asked, "What is your current position?" Shifeng replied, "Disciple is assisting in refining materials for artifacts at the Sword Forging Valley." Dechong responded thoughtfully, "Ah, you are with senior brother Qianchu then. He is quite amiable, though somewhat obstinate." Shifeng acknowledged this verbally but thought to himself, "What senior brother Qianchu? I haven't even met one of his disciples or grand disciples." Dechong inquired, "What techniques have you studied in the sect?" Shifeng answered, "Disciple possesses no spiritual roots and has not cultivated any techniques." "Oh, but senior brother Cha-Ching taught me pure Yuan technique, claiming it would strengthen my body." Dechong remarked, "Indeed, I see your physique is stronger than that of ordinary disciples. It appears you have been diligent in your practice." Shifeng mused inwardly, "This is not due to my diligence, but rather because I spend every day near the furnace, where without practice, I could hardly endure for long." Out loud, he expressed, "Thank you for your kind words, Master." Dechong continued, "The reason I called you here today is concerning your cultivation technique. I see you possess a robust physique, which makes you suitable for the path of body refinement." Shifeng was puzzled. "Body refinement?" Dechong explained, "Body refinement involves cultivating one's physique using spiritual energy. It is an external cultivation path, quite contrary to the internal methods." Seeing Shifeng still unclear, Dechong elaborated, "Internal cultivation stores spiritual energy in the dantian and transforms it into personal magical power, whereas body refinement hones the body, bones, and skin using spiritual energy. A practitioner of body refinement, when reaching advanced levels, can wield the strength of dragons and elephants, often surpassing ordinary chi practitioners. Moreover, body refinement greatly aids in overcoming bottlenecks in internal cultivation, as a strong physical body is always advantageous." Shifeng scratched his head and asked, "If that is the case, why doesn't everyone pursue body refinement?" Dechong chuckled, "Your inquiry is quite intriguing. While body refinement is beneficial, human limitations can be taxing. It too requires time to absorb spiritual energy. If you meditate for a day, the energy gained is limited. Will you use it to enhance your magical power or to refine your physique? Additionally, body refinement demands more than internal cultivation. Not only does one need spiritual roots, but also a powerful physical form. Thus, among the human race, body cultivators are far fewer than those pursuing internal cultivation. However, among the demon and monster races, there are many body refiners." Finally, understanding dawned on Shifeng, and Dechong continued, "Among the outer disciples, there are indeed many who walk the path of body refinement, but our Taiji sect is primarily an internal cultivation school and lacks any body refinement techniques. The few body refinement texts in our sect were gathered from outside and are not particularly remarkable. I happen to possess a body refinement technique, which I shall pass on to you." Shifeng immediately knelt in gratitude, but Dechong cautioned, "Hold on, do not be so hasty in your thanks. Listen to me first. Whether you wish to accept this technique is yet to be determined. The reason I considered passing this technique to you is due to its peculiar origins. It bears no name and was discovered over 100 years ago during my travels with my junior brother Danyang in a nameless cave where we encountered a formidable beast. Danyang sustained severe injuries defending me. Though he is usually calm, recalling the past brings a hint of nostalgia to his voice." Dechong continued, "Upon our return, We found this technique was a body refinement method of no use to us. Furthermore, it is incomplete, lacking the latter half pertaining to the magical techniques for cultivation. Normally, a complete text would first detail the cultivation methods, followed by the application of its magical transformations. The absence of half the text implies that even if you practice it, you would not know how to wield it. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shifeng's eyes, and Dechong added, "That is not the worst part. This technique also fails to explain how to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth." Shifeng nearly leapt up in disbelief. A text that neither instructs on practice nor application. What remains? Seemingly sensing his doubts, Dechong clarified. The technique merely explains how to guide the absorbed spiritual energy and how to refine the skin, bones, and body. I have scrutinized this technique, and it appears to be quite profound. Do you wish to learn it? Shifeng thought to himself, if I do not learn this, what else can I pursue? He nodded. Disciple is willing. Good. However, I must inform you that this technique's origins are unknown, and you must not divulge this to others. Should it be a secret of some sect, and you possess their manuscript without knowing its origins, it could lead to trouble, and I would be unable to assist you. All right, I shall pass the technique to you. You may leave now. Dechong gestured, and a beam of radiant light entered Shifeng's forehead. He felt a slender text materializing in his mind. Without taking time to peruse it, Shifeng bowed deeply to Dechong and hastily departed. Upon returning to his dwelling, he eagerly examined the text, which indeed bore no title. The front lacked instructions for absorbing spiritual energy, and the back contained no magical applications, filled instead with descriptions of how to refine the body. Shifeng, entirely unfamiliar with body refinement techniques, could only comprehend about 1/10 of the text. He was not inclined to delve deeper into its mysteries. The following dawn, he sought out his senior brother Changqing, inquiring, "Senior brother, are you knowledgeable about body refinement techniques?" Changqing responded, "Body refinement? Why do you ask this?" Shifeng explained, "I have heard that those without spiritual roots can also refine their bodies, so I wish to give it a try." Changqing replied, "I do not know much about body refinement techniques. Even among the outer disciples without spiritual roots, few pursue body refinement." Shifeng questioned, "Why is that? If they cannot practice internally, why do they not follow the path of body refinement?" Changqing elucidated, "Body refinement merely strengthens the body. It increases strength and toughness, but in terms of power, it may not even compare to a low-grade spiritual artifact. The outer disciples are often descendants of influential families. Even if they are not wealthy, they can still procure a few spiritual artifacts. Why would they expend effort on body refinement? It is not only arduous, but without spiritual roots, they cannot establish a foundation or form a dam. Nor can they extend their lifespan. It is merely a waste of effort." Shifeng chuckled ruefully. "Senior brother, you know I come from humble beginnings, with nothing else to do. A bit of practice wouldn't hurt." Changqing sighed. "That is true. However, I do not understand body refinement techniques. Practicing pure Yuan technique could be considered a form of body refining, but it is merely a basic cleansing of vitality and not authentic body refinement. If you wish to study proper body refinement techniques, you might as well search the scripture pavilion, but I advise you not to have high hopes, even if they exist. They are likely to be commonplace." Shifeng asked, "The scripture pavilion? Am I allowed to go there?" Changqing replied, "Inner disciples can access it. Why would you be excluded?" The scripture pavilion is situated on Yintai Ridge, which is the residence of a branch of the Tai Chi sect's leader, encircled by the other 4 sects, thus occupying a central position. As the name suggests, its shape closely resembles that of a flat inkstone. Although the ridge is not particularly high, it is remarkably level and covers the largest area. The scripture pavilion lies on the western side of Yintai Ridge, serving as a crucial focal point in the sect's protective array. While it may appear solitary, its defenses are quite formidable. However, from an exterior perspective, the scripture pavilion is rather unremarkable. A 6-story tower that looks somewhat worn, lacking any imposing guards at its entrance, save for a long-faced man seated there, eyes closed in meditation. When Shifeng approached, he noticed that the man wore a blue robe, indicating he was also an inner sect disciple. Shifeng clasped his fists and inquired, "Brother, may I ask if this is the scripture pavilion?" The man opened his eyes and coldly responded, "Where is your token?" Shifeng promptly produced his insignia and handed it over. The man accepted it, briefly scanning it with his spiritual sense. And upon seeing the image of a young man in a blue robe, thick brows and large eyes, with dark skin, matching the figure before him, he tossed the token back, saying, "You may enter." Shifeng expressed his gratitude, asking, "What are the rules of the scripture pavilion?" The long-faced man, evidently impatient, replied, "It is written inside. Read it yourself." As an inner sect disciple, his primary focus was on cultivation, but he had been assigned the task of guarding the pavilion for a year, which left him in a foul mood. Shifeng dared not respond and entered the tower. Indeed, upon entry, he found a stone tablet detailing the rules of the scripture pavilion. It comprised 5 levels, with the first 2 entirely free for any inner sect disciple to browse the collection. The 3rd level required 3 spirit stones per hour, the 4th 6, and the 5th 10. Stepping into the 1st level, which was hexagonal with stone walls, Shifeng noticed rows of stone shelves displaying numerous jade slips. He was momentarily astonished upon examining the jade slips. When he attempted to press one against his forehead, he felt only the coolness of the jade. Unable to glean any information, it became evident that the slips required magical energy to activate their contents. After pacing around twice, he found himself at a loss for a solution. Fortunately, the stone walls beneath each jade slip contained brief descriptions of their contents. Upon thorough review, he discovered that the slips on this level contained rather superficial material, mostly travelogues, peculiar tales from the cultivation world, and introductions to various sects, lacking significant value. The 1st floor was also devoid of any visitors. Ascending to the 2nd level, Shifeng encountered a middle-aged Taoist seated at the stairway entrance, his complexion somewhat darkened. Although he remained with eyes closed, he noticed Shifeng's ascent but did not open his eyes. The 2nd floor was sparsely populated, with 3 or 4 disciples holding jade slips, engrossed in their readings. Shifeng circled the area, examining the descriptions of each slip. The quality of the texts on this level surpassed that of the 1st, featuring notes from various sect elders and introductions to different spiritual herbs and exotic beasts. Among them were 2 body cultivation techniques, Iron Skin Technique and Azure Dragon Secret. Though their names suggested they might not be particularly sophisticated, reminiscent of the tricks often employed by street vendors selling powerful elixirs. To Shifeng's delight, he discovered a wealth of texts concerning artifact forging on the 2nd floor. Having spent a year at the artifact forging hall, his knowledge was substantial, and he recognized that some of these texts were quite valuable, carelessly displayed. Upon reflection, he understood that the Tai Chi sect, being primarily a sword cultivation sect, did not emphasize external skills, thus relegating these artifact forging texts to the lower 2 levels. Consequently, there were no foundational inner cultivation techniques available on these floors. Shifeng silently selected a few books, but lacking the magical power to activate the jade slips, he reluctantly approached the dark-faced Taoist at the stairway entrance and asked, "Brother, may I inquire if the jade slips on the 2nd floor can be copied?" The Taoist, still with eyes closed, coldly replied, "Yes, copying is free, but you must provide your own jade slips." However, Shifeng's next words prompted the Taoist to immediately open his eyes. "Could I trouble you to copy these few jade slips? I happen to have forgotten to bring my own today." The Taoist was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Why would he waste time copying for someone who had not even brought their own slips? But Shifeng's subsequent statement made the Taoist beam with a smile. Shifeng produced a small pouch, declaring, "Here are 10 spirit stones. I would greatly appreciate your assistance." Most inner sect disciples are not particularly affluent, receiving only 5 spirit stones from the sect each month, which barely suffices for their expenses. Firstly, they strive for progress, and elixirs for enhancing their cultivation are exorbitantly priced. Secondly, they also need to cultivate their magical abilities, which consume significant amounts of energy, although this can be replenished through meditation. The process is too slow and can hinder cultivation time, making restorative elixirs essential. Lastly, there are expenses associated with spiritual tools. A well-suited spiritual tool can greatly enhance a cultivator's strength, but the price of such tools, especially quality ones, is often beyond the means of inner sect disciples. In the small sect competition at Iron Sword Peak, the first prize is a low-grade spiritual tool, a reward that has led over 100 disciples to vie fiercely for victory. Thus, most inner sect disciples can only afford a single protective spiritual tool, which is an ordinary artifact without any engraved restrictions. Naturally, the cost also depends on the materials used. If the materials are of good quality, they can be quite expensive as well. Chapter 20. The initial understanding of cultivation techniques. Although Shifeng remained relatively unknown, he possessed considerable wealth among the inner disciples. Firstly, he received a fixed sum of 5 crystal stones from the sect every month, with no expenditures on cultivation, elixirs, or magical instruments. He accumulated a steady 60 crystal stones annually. Secondly, he earned a salary from the artifact refining hall, where his exceptional skills ensured an income of 20 to 30 stones each month. Thirdly, he also worked for Gu Mingxi, and through Gu's influence, 3 or 4 other affluent young heirs sought Shi Feng's assistance, resulting in a total of 500 to 600 crystal stones by year's end. He presented 10 crystal stones, apprehensive that the stern-faced Taoist might decline, already prepared to offer more. However, the Taoist's somber expression transformed into a radiant smile. "Junior brother, why be so polite? This is a mere trifle. I would have assisted you without your prompting. How many copies do you require? Please, speak freely." As he spoke, he swiftly accepted the stones, glancing around before tucking them away. Jade tablets were akin to paper and ink in the world of cultivators, costing hardly anything. 10 crystal stones could easily procure several hundred jade tablets. Initially, Shi Feng had chosen 5 tablets, but upon hearing the Taoist's tone, he selected 3 additional ones. Without hesitation, the Taoist retrieved the tablets and promptly made the copies, inquiring, "Is there anything else?" Shi Feng replied, "None, thank you, senior brother." He then bid farewell as the Taoist escorted him to the stairway, saying, "Take care on your way, junior brother. Feel free to visit often. If you forget to bring jade tablets, do not hesitate to seek me out. My Taoist name is Lu Zhan." With the jade tablets in hand, Shi Feng sought out Chang Qing, requesting his senior brother to imprint the contents of the tablets into his consciousness. After a brief glance at the contents, 2 rudimentary body refinement techniques, and 5 treatises on artifact crafting, Chang Qing nodded and utilized his spiritual energy to inscribe the knowledge into Shi Feng's sea of consciousness. Upon returning to the sword-forging valley, Shi Feng began to comprehend the 2 body refinement techniques. To his disappointment, they proved rather superficial. The iron skin technique merely involved refining the skin with gold's spiritual energy, rendering it as resilient as iron, while the Azure Dragon Sutra, despite its formidable name, was simply a method of refining the skin with spiritual energy, even inferior to the iron skin technique. Within 3 days, Shi Feng fully grasped both texts. Thereafter, he began to delve into the unnamed technique. As anticipated, it was profoundly complex. Despite having the foundation from the previous 2 techniques, his understanding progressed slowly, with some concepts remaining entirely inscrutable. With a sigh, he decided to consult his senior brother, Chang Qing, about the terms he found perplexing. Chang Qing, knowledgeable in some aspects, provided explanations, but for those he was unfamiliar with, he suggested Shi Feng approach Steward Luo, who was also a body cultivator and had attained considerable mastery. Shi Feng was taken aback upon learning that Luo-san was indeed a body cultivator, and upon further inquiry, he discovered that Luo's background bore similarities to his own. Luo-san had not hailed from a prestigious family. Rather, he was originally a blacksmith of great renown in the mundane world. While traveling, the esteemed Qian Chuzhen had recognized his exceptional skills and, despite Luo lacking a spiritual root, had brought him into the Taiji sect, placing him in the outer sect's artifact refining hall. Although Luo-san had entered the realm of cultivation, he lacked the support of a powerful family and faced considerable challenges. Understanding that strength was paramount in the cultivation world, he trained in body refinement techniques to ensure his survival. Without delay, Shi Feng sought out Luo-san. Their relationship had always been amicable, and when Shi Feng inquired about body cultivation techniques, Luo initially paused but soon realized Shi Feng's circumstances were akin to his own. With a generous spirit, he answered all questions without reservation. However, Luo-san practiced a technique different from the Iron Skin technique or the Azure Dragon Sutra. His method involved a rare material acquired from an elder of the sect, which he could not share with Shi Feng. With Luo-san's assistance, Shi Feng's comprehension of the unnamed technique accelerated, and he eventually understood nearly 90% of the first level. As Dao Chong had claimed, the technique was indeed intricate, diverging significantly from typical body refinement methods. Generally, body cultivation techniques involved absorbing spiritual energy to temper the body, varying in the type of energy absorbed, gold for the Iron Skin technique, wood for the Azure Dragon Sutra, while Luo-san's method absorbed fire spiritual energy. After absorption, body cultivators refined their physical forms with this energy. Typically, this process involved strengthening the body from the outside in, enhancing the skin, muscles, and bones sequentially, ultimately creating a robust physique capable of immense power. However, the unnamed technique was infinitely more complicated, comprising 5 levels, each subdivided into 5 stages, totaling 25 stages. For instance, the first level included the stages of metal skin, wood bone, water blood, fire tendon, and earth muscle, requiring the absorption of gold spiritual energy to refine the skin, followed by wood spiritual energy for the bones, and so forth. Any misstep could lead to failure. Achieving all 5 stages could potentially lead to the completion of the first level. The second level involved water skin, fire bone, wood blood, earth tendon, and metal muscle, following the cycle of elemental generation, with precision being paramount. The third, fourth, and fifth levels continued this intricate process, ultimately allowing the skin, bones, blood, and tendons to embody the quintessence of the 5 elements, culminating in a unified essence through specific hand seals. After contemplating the technique, Sherfone was left astounded. Was this method a mere jest? Such a convoluted practice seemed unattainable within a mere century of life for a body cultivator. Could it be that someone had whimsically penned this for amusement? Yet, Dao Chong, a venerable figure, had spoken highly of its origins and efficacy, which left Sherfone in disbelief. After some reflection, with time on his hands, he decided to practice. However, a pressing question remained: which technique to use for absorbing the essence of heaven and earth? The unnamed body refinement technique did not specify, leading Sherfone to conclude that any method capable of absorbing the elemental energies would suffice. Most body cultivation techniques absorb only one type of elemental energy, while this unnamed technique required all 5. Fortunately, Sherfone recalled a foundational technique, the pure essence technique, which detailed the absorption of the 5 elemental energies. Yet, he dismissed it, as Chang Qing had remarked that the pure essence technique was rather rudimentary and slow, not worth pursuing for an entry-level disciple. Given his ample supply of crystal stones, he resolved to seek superior techniques in the scripture repository. Eagerly, Sherfone filled his pockets with crystal stones and ventured to the repository. The stern-faced Taoist, Lu Jun, still guarded the second floor. Upon seeing Sherfone, he greeted him warmly, but upon hearing Sherfeng's request, Lu Jun offered a wry smile. "Junior brother, there are indeed numerous techniques on the 3rd floor, but access requires a command from a senior, and only one book may be copied at a time. Do you possess such a command?" Sherfone was momentarily stunned. It was impossible for him to request a command from Lu Yunzi. Frustrated, he departed in disappointment, with Lu Jun equally disheartened as he escorted him to the door. In truth, Sherfone had misjudged the situation. It was not the sect's stinginess, but rather the careful consideration required in selecting cultivation techniques. The choice of techniques for disciples in the qi refining stage was made by their masters, taking into account various factors such as spiritual roots, physical constitution, comprehension, and character. Arbitrarily changing techniques was a grave taboo and required the master's consent. Returning to the sword-forging valley, Sherfone, with no other options, resumed his practice of the pure essence technique, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth to cultivate the unnamed body refinement technique. Time passed swiftly, and nearly half a year went by as Sherfone remained immersed in the sword-forging valley, diligently practicing the unnamed body refinement technique while also studying the art of artifact crafting. Given his current pace in purifying materials, he only requires a little over half a day to fulfill the tasks assigned by the sect, leaving him ample time for personal cultivation. But how to cultivate? The first consideration is the location. Although Sherfone possesses residences at both Yuxi and Zhujian Valley, he has dismissed these options for a simple reason: the density of spiritual energy. Every cultivator understands that one must select locations rich in pure spiritual energy for effective training, as this leads to exponentially greater results. Though the Taiji sect is established atop a spiritual energy nexus, there exists a disparity in the spiritual energy across various sect locations. The most potent veins and spiritual eyes have long been appropriated by the higher echelons of the sect, while the secondary locations have been seized by foundational disciples, followed by inner disciples, leaving the outer disciples with scant options. However, for Sherfone, there are indeed prime locations available, whose quality of spiritual energy rivals that of the secluded chambers of the sect's golden core ancestors. These include the Earth Fire Furnace and the Wood Spirit Hall. The reason for the abundant spiritual energy in Zhujian Valley and similar venues is their intended use for material refinement. Nevertheless, Sherfone is adept at multitasking. He can extract purple-winged insects in the Wood Spirit Hall while simultaneously absorbing the rich wood spiritual energy to enhance the first level of the unnamed body refinement technique. Being merely an outer disciple, his capacity to absorb spiritual energy is limited, preventing any overwhelming manifestations of energy flow. Thus, he practices while working, unbeknownst to others. As time passes, rumors spread within the sect of an outer disciple in Zhujian Valley who, due to impoverished circumstances, labors tirelessly for crystal stones. often sleeping in the refinement chamber. This tale is recounted by some elders as a motivational parable for the indolent disciples. 3 months later, Shifeng's practice of the unnamed body refinement technique progresses remarkably well, attributed to his robust physique, his ability to multitask, and the rich spiritual energy of the refinement chamber. After several months, he has made notable progress in the realms of golden skin, wood bone, water blood, and earth flesh, strengthening his sinews significantly. Upon attempting to circulate a breath of spiritual energy, he notices a faint yellow sheen on his skin, which leaves only a slight white mark when pricked with a sharp blade. Shifeng is elated, yet simultaneously disheartened by his inability to cultivate the fire muscle aspect. He has previously discerned that his internal fire attribute is weak, despite his efforts to absorb fire's spiritual energy in the earth fire furnace. It dissipates almost instantaneously when stored in his dantian. This inefficiency also manifests when attempting to refine his muscles. Given that the first level of the unnamed body refinement technique requires mastery of all 5 aspects, after countless attempts, he finally concedes. However, his goal is not strictly to achieve a specific level. Rather, he seeks to strengthen his body and enhance his overall prowess. Consequently, after numerous fruitless endeavors, Shifeng redirects his focus towards diligently honing the 4 aspects of golden skin, wood bone, water blood, and earth flesh. One day, while refining ice jade powder in the Ningshui Palace, Shifeng is suddenly informed by a disciple that Steward Luo requests his presence. Upon arriving at the refining chamber where Steward Luo and 3 other disciples are gathered, Shifeng hears Luo addressing them. Shifeng, put aside your current task for the next month. You need not do anything else. A significant responsibility awaits you for. A stout middle-aged disciple among the 3 inquires, Steward Luo, what is this significant responsibility? Please don't keep us in suspense. We are all present now. Luo replies, do not question this matter. Follow me to meet Master Qianchu, and he shall enlighten you. What? Master Qianchu summons us? Chapter 21. The Broken Sword. In the past 2 years at the Sword Forging Valley, the illustrious name of Master Qianchu has reverberated like thunder. This individual is an elder of the Burning Sky Peak, possessed of an insatiable passion for the art of weapon forging. Initially, the Tai Chi sect did not have a dedicated forging hall. Rather, forging was merely a subsidiary division under the Affairs Hall, managing the mineral resources dispatched from various regions under the sect's jurisdiction. However, due to Master Qianchu's relentless dedication to the craft, he garnered considerable reproach from the peak's leadership. One day, to everyone's astonishment, he successfully forged a magical artifact, sending ripples of astonishment throughout the sect. It is important to note that magical artifacts are classified into 9 grades, with only those of the 4th grade and above being deemed true magical artifacts, while those of the 1st to 3rd grades are merely referred to as spiritual tools. Although the distinction between a 4th grade magical artifact and a 3rd grade spiritual tool is merely 1 grade apart, in essence, they are worlds apart. A magical artifact can recognize its master by blood, transform at will, and possesses capabilities far beyond those of a 3rd grade spiritual tool. That night, the sect's higher-ups convened an urgent meeting and ultimately decided to establish a dedicated forging hall, appointing Master Qianchu as its head. Master Qianchu was also directly promoted to the sect's elder council, allowing him to partake in significant sect matters. The middle-aged man exclaimed, "The headmaster summons us? What has transpired?" Chief Steward Luo replied, "Do not inquire, simply follow me." Rising, he led the 4 individuals towards the rear valley of the Sword Forging Valley. The valley was constructed around a natural fire source, and as they ventured deeper, the temperature of the air intensified. The 4 were bewildered, pondering whether they had erred in some capacity, prompting the headmaster to personally reprimand them. Anxiety gripped their hearts, and sweat dripped from their brows. Having never been to the rear valley, Shifeng dared not gaze around, merely following Luo-san with his head bowed. They arrived at a massive stone hall where Luo-san halted and called out, "Disciple Luo-san requests an audience with Master Qianchu." A booming voice from within beckoned, "Come in." As the door swung open, Shifeng and the others entered the hall, where they beheld an elder seated in the center. He was short and stout, with a round face, a shiny bald head, and a thick beard resembling a hedgehog, dressed in a tattered Taoist robe. The group hastily knelt, paying their respects to Master Qianchu. With a wave of his hand, Master Qianchu said, "Rise and speak. There is no need for formality." His tone was surprisingly amiable. Standing up, Shifeng noticed 2 other individuals seated beside Master Qianchu, an elderly scholar clad in a scholarly robe and a robust man in his 30s or 40s, with a straight back like an arrow. Master Qianchu glanced at the assembly and inquired, Luo-san, are these the 4 individuals? Luo-san affirmed, yes. They are currently the most skilled in the forging hall. Master Qianchu chuckled, how could you forget yourself? Surely your skills surpass theirs. Just as Luo-san was about to respond, Master Qianchu waved his hand. Enough, I was merely jesting. You are too burdened with trivial matters to attend to this. It shall be these 4. Although Shifeng and the others remained puzzled, it seemed they were not to be punished, which eased their apprehension. Master Qianchu continued. The reason I summoned you is to assign you a significant task, which must remain confidential. If any of you divulge this, even if I choose not to pursue you, there are those far more formidable who will. The group felt a wave of unease wash over them. Master Qianchu added, do not worry, for the next month, you will assist me. This task is not overly burdensome. A month ago, our esteemed elder Feng, known as the Fairy of Returning Wild Geese, encountered formidable foes outside, resulting in her frost-dew sword being shattered into 2 pieces. She has requested my assistance in restoring her magical artifact. The frost-dew sword contains 30 layers of restrictions, and I cannot guarantee its complete restoration. I can only attempt to do so, due to the vast materials required for the restoration. I asked Luo-san to find several skilled disciples to assist me. Do you understand? The 4 exhaled in relief, responding in unison. We shall follow Master Qianchu's orders. Master Qianchu instructed, you are to refine the various materials I require, while the 2 of you will assist in inscribing the restrictions. The latter part was directed towards the 2 scholarly individuals, who bowed in acknowledgement. Master Qianchu, slightly displeased, remarked, do not carry on in such a manner. Although this may take away from your training time, upon completion, I will reward each of you with 5,000 spirit stones, which should make up for it. The 2 scholars hurriedly responded, we would not dare, we will follow Master's commands. Very well, Master Qianchu concluded, you may leave. Return tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit for further instructions. Tonight, I must study the frost-dew sword in greater detail. On the following day, Shifeng and the others arrived punctually at the inner valley of the sword forging valley, assisting Master Qianchu in refining the various materials needed for the restoration. Although the frost-dew sword primarily utilized water-based materials, the 30 restrictions required an extensive array of materials, exceeding 100 different items, leaving Shifeng silently astonished. Having perused numerous texts on weapon forging over the past 2 years, Shifeng understood that the art of forging is profoundly intricate. Material refinement is merely foundational. The creation of restrictions is paramount. The fabrication of restrictions begins with the materials, each requiring different components. The first step involves drawing various symbols. The second entails engraving these symbols onto the materials, and the final step activates and integrates the symbols into the spiritual tool, thus forming a restriction. The beautiful and dazzling spiritual patterns adorning the spiritual tool are, in fact, manifestations of various restrictions. The materials and combinations for these restrictions are countless, serving a diverse range of functions. Some restrictions increase the weight of the spiritual tool, imbuing it with the might of a mountain. Others diminish its weight, rendering it light as a butterfly. Some enhance the tool's flying speed, while others imbue it with the power of thunder, fire, and myriad other forces. Shifeng spent each day in the rear valley, entering and exiting alongside the others, observing Master Qianchu and the 2 disciples as they crafted various restrictions, which greatly broadened his horizons and enriched his knowledge, filling him with satisfaction regarding this task. While he found great contentment, Master Qianchu, however, harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards him. Upon their first meeting, Master Qianchu noted that although Shifeng appeared no different from an ordinary person, he was merely a boy of 15 or 16 years. With such youth and only 3 or 4 years of experience in material refinement, how could he undertake such a crucial responsibility? Over the next 2 days, the other 3 individuals promptly completed the tasks assigned to them, while Shifeng submitted not a single material. Master Qianchu endured 2 days of frustration, but on the 3rd day, just as he could no longer restrain himself from reprimanding Shifeng, the latter suddenly presented the entire list of materials. To Master Qianchu's astonishment, each material achieved an exceptional level of purity. He was elated. It is well known that the strength and potency of the same magical artifact can differ dramatically between premium and non-premium materials. Furthermore, Master Qianchu was even more astonished by Shifeng's submission rate. Although his speed was not rapid, every material refined by him was of high or exceptional quality, and his meticulousness left no room for criticism. For instance, the list specified that the dimensions should be approximately 4 inches, requiring 5 pieces of 6th-grade water mirror platinum stone. Shifeng not only provided water mirror platinum stones, all reaching the 9th grade, but also cut them precisely to 4 inches in size. Master Qianshu had specified 4 inches. Considering that outer disciples often found material refinement laborious, achieving an exact 4 inches required considerable time, so he preferred a rough estimate, planning to measure and further refine the materials himself. However, Shifeng's submission saved him this step, providing stones that were precisely 4 inches, without any discrepancies. Moreover, in Master Qianshu's list, he requested 10 pairs of fire-absorbing insects over 100 years old, each with 4 stingers. The other 3 individuals had inevitably mixed in 1 or 2 insects younger than 100 years, with some just reaching 90. In contrast, Shifeng submitted fire-absorbing insects, all of which exceeded 100 years, and he had also meticulously examined the stingers inside each insect to ensure their accuracy. Though the other submissions appeared to possess 4 stingers, many were completely blocked, and some were not fully developed. The fire-absorbing insects thrive on fire, and the stingers are the most precious materials for forging. Any stinger that does not meet the specifications is entirely useless. Thus, after several days, Master Qianshu had begun to regard Shifeng with newfound respect. The restoration of the Hanlu sword progressed steadily each day. Although the repair of magical artifacts is not as time-consuming as their creation, it can present challenges that surpass those encountered in forging new treasures. The Hanlu sword had been severed into 2 pieces, and the intrinsic properties of the broken sword remained intact. Master Qianshu first needed to meticulously analyze the material characteristics of the artifact, subsequently deciphering the original seals inscribed upon the Hanlu sword. He would then imprint and secure these seals before using materials to mend the blade. Naturally, the 4 or 5 seals involved in the fracture had to be re-engraved with precision. However, the restoration of a magical artifact is not merely a matter of rejoining materials and re-engraving the damaged seals. Each seal within an artifact is interconnected. Although there are only 4 or 5 seals at the fracture, any deviation in their positioning or order could render the remaining 20 or so seals ineffective, ultimately crippling the artifact's powers. The Hanlu sword was said to have been forged by an alien race from the northern cold continent, purchased at a hefty price by Fairy Feng during an auction. Among its seals, 2 were unknown even to a master craftsman like Qianshu. He had spent several days contemplating these intricacies, believing he was prepared before summoning assistants to commence work. Yet, unexpectedly, problems arose mid-process. The seals he inscribed often failed to activate or did not interact with other seals, necessitating their erasure and re-engraving, which led to a continuous and painful expenditure of materials that left Shifeng feeling a deep sense of loss. Throughout this period, Shifeng observed Master Qianshu pacing back and forth in the chamber, deeply engrossed in thought, occasionally scratching his head in frustration. Shifeng mused to himself, no wonder this venerable master was bald. He must have pulled out his own hair in exasperation. By the 33rd day, after rigorous deliberation with 2 disciples, Master Qianshu finally inscribed all the seals accurately. On this day, Shifeng and his companions stood attentively nearby, while Qianshu sat cross-legged at the center, a small purple cauldron before him. The cauldron appeared unremarkable, and neither Shifeng nor the others sensed any heat in the air. With a calm expression, Qianshu directed incantations at the cauldron. After 2 hours, the small cauldron began to tremble, eventually shaking violently. Rising to his feet, Qianshu positioned himself in a specific stance, his demeanor grave. An additional hour passed, and beads of sweat adorned his bald forehead. The purple cauldron spun incessantly, and a glint of joy flickered in Qianshu's eyes. Suddenly, with a resounding howl, he cast a spell upon the cauldron, causing the lid to fly off and a small white sword to leap forth. At the moment the lid opened, Shifeng felt a surge of heat as a crimson flame erupted from within the cauldron. Hastily invoking the yin-yang technique, he found the temperature significantly reduced. The white sword hovered in midair, and with a clear ringing sound, it transformed into a 4-foot-long blade, pristine and radiant, shimmering with brilliant hues. The flames that leapt from the cauldron seemed drawn to the sword and were swiftly absorbed. After absorbing the flames, the sword emitted a chilling aura, transforming the previously stifling heat of the room into a refreshing coolness, with a hint of coldness lingering in the air. Master Qianshu laughed heartily, declaring the endeavor a resounding success. With a gesture, the Hanlu sword shrank and vanished into his sleeve. The disciples rejoiced, stepping forward to offer their congratulations. Clearly in high spirits, Qianshu waved his hand generously, rewarding each of them with 500 crystal stones. In addition to allowing them to select one item from the materials in the refining room, as further recompense. The disciples expressed their gratitude with joyful bows. After securing the purple cauldron and dismantling the auxiliary formation, Qianchu took several large sips of tea and instructed the elderly scholar in a scholar's robe to visit Fairy Feng, requesting her presence to inspect the restored artifact. Once his instructions were completed, he turned to Shifeng and the others, asking if they had selected their materials. Shifeng and his companions had already made their decisions in silence, with the other three choosing the most expensive materials available. When it was Shifeng's turn, he bowed deeply and said, "Disciple desires no treasures. I humbly request that Master grants me a tale of the ash from the furnace within the cauldron from this past month." Master Qianchu's smile abruptly froze. What? What did you say? Chapter 22. The Iron Cuttlefish Bow. Feeling unsettled, Shifeng murmured that he sought some ashes from the furnace as a reward from the Grandmaster. Qianchu remained silent for a moment, then abruptly instructed the others to leave. The three disciples offered their respects and departed, casting sympathetic glances at Shifeng as they exited. Once alone with Shifeng, Qianchu inquired, "Tell me, why do you desire the ashes from the furnace?" Shifeng, sensing the neutrality in Qianchu's tone, replied hesitantly, "I have heard that Inhan stone is an excellent material for crafting cold attribute treasures, but it is mixed with soulwood powder, which must be refined before use." Qianchu interjected, "Do you know how to remove the soulwood powder impurities from the Inhan stone?" Shifeng responded, "The Inhan stone can only be melted using inner family true fire or eternal earth fire." Qianchu questioned, "Inhan stone is a substance of utmost coldness. Why use fire to refine it?" Shifeng explained, "That is indeed a curious matter. No matter how fiercely it is burned in flames, the Inhan stone retains its chilling essence, while the soulwood powder can be melted away by fire, thus allowing for the extraction of pure Inhan stone." Qianchu asked, "Is the ash you seek essentially this soulwood powder?" Shifeng affirmed, "Precisely." Qianchu then queried, "Do you know the uses of soulwood powder?" Shifeng replied, "I have learned that soulwood powder is ordinarily of little use, but when subjected to 1,000 years of earth fire, it becomes fine and white like sand. Born from within Inhan stone, it is impervious to ice, and having endured a millennium of flames, it is also resistant to fire. Thus, it possesses the quality of being unaffected by both water and fire. When mixed during the crafting process, it enhances the resilience of spiritual tools against fire and ice, making it an excellent material for refinement. The furnace ashes from the Grandmaster should indeed be soulwood powder, though it has not undergone a millennium of fire. The intense earth fire here and the Grandmaster's inner family true fire should have elevated its quality considerably." Qianchu stroked his beard and asked, "Where did you acquire this knowledge?" Shifeng explained, "I happened upon a certain tome that recorded the properties of soulwood powder, stating that after 1,000 years of burning, it can withstand both water and fire, also known as embers of 1,000 fires. It is a commendable material for crafting." Qianchu inquired further, "What tome did you read?" Shifeng responded, "It was written by a man named Qiu Pingzi, entitled Conversations by the Square Lodge." Qianchu expressed surprise. "Conversations by the Square Lodge? That book is quite obscure. You, at such a young age, have read it." Qiu Pingzi is indeed a peculiar character, yet he is a knowledgeable figure in the realm of crafting. What you've said is accurate. Soulwood powder, after enduring fierce flames for many years, becomes the embers of 1,000 fires, which is a highly valuable crafting material. If it were not for its worth, I would not accept this task for merely a few thousand crystal stones." Shifeng hurriedly responded, "I was unaware of its value. Please grant me another material instead." Qianchu huffed. The old man is not one to go back on his word. "However, 1 or 2 portions are too much. There are at most 2 portions of the embers of 1,000 fires in this furnace. I shall give you 5 coins." Shifeng knelt down, expressing his gratitude for the Grandmaster's generous gift. Qianchu then continued, "Let me test your knowledge further. The outer shell of the Deluzi is exceedingly hard, yet the flesh inside is incredibly fragile. How many methods do you know for separating the shell from the Deluzi?" Shifeng pondered before answering, "I know 6 methods. The ice cooling heat explosion separation technique, the pure yang sword cutting method, the 7 poisons water immersion corrosion technique, the 6 woods 3 fires swelling method, the black-eyed rat's consumption and digestion method, and there seems to be the grinding method using black gold salt iron sand. Though I'm not very confident in the last one." Qianchu's eyes sparkled with delight. "There are actually 9 methods for separating the Deluzi shell, and the other 3 require the assistance of magical powers, so it is no surprise that you are unaware. What you mentioned are all correct. Most people only know the first 3 methods, and to have named 6 is indeed impressive. It seems you possess great potential in the art of crafting. Shurfeng. He added, I am in need of an apprentice. Would you like to serve as my furnace boy? Shurfeng was taken aback. Grandmaster. Do you not have many disciples already? What? Qian Chu sighed. They are all dedicated to their own cultivation and have no interest in this. I do not force them. As an outer disciple, you need not focus solely on cultivation. Do you not wish to accept this opportunity? Shurfeng eagerly replied. I would be honored. Qian Chu laughed heartily. Very well, it is settled then. From that day forth, Shurfeng accompanied Qian Chu, a master craftsman of great depth and knowledge, who generously shared his wisdom. With no one else to impart his knowledge to, Qian Chu found joy in Shurfeng's inquiries, and he shared his insights without reservation. Moreover, Qian Chu's collection of crafting tomes far surpassed that of the scripture repository. Shurfeng often spent his time studying these texts in the inner chamber, which naturally made Lu Zhen long for his attention. However, sometimes the tomes collected by Qian Chu were too profound, and Shurfeng felt hesitant to trouble him for explanations on every detail. Thus, he occasionally visited the scripture repository, as he now possessed Qian Chu's token, granting him easy access to the 3rd and 4th levels. Additionally, there were times when Shurfeng's questions became too numerous, and Qian Chu, pressed for time, would hand him a notebook filled with his personal notes. This notebook contained Qian Chu's thoughts and findings during his crafting endeavors. Upon perusing it, Shurfeng discovered it brimming with scribbles, lacking any coherent organization. While struggling to decipher it, he took it upon himself to rewrite and arrange the notes coherently, much to Qian Chu's satisfaction, who then entrusted the notebook to Shurfeng for safekeeping. One day, while browsing the scripture repository, Shurfeng stumbled upon a slender volume on crafting, titled The 13 Spiritual Tools. It documented the methods for refining 13 types of inferior spiritual tools. Shurfeng found no interest in the swords and knives, as he lacked magical power to wield them or any martial arts skills, rendering such weapons useless to him. However, when he flipped to a particular spiritual tool, he was captivated, the iron cuttlefish bow. The crafting process was not overly complicated and required only 3 restrictions, categorizing it as an inferior spiritual tool. The key aspect was that this bow could be equipped with golden spirit stones, enabling even those without magical power to utilize it for ranged attacks with considerable effectiveness. Capable of piercing through stone and wood at a distance of 300 paces. While Shurfeng lacked many skills, his proficiency in archery from a young age made this iron cuttlefish bow the perfect project for him, especially after spending time with Qian Chu, where the desire to craft his own spiritual tool had taken root. After copying the jade slip containing the details, Shurfeng returned to his dwelling to study it meticulously. The materials required for the iron cuttlefish bow were straightforward. The bow body was to be made from premium iron essence mixed with a small amount of red copper essence, while the arrow materials were even simpler, requiring merely 100-year-old iron fur. The arrowheads had no strict specifications, only needing to be fashioned from sharp metal into wolf-tooth arrows, while the fletching could be made from either carved feathers or those of the falcon. The 3 restrictions on the iron cuttlefish bow included wind-assisted precision for increased range, accuracy, and power, 3 common restrictions. The only particularly unique material required was the bowstring, made from the spine tendons of a 100-year-old cuttlefish. However, Shurfeng mused that this only influenced the bow's power, and he could easily replace it with other beast tendons. After careful consideration, Shurfeng began preparing the materials. The iron essence was abundant, and he first crafted the mold for the iron cuttlefish bow, pouring it to form the bow body. Shurfeng also mixed in the 5 coins worth of embers of 1,000 fires he had received from Qian Chu, not worrying about wasting such precious material, as it would not melt in fire. If necessary, he could always remelt the bow body and retrieve the embers again. Once the bow body was completed, Shurfeng commenced engraving the restrictions. The crafting of restrictions was exceedingly intricate. First, he had to draw the rune symbols on the bow body, then prepare the various materials needed for the restrictions, filling them into the rune patterns, and finally merging the restrictions into the bow body. As for whether they would take effect, that would require testing. If they proved ineffective, he would need to remove the restriction materials and start afresh. This is the first spiritual artifact crafted by Shurfeng, and naturally, he approached the task with utmost caution, ensuring meticulousness in every step and precision in each material. It took a full 3 months to forge this iron serpent bow. As he caressed his first creation, the bow measured 3 feet in length, resembling a coiling dragon. its surface a deep, inky black. The dragon's mouth was slightly ajar, perfectly designed to hold a crystal stone, while the body was adorned with intricate patterns, aligned with the 3 incantations of wind guidance, accuracy, and force augmentation. Shifeng also fashioned a dozen arrows, selecting materials more exquisite than those depicted in the original design. The arrow shafts were crafted from red jade wood, the arrowheads were a blend of iron essence and dark gold, and the fletchings were made from feathers of the ancient Yu mountain eagle. Upon inserting a golden spiritual stone into the bow, the runes along its body gleamed faintly. Shifeng drew the bowstring and, from 500 paces away, shot an arrow that pierced a stone the size of a grinding disc by over 3 inches. The power of this bow far exceeded that of any he had previously used while hunting on Mount Ditsong by a factor of hundreds, if not thousands. Shifeng felt a mixture of joy and regret. Although the bow's power surpassed the records in ancient texts, this was largely due to his careful selection of materials and, more importantly, his own physical prowess, enhanced significantly after practicing an unnamed body refinement technique. The bow's greatest disappointment lay in its string. The iron serpent bow was named not merely for its serpentine shape, but because its string was meant to be crafted from the tendons of a dragon crocodile, a material Shifeng had yet to procure. Instead, he was forced to substitute it with tiger tendons, which, although not from an ordinary tiger but rather a type of demon tiger, still fell short of the desired quality. As spring gave way to autumn, it had been 3 years since his initiation into the sect. During this time, Shifeng diligently followed Master Qian Chu in crafting, while also rigorously practicing his unnamed technique. Master Qian Chu placed great trust in Shifeng, entrusting him with the creation of various foundational incantations. Recently, Shifeng had noticed a sudden surge in activity within the sect. Tasks had multiplied, and Master Qian Chu, overwhelmed, summoned 4 disciples to assist him. These 4, deeply engrossed in their own cultivation, were not pleased to be interrupted for crafting duties, and naturally regarded Shifeng as the furnace attendant, as one of their subordinates, assigning him tasks that left him utterly exhausted. On one particular day, after much effort, Shifeng finally found a moment to rest. He neglected his cultivation and fell into a deep, blissful slumber. As he slept soundly, a voice from outside called out loudly, "Shifeng, Shifeng, are you awake?" Chapter 23. The mother and child Bagua knife. Listening closely, it was indeed Gu Mingxi. In recent years, due to his assistance to Qian Chu Jinrin in the Inner Valley, Shifeng had been unable to help Gu Mingxi with his work, resulting in a considerable time lapse since their last meeting. Upon opening the door, Shifeng found 2 individuals standing there. Besides Gu Mingxi, there was a young man, taller than Gu Mingxi by half a head, bearing a resemblance to him, though he was more slender, with a gentle smile that lent him an air of scholarly elegance. Dressed in a blue robe, he appeared to be an inner sect disciple. Shifeng quickly invited them in and poured 2 cups of tea. Gu Mingxi, already quite familiar with Shifeng, sat down and said, "Shifeng, allow me to introduce my cousin, Gu Mingcheng. He is only a month older than I and entered the sect alongside me. However, he has achieved greater success than I, as he is a distinguished disciple of Dai Chui Peak, having reached the 8th level of the Qi refining stage in just 4 years." Gu Mingqing, observing Shifeng's tall stature but youthful appearance, barely 17 or 18 years old, with rough hands and a disheveled look, felt a tinge of disappointment, though he concealed it well, smiling as he said, "Don't listen to his exaggerations, Shishao Di. I am hardly a distinguished disciple. There are countless individuals in the sect far more accomplished than I." Shifeng chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Gu Mingxi interjected, "Let's not indulge in pleasantries. Let us get to the point. Shifeng, I'm introducing my cousin today because he has a spirit tool that requires your assistance in repairs." Taken aback, Shifeng initially thought they sought his help in refining materials, only to be surprised that it was about repairing a spirit tool. Repairing a spirit tool? Why doesn't Gu Shisheng seek help from the elders in the inner hall? He asked. The inner hall was comprised of Qian Chu Junren and his disciples, all possessing spiritual roots and capable of channeling internal true essence, true disciples of refining. In contrast, the outer hall consisted of outer disciples, with Shifeng being a notable exception, who were responsible for material refinement only. Gu Mingxi laughed. The people in the inner hall are quite busy. Seeking their help requires connections, and their fees are exorbitantly high. Gu Mingcheng sighed. To be honest, over the years, with the generous support of my master and diligent work on sect tasks, I had accumulated around 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. However, As the time drew near, I decided to invest in several bottles of cultivation pills, and my savings were swiftly depleted. Unexpectedly, 3 days ago, while hunting the colorful poison butterfly with a few fellow disciples, my spirit tool was damaged by that creature. I inquired with a true refining disciple about the repair costs, and it was an astonishing 2,000 spirit stones. I had no choice but to trouble Shi Xiong. When he mentioned true refining disciples, he felt he might have offended Shi Feng and was about to apologize when he noticed Shi Feng was unperturbed, responding, "I see. May I first take a look at your spirit tool? I cannot guarantee a complete fix." "Of course, I wouldn't dare insist," Gu Mingqing replied. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved an item from his storage bag and placed it on the table. Shi Feng focused his attention on the item, a 1-foot diameter bagua silver disc, upon which were affixed 8 2-inch long golden flying knives, each positioned according to the bagua's directional placements. Shi Feng exclaimed, "This is the mother and child bagua knife." Gu Mingqing felt a surge of confidence upon hearing Shi Feng name the artifact correctly. "Indeed, that is it." Shi Feng picked up the silver disc, examining it closely. Although the mother and child bagua knife was a lower-grade spirit tool, it was quite renowned, possessing 7 prohibitions. When activated by holding the mother disc and channeling true essence, the 8 child knives would fly out to attack, returning autonomously to the mother disc thereafter. More impressively, as the 8 knives were positioned at different hexagrams, their flight paths varied, making them difficult to evade. As Shi Feng meticulously traced the runes on the bagua, he nodded and remarked, "The 8 child knives are intact, however. The mother disc has suffered some damage." Gu Mingqing brightened, saying, "Indeed. I was hiding behind a tree, manipulating the flying knives, when suddenly a poisoned butterfly lunged at me from behind. With no other option, I could only deflect it with the mother disc, which was then sprayed with toxic gas." Shi Feng explained, "Of the 7 prohibitions, 6 are unaffected, but one, specifically, the gathering spirit prohibition, has been corroded by the toxin. Once this prohibition is compromised, the child knives can still fly out, but they cannot return, resulting in a straight-line trajectory." Gu Mingqing exclaimed, "Shi Xiong, you speak the absolute truth. It seems Ming Xi's recommendation was indeed accurate. Despite your youth, your skills are remarkably advanced." Gu Mingxi interjected, "When have I ever deceived you? And do not merely shower compliments. Shi Feng should not work for nothing." Gu Mingqing chuckled, "That is certainly true." He then produced a small pouch, stating, "Here are 500 spirit stones. It is all I have left. If this is insufficient, I can provide an IOU to settle the balance later." Shi Feng replied, "There is no need for such formality, Gu Shixiong. The spirit stones are manageable. Allow me to examine this further. Repairing such a treasure is indeed somewhat complex." Gu Mingqing assured him, "No rush. Please take your time. Would 3 months be acceptable?" He was not particularly worried about the spirit tool being unusable. If it came to that, he could always seek a true refining master from the inner hall to forge a new one, albeit at a much steeper cost. Shi Feng remained engrossed in examining the runes on the bagua silver disc and did not immediately respond to Gu Mingqing's inquiry. Gu Mingqing felt a bit awkward, realizing that it was indeed a bit demanding to expect an outer disciple to repair such a precious item within a month. He smiled. 1 month might be a bit tight. Would 3 months suffice? He had already resolved that if Shi Feng claimed 3 months was also unfeasible, he would simply find an excuse to forego the repair, as it was no longer an urgent matter. After a long silence, Shi Feng finally exhaled, setting down the silver disc, and said, "Gu Shixiong, I must confess I was momentarily distracted. I should be able to repair this silver disc without the need for the full 500 spirit stones. I estimate about 200 will be required for materials. Please leave 200 spirit stones with me, and we will settle the difference later. As for the time frame, you may return in 3 days." "What? 3 days? Then I must thank you, Shi Xiong." 3 days later, Shi Feng presented the repaired bagua silver disc to Gu Mingqing, stating, "I am pleased to report that the spirit tool has been successfully restored." He then produced a small pouch from his belongings, relieved that everything went smoothly. The materials only cost him 150 spirit stones. "Here are the remaining 50 spirit stones. Please accept them, Gu Shixiong." Overjoyed, Gu Mingqing took the silver disc and, after channeling some true essence, watched as the 8 knives danced in the air like extensions of his own will. Confirming that the repair was indeed complete, Gu Mingxi exclaimed, "Ha! What did I tell you? Shi Feng's skills are among the finest in our refining hall." Gu Mingqing repeatedly expressed his gratitude and handed Shi Feng a pouch of spirit stones, saying, "This is 300 spirit stones. along with the 50 remaining. It is my humble gratitude. Please accept it. Shifeng waved his hand, insisting it was merely a small effort. There is no need for such expenditure. However, Gu Mingcheng persisted, ultimately convincing Shifeng to accept 200 spirit stones. With a delighted smile, Gu Mingcheng remarked, Shifeng, your craftsmanship is exceptional. And you are a true friend. Do not hesitate to reach out to me for any future matters. After this incident, Gu Mingxi subsequently introduced several other disciples to Shifeng for repairs on their spirit tools, resulting in a modest financial windfall for Shifeng. One day, while Shifeng was busy, a message arrived from Yushu Mountain, summoning him to meet with his master, Lu Yunzi. Shifeng did not dare to delay and hurried back to Yushu Mountain. After refining his body, he felt light as a swallow, traversing mountains and valleys with ease. Along the way, he noticed figures soaring through the misty clouds above, occasionally catching sight of individuals flying on their spirit tools. Shifeng understood that ordinary chi-refining disciples lacked the ability to fly on spirit tools. Only those who had successfully established their foundation possessed such a skill. Although he had seen foundation-building cultivators flying before, he had never witnessed such a large number as today, leading him to ponder whether something significant had transpired. Lu Yunzi convened his disciples not within the confines of his abode, but rather upon a vast outdoor stone platform situated on the southern slope of Yushu Mountain, aptly named Dingxiang. Adjacent to it, a steep peak rose sharply, and at its base, a rocky hollow cradled a mountain spring. Bubbling melodiously and renowned as the second spring of the Taiji sect, ideal for brewing tea. At this moment, Lu Yunzi was meticulously preparing tea, surrounded in a circle by his disciples. At this juncture, Shifeng had ascended from being the lowest-ranking disciple 1 year prior. The Taiji sect had opened its doors to new students, and Lu Yunzi had accepted a female disciple, now ranked 8th, elevating Shifeng to the status of senior brother. However, Shifeng had yet to meet this junior sister, only aware that upon her entry into the sect, Lu Yunzi had instructed her to enter seclusion for cultivation. Shifeng imagined her to be as stern and dedicated as the second senior brother, Zhang Yuanqing, a fervent practitioner. To his surprise, upon their first meeting, she turned out to be a youthful girl of merely 15 or 16, her features delicately refined, who greeted him sweetly with, "Seventh senior brother, I am Xiangjuan." Her pitch-black eyes sparkled with vivacity. This marked Shifeng's second encounter with Lu Yunzi over the course of 3 years, and knowing he was not favored by his master, he sat silently to one side. Lu Yunzi served each disciple a cup of tea and stated, "You all should be aware of the purpose of today's gathering." The disciples responded in unison, affirming their understanding. However, Shifeng pondered, "What does this matter? I am entirely in the dark." Yet he dared not voice his inquiry and remained quietly seated. After sipping his tea, Lu Yunzi reminded them that the sect's grand competition, held once every 6 years, was imminent. Apart from Xiangjuan, who had only joined the sect a year ago, the others had participated in the last competition, so he refrained from elaborating on the rules. Xiangjuan, eager and anxious, exclaimed, "What rules? I am unaware." Lu Yunzi inquired, "Did your senior brother not explain it to you?" Xiangjuan replied, "The elder brother speaks in riddles." I could not comprehend. Laughter erupted among the disciples, and Cha-Ching felt quite embarrassed. Lu Yunzi continued, "The grand competition occurs every 6 years and is the most significant event for our Taiji sect. Disciples from the 5 sects gather to engage in battles of skill, with the headmaster and elders personally evaluating and commenting. The rewards for the competition are exceedingly generous. Elixirs and spiritual tools are a given, and profound techniques are often bestowed as prizes. Those who successfully pass 2 rounds will also earn the opportunity to participate in trials, where numerous heavenly treasures await." He raised a finger, stating, "As practitioners, we defy the heavens. While talent and diligence are indispensable, fortune plays a crucial role. When the time is right, acquiring a remarkable spiritual item could elevate one's cultivation level dramatically." Xiangjuan exclaimed with delight, "With such abundant benefits, the competition must be exceedingly challenging." Lu Yunzi nodded, "Indeed. The competition is not akin to our internal contests. Everyone exerts their utmost effort. There are instances of severe injuries and even fatalities." He noted that, in recent days, disciples from various sects were fervently enhancing their abilities. "Though my resources are limited, I have gathered you today to address any uncertainties or requests you may have, and I shall do my utmost to assist you." The disciples, seldom in the presence of Lu Yunzi, seized the opportunity to seek his guidance on various inquiries regarding their techniques or the usage of magical artifacts, with some boldly requesting spiritual tools. Lu Yunzi displayed remarkable patience, addressing each question in detail, even bestowing 2 spiritual tools as gifts. After 2 hours of discourse, Lu Yunzi concluded, "That will be all for today. I must return to cultivate a spiritual tool in preparation for the competition." Xiangjuan asked in surprise, "Master, will you also participate in the competition?" Lu Yunzi affirmed, "Of course. Even foundational level cultivators must take part. Have you not noticed the influx of foundational cultivators returning to the sect these days?" Xiangjuan realized. "No wonder I have seen so many flying overhead. It has made my head spin." Laughter filled the air once more. Lu Yunzi commented, "You, my dear girl, possess great talent and intelligence, yet lack focus. Look at your 7th senior brother. His composure is commendable." Xiangjuan turned to observe Shifeng, who sat immobile like a statue, and burst into laughter again. Lu Yunzi, exasperated, declared, "All right, disperse now and return to your training." The disciples bowed in respect and took their leave. As Lu Yunzi walked a few steps, he suddenly called out, "Chongqing." Chongqing promptly turned and followed. Lu Yunzi continued, "Your junior brothers and sisters are still inexperienced, so I do not hold high expectations for them in this competition. You have reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement. Do you feel confident about your chances?" Chongqing replied with a wry smile, "Master, your words make me a bit anxious. If I were to falter, it would reflect poorly on you." Lu Yunzi retorted, "Humph, in terms of magical prowess, few disciples at the qi refinement stage surpass you. However, they come from well-established backgrounds. Our Iron Sword peak does not compare." Chongqing remarked, "I dare not aspire to the top 10, and even the top 20 may require a stroke of luck." Lu Yunzi sighed. To place within the top 20 would be commendable. As for me, just as he spoke, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the heavens, reverberating throughout the valley. Chapter 24. The 9-spirit ice body Shifeng and his companions had not ventured far when a sudden sound caught their attention. They hastily looked up to see 2 beams of radiant light, one purple and one white, shooting down from the western sky. As they soared overhead, the figures became clear, 2 colossal swords, each measuring a yard in length. The white sword shimmered with a jade-like luster, flecked with glimmers of black light. Upon its blade stood a young woman clad in white robes, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age. She was tall and graceful. Her skin as smooth as cream, and her features were exquisitely beautiful, with her garments billowing like a celestial being gliding across the waves. Beside her, on the purple sword, was a young man, seemingly in his mid-20s, tall and slender, with striking features. Despite the roaring mountain winds, not a strand of his hair or a corner of his robe fluttered. The duo soared together, mesmerizing those below. Lu Yunzi and Chongqing gazed in awe. With Changqing sighing, Qin Bing truly resembles a figure from a painting. Lu Yunzi retorted coldly, "That is Master Qin Bing. You forget your proper titles." Changqing replied, "Yes, Master. However, although Qin Bing is my senior, she has already reached the foundation establishment stage in just over a decade. While I remain stuck at the 9th level of qi refinement, I cannot help but feel a sense of lament." Lu Yunzi remarked, "She practices diligently in seclusion every day. While you waste your time watching swans, it is only natural that you cannot compare." Changqing defended himself, "Master, you are unjust. I have also been diligent in my cultivation. Yet, she possesses the rare 9-spirit ice body, where a single day of her training is worth 10 days of mine. How can we compare?" Lu Yunzi fell silent for a moment and then said, "Indeed, her aptitude is exceptional. Returning to the Yin Peak is akin to striking gold. Furthermore, her innate compatibility with our sect's ultimate technique, the 7 profound swords of ice, suggests that in a century, another golden core grandmaster will emerge from the Yin Peak." Seeing Lu Yunzi's nostalgia, Changqing hurried to comfort him, "Master, you are also the foremost foundation establishment cultivator of our Iron Sword Peak. You and Master Qin Bing are a perfect match." Lu Yunzi shot him a glare, "Nonsense." Chongqing insisted, "I speak no lies. Master Qin Bing's extraordinary talent makes her appear to you among the foundation establishment generation. Moreover, she is of the water element, while you embody the metal. Metal nurtures water, making you an ideal couple for dual cultivation." Lu Yunzi repeatedly exclaimed, "Nonsense. Ridiculous. You think I am interested in being a furnace for an ice beauty? No way." Changqing conceded, Yes. Though Master Qin Bing is beautiful, her temperament is too cold. I would prefer the enchanting and fiery Qin Yun from the Burning Sky Peak." Lu Yunzi cursed, "Get lost." The notorious temperament of the Burning Sky Peak's master Meching is well known. She is as fierce as she is alluring, and who would dare to touch her disciples? Chongqing countered, but Master Mieching is your senior. Do not forget your proper title. As the two continued their banter, they walked further away. With less than 3 months remaining until the sect competition, the entire Taiji sect was bustling with activity. Shi Feng joined in. But his focus was not on preparing for the competition, which did not concern him, nor was he assisting others in repairing spiritual artifacts. Instead, he was preoccupied with his own Iron Dragon Bow. The Iron Dragon Bow was excellent in every aspect. Yet he had been unable to find the necessary sinew from a crocodile, which left him restless. Having spent 3 or 4 years in the artifact refining hall, his knowledge had greatly expanded. Initially astonished by the abundance of materials in the refining room, he now realized that while the external materials seemed numerous, truly rare items were scarce. This was only natural. Heavenly treasures and earthly materials were inherently rare, and their yield could not compare to the thousands of pounds of iron ore. Even if rare materials existed, they were tightly controlled by the sect's higher-ups and could not be casually handled by outer disciples. Shi Feng had encountered many rare refining materials while with Master Qianxu, but he felt too embarrassed to request any from him. As the sect competition approached, Shi Feng was determined to complete his Iron Dragon Bow. Though he could not find materials in the artifact refining hall, there was another place to look. To the left of the Taiji sect's main gate, adjacent to the Elders' Hall, lay a narrow valley that had, for an unknown period, become a trading post for disciples to exchange items. Over time, it had evolved into a marketplace, with the sect merely sending disciples to patrol and prohibiting the exchange of techniques. Shi Feng had visited the Long Valley marketplace a few times, but it was usually quiet, with little of interest. With the upcoming competition, however, many disciples had returned to the sect, and the marketplace was likely to be bustling with activity, possibly yielding some valuable finds. With that thought, Shi Feng gathered his savings and set off for the Long Valley marketplace. Indeed, upon arrival, he found the marketplace teeming with people, tenfold busier than usual. Many disciples sat along the mountain walls, spreading mats before them with items for trade, often accompanied by signs detailing what they sought in return. Others shouted out their wares. Look here. Premium refining crystals that will significantly enhance the power of your earth-type artifacts. An ancestral 9-flower 6-dew pill instantly restores spiritual energy. I'm selling it to avoid being punished by my father. The clamoring voices created a scene reminiscent of a bustling earthly marketplace. As Shi Feng navigated through the crowd, he observed that the disciples were primarily trading items that would bolster their strength for the sect competition, such as pills, artifacts, and talismans, while refining materials were scarce. After all, possessing refining materials would not benefit them in the imminent competition. Shi Feng made his way from the front of the valley to the rear, but he did not find anyone selling crocodile sinew. Although slightly disappointed, he remained undeterred. From that day onward, Shi Feng diligently worked in the sword-forging valley each morning, promptly heading to the Long Valley marketplace at noon to search for materials. Fortune favored the diligent. On the 7th day, while weaving through the stalls, Shi Feng's eyes brightened upon spotting a booth with several items laid out, including a gleaming, slightly yellowed bundle of sinew. He approached slowly, casually picking up the bundle. With his extensive refining knowledge, he immediately recognized it as crocodile sinew, specifically from an adult crocodile approximately 200 years old. Overjoyed, he maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, "How much for this?" The booth owner, wearing a large bamboo hat that obscured his face, replied coldly, 200-year crocodile sinew in exchange for a vial of spirit medicine that can enhance the cultivation of someone at the 7th level of qi refinement. Shi Feng shook his head. I do not possess such spirit medicine. Might I exchange it for spirit stones instead? The booth owner pondered for a moment. Spirit medicine was indeed hard to come by, and he was reluctant to part with his refining materials at this time. He finally said, Fine, 3,000 spirit stones. No haggling. His straightforwardness was somewhat refreshing. Shi Feng, having saved a fair amount of spirit stones over the years, felt the price was a bit steep but agreed. All right. 3,000 it is. Just as he was about to retrieve the stones from his pocket, a thunderous voice erupted from behind him. Hey, that crocodile sinew is mine. The voice boomed like thunder, startling Shi Feng. Turning around, he saw a towering figure, a man of 9 feet, with bulging muscles, bare arms, and hair resembling steel needles. Shi Feng noted the man's fierce demeanor but stood his ground. This item was claimed by me first. The short-haired giant snorted disdainfully. You, an outer disciple, dare to compete with me for it. He observed that Shi Feng was merely clad in a gray short coat, and given his apparent lack of strength, He assumed the other party was merely an outer sect disciple. Shifeng retrieved a token from his pocket and smirked. I, too, am an inner sect disciple. Why should I be unable to purchase items? The short-haired man appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. By now, a crowd had gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Isn't that senior brother Gao from the Burning Heaven Peak? What's happening? It seems they are disputing over something valuable. Who is that young man? He looks unfamiliar. Could he be in disguise? Perhaps he is a newly accepted disciple who has yet to cultivate any spiritual energy? Huh. To challenge Senior Gao without spiritual power, what audacity. The short-haired man, feeling a mix of shame and anger, retorted. What? Have you already secured this item? Since you haven't, why can't I make an offer? I bid 3,500 spirit stones. Shifeng silently regretted not settling the stones sooner, faced with the momentum of the situation. He was unconcerned about the crystals and declared, I laid eyes on this item first. Your behavior is quite domineering. I offer 4,000 spirit stones. The short-haired man clenched his fist, asserting, Gao has always been so domineering. I bid 5,000 spirit stones. He raised the price by 1,000 stones in one fell swoop. The onlookers gasped. 5,000 spirit stones were more than sufficient to purchase a decent spiritual artifact. Yet the crocodile spine could hardly be worth such a price. Some shrewd individuals scrutinized the spine, wondering if there was some hidden significance. Others contemplated whether to intervene in the bidding for the crocodile spine. Shifeng found himself in a quandary. He had scarcely 5,000 stones in his possession, and raising his bid further would necessitate borrowing from his senior brother. The crocodile spine was valued at around 2,500 spirit stones, and his blatant inflation of the price was undoubtedly disadvantageous. However, such an item was rare and hard to come by. Missing this opportunity might mean never acquiring it again. As he hesitated, a figure parted the crowd and approached, exclaiming, What a coincidence to see both of you here. Greetings, senior brother Gao. Greetings, junior brother Shi. The newcomer, Gu Mingqing, clasped his fists and chuckled. Shifeng, recognizing him, promptly returned the greeting. Greetings, senior brother Gu. The short-haired man coldly interjected. What? Is this brat your disciple from the Verdant Peak? Gu Mingqing replied. Junior brother Shi is from the Iron Sword Peak, yet he is a dear friend of mine. I believe this dispute is merely a matter of pride. Let us resolve it amiably. The short-haired man's expression softened slightly. He held some regard for Gu Mingqing and said, It's nothing serious. I merely wish to buy this crocodile spine. If you could persuade this young man to step aside, I would not make things difficult for him. Gu Mingqing smiled. Senior brother Gao, this crocodile spine measures 4 to 5 feet in length, if it suffices. Why not split it between you? Wouldn't that bring joy to both? The short-haired man replied, That won't do. My Crimson Dragon Whip requires this item for further refinement. The whip is about 10 feet long, and I find this crocodile spine too short. Gu Mingqing countered, Refinement? The competition is less than 3 months away. How would you manage that? Moreover, if you seek to refine a magical artifact, you should relinquish this item to junior brother Shi. Do you know that he is one of the most skilled artifact refiners in our sect? The short-haired man, seeing Shifeng was merely 17 or 18 years old, was reluctant to believe it and shook his head. Gu Mingqing continued, Senior brother Gao, if you hand this item over to junior brother Shi, I will compensate you with 1,000 spirit stones. You can easily seek other beast materials to enhance your artifact. The short-haired man, perceiving Gu Mingqing's insistence on yielding to Shifeng, became enraged. Gu Mingqing, are you conspiring with this brat against me? Humph. I will never part with this crocodile spine. As the situation escalated, Gu Mingqing felt a surge of anger. Although Gao Tuo held some renown at the Burning Heaven Peak, he was still merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, one rank below Gu Mingqing. In the realm of cultivation, strength dictated respect, and those of greater power typically commanded the compliance of their lesser counterparts. Yet Gao Tuo's arrogance was unyielding, showing no regard for Gu Mingqing's standing. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Gu Mingqing was on the verge of a confrontation. Chapter 25, Wulong Valley. Before he could act, another person beside him had already erupted. While you bicker amongst yourselves, do you think I am dead? When did I ever say I would sell this to you? The speaker was the vendor wearing a bamboo hat, who showed no regard for Gu Mingqing or Gao Tuo, clearly a person of considerable stature. Shifeng was taken aback. Did you not just make an offer? The man under the bamboo hat replied, What I said then was in the past. The present is different. Humph. Do not think that I raised the price because I saw you arguing. To speak frankly, this is merely an ordinary crocodile spine, nothing more. I care not for your quarrel, but this item is worth precisely 3,000 spirit stones. Your bickering leads others to believe I possess a treasure. Humph, who knows? Perhaps I will be ambushed on my way back. Shifeng inquired. Then, according to you, how should this be resolved? The vendor responded. I will not exchange this for spirit stones. If any of you possess a medicinal herb that can enhance the cultivation of those at the 7th layer of qi refining, bring forth a vial, and I shall trade immediately. Gao Tua, being at the same level of cultivation, coldly stated, I have none of that. Shifeng shook his head as well. The onlookers, upon hearing this, began to disperse, each shaking their heads. Potent herbs that could enhance one's cultivation were always treasures. Particularly at this juncture, consuming even a single vial could significantly elevate one's rank in the upcoming sect competition. Why would anyone part with such a valuable item for a mere refining material? The vendor sighed. If no one has that, then does anyone possess a demon crystal from an iron-backed rhinoceros? I would also consider that. Iron-backed rhinoceros? Are you speaking nonsense? Gao Tuo retorted. The vendor scoffed. Aside from these 2 items, I shall not entertain any other offers. Spirit stones are out of the question. With that, he turned his face away, ignoring Shifeng's further attempts to converse. Though Gao Tuo was filled with anger, he dared not resort to theft in the Long Valley market. After a while, he had no choice but to leave. On the way back to the sect, Shifeng walked alongside Gu Mingqing and asked, Brother Gu, what kind of beast is the iron-backed rhinoceros? Gu Mingqing explained, the iron-backed rhinoceros is not a formidable beast. Its demon crystal is a common ingredient for alchemy. Then why was Brother Gao so astonished? Is this item exceedingly rare? Shifeng queried. Gu Mingqing replied, the iron-backed rhinoceros is not hard to find. They inhabit areas around the Green Peak. However, they are notoriously difficult to capture. Upon hearing that they were nearby, Shifeng expressed his delight. Oh, I wonder what the difficulty is. Gu Mingqing looked puzzled. Shishiti, you lack power. Do you intend to hunt the beast alone? Oh, do you wish to ask your senior brother for assistance? That would be difficult. Shifeng indeed desired his senior brother's help. Yet Gu Mingqing shook his head repeatedly, stating, under normal circumstances, I would not need Brother Chongqing's assistance. I could gather a few friends to help you catch an iron-backed rhinoceros, but given the current circumstances, it is rather inconvenient. Shifeng asked, is it because the competition is imminent and everyone is preoccupied? Gu Mingqing replied, not entirely due to the competition. Shishiti, are you aware of the iron-backed rhinoceros's habitat? It resides in a place called Wielding Valley, which falls within our Green Peak territory. Few venture there due to the heavy miasma within. This miasma, I know not what it is, can corrode the magical energy of cultivators, proving quite formidable. At this time of year, the miasma is at its densest. Even foundation-building cultivators avoid it, let alone us qi refining disciples. Upon hearing this, Shifeng pondered deeply and fell silent. With the competition approaching, everyone was focused on enhancing their magical abilities. To risk their magical energy for a mere material, potentially leading to a decline in their cultivation, was a selfish request that Shifeng found difficult to voice, whether facing Gu Mingqing or senior brother Chongqing. Upon returning to the Forging Valley, Shifeng ruminated, contemplating the implications of asking his brothers for help. As for asking his master for assistance, he dismissed that thought. Surely, a distinguished master would not deign to intervene for such a trifling matter. After much deliberation, a sudden thought struck him. Why should he rely on others? Why not venture forth himself? After all, he possessed a sturdy physique and was unafraid of the miasma's corrosive effects. Excited by this realization, he sat up straight. He exited the Forging Valley and first visited the Alchemy Hall, seeking out a senior brother named Chiu, an inner disciple who had previously assisted Shifeng with repairing a magical artifact. After spending an entire afternoon conversing with senior brother Chiu, Shifeng learned that while the miasma in Wielding Valley could indeed corrode a cultivator's vital energy, its toxicity was not particularly fierce. A regular person exposed to it could recover with a cooling detoxification pill, which were not overly valuable. Senior brother Chiu generously provided Shifeng with a vial. Upon returning to the Forging Valley, Shifeng sat contemplatively in his room, meticulously considering his approach. With his robust physique and the aid of the iron crocodile bow, he felt emboldened to take the risk. With his plan set, Shifeng began preparations. He first went to the duty hall to purchase a map. Wielding Valley lay to the east, not far from Green Peak. From the duty hall, he could teleport to the base of Green Peak, and from there, traverse a forest to the southwest before walking 5 or 6 miles along a mountain path to reach Wielding Valley, a journey of less than 20 miles in total. After securing the map, he retrieved the iron crocodile bow and carefully inspected it. He then took out the arrows he had crafted, having made nearly 100 long arrows, all of which he packed into a leather pouch. After some thought, he felt this was insufficient. Gritting his teeth, he exchanged 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for 10 medium-grade golden spirit stones at the duty hall. Placing these medium-grade spirit stones in the bow's mouth significantly enhanced its power. Subsequently, Shifeng sought out a book about demon beasts in the scripture pavilion, studying the introduction to the iron-backed rhinoceros. Its skin was as tough as iron. With immense strength, a single charge could snap a tree trunk as thick as an adult's waist. Its only vulnerability lay in the relatively soft skin beneath its throat. The iron-backed rhinoceros slumbered in a pond within Wielding Valley during the day, only surfacing at night when the miasma thickened to inhale it, howling at the moon. Thus, the hunt for the iron-backed rhinoceros could only be conducted at night. Shifeng perused additional sect introductions and found no particularly formidable demon beasts between Green Peak and Wielding Valley, aside from the usual tigers, wolves, and venomous snakes. He then visited the market to purchase a vial of night vision water, a potion that, when applied to the eyelids, granted the ability to see in the dark, albeit for a limited time. Once the potion's effect wore off, so too did the enhanced vision. After acquiring the potion, Shifeng returned to prepare a few tools such as compasses, ropes, and grappling hooks. Additionally, he borrowed a short dagger made of dark iron from Gu Mingqing. He also prepared a set of black clothing and a black scarf. After some contemplation, he visited the forging grounds to retrieve a bowl of century-old dark camphor juice, soaking his clothes and shoes in it. The pungent scent of the camphor was said to repel insects and beasts. The preparations consumed 2 full days, and by the afternoon of the 3rd day, everything was in order. Before departing, Shifeng remembered one last detail and penned a letter, sealing it and handing it to Xiao Pang, instructing him to deliver it to manager Luo the following morning. He anticipated returning before dawn, but in case of unforeseen circumstances, he detailed everything in the letter and requested manager Luo to seek out Master Qian Chu for assistance in rescuing him from Wulong Valley should the need arise. With all preparations complete, Shifeng set off quietly at dusk, carrying his longbow on his back. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. As an inner disciple, Shifeng possessed a token that granted him passage through the teleportation array to the base of Green Peak. Upon exiting Green Peak, he wrapped his head and face in the black scarf, having planned to travel at dusk. With his speed, he estimated he would arrive at Wulong Valley just as darkness fell, allowing him to conceal himself. However, despite his meticulous planning, an unexpected complication arose. The descriptions in the text regarding the surrounding terrain were overly simplistic, merely stating that there was a forest at the foot of the mountain. Yet, upon approaching, he discovered that it was no mere forest. Towering trees loomed over him, reaching heights of over 10 meters, completely obscuring the sky, even in daylight. The interior of the forest was shrouded in darkness, and now, at dusk, visibility was utterly non-existent. Shifeng pondered for a moment, then resolutely retrieved the Nightwalker water. Applying it to his eyelids, a refreshing sensation washed over him, and the surrounding scenery gradually came into view. His black attire and headscarf had already been soaked in the essence of the camphor tree. With preparations complete, he stepped cautiously into the dark, immense forest. The world around him was eerily silent. Shifeng focused his hearing. Having practiced his unnamed body refinement technique for years, his agility and auditory acuity surpassed that of ordinary men. He proceeded slowly along the narrow path beneath his feet, fully concentrated, eyes scanning and ears attuned, but all he could see were towering trees. And the only sounds were the persistent chirping of insects. After a meal's worth of time, Shifeng's heart gradually settled. As a seasoned hunter, traversing mountain paths at night was second nature to him, and he felt no undue alarm. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant. At the slightest rustle from the nearby underbrush, he would immediately crouch low and carefully navigate around it. Half an hour later, estimating his pace, Shifeng surmised he was nearing the edge of the dense thicket, which brought him a sense of relief. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling of danger surged within him, compelling him to glance back. Yet the pitch-black woods revealed nothing. He stood in silence for a moment, sensing as if something in the darkness was watching him, a cold sweat emerging on his palms and back. Slowly, he unslung his iron crossbow, nocked an arrow, and advanced cautiously, turning to glance behind him every couple of steps. After traversing over 100 paces, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, indicating he had reached the forest's edge. Shifeng did not rush out. Instead, he maintained a slow pace, placing his feet lightly and inhaling deeply, until he reached the last great tree at the forest's border. Suddenly startled, he swiftly concealed himself behind the trunk. Beyond the thicket lay the mountain path, now deserted. It was the 8th day of the lunar month, and the crescent moon cast a silvery glow upon the trail. The surroundings remained silent for a considerable time. Then, from the thicket, the head of a wolf cautiously emerged, a most peculiar creature, possessing 4 eyes. Having perused countless tomes, Shurfeng recognized this beast as the 4-eyed demon wolf, known for its ferocity and cunning, skilled in concealment. The wolf, upon noticing his footsteps, remained crouched, waiting for its prey to emerge. Yet Shurfeng's patience exceeded that of the beast. After a prolonged wait, the wolf could no longer resist the urge to reveal itself. Shurfeng steadied his breath, drawing his bowstring taut, aiming at the demon wolf. As it gradually stepped out from the underbrush, sniffing around, its body began to shimmer silver beneath the moonlight, revealing its ability to blend with its surroundings. Just as Shurfeng was poised to release the arrow aimed at the wolf's abdomen, he sensed a faint breeze behind him, thanks to his innate ability to divide his focus. He remained aware of the movement behind him, despite his concentration on the creature before him. In a moment of urgency, he rolled to the side, losing track of the arrow he had intended to shoot. Turning back, he found another 4-eyed demon wolf lunging directly at him. Its first attack missed, but it quickly followed up with another strike, just as the first wolf leapt into the fray. The initial wolf's earlier antics were merely a ruse to distract him, allowing its companion to strike. With both wolves now close at hand, there was no time to use the iron crossbow. Shurfeng hurled the bow at one of the wolves and drew a short dagger of black iron, but the other wolf was already airborne, preparing to bite. He could only roll away to evade. Suddenly, he found himself tumbling from the thicket onto the mountain path, the 2 wolves shadowing him closely. Lacking any magical skills or martial prowess, he could only flail his dagger in a desperate defense, inwardly lamenting his impending doom. He dodged with all his might, but the wolves pressed in, and soon they had him pinned to the ground, their claws and teeth shredding his garments and inflicting numerous wounds. In agony, Shurfeng let out a primal roar, retaliating with a punch that struck one of the wolves squarely, sending it flying a good distance away with a pained howl, leaving it motionless. Stunned by his own strength, the other wolf immediately retreated several paces, clearly taken aback. Shurfeng gazed at his hands, astonished to see them glistening with a dark golden hue, while the wounds on his body rapidly healed at a visible rate. Could this be the effect of the unnamed body refinement technique? Chapter 26. The demon rhinoceros and the black eagle. Another demon wolf hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately could not relinquish its prey. With a determined leap, it lunged once more. Stone Feng raised his left hand in defense, but the demon wolf's bite struck his arm as though it were made of gold. Swiftly, Stone Feng extended his right hand, seizing the creature by its throat and applying a fierce grip. The demon wolf let out a muffled roar before losing its life. Stone Feng had never engaged in actual combat before and was taken aback by the formidable power of the nameless body refining technique he had unwittingly mastered. He quietly exhaled, realizing that he would need to practice this unnamed martial art diligently in the future. In the forest, Stone Feng retrieved his iron serpent bow and the scattered arrows, reorganizing them before pulling out a compass to ascertain his direction. He then set off towards the Wielding Valley. The journey was remarkably tranquil. In the span of a meal, he traversed a ridge and beheld a steep slope before him. Gazing down, he saw a low valley encircled by mountains. Shrouded in a veil of mist, he had arrived at Wielding Valley. Raising his eyes to the moon, he estimated it was still before the second watch of the night. He took out 2 detoxifying pills and placed them under his tongue, steadying himself as he ventured deeper into the valley. Upon entering, he felt the layers of mist envelop him, damp and stifling, which caused considerable discomfort. Fortunately, he lacked any magical powers, sparing him the concern of the miasma eroding his strength. Stone Feng had previously studied the terrain of Wielding Valley in detail and knew that to the west, there was a deep pond where the iron-backed rhinoceros would hide during the day. Only during the peak of the miasma at the 3rd watch would these beasts venture ashore to absorb the noxious vapors. As he took out his compass to confirm his direction, he focused on the sound of water and soon approached the pond, where the miasma thickened, swirling in dense clouds, limiting visibility to merely 3 or 4 paces. As he neared the pond's edge, he paused to survey his surroundings, seeking a sturdy tree. Slowly, he climbed up, drawing an arrow from his quiver as he awaited the iron-backed rhinoceros to come ashore. However, he found himself waiting for over an hour, his legs growing sore and numb. He took some stamina-restoring pills from his pocket and sipped from his water flask, shaking off the fatigue as he resumed his vigil from the tree. At the 3rd watch, the miasma intensified, transforming from swirling clouds into a dense mass. From above, Wielding Valley resembled a colossal cocoon. Stone Feng found it increasingly difficult to discern his surroundings and quickly applied night vision ointment once more. At that moment, he heard a splash as two iron-backed rhinoceroses emerged from the pond. These creatures resembled ordinary rhinoceroses but boasted a darker hue. The two young iron-backed rhinoceroses were clearly not yet mature, about the size of calves. They climbed ashore, shaking off droplets of water, inhaling the mist-laden air while playfully nudging one another. Quietly, Stone Feng retrieved his iron serpent bow, drawing it taut as he focused intently on the two juvenile beasts. Suddenly, one of the rhinoceroses raised its head and let out a roar towards the crescent moon. In that fleeting moment, a cold glint flashed, and the creature fell to the ground, an arrow lodged in its throat. The other rhinoceros, startled, jumped back instinctively. But in the instant of its retreat, another arrow pierced its throat. As the two young beasts collapsed, Stone Feng leapt down from the tree, moving swiftly towards them. From his pocket, he drew forth a dark iron dagger and swiftly severed the head of one creature, knowing the demon crystal resided within. There was no time to extract the crystal, so he decided to take the entire head instead. Not daring to linger, he hoisted the severed head and turned to leave. Yet, after only a few steps, he felt a sudden constriction around his body, and with a thud, he toppled to the ground, bound tightly by a whip-like cord that had ensnared him. At the same time, a voice erupted from the mist, laughing maniacally, expressing gratitude. A figure burst forth from the fog, snatching the beast's head from Stone Feng's grasp. It was the short-haired man, Gao Tao, with whom he had haggled at the market the previous day. It seemed he possessed some treasure that allowed him to disregard the miasma. Having concealed himself behind a nearby tree, watching Stone Feng's success, and seizing the opportunity to strike, Stone Feng exclaimed in shock, "It's you." Gao Tao laughed heartily indeed. "It is your uncle Gao." He took the beast's head and stored it in his pouch. With a flick of his finger, the binding cord around Stone Feng's body slithered like a serpent into Gao Tao's sleeve. In a flash, Gao Tao vanished into the mist. Fuming with anger, Stone Feng gritted his teeth, yet he lacked the agility or magical skills to pursue his assailant. Furthermore, Gao Tao wielded the whip with dexterity, making any confrontation futile. Resigned to his misfortune, he consoled himself with the thought that there remained another juvenile beast. If he could retrieve the demon crystal before Gao Tao, he might still obtain the crocodile spine he sought. He drew his dagger, preparing to turn back and sever the head of the second rhinoceros, when he suddenly heard a low growl emanating from the mist. Realizing the danger, he quickly darted to the side, clutching a sturdy tree, and swiftly climbed up. At that moment, the mist roiled, and a massive iron-backed rhinoceros, measuring 20 feet in length, emerged, its eyes glinting like brass. Upon spotting the carcasses of the two juveniles, the adult beast howled in fury, lumbering closer to investigate. Suddenly, its four powerful hooves began to pound the ground as it charged in a particular direction. From the mist, Gao Tao's booming voice rang out, "You foolish creature, seeking death." The wind howled, and the clash between man and beast commenced. Stone Feng realized that the adult rhinoceros had been roused. He quickly contemplated his options. Although another juvenile beast lay dead, it was clear that the adult's keen sense of smell would allow it to detect the hidden carcass. Gao Tao had concealed the beast's head in his pouch, yet the rhinoceros had still caught wind of it. If Stone Feng descended to retrieve the head, he would undoubtedly alert the adult beast. Moreover, with the adult beast's relentless roaring, it was possible that it might summon companions, leaving Stone Feng in a perilous situation. Hence, it was wiser to take advantage of Gao Tao's distraction and make a hasty retreat. Resolute, Stone Feng descended from the tree, moving cautiously towards the valley's entrance. As he ran, he discreetly observed the battle unfolding within the mist. The fog churned violently as Gao Tao and the adult rhinoceros clashed fiercely. Gao Tao wielded a massive iron staff, standing at 8 feet tall, a formidable figure, yet dwarfed by the adult beast. Despite the staff's swift strikes, they seemed ineffective against the rhinoceros, which responded with furious charges, forcing Gao Tao to retreat. Just as Gao Tao appeared on the verge of being cornered against the valley wall, he muttered a few incantations, and a serpent-like whip flew from his sleeve, ensnaring the rhinoceros's limbs, causing it to stumble. Elated, Gao Tao raised his staff to strike the beast's skull. However, before he could swing his weapon, the rhinoceros let out a deafening roar, breaking free from the whip's grasp and charging forward. Gao Tao's prized red dragon whip, a fine spiritual artifact, had initially caught Stone Feng off guard, allowing Gao Tao to seize the demon's head. Yet, the rhinoceros, unlike a cultivator, lacked magical abilities but possessed immense physical strength. Its massive frame rendered the whip ineffective, and with a powerful tug, it snapped the whip in two. Gao Tuo, stunned by the destruction of his prized artifact, was caught off guard. In a panic, he raised his arm in defense, but with a resounding crash, the rhinoceros collided with him, sending him hurtling backward. Blood sprang from his mouth. The rhinoceros, relentless, prepared to trample him underfoot. Just then, a flash of cold light pierced the air as an arrow struck the beast's left eye, eliciting a painful bellow. Blood gushed forth as the rhinoceros reared its front hooves. At that moment, a second arrow flew, aimed at its throat. This was Stone Feng, who had reached the valley's entrance and could not bear to witness Gao Tuo's demise, lending his assistance with his arrows. The first arrow had struck true, blinding the rhinoceros in its left eye. However, the second arrow became greedy for achievement, aiming to pierce the throat of the beast. Unexpectedly, the adult demon rhinoceros had already awakened a semblance of intelligence. Despite the excruciating pain in its left eye, it adeptly lowered its head in haste. The feathered arrow veered away from the throat, striking the soft flesh of its neck. Although it caused a sharp pang, it was not fatal. Stone Feng silently regretted his actions and seized another long arrow, intending to target the demon rhinoceros's right eye, but it was too late. Enraged by Stone Feng's attack, the rhinoceros charged forward with a furious flurry of hoofs. Bows and arrows excel in ranged combat but fall short in close quarters. Stone Feng had not anticipated the beast's astonishing speed. He hastily dodged to the side, releasing an arrow that completely missed its mark. The demon rhinoceros, its eyes bleeding like a fountain, succumbed to a frenzied state, relentlessly charging at Stone Feng. He inwardly lamented. For the rhinoceros's most formidable weapon was its sharp and heavy horn, and should it strike him, he feared he would be pierced through. Stone Feng rolled on the ground to evade while attempting to shoot arrows, but time was of the essence, and he could not aim properly. The demon rhinoceros moved like the wind, and despite releasing dozens of arrows, many of which found their target, they did not strike vital areas, only serving to aggravate the beast further. Feeling the dwindling supply in his quiver, Stone Feng estimated he had only about 10 long arrows left. Once these were exhausted, he would be forced to engage in close combat with a dagger, which would surely spell his doom. Just then, he heard Gao Tuo's voice calling out, "Junior Brother Stone, come to me." Upon hearing this, Stone Feng hastily shot an arrow and sprinted towards Gao Tuo. Gao Tuo had been violently struck by the demon rhinoceros, several ribs broken, and was leaning against the stone wall, unable to move. At that moment, he held a talisman in his hand, reciting incantations. Stone Feng dashed ahead, while the rhinoceros pursued closely behind. After completing his spell, Gao Tuo suddenly shouted, "Get back!" Stone Feng understood immediately and rolled to the ground. A chilling wind swept over his head, followed by a resounding boom. The once misty valley erupted in flames as a massive fireball soared past Stone Feng, directly striking the pursuing demon rhinoceros. Though the beast's hide was tough, impervious to blades, it was not resistant to fire. The fireball caused it to howl in agony. And to Stone Feng's astonishment, the talisman in Gao Tuo's hand flickered with radiant light, unleashing 5 additional fireballs in quick succession before vanishing in a shimmer of brilliance. Stone Feng exclaimed in delight, "The Chain Fire Spirit Talisman. This item is truly a precious artifact among talismans." The demon rhinoceros, having endured a prolonged battle, was already fatigued and had been struck by at least 10 of Stone Feng's arrows, particularly the first arrow that had penetrated its left eye and entered its skull. Coupled with the 6 fireballs that now struck it, the creature collapsed, beaten and barely breathing. At this moment, Stone Feng felt weak, approaching Gao Tuo and remarking, "Senior Brother Gao, your fireball technique is indeed remarkable." Despite his severe injuries, Gao Tuo could not help but laugh heartily. "Of course, this is my masteress." Suddenly, his laughter froze, as if he had seen a ghost. Stone Feng swiftly turned his head, only to be doused with a bucket of icy water. The fireball had pushed aside the surrounding mist, revealing a clearer view, and he now saw, emerging from the fog, a dozen iron-backed rhinoceroses forming a fan shape, cornering the two against the stone wall. Among these iron-backed rhinoceroses, some were even larger than the one they had just fought. Stone Feng frantically reached for the cliffside, which was steep and slick due to the perpetual mist shrouding the Wielding Valley, rendering it impossible to climb. He glanced up at the sky. The fireballs had burned a large hole in the mist above, allowing a glimpse of the stars outside the valley. The moon had vanished, but the night sky was filled with countless stars. He estimated it was around 4 in the morning, with dawn still far off. His plea for help would still be with the plump little one, sound asleep, yet to reach Master Qian Chu. In desperation, he asked, "Senior Brother Gao, How many of those talismans do you have left? Gao Tuo replied with a bitter smile. Such a precious item. How could there be many? Just this one. Despair filled Stone Feng's eyes as he drew his dagger and focused his energy into an unnamed technique, declaring, if I am to die here today, I shall take one down with me. Gao Tuo lamented. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of hardship, we would perish here? As the rhinoceroses closed in, despair settled in their hearts. Suddenly, a long cry echoed in the sky, startling Stone Feng into looking up, yet he saw nothing. The stars that had briefly been visible were suddenly obscured by dark clouds. The surrounding rhinoceroses stirred in agitation, and as the cry faded, they abruptly turned and fled, disregarding Stone Feng and Gao Tuo completely. Stone Feng exclaimed in bewilderment, "What is happening?" Before he could finish his sentence, a fierce wind surged, clearing the mist within 10 paces, and a gigantic eagle descended from the sky. Its plumage was entirely black, without a hint of any other color, and its wings, spread wide, measured 3 to 4 yards across, resembling a dark mountain. The black eagle swooped down, its talons seizing the previously wounded demon rhinoceros, which, though thick-skinned and impervious to blades, was easily pierced by the eagle's claws, as if cutting through paper. The demon rhinoceros, which had not yet succumbed, let out a mournful cry, but with a single strike from the black eagle, it let out a final wail and died instantly. The black eagle, eyes like lightning, turned to gaze at Stone Feng and Gao Tuo, who pressed against the stone wall, paralyzed with fear, daring not to breathe. The black eagle radiated an aura of formidable power, far beyond what mere disciples in the Qi refinement stage could contend with. Chapter 27. The black eagle captured the demon rhinoceros, suggesting that it had sufficient food. It merely glanced at the two men before taking flight with the 1,000-pound adult demon rhino, disappearing into the clouds in an instant. Shifeng and Gao Tuo exchanged a knowing glance. If they did not flee now, then when? Both shared the same thought. While the black eagle frightened the demon rhino away, they must hastily escape for their lives. With broken ribs, Gao Tuo limped painfully. Observing this, Shifeng turned back and hoisted him onto his back, sprinting out of the Wielding Valley. They ran for 5 or 6 miles before stopping, still shaken by their narrow escape. Shifeng set Gao Tuo down, who retrieved a pill from his storage bag and swallowed it. As the dawn light began to break, they discussed their circumstances. Having narrowly escaped death, they lacked the courage to venture into the dense forest at night. They found a tall tree and climbed up to rest. After about an hour, Gao Tuo felt significantly better, and with the sun rising, the valley filled with birdsong, dewdrops clung to the leaves, and the air was refreshing. Having survived a perilous ordeal, everything around them felt splendid and delightful. Descending from the tree, they traversed the dense forest until they reached the fork at the foot of the burning sky peak. Gao Tuo took out the head of the young demon beast from his storage bag and said, "Please accept this, junior brother Shifeng was taken aback. "Senior brother." Gao Tuo replied, "Though I may be reckless, I am not shameless. This demon beast was your quarry, and you saved my life. How could I have the audacity to claim it as my own?" Shifeng insisted, "Senior brother is being too modest. You saved me as well. Had it not been for your talisman, I would have perished beneath the hooves of that demon rhino." Gao Tuo chuckled. "How could that compare? You saved me first. Had you left the valley directly, you would not have encountered such peril. Besides, my red dragon whip is broken, and I have no immediate use for the crocodile spine." Shifeng was about to decline further, but Gao Tuo pressed the beast's head into his hands. "Enough, junior brother, do not be polite." Shifeng could only accept it, and said, "Then I shall be grateful to you, senior brother." Gao Tuo waved his hand dismissively. "This is nothing. I owe you a life. I will repay you when the opportunity arises. My injuries are severe. I must return to recuperate. Farewell." With a salute, he stepped into the teleportation array and vanished. Shifeng made his way back to the sword-forging valley, first retrieving the distress letter from Xiaopeng before returning to his dwelling. He extracted the beast head, using a sharp blade to cut it open, revealing a small stone the size of a fingertip within the cranial cavity. This was the demon crystal of the iron-backed rhinoceros. The demon crystal, also known as a demon core, is a manifestation of the essence of a demon creature, widely used for medicinal purposes, alchemy, and crafting. Its applications are numerous. After washing off the blood with clean water, Shifeng gazed at this, his first acquired demon crystal. Although the iron-backed rhinoceros was merely a first-tier demon beast, and its crystal was not particularly rare, he felt an overwhelming joy as he caressed it in his palm. The crystal was a pale yellow, smooth to the touch. exuding vibrant spiritual energy alongside a faint demonic aura. After admiring it for a while, he stored it away and set off to the Long Valley market. Upon presenting the iron-backed rhinoceros demon crystal to the man in the bamboo hat, the latter immediately exchanged the crocodile spine without hesitation. Sherfone was overjoyed. He then sought out additional auxiliary materials, such as the black sparrow gold thread, and commenced the reforging of the iron crocodile bow. It took nearly 10 days to successfully recreate the bowstring. Testing the newly forged iron bow, Sherfone was astonished to find its power had more than doubled compared to before. This was hardly surprising. The power and range of a bow primarily depend on its bowstring. With meticulous material selection, the spirit weapon he crafted was naturally far superior to the original. After a brief trial, he discovered that within 500 paces, the bow could pierce stone as if it were rotten. Had he possessed such a powerful bow and arrows in Wielding Valley, even the adult demon rhinoceros would have likely been pierced through the belly by a single shot. Sherfone could hardly contain his joy, though he felt a tinge of regret that the numerous long arrows he had crafted were nearly exhausted in Wielding Valley. Nevertheless, Sherfone did not rush to forge more arrows. Firstly, there was no urgent need, and secondly, with the grand competition approaching, many inner sect disciples were seeking his assistance to repair their spirit weapons, making it difficult for him to find the time. During this period, Sherfone also visited Gao Tua at Burning Sky Peak. Although Gao Tua's injuries had healed, he was still recovering his vitality. Their bond strengthened through their trials. Sherfone offered to repair Gao Tua's red dragon whip. Aware of Sherfone's exceptional skills, Gao Tua entrusted the artifact to him. After careful examination, Sherfone discovered that while the repair was not particularly difficult, one of the restrictions required the fresh blood of a red-skinned monster to be soaked 9 times, which was impossible to procure on short notice. Time swiftly passed, and only 7 days remained before the grand competition. Disciples from various sects sharpened their skills, making final preparations. Among the inner sect disciples, only Sherfone remained indifferent to the impending event. One day, in a small square room within the Taiji sect, a tall, red-faced Taoist was saying, "Recently, a disciple reported sightings of wind-winged black eagles near the sect. Have you heard anything about this, junior brother?" A black-bearded Taoist replied, "Indeed, I have." The red-faced Taoist continued, "The wind-winged black eagle is renowned in the demon realm as a fierce bird. It is said to master both wind and fire techniques, capable of traversing vast distances with a single flap of its wings and unleashing flames that can scorch the earth. Even those in the nascent soul stage cannot withstand it. The presence of such a ferocious bird within our Taiji sect is certainly no trivial matter." The black-bearded Taoist assured, "Rest assured, senior brother. After the demon's appearance, I ventured to investigate and found 2 black eagles, male and female. Although they are indeed wind-winged black eagles, their cultivation is rather low, equivalent to foundation-building stage practitioners." A square-faced middle-aged man interjected, "The wind-winged black eagle is adept in fire techniques and is generally found in the southern volcanic regions. It is rare to encounter them here. Moreover, even among wind-winged black eagles, the few that reach the nascent soul stage are quite scarce." The black-bearded Taoist nodded. "I observed from a distance that these 2 black eagles were merely second-tier demon beasts, akin to foundation-building humans, so I did not bother to intervene." The middle-aged man remarked, "With such limited abilities, how dare they cause trouble at Taiji sect? Master, why not let me handle this and eliminate those 2 demon birds?" The red-faced Taoist scoffed, "Nonsense. You have just advanced to the golden core stage, yet your temperament remains so impulsive. If they were merely 2 second-tier demon birds, would I have called you here to discuss it? Do you know where the nearest Black Eagle clan resides?" Having received a reprimand, the middle-aged man quickly lowered his head and replied, I do not know." The red-faced Taoist stated, "It is the Foaming Mountain tribe. You may not be aware, but the Black Eagle clan was once among the most powerful factions in the Foaming Mountain tribe, commanding great influence. Although they have declined in recent years, their strength remains formidable, at least not inferior to our Taiji sect." The black-bearded Taoist suggested, "Then, senior brother, should we send a message to Foaming Mountain to inquire further?" The red-faced Taoist pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, let it be for now. The demon clan and our human clan are still allies in name, but in secret, haha." When our Taiji sect established itself in the Shirgu mountain range, the demon clan harbored much dissatisfaction. You must understand that our sect's northern half, especially the area around Daekwi Peak, is lush and rich in spiritual energy, which the demon clan covets greatly. The black-bearded Taoist replied, Our Taiji sect has been established for thousands of years. It is unreasonable for the demon clan to covet our territory. Besides, we are not a beast-taming sect, and we have not slaughtered their kind in large numbers. Surely, the demon clan cannot seek retribution for that. The red-faced Taoist affirmed. Of course not. If they were to seek retribution, 2 mere second-tier demon birds would not suffice. The black-bearded Taoist and the middle-aged man both chuckled. The red-faced Taoist continued. I believe that the area around Daequi Peak is abundant in food, and these 2 black eagles have yet to transform or gain intelligence. They may merely be pursuing food. If they are from the Fengming Mountain tribe and have not harmed our disciples, then we cannot be too harsh. The black-bearded Taoist and the middle-aged man nodded in agreement. The red-faced Taoist concluded, Very well, Shiming Junior Brother, arrange for 2 disciples to closely monitor the black eagles. If they do not depart after a few days, we shall take action to drive them away. The imminent sect competition has captured everyone's attention as they diligently prepare for this significant event. Meanwhile, on Yushio Mountain, Liyunzi emerged, stretching and settling into his central chair, in high spirits. He surveyed his surroundings, nodding in approval. It seems that during my retreat, you all have not been idle. Yuan Qing, you have surprisingly broken through to the 7th level of qi refining. Xiangying, your golden finger reversion technique appears to have made some progress as well. If luck is on your side during the sect competition, you might secure a commendable rank. The disciples collectively expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your praise. Liyunzi chuckled softly, however. I see that your expenditures have not been trivial. Yuan Qing, you need not elaborate. Reaching the 7th level typically takes at least 6 months. So you must have consumed some elixirs. Xiangjuan, that spirit tool of yours looks unfamiliar. Did you acquire it recently? Xiangjuan stuck out her tongue, acknowledging, Master, your insight is indeed sharp. As Liyunzi glanced at the others, he suddenly recalled, Oh, where is our 7th junior brother? Is he still in the artifact refining hall? Chongqing replied, Yes, junior brother is still there. To please Master, I have heard that he possesses considerable talent in refining and has been taken on as a disciple by Master Qianqiu. Liyunzi scoffed. Isn't he merely a firewood boy for someone else? You speak of him as if he were something special. Chongqing felt a bit embarrassed, prompting a round of chuckles from the others. Liyunzi continued, Surely he won't be participating in the sect competition? Chongqing responded. Master Daochong previously mentioned that the 7th junior brother should not participate, but the sect leader insisted that all inner disciples must take part, as it has been the custom for years and cannot be easily changed. He also reassured Master that everyone knows the 7th junior brother lacks a spiritual root and does not know any techniques, so he will not be put in a difficult position. Moreover, the sect strictly prohibits infighting among disciples. Liyunzi's expression turned solemn for a moment. That may be so, but I am not concerned about anyone harming my disciple. It's merely that Shifeng, an ordinary person, will inevitably be defeated at the first move. What glory is there in that for me? The disciples fell silent. Scratching his head, Liyunzi remarked, In the sect competition, there are only about 1,000 qi refining disciples. After a round of combat, only 500 will remain. According to tradition, those who advance past 2 rounds receive a reward of 1,000 spiritual stones, along with a vial of rejuvenation liquid. The disciple who faces my foolish junior brother in the first round is truly fortunate. He turned to Chongqing, who drew the lot against Shifeng. Chongqing replied, The first round's draw was announced yesterday. The one facing the 7th junior brother is Sister Lingyun from the returning Goose Peak. She is at the 6th level of qi refining and would have struggled to pass the second round, but now it seems she has an easy victory. Liyunzi's eyes glinted. The sect competition draws do not distinguish between factions. It is possible for fellow disciples to face each other. It seems you regret not having drawn against Shifeng in the first round. Chongqing hurriedly stated, That is not the case. Liyunzi said, A man should be forthright. If you thought it, then you thought it. Chongqing stammered. We merely considered Master S' reputation and thought it prudent to pretend to engage in a fierce battle with the 7th junior brother, allowing him to endure a bit longer, so that others would not make him look bad. Liyunzi glared. Your reasoning is utterly deplorable. Shifeng is the only inner disciple without a spiritual root. 1,000-year anomaly, everyone in the sect knows this. To pretend to battle fiercely, hoping others would laugh at him tomorrow? He knows no techniques or spells. If he loses, then he loses. What merit is there in winning for the victor? Chongqing, chastised, could only concede, Yes, disciple thinks it quite regrettable, allowing others to gain an advantage rather than our own. Previously, this matter had stirred up quite a commotion among the disciples. with rumors of some attempting to bribe the drawing officials to ensure the 7th junior brother was grouped with them. Upon hearing this, Li Yunzi's ire flared. So, Shifeng has become a coveted commodity. Yuchi refining disciples are notoriously gamblers. Once the draw is announced, you all rush to wager on who will win or lose. What are the odds for Shifeng's victory? Cha-Ching chuckled. Given that the 7th junior brother knows no techniques, who would bet on him winning? The odds of winning or losing are impossible to gauge, but there are plenty of bets on how long he can last. Li Yunzi responded. So the bets are on how many moves he lasts, is it? Chongqing clarified. Not quite. He will undoubtedly lose in one move. The wager is on how many breaths he can endure. Generally, it is expected he will lose in 3 breaths, which is just enough time for Ling Yun to cast an ice bolt. Some have wagered that the 7th junior brother is strong enough that one ice bolt 1T push him out of the arena, needing 2 instead. While others believe he may be agile enough to evade a round of ice bolts, or that Ling Yun might use ice arrows, which would take 10 breaths. As he rambled on, Li Yunzi's face flushed with anger. Silence. Your own junior brother is being humiliated, and you, as the eldest disciple, merely watch as if it were a joke. Cha-Ching immediately ceased his chatter. Li Yunzi scanned the disciples. You scoundrels, I see you've all placed your bets as well. Speak. Chongqing mumbled. Yes, disciple was merely feeling impulsive. I wagered 50 spiritual stones that junior brother could last 10 breaths. Li Yunzi exclaimed, this is outrageous. How could my disciple be so underestimated? With a swift motion, he retrieved a pouch of spiritual stones. Yuanqing, here are 200 spiritual stones. Go place a bet that Shifeng will win in the first round. Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. Master, please calm your anger. These stones are hard-won. There is no need. Li Yunzi retorted, the stones are trivial, but my dignity is paramount. When you place the bet, announce that Li Yunzi wagers his disciple will win. Zhang Yuanqing hurriedly accepted the spiritual stones. The others then understood that Li Yunzi was willing to part with 200 spiritual stones to convey to the sect that although Shifeng lacked magical powers, he remained Li Yunzi's direct disciple, and that no one should dare to humiliate him lightly. Otherwise, Li Yunzi would not stand for it. This earnest protective instinct moved the hearts of the disciples. The room fell silent, no one daring to speak. Li Yunzi stood up and sighed. Chongqing, also assist me in placing a bet of 300 spiritual stones that Shifeng will lose in 3 breaths. Just be sure not to reveal that it was my wager. Chapter 28. The sect competition. As the melodious chimes resonated a total of 81 times. The grand event of the sect competition finally commenced at the hour of Chun on the 10th day of September. The venue for this biannual event was the Chaosian platform situated on Yintai Ridge, directly facing the majestic main hall, which serves as the heart of the Tai Chi sect. The Chaosian platform is vast, capable of accommodating 10,000 spectators at once. Its surface, originally paved with a blend of white jade and blue stone, is polished to a mirror-like sheen. In preparation for the competition, 8 magical formations were reinforced to safeguard the ground from damage during the skirmishes of Foundation Establishment stage practitioners. Viewed from above, the Chaosian platform is divided into 8 large areas, allowing for simultaneous contests. At this moment, the platform is teeming with people, arranged according to the positions of the 5 sects and 4 halls, each individual bearing a solemn expression. Shifeng stood among the crowd. Positioned behind Zhou Qing and before Xiang Jun, he had no objections to being compelled to participate in the sect competition despite lacking any magical powers, as he sought neither rank nor rewards. Should the situation arise, he could merely emulate his previous experience in Wulong Valley, where he was bound like a zongzi by the Qi-Long whip wielded by Gao Ta. Initially, he had anticipated the competition to commence in the morning, but he soon discovered that the 10th of September is also the birthday of the revered founding master, Tai Chi Zhenren, necessitating a grand ancestral ceremony beforehand. Consequently, the Chaosian platform was not solely populated by the inner disciples of the 5 sects. The outer disciples from the 4 halls, tasked with patrolling and guarding, also gathered here. Furthermore, representatives from the 7 prominent families under the Tai Chi sect and various minor sects were present, resulting in a crowd that likely numbered in the thousands. Among the attendees, the inner disciples donned blue robes, while the outer disciples wore black. Although there were no specific attire requirements for other Foundation Establishment practitioners, Golden Core ancestors, and representatives from affiliated sects, all dressed in solemn garb for the ancestral ceremony. The Tai Chi sect boasts 16 Golden Core ancestors, with the Yintai Ridge sect leader having the most, totaling 5, following the demise of Danyang Daoran. Taijian Peak now has only Dao Chong and Zhao Tianhu as Golden Core practitioners. Both Finshan Peak and Daekui Peak each host 3 Golden Core ancestors, while Huiyin Peak has 2. The inner 5 sects collectively include 15 Golden Core practitioners, while the outer 4 halls, apart from the Artifact Refining Hall led by Qian Shuzhenren, are overseen by Foundation Establishment practitioners. Originally, the Council of Elders in the Tai Chi sect consisted of only 5 members, the leaders of the inner 5 sections. However, the addition of Qian Shuzhenren from the Artifact Refining Hall increased this number to 6. Master Xianyi, believing that encountering significant matters with an even number of elders would complicate voting, decided to elect one more member, resulting in the inclusion of Xianyi, another Golden Core practitioner from Yintai Ridge, into the council. Furthermore, it is rumored that the Tai Chi sect possesses a nascent soul ancestor, though disciples have never encountered this figure. Nascent soul practitioners are powerful beings capable of traversing the realms of existence, with their spiritual bodies capable of wandering vast distances. Some disciples, having dedicated 150 to 60 years to cultivation, have never laid eyes on this nascent soul ancestor, who did not appear even on this momentous day of the ancestral ceremony. At this time, the first row of the crowd is occupied by the 7 elders, the second by various Golden Core ancestors, the third by Foundation Establishment practitioners from each sect, followed by the inner disciples and outer disciples arranged in order of their initiation, while representatives from prominent families and affiliated sects occupy the esteemed positions on either side. This was Shi Feng's first encounter with the sect leader of the Tai Chi sect, who stood tall with a radiant complexion, appearing to be in his 50s. However, this was certainly not his true age. Any practitioner who successfully establishes their foundation, stabilizes their dantian, and cultivates their vital essence can preserve their youthful appearance. Of course, this does not imply that Master Xianyi succeeded in foundation establishment at 50. Once a practitioner has passed this stage, they may choose to maintain their youthful visage or allow their appearance to evolve with the passage of time. Even if a practitioner opts to let their appearance age, their longevity far exceeds that of ordinary humans, resulting in a much slower aging process. In the realm of cultivation, it is nearly impossible to ascertain a practitioner's true age based solely on appearance. While it may be feasible for Qi refining stage disciples, it is utterly unreliable for those at or above the foundation establishment stage. Some female practitioners, valuing their beauty, choose to preserve their appearance upon foundation establishment, appearing as stunning young women even at the moment of passing. Conversely, some practitioners, due to their positions of authority, allow their looks to transform with time, becoming venerable elders. At this moment, Master Xianyi stands at the center, his voice resonating like thunder as he recites the ancestral offering text, recounting the achievements of the founding ancestor and successive sect leaders while praying for the protection of the Tai Chi sect by its illustrious ancestors. This discourse lasted over an hour before he exited the main hall to perform the ancestral rites, which consumed the entirety of the morning. As afternoon approached, the competitions officially began, exclusively among the inner disciples. Thus, the Chaoxian platform was now occupied solely by these disciples, as the guests who had attended the morning ceremony had departed. Prior to the contests, Master Xianyi announced the rules of the competition. He was quite tall, sporting a half-foot-long beard that shone dark and sleek. The rules of the sect competition bore similarities to those of smaller internal contests, yet there were notable differences. The matches would proceed in rounds, with over 1,000 inner disciples randomly drawing lots to compete against each other. The first round would eliminate half of the participants, followed by a reshuffling for the second round, which would once again have the remaining competitors. This process would continue until the ultimate champion emerged. However, this format was evidently flawed. If the second strongest disciple faced the strongest in the first round, they would be immediately eliminated, which would be a significant disadvantage for the second strongest. Therefore, aside from the elimination rounds, each disciple was granted 3 opportunities to challenge others. The first challenge could occur after the second round, as all who progressed past it were eligible to enter the trial grounds. Consequently, all eliminated disciples from the second round could challenge any of the victors, ensuring that those who entered the trial grounds were truly formidable practitioners. The second challenge could take place after the 6th round, permitting any who were eliminated following the 3rd round to challenge earlier victors. This was due to the fact that the top 20 disciples in the competition would receive additional rewards, including a month of cultivation in the spirit washing pool, which contained a mystical spring said to enhance physical strength significantly, albeit with the discomfort of feeling as if one's skin was being scorched by fire during immersion. The third challenge was the Champion's Challenge. Once the champion was determined, any of the top 10 disciples who felt aggrieved could challenge the champion. Master Xianin meticulously recited the rules, which were notably more permissive regarding combat than those of smaller competitions, even allowing for unintentional harm or fatality without violating sect regulations, raising the stakes for all participants. On that first afternoon of the competition, apart from Chongqing, who had a match, the remaining 7 disciples under Lu Yunzi had no contest scheduled. Shifeng took the opportunity to wander around. Each of the 8 competition arenas featured a Foundation establishment practitioner as a judge, differing from smaller competitions in that these judges would only determine the outcomes without providing commentary or analysis on the matches. The 8 arenas, each measuring about 10 zhang square, were marked by the Tai Chi diagram. A participant would be deemed defeated if forced out of the circle and apart from voluntary forfeiture or being pushed out. Even if one was severely injured and unable to rise, the judge could not declare a loss. With 8 matches occurring simultaneously, the first round comprised over 500 contests. Yet they progressed rapidly. Some Qi refining stage disciples, unfortunate in their draw, faced seniors in the 8th or 9th level and chose to forfeit upon stepping onto the platform. Moving on to the next group. In one arena, there was hardly any engagement. Within a mere cup of tea's time, 5 or 6 matches had already concluded. Of course, there were also arenas where 2 equally matched disciples became entangled in a fierce struggle. As Shifeng meandered, he found himself utterly ignorant of the techniques and skills being employed. His primary interest lay in the various magical artifacts being utilized. After circling the area, he was treated to a dazzling array of peculiar and extraordinary artifacts, broadening his horizons immensely. An hour later, Shifeng returned to the Sun character arena, where the Chongqing competition was about to commence. Upon entering, Shifeng recalled that he had been instructed by the master of Chongqing, though his senior brother often chattered on. He was warm and humorous, and Shifeng felt a close bond with him. After a while, Zhang Yuanqing and several other senior brothers also arrived, and finally, it was Chongqing's turn to compete. Chongqing's opponent was a disciple from the Yantai Ridge sect, which boasted the largest number of disciples, accounting for half of the entire sect. Consequently, the majority of the onlookers had come to cheer for this disciple. This disciple appeared to be around 30 years of age, with a sallow complexion and a stern expression. In contrast, Chongqing had set aside his usual playful demeanor, adopting a serious countenance. The two exchanged formal greetings, and the presiding Foundation establishment cultivator, adhering to protocol, inquired if either party wished to concede. When silence ensued, the cultivator waved his hand, signaling the commencement of the match. The sallow-faced man was an 8th-layer Qi refinement disciple and recognized Cha Qi as the 9th-layer Qi refinement senior disciple of the Iron Sword Peak. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, he promptly activated a talisman, which enveloped him in a shimmering, earthy aura, forming a shield of light. A spectator whispered that it was a soil shield talisman, remarking on his willingness to invest resources. Just as he fortified his defenses, Chongqing had already made his move, brandishing an iron pin that pierced through the air like a spear. The sallow-faced man hesitated momentarily before deciding to confront the weapon head-on. With a soft thud, the clash of energies sent sparks flying. Although he swayed, he managed to maintain his footing, though the luminous shield had dimmed considerably. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he waved his right hand, summoning a lizard-like spirit beast the size of a grinding stone. The beast scuttled forward, its long tongue darting toward Chongqing. However, Chongqing had already cast a lightness technique, propelling himself into the air. The iron pin twisted in his grip, lunging again at the sallow-faced man. No longer daring to meet the attack directly, the sallow-faced man drew a flying knife, chanting incantations as it spiraled to intercept the iron pin. Within moments, he had deployed his shield, spirit beast, and weaponry, while Chongqing remained steadfast with only his iron pin, relying on his superior magical prowess to launch relentless assaults. The sallow-faced man, having taken a defensive position from the outset, found himself unable to ascend from the ground despite the presence of his spirit beast, which could only watch from below. He switched between 3 or 4 different weapons, yet none could withstand the ferocity of Chongqing's iron pin. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, all his weapons fell to the ground, and the pin struck his shield once more. As time passed, the brilliance of the soil shield waned, and with another piercing blow, the sallow-faced man stumbled back, retreating several paces out of the Tai Chi circle. The presiding Foundation establishment cultivator, with an impassive expression, promptly declared Chongqing of Iron Sword Peak the victor. As Chongqing landed, he clasped his hands in gratitude, acknowledging his opponent. Shifeng and the other disciples erupted in cheers, praising their senior brother's prowess. The disciples from Yintai Ridge, however, wore expressions of disdain, while the sallow-faced man turned pale. Yet, acknowledging the outcome, he bowed in respect and departed. That evening, upon returning to Yushu Mountain, the disciples celebrated Chongqing's triumphant debut. After the victory banquet, as the disciples dispersed, Chongqing pulled Shifeng aside, advising him to adopt a strategy of evasion in the upcoming matches, emphasizing the importance of enduring until the 10th breath. Though Shifeng nodded in agreement to his senior brother's counsel, he remained perplexed about the necessity of lasting until the 10th breath. The following morning, Shifeng was assigned to the Kuan character arena, where he was scheduled to compete in the 5th group. However, due to a prolonged bout between the second round's competitors, who were evenly matched and fought for an hour without a victor, their contest extended into the afternoon. Exhausted, the two combatants sat on the ground to consume medicinal pills before resuming their duel, ultimately resulting in one securing victory due to a slight advantage in resources. As a result of this delay, Shifeng's match was postponed until the afternoon. In the morning's contests, only Zhang Yuanqing, the second disciple of Li Yunzi, emerged victorious, while others, including Xiangjun, Xianghua, and Shouqing, suffered defeats, causing Li Yunzi's countenance to darken, leaving his disciples hesitant to speak. In the afternoon's third match, the presiding foundation establishment cultivator announced with authority Shifeng of Iron Sword Peak versus Ling Yun of Returning Goose Peak. Chapter 29. A preliminary test of skill. Shifeng had been waiting quietly at the side. Upon hearing the announcement, he slowly stepped into the Tai Chi circle. Opposing him was a young woman, around 20 years of age, with a fair and delicate appearance. However, the slight upturn of her eyebrows and lips suggested a rather harsh and unforgiving demeanor. Shifeng greeted her respectfully. "Greetings, senior sister." He felt a twinge of confusion. Ostensibly, he possessed no magical power, so what was there to see? Why were the spectators gathered in such numbers? His fellow disciples were understandable, but what were the others here for? It couldn't possibly be to watch him, could it? Perhaps they were drawn to the woman before him. Although she had some charm, she hardly possessed the beauty to captivate an entire nation. The woman, named Ling Yun, did not return the greeting. With a frown, she retorted, "You have no magical power. Why even bother competing? Just concede." Shifeng shook his head. Initially, his plan was to step forward, offer a salute, and then concede right away. However, his senior brother had repeatedly urged him to endure for at least 10 breaths, warning that failing to do so would bring shame upon their master. Seeing Shifeng's reluctance to step down, Ling Yun's expression hardened. "You truly do not know how to take a hint." With a flick of her hand, an ice bolt shot forth. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Using an ice bolt meant he wouldn't last 3 breaths. The speed of a cultivator's spell was astonishing. The ice bolt darted towards Shifeng with a chilling force. Yet, he had already focused his mind and, in a swift motion, rolled to the left, narrowly avoiding the projectile. The crowd erupted in cheers, though it was interspersed with curses. Ling Yun was taken aback by Shifeng's unexpected agility in evading her spell. With a cold smirk, she launched another ice bolt, only for Shifeng to deftly evade it once more. Frustration mounted within her. She thought, "This brat deserves to die." With both hands, she unleashed a barrage of ice bolts, resembling hailstones raining down. Shifeng had already activated his unnamed body-refining technique, making his movements extraordinarily nimble. He sensed that while Ling Yun was aggressive, the speed of her ice bolts was not insurmountable. He dashed about the arena, the ice bolts whizzing past him, failing to even graze the hem of his clothes. The spectators were riveted, counting silently 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. As the count approached 10, the joy in Chongqing's eyes grew ever more pronounced. He had wagered that Shifeng could endure for 10 breaths. In his mind, Ling Yun was no longer merely throwing ice bolts. They had transformed into gems hurtling towards him. As Shifeng grew increasingly composed, he unconsciously retrieved the iron cuttlefish bow from his back. By now, he had unknowingly surpassed several breaths. The crowd, having lost money on their wagers, began to curse. "Damn it, I bet he would lose in 3 breaths. Who knew this kid would be as slippery as an eel? Did you see those ice bolts? They were slower than a snail. Even an 80-year-old lady could dodge them." Ling Yun, hearing the murmurs, felt her temper flare. Among her storage items were 3 spirit artifacts, one of which was a prized possession she had reserved for the second round. Enraged, she disregarded the consequences and raised her hand, unleashing a chilling white light that soared through the air. What emerged was a blindingly white circular ring, exuding a bone-chilling aura. As it ascended, it buzzed ominously, immediately projecting 7 identical rings. Gasps rippled through the crowd. It was the famed Thousand Shadow Ice Ring. This artifact was well known within the sect, a first-tier, 9th-grade magical tool, effectively qualifying as a mid-grade spirit tool. While it could normally produce 9 identical rings, due to her insufficient magical power, Ling Yun could only activate 7. The true prowess of the Thousand Shadow Ice Ring lay not in the rings themselves, but in the frigid aura they emitted. When the 7 identical rings struck together, they created an illusion of indistinguishability. If one attempted to counter with a magic tool, there was a risk of freezing the tool itself. Similarly, shielding oneself would result in both the individual and their shield being encased in ice. The only way to counter this artifact was to flee as far as possible. But with 7 rings descending in succession, evasion would be a challenge. Shifeng, aware of the crowd's astonishment, recognized the formidable nature of this artifact. He quickly rolled to the ground, drawing 2 arrows from his quiver, and without a moment's hesitation, he released them in quick succession. The first arrow was aimed at Ling Yun, as it was customary to target the wielder first. If she dodged, the artifact would naturally lose some of its potency. The second arrow was aimed directly at the Thousand Shadow Ring, which had manifested into 7 identical rings. Even among disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement, discerning which was the true artifact would be a Herculean task. However, Shifeng hailed from the artifact refining hall, and his skills in crafting were exceptionally advanced. Having followed Master Qianchu for a considerable time, he had studied numerous artifacts, from low-grade spirit tools to high-grade ones with over 20 prohibitions. Though Shifeng lacked magical power and could not sense the distinct energies of the 7 rings, he could clearly identify the artifact's true form with the naked eye, as well as the interconnections of its 9 prohibitions. Despite having released 2 arrows, their speed was such that they nearly flew simultaneously. A series of sounds rang out, whoosh, clang. The arena fell into stunned silence. All present, including the officiating Foundation establishment referee, stood with their eyes wide, frozen in disbelief. Ling Yun had dismissed Shifeng entirely. Even as he drew his bow, she remained unconcerned, lacking even a protective ice armor. Suddenly, the arrow struck her shoulder, eliciting a pain scream. The iron cuttlefish bow, having been modified by Shifeng multiple times with exquisite materials, delivered immense force. The arrow propelled Ling Yun several feet away, sending her tumbling outside the Tai Chi circle. Shifeng's second arrow struck the true form of the Thousand Shadow Ring, targeting a weak point in its 9 prohibitions. With a sharp crack, the artifact, made of jade, could not withstand the might of Shifeng's arrowhead, which shattered a portion of the ring. Instantly, the 7 illusory rings dissipated, crashing to the ground and breaking apart. The crowd, initially anticipating the battle's swift conclusion with Ling Yun victorious, was left utterly dumbfounded. They had expected Shifeng to be frozen solid and subsequently defeated. Instead, in the blink of an eye, the outcome was entirely reversed. Ling Yun was sent flying, her famed Thousand Shadow Ice Ring shattered. No one expected such a turn of events, leaving the onlookers in shock. Even the officiating Foundation establishment cultivator took a moment to regain his composure before declaring, "Disciple Shifeng of the Iron Sword Peak is the victor." In no time, news spread that a disciple without magical power had triumphed over a 6th-level Qi refinement disciple from the returning Goose Peak, shattering her prized artifact. Many disciples initially doubted the news, pressing for details. They were astonished by Shifeng's strength and the swiftness of his arrows. While some disciples were amazed, many others felt disappointment and anger. Most had wagered on how many breaths it would take for Shifeng to lose, never considering he could win, resulting in substantial losses. These disgruntled disciples gathered, first cursing, then speculating, and finally boiling with rage. Their conclusion was that Ling Yun had deliberately thrown the match. Their reasoning was that as a mere 6th-level Qi cultivator, she could not possibly secure a place in the second round. Even if she managed to advance, she would undoubtedly be eliminated in subsequent challenges. This woman, they believed, was cunning. Since she could not attain sect rewards, she opted to lose intentionally, thus securing thousands or even tens of thousands of crystal stones for herself, a windfall for a Qi refining disciple. As for the Thousand Shadow Ring, it was likely a counterfeit. Otherwise, how could it have been so easily destroyed? The more they pondered, the more convinced they became. They sought out further information, discovering that aside from the affectionately protective Lu Yunzi, who had publicly bet on Shifeng's victory. There were others who had anonymously wagered on Shifeng as well. In their fury, the disciples surged toward returning Goose Peak's cold water cliff to confront Lingyun. Lingyun had lost the competition, destroyed her magical tool, and sustained injuries. Embarrassment and anger mingled within her, and as she faced the scorn of the crowd, her face turned an indignant shade of blue. Despite her silver tongue, the onlookers remained unconvinced and demanded restitution for the shattered crystal. Amid the clamor, a chilling voice rang out, inquiring about their actions. As the words were spoken, a young woman, aged around 18 or 19, descended from the sky. Her bright eyes and radiant smile were reminiscent of a painting, yet her brows bore an icy demeanor, exuding an aura of frigid air. The newcomer was none other than Lingyun's master, the rare nine-spirit ice body practitioner of the Taiji sect, Qinbing. Qinbing's mastery of aerial techniques allowed her to appear silently before the startled disciples, leaving them dumbfounded. One bolder disciple bent in a deep bow, saying, "Respected master, we heard that junior sister Lingyun was injured, and we came to pay our respects. We would not dare to disturb your training, so we shall take our leave." With that, he hastily retreated, and the other disciples followed suit, bowing their heads in deference, avoiding even a glance at Qinbing, scattering like frightened birds. Noticing Lingyun's red-rimmed eyes and the injury on her shoulder, Qinbing inquired, "What has happened?" Lingyun hastily knelt and replied, "Master, I lost today's competition." Qinbing responded coolly, "A loss is merely a loss." Lingyun understood that her master, who was even younger than herself by 2 years, was devoted to her cultivation, possessing a nature as unyielding as ice. Though she seldom spoke to her 3 disciples, she harbored a deep affection for them, as evidenced by her bestowing the 1,000-shadow ring before the contest. As Lingyun wept, she recounted the events of the competition. She dared not fabricate any details, knowing that many spectators had witnessed the event, and her master could easily inquire for the truth. However, she did embellish some aspects. She claimed that Shifeng had launched a surprise attack against her, forcing her out of bounds, and that the referee had unjustly declared her the loser. She insisted that her opponent had relentlessly destroyed the 1,000-shadow ring afterward. As she concluded her tale, she presented the broken magical ring to her master. In the grand competition, there were no explicit rules against attacking an opponent's magical tools, as clashes were inevitable during combat. However, an unspoken norm existed. One should refrain from destroying an opponent's instrument without cause, as a magical tool could represent years of savings for a chi refinement disciple. Its destruction could lead to ruin, often breeding deep-seated enmity between the parties involved. Thus, during competitions, those who could secure victory typically refrained from targeting their opponent's magical tools. To win and then insist on destroying the opponent's tool was an act of gross injustice. In truth, during the match, while Shifeng had shot 2 arrows in quick succession, the time between them was negligible. Moreover, when Shifeng struck the 1,000-shadow ring, Lingyun had not yet been eliminated. His arrows, aimed at both an opponent and in defense, bore no wrongdoing in the eyes of the spectators, including the foundational cultivator who officiated the match. Yet, Lingyun clung fiercely to the sequence of events, asserting that Shifeng had sought to humiliate her by destroying the ring after her defeat. As she spoke, a flicker of fiery determination gradually ignited in Qinbing's cold eyes. Chapter 30. My mother, also surnamed Qin. Meanwhile, in the small meditation hut of Liyunzi on Yushio Peak, the disciples gathered around their master, excitedly recounting the events of the afternoon's competition. Liyunzi listened in astonishment. He had not inquired about Shifeng in the past 3 or 4 years, only to discover that his 7th disciple had cultivated such remarkable skills. Liyunzi nodded repeatedly, saying, "Today brings 3 delights. First, you won the competition, bringing honor to our sect. Second, despite my lack of teaching, you showed no resentment and not only achieved success in physical cultivation but also excelled in archery. Third, your innate talent for artifact forging is astounding, having crafted a spirit weapon yourself. Shifeng, let me see that bow of yours." Shifeng hurriedly handed over the iron serpent bow. Liyunzi examined it closely and remarked, "Excellent. Although this iron bow has only 3 restrictions, its materials are superb and the craftsmanship is exquisite. Its power is comparable to a 6 or even 7 restriction magical artifact. Ordinary disciples would be fortunate to possess a 5 restriction artifact." Upon hearing that this bow was equivalent to a 7 imprint artifact, Xiangjuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Such a fine artifact. 7th senior brother. You might as well give it to me. After all, Master has never been willing to bestow good artifacts upon me." Lu Yunzi replied, "You, young lady, do not put in the effort and yet expect to rely on your master. Humph. If your cultivation improves, would I still be stingy with artifacts? However, do not entertain any thoughts about this bow. It demands a high level of physical strength, which you simply cannot muster. Besides, do you even know how to shoot?" At this moment, Changqing chimed in to please the master. "There is another piece of good news." Lu Yunzi responded with interest, and Changqing produced a large bag from his storage pouch. "Master, you wagered on 7th senior brother's victory. This is your earnings in spirit stones." Lu Yunzi was taken aback. "So many. There must be 5 or 6,000, right?" Changqing, looking slightly dejected, replied, "Everyone else bet on 7th senior brother losing, and only you bet on him winning. So of course, you earned a lot." "Master, this also contains disciples' hard-earned money." He gazed at his master with anticipation, but Lu Yunzi ignored him, snatching the bag of spirit stones. "A wager is a wager, accept the loss. No more whining." Feeling warmth in his heart as he witnessed his master's disregard for the crowd's opinions, Shifeng felt grateful. Changqing continued, "But master, you are not the one who won the most. Another person also bet on junior brother winning, and he wagered 1,000 spirit stones, earning over 10,000 in return." Lu Yunzi replied curiously, "Really? Who, then, had the insight to bet on Shifeng like me?" "Ah, it's Gao Tua from Finshan Peak." Changqing explained. "His cultivation is quite decent, but he recently sustained injuries while out. To make matters worse, he drew Lu Suifeng from Yintai Ridge in the first round and got eliminated immediately. With these two misfortunes, Gao Tua was rather unlucky. Yet he struck it rich with this wager." Lu Yunzi inquired, "What made Gao Tua confident enough to bet on Shifeng's victory?" Shifeng interjected, "Gao Tua is a friend of mine. We have hunted demon beasts together a few times. Perhaps he saw my archery skills and believed I could win." Lu Yunzi nodded approvingly. After some more conversation between master and disciples, the day began to wane. Lu Yunzi decided to enter meditation and instructed everyone to disperse. After the disciples left, Shifeng planned to return to the sword forging valley, as the second round of the competition would only commence after the first round concluded. Thus, Shifeng had no competition the following day and intended to finish several tasks awaiting him at the valley. Changqing accompanied Shifeng, chatting along the way, as he knew Shifeng's skills in artifact forging were commendable and sought to have Shifeng create a magical artifact for him. As they conversed, they descended the mountain path. The autumn air thickening, with yellow leaves cascading from the trees, blanketing the stone steps of the mountainside. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a figure descended from the sky, blocking their path. Upon seeing her, Changqing hurriedly bowed. Disciple pays respects to the senior uncle. Shifeng beheld a young woman before him, her beauty reminiscent of a celestial being, though she was only a year or two older than him. Her ability to fly on a magical artifact indicated her status as a foundational elder. He promptly followed suit and bowed respectfully. Although he had seen Qin Bing from a distance before, he had long forgotten her. Qin Bing coolly inquired, "Are you disciples of Lu Yunzi from Yuxiu Mountain?" Changqing replied, "Yes. I am Changqing." Shifeng added, "I am Shifeng." Qin Bing's pupils contracted. "You are Shifeng?" Changqing, aware that Qin Bing was Ling Yun's master, felt a sinking feeling. Shifeng, confused, respectfully said, "Yes, I am Shifeng, the 7th disciple under my esteemed master." After a moment of silence, Qin Bing said, "Take me to see your master." Shifeng replied, "Respectfully informing senior uncle, my master just entered meditation and instructed not to be disturbed." Changqing secretly stomped his foot in frustration. Qin Bing laughed coldly, "Indeed remarkable. No wonder you dare to bully my disciple. It seems you do not even regard me." Shifeng asked, perplexed, "Senior uncle, I have not shown you any disrespect." Qin Bing replied, "You are quite articulate. I do not care if you injured my disciple. Victory or defeat in a competition is inconsequential. However, after winning, you dared to destroy the magical artifact I personally bestowed upon my disciple. How do you intend to explain this?" She then threw the severed, chinning ring onto the ground. Changqing, fearing Shifeng might further provoke her, quickly interjected, "Senior uncle, please calm your anger. This chinning ring was accidentally broken by my junior brother. It was not done intentionally. Please see it with your own eyes." Qin Bing, who had been cultivating her temper, realized that it was inappropriate to argue with two qi refinement disciples. She turned and said, "You can have Lu Yunzi discuss this with me." Shifeng hastily asked, "May I inquire your name, senior uncle? How should I report back to my master?" Qin Bing, taken aback by the fact that someone on the mountain did not recognize her, replied coldly, "Just tell him that Qin, from the Huayan Peak. Sends her regards to senior brother Liu Yunzi. Upon hearing her surname was Qin, Shifeng felt a sense of kinship and smiled. Oh, so you also share the surname Qin? Qin Bing, about to soar away on her artifact, found this peculiar and questioned, "What do you mean? Are you not surname sure? Are you now trying to deny it?" Shifeng clarified, "No, my mother also shares the surname Qin." A surge of blood surged to Qin Bing's head, causing her pale face to flush red with anger. She was on the verge of exploding, but ultimately restrained herself. A flash of white light appeared, and she flew away. After Qin Bing departed, Chongqing sighed and expressed his grievances, blaming Shifeng for his lack of tact. Reluctantly, the two returned to disturb the meditating Liu Yunzi. Upon hearing their account, Liu Yunzi remained silent. Chongqing urged, "Master, seventh junior brother truly did not intentionally damage her artifact after winning. This must be a fabrication by Ling Yun. There were hundreds of disciples present. If you doubt our words, you can summon the judge, Elder Yi, for a fair assessment." Liu Yunzi replied calmly, "That is something you must articulate. What kind of person is Shifeng that he would take advantage of others? However, if we summon Elder Yi, the situation will only escalate unnecessarily. Why create enmity between Iron Sword Peak and Huayan Peak over a trivial matter? I can afford to compensate her for a first-tier spirit weapon. You take Shifeng to her to apologize. She is an elder and will not truly make things difficult for you." Chongqing felt a bit indignant. "How can we be the ones to compensate for her fault? We are to pay for a 9th-tier spirit weapon, which costs several thousand spirit stones." Suddenly, Shifeng interjected. "The Qianying ring is merely broken. It is not a significant issue. I can repair it myself without burdening Master." Liu Yunzi was astonished. "You can fix it?" Shifeng nodded. "I observed it during our journey here. I have the materials for the artifact's core, and although there are 9 restrictions, only 2 are damaged, both of which are the same transformation restriction. I am confident I can repair it in just a day or 2. Liu Yunzi expressed his delight. "Very well, then. You may attempt the repair. If it does not work, come find me." That evening, Shifeng returned to the Sword Forging Valley with the fractured Qianying ring. His first round of competition had concluded, and he would have to wait for all 500 matches of the first round to finish before the draw for opponents and match order of the second round could take place. Consequently, Shifeng had no competitions the following day. That night, he began to repair the Qianying ring. Although he felt somewhat reluctant, he did not wish to impose any financial burden on his master. With Shifeng's skills, the repair of the Qianying ring posed no significant challenge. It merely required some time to adjust the connections of the 9 prohibitions. By noon the next day, his work was complete. Eagerly, Shifeng returned to the mountain to meet Liu Yunzi. After trying out the artifact, Liu Yunzi was greatly pleased to find it fully restored. He then instructed Chongqing to accompany Shifeng to Cold Water Cliff to apologize to Qin Bing. The towering Huayan Peak rose into the clouds, its base lush with greenery. And as they ascended, the air grew progressively colder. Midway up the mountain, they were greeted by a blanket of pristine snow. Cold Water Cliff, located on the northern peak of Huayan, was some distance from the main summit. Although it was not covered in snow, it was still frigid. On the west side of this cliff flowed a peculiar spring, its water chillingly cold yet never freezing. Curiously, ice blocks thrown into the water melted away rapidly, even faster than when placed in hot water. No matter how many ice blocks were added, the spring remained unfrozen, only intensifying in coldness. Qin Bing practiced the Cold Ice 7 Mystery Sword, one of the 3 supreme techniques of the Taiji sect. This profound skill was typically reserved for cultivators at the core formation stage, but with her 9-spirit ice body, Qin Bing was the ideal candidate. And upon her foundation establishment, she was entrusted with this treasured technique by her sect. The cold spring at Cold Water Cliff greatly benefited her practice. And thus this site was bestowed upon Qin Bing as her cultivation abode by the master of Huayan Peak, Jingshu Real Person. To the south of the cliff lay an open area with 7 or 8 houses forming a courtyard, which served as Qin Bing's residence and training ground. As Chongqing and Shifeng approached Cold Water Cliff, they were greeted by a melodious sound carried by the mountain breeze. "What is that sound?" Shifeng inquired. "It is the sound of a guqin," Chongqing replied. "Our master Uncle Qin is, as her name suggests, cold and aloof, seldom interacting with others. Apart from her cultivation, her only pastime is playing the guqin, and it is said she possesses exceptional skill." Shifeng shook his head. "Guqin skill? I do not understand." "Fear not," Chongqing reassured. "She will not test our knowledge of the guqin. You need not flatter her about her playing. Feigned praise might only irritate her. Moreover, Master Uncle Qin plays solely for herself, rarely performing for others." When we enter to pay our respects, she will not offer a performance." As they spoke, the two reached the entrance, just in time to encounter Ling Yun on duty. Ling Yun immediately assumed they had come to dispute the previous day's events, and her expression changed. Cha Qing quickly cupped his fist in greeting, explaining they were sent by their master to seek forgiveness from Master Uncle Qin. Ling Yun dared not refuse to report, but pondered that if they were to confront her, she would staunchly maintain her stance. Upon hearing Ling Yun's report, Qin Bing pressed her fingers against the guqin strings and replied, "Let them in." Chang Qing and Shi Feng entered and respectfully performed their salutation rites. Indeed, the table was bare. The guqin had been put away. Disciple Chang Qing and Shi Feng pay their respects to Master Uncle Qin. "We have come to apologize on behalf of our master. This incident was caused by my junior brother's momentary recklessness, which damaged junior sister Ling Yun's artifact. Our master has severely punished junior brother Shi, and we were sent to request your reprimand in person." As Chang Qing spoke, he turned and shot a glare at Shi Feng. "Seventh junior brother, do not forget to express your apologies to Master Uncle Qin and senior sister Ling Yun." Shi Feng, feeling helpless, said, "Master Uncle Qin, senior sister Ling Yun, I was unaware of the proper etiquette and inadvertently offended you both. I implore you to forgive my transgressions." Qin Bing had initially been prepared to be stern, but upon hearing the continuous apologies, she felt it inappropriate to be angry as an elder. With a huff, she said, "Rise." "Thank you, Master Uncle," Cha Qing replied, producing the restored Qianying ring. "This treasure has been restored to its original condition, and I present it back to you." "Restored?" Qin Bing was momentarily taken aback. With a flick of her wrist, the Qianying ring flew into her delicate hand. After infusing it with her spiritual energy, 9 ring shadows immediately materialized. She nodded, acknowledging the effort of Lu Yunzi, who had arranged for its repair overnight. In truth, this artifact was personally restored by junior brother Shi, Chang Qing added. Qin Bing glanced at Shi Feng. "You possess skill in artifact refinement?" Chang Qing interjected. "Junior brother Shi has no spiritual roots and has been studying the art of refinement under Master Qianchu. His skills are quite commendable." "That is indeed impressive," Qin Bing remarked, her demeanor cool and reserved, as her cultivation method necessitated a certain reticence. Cha Qing, however, being a perennial bachelor adept at conversation, quickly continued. "My junior brother may lack spiritual roots, rendering him distant from the Tao, but he has pursued physical cultivation and possesses some understanding of artifact refinement. How could he compare to the talented disciples under your guidance, Master Uncle? You, in particular, are renowned, a paragon among the foundational cultivators of the Taiji sect. Your kindness is well known, and among our inner disciples, there are over 1,000 who both admire and respect you. Even my master often extols your virtues, urging us to learn from you whenever possible." He continued to heap praises upon her, and while Qin Bing's cultivation was significantly higher than his, she was still a decade younger than Chang Qing and found it difficult to withstand such flattery. Her expression softened. "You are rather honest and sincere. Very well. Let yesterday's incident be bygone. I hold no grudge against you. You may return to the mountain now." Chang Qing promptly expressed his gratitude and urged Shi Feng to leave. Shi Feng was also about to depart, but upon hearing Qin Bing mention the events of the previous day, he could not help but speak up. "Master Uncle Qin, I have one more matter to report." Qin Bing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What is it?" Shi Feng hesitated. "My mother truly bears the surname Qin." A flash of icy light crossed Qin Bing's eyes, and unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "What an insipid flatterer!" With a wave of her hand, Shi Feng felt an overwhelming force strike him, causing him to lose his footing and tumble heavily onto the cold stones below. Once outside Coldwater Cliff, Cha Qing could no longer contain his laughter, doubling over and eventually shedding tears of mirth. Shi Feng, rubbing his sore neck, fumed, "Brother, what is so amusing?" Chang Qing pointed at Shi Feng and chuckled. "Today, Master Uncle described me with the 4-character phrase honest and sincere, while your epithet was insipid flatterer. Huh. If Master heard this, he would surely laugh himself to tears." Shi Feng retorted, "Master's belly remains intact. I dare say yours is on the verge of bursting from laughter." Chapter 31. The might of physical cultivation. On the 4th day of the competition, the first round of matches concluded. That evening, the draw for the next day's match was held again. The following morning, Shi Feng discovered his opponent to be a short and frail man, unremarkable in appearance, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement. This individual, evidently aware of Shi Feng's previous battle against Ling Yun, refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, he cast several protective barriers around himself and began to chant incantations. Suddenly, a demonic wolf sprang forth from his bag, baring its fangs and lunging at Shifeng. Recognizing the beast, Shifeng did not reach for his bow. Rather, he employed his unnamed technique, extending his arm to block the beast's advance. The man was overjoyed, anticipating that the wolf would sink its teeth into Shifeng's arm. The spectators gasped in unison. However, instead of Shifeng sustaining injury, the demonic wolf yelped and was flung aside by Shifeng's sheer strength. Upon inspecting his arm, one could barely discern a few bite marks on his sleeve, with not a single drop of blood escaping. The man hastily communicated with his pet beast, realizing it was unharmed. He then recited another spell, urging it to attack once more. Yet, the wolf merely wagged its tail, circling around without approaching. In desperation, the short man mumbled incantations again, and from his bag emerged a towering mountain ape, 8 feet tall. Upon its arrival, it thumped its chest and let out 2 resounding roars, before delivering a mighty slap towards Shifeng. Shifeng sidestepped and countered with a punch of his own, causing the mountain ape to stagger back and fall to the ground. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, contemplating the impressive physical prowess of the young man. The short man, now anxious, murmured incantations once more, and a giant python, approximately 10 feet long, slithered forth from his bag. At that moment, Shifeng noted the peculiar nature of the man's storage bag, which was not the common gray fabric, but a striking green hide, specifically designed for holding living creatures. It appeared that the man was indeed a peculiar individual, dedicated to collecting and training demonic beasts. As the python coiled toward him, Shifeng effortlessly leapt aside. The python swiftly ensnared his body, but he deftly grasped its neck, preventing its fangs from piercing him. The python relied not on venom, but on constriction to subdue its prey, and it tightened its grip, producing a series of crackling sounds. A golden light flashed across Shifeng's face as he exhaled forcefully, and with a resounding crack, the python was severed in 2. One half of its body discarded carelessly to the ground. At this point, the short man was utterly dumbfounded. His strategy of relying on his demonic pets for victory was futile, as he himself possessed no significant abilities beyond a few defensive spells. Witnessing Shifeng's extraordinary physical strength, he realized that even with 4 or 5 more beasts at his disposal, he stood no chance against Shifeng. The collection of these beasts had required considerable effort, and the thought of losing more to Shifeng was unbearable, with the realization that his chances of victory were non-existent. And despite his protective barrier, he knew it would eventually fade, leaving him vulnerable to Shifeng's arrows. In a moment of clarity, the short man readily conceded defeat. By the 6th day of the competition, the first 2 rounds had concluded, yet the top 250 disciples had not been definitively determined. The next stage would involve the first challenge match, where any eliminated disciple could challenge a current participant. A successful challenge would allow them to take the opponent's place among the top 250. However, each eliminated disciple only had one opportunity to challenge. At that moment, a stone tablet on the Immortal Ascension platform shimmered with spiritual light, displaying the names of the current top 250 disciples. Those who had been eliminated focused intently on the tablet, contemplating whether to issue a challenge and whom to select as their opponent. After all, with only one chance to challenge, a poor choice could mean a permanent absence from the top ranks. Interestingly, among the top 250 disciples, many were fortunate individuals who had merely progressed due to the misfortunes of others. Some possessed only the 5th layer of chi refinement, having faced opponents at the 1st layer who conceded voluntarily, and then, by sheer luck, encountered a 3rd layer disciple in the 2nd round and emerged victorious. Such contestants became highly sought after as challenge targets. The challenge matches were held simultaneously across 8 arenas. One by one, those who had previously advanced by luck were eliminated. By the afternoon, the remaining top 250 disciples were predominantly at the 7th layer of chi refinement or higher. As the day wore on, fewer challengers dared to step forward. Curiously, Shifeng found himself unchallenged throughout the event. Upon reflection, this was not surprising. After 2 rounds of competition, everyone had come to understand his formidable strength. His victory over Ling Yun was indisputable, not a mere act of leniency on Ling Yun's part. Shifeng's physical cultivation allowed him to crush a giant python, and his archery skills were exceptional. He had shattered Ling Yun's 9th grade spiritual artifact with a single arrow. Few among the competitors could boast such powerful artifacts. Even the disciples who had advanced into the top 250 silently prayed not to be matched against this anomaly. Although Shifeng was physically formidable, they calculated their chances and found themselves lacking confidence in overcoming him. The 6th day concluded with the first challenge matches, followed by the draw for the next round. Unfortunately for Shifeng, his luck turned sour as he drew Lu Suifeng, the foremost disciple of the Azure Peak's Qi Refinement Division and the 5th-place finisher from the previous competition, an adversary of considerable strength. Shifeng observed the tall and slender figure of the youth opposite him, appearing somewhat dazed and completely at odds with the elegant name of Lu Suifeng. Shifeng, indifferent to the outcome, felt no fear of his opponent. The two exchanged polite bows, and the match commenced. Lu Suifeng, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, was on the brink of foundation establishment. With a flick of his wrist, a palm-sized wooden shield launched into the air, swirling around him to provide complete protection. He then raised his hand, summoning a massive, dark wooden beam that descended with great force. His spell-casting speed far exceeded that of Shifeng's previous opponents. Recognizing the weight of the wooden beam, Shifeng refrained from taking it head-on. Instead, he swiftly darted aside to evade the incoming projectile. Drawing his long arrow in a fluid motion and releasing it with a swish, Lu Suifeng did not flinch. The shield whirled to intercept the arrow, deflecting it with a resounding thud. This was the first time since reforging the Iron Dragon Bow that Shifeng had failed to penetrate his opponent's defenses, leaving him astonished at the capabilities of the seemingly unremarkable wooden shield. While evading the descending beam, Shifeng continued to fire arrows at Lu Suifeng. One remained stationary while the other dashed about, resulting in a stalemate. During the course of the match, Shifeng stole a glance at the wooden beam. Noting its enchantment level was merely 8, an inferior grade compared to Ling Yun's ice ring. However, it was evident that Lu Suifeng had specifically prepared this tactic to counter Shifeng. The beam, while devoid of any special effects, was formidable due to its dense material and massive size, rendering it impervious to 1 or 2 arrows. With no choice but to focus on Lu Suifeng himself, Shifeng accelerated his shooting, arrows dashing forward in a flurry. The glint of cold light flashed as the arrows approached, and Lu Suifeng, increasingly overwhelmed, struggled to keep his shield up against the rapid onslaught. As the contest progressed, he pushed his abilities to the limit, barely managing to deflect the arrows. Yet his mana was rapidly depleting, and the glow of his shield began to wane. As Shifeng became increasingly exhilarated with his barrage, he reached for his quiver only to discover it was empty. Despite having forged over 100 arrows, the battle at Wulong Valley had consumed the vast majority, leaving him with merely 3 or 4 remaining. After the recent volley, he was now defenseless against his opponent. With no arrows left, he could only dodge Lu Suifeng's massive beam, contemplating whether to employ his unnamed technique to confront his adversary directly. Suddenly, Lu Suifeng uttered a rapid incantation, and from the ground sprang forth a multitude of thorny vines that ensnared Shifeng. As he struggled to break free, the vines behaved as if they were alive, propelling him away. When he finally regained his footing, he heard the cold voice of the foundation-building judge declare, "Lu Suifeng of Azure Peak wins." Looking down, Shifeng realized he had stepped outside the designated circle, resulting in his inexplicable defeat. On the summit of Yuxiu Mountain, Shifeng felt a tinge of disappointment. Neither he nor Zhang Qingyuan had advanced to the 3rd round, while only Changqing successfully progressed to the next stage. However, Lu Yunzi did not reproach him. He inquired, "You still have 2 chances to challenge. Do you wish to continue in pursuit of a favorable ranking? Naturally, whether or not to challenge is entirely at your discretion. You have already qualified for the trials, and the sect will bestow rewards regardless." Zhang Yuanqing promptly expressed his desire to continue the challenge, while Shifeng, upon hearing that it was up to him, immediately declared he would not challenge further, as the trials bore no significance for him, and he had no intention of participating. The grand competition of the sect continued. On the 10th day, all matches for the Qi refinement stage concluded, with Chaqing securing a position within the top 20, yet failing to enter the top 10. The subsequent 5 days were reserved for the Foundation Establishment Cultivators contests, during which Qi refinement disciples were prohibited from spectating. Shifeng learned that his master, Lu Yunzi, ultimately chose to forego participation due to seclusion, and thus he paid little attention to the proceedings. After a span of 15 days, the grand competition of the Taiji sect culminated in a magnificent conclusion. On the day following the competition's end, Shifeng was summoned by Lu Yunzi, who had no other disciples present in the chamber. Lu Yunzi remarked, "Shifeng, you have been under my tutelage for 3 years. We are bound as master and disciple, yet I have been rather neglectful of your training, and today, I find myself feeling somewhat guilty." Shifeng hastily bowed, saying, "Master, your acceptance of me is a debt of gratitude as heavy as a mountain, and I have always held deep appreciation in my heart. Lu Yunzi chuckled softly. Your acceptance was the will of the sect master and my esteemed predecessor, Dan Yongzhenren, and is of no consequence to me. I have neither imparted to you any techniques or divine abilities, nor bestowed upon you any magical artifacts or treasures. So how could you speak of a debt as heavy as a mountain? However, you have brought honor to me, and I have benefited as well. Because of your victory over Ling Yun, I have earned 5,000 crystal stones, and I shall share half of it with you. Saying this, he tossed a bag of crystal stones directly before Shifeng. Hearing Lu Yunzi's gentle tone, Shifeng felt a sense of relief and replied with a smile, Master. These crystal stones are your earnings. How could you possibly give them to me? I have no need for them in my cultivation, as I lack not for crystal stones. Lu Yunzi acknowledged. Oh? I heard from Cha Qing that you assist others in repairing spirit artifacts, which has indeed filled your coffers quite well. Shifeng chuckled. Master, my modest means are hardly worthy of comparison with yours. However, if my senior brothers are in need, I could manage to lend them 2,000 to 3,000 crystal stones without difficulty. Chapter 32. Water Copper Stone and Boomerang. Lu Yunzi remarked. I never expected that among my disciples, you would be the wealthiest. However, this is a gift from your master. You should graciously accept it. Shifeng, compelled to express his gratitude, accepted the pouch of crystal stones. Lu Yunzi then inquired, what is the name of your body cultivation technique? Shifeng hesitated for a moment. Although he did not wish to deceive Lu Yunzi, Dao Chong had instructed him that the origins of the nameless body refining method were obscure, and he was forbidden to disclose it to anyone. Thus, he replied, it is a technique I discovered in the scripture repository, known as the Diamond Sutra. The Diamond Sutra, catalogued on the 3rd floor of the scripture repository, was a body cultivation technique that no one in the Tai Chi sect practiced. When one reached a certain level in this technique, their skin would shimmer like gold, rendering them impervious to blades and arrows. Bearing a resemblance to the nameless body refining method, Lu Yunzi, clearly unfamiliar with body cultivation, nodded and said, the name suggests it may be a Buddhist technique. Our Taoist tradition has few techniques of this nature, and it seems this method was acquired from an unknown source by our predecessors. The archery skills you possess must derive from the powers of the Diamond Sutra, correct? In truth, the nameless body refining method recorded no special abilities. Shifeng's archery skills stemmed merely from his childhood hunting experiences. Unable to clarify, he nodded in agreement with Lu Yunzi's assumption. Lu Yunzi then retrieved a jade box from his storage bag and handed it to Shifeng, saying, you have brought honor to me this time. This water copper stone is your reward. I noticed the iron bow you forged is quite impressive. See if this water copper stone is of any use to you. If not, you may sell it. The water copper stone was indeed a valuable material for weapon crafting, and one should not accept less than 5,000 spirit stones for it. Shifeng was overjoyed. This water copper stone was an excellent material. Iron essence, due to its hardness, required a blend of softer metals, with copper essence being the ideal choice. However, copper essence was significantly rarer, and water copper essence, sourced from the deep sea, was both flexible and considerably lighter than ordinary copper essence. The fusion process, however, was much more challenging than that of regular copper essence. Shifeng repeatedly expressed his gratitude and hurriedly accepted the copper essence. Upon noticing that Shifeng merely held the jade box without putting it away, Lu Yunzi recalled that Shifeng was not a chi refiner and thus lacked the magical energy to manipulate a storage bag. He promptly produced an object, a 3-foot-long tiger-headed belt, and said, Shifeng, it is said that wealth should not be displayed openly. You possess quite a few spirit stones and materials. Carrying them around openly could attract unforeseen trouble. This belt is something I purchased from a crafting pavilion during my travels in the West many years ago. Their customs differ greatly from ours in the central heavenly continent, and they offer many peculiar items. Shifeng took the belt, noticing it appeared to be made of cowhide, with iron castings at both ends. The buckle was sculpted in the shape of a black tiger's head with 4 sharp teeth, while the other end resembled a tiger's claw, allowing them to clasp together seamlessly. Lu Yunzi explained, this is a storage belt commonly used by certain body cultivation sections. A soil spirit stone must be placed in the buckle's groove to activate it. This belt contains about 10 compartments, allowing for the storage of numerous items. I bought it out of curiosity. The advantage of this storage belt is that it does not require magical energy, as long as you place a spirit stone inside. You can store or retrieve items at any time, disregarding their weight, making it incredibly convenient. Lu Yunzi then elaborated on how to use the tiger-headed belt, following his instructions. Shifeng first donned the belt and placed a soil spirit stone in the tiger's mouth. The belt emitted a yellow glow, which soon faded, leaving it looking like an ordinary waist belt. Shifeng then took the pouch of crystal stones, recited a spell, and the pouch suddenly vanished from his hand. Upon scanning with his spiritual awareness, he found the pouch clearly nestled within the belt's small compartment. With another thought, he recited the spell again, and the pouch reappeared in his hand. Shifeng had long been troubled by the absence of a storage bag. This triple-ring tiger belt, with its 10 compartments, was sufficient to store all his belongings. Ecstatic, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Master, for your generous gift." Lu Yunzi replied, "What is this gift you speak of? You must remember that this storage belt cannot hold living creatures, and unlike the storage bags used by cultivators, it cannot be restricted. If someone were to steal the belt, all its contents would belong to them. Furthermore, although this storage belt can ignore the weight of items, its low grade means that overly heavy items could collapse the storage space." Shifeng nodded repeatedly in understanding. Lu Yunzi chuckled and added, "Moreover, I wish to impart a technique to you." Shifeng was taken aback. As a disciple without spiritual roots and void of magical energy, what technique could he possibly cultivate? Lu Yunzi clarified, "Your initial statement was correct, but your conclusion is flawed. Your innate constitution may lack spiritual roots, but it does not mean your body is devoid of power. Those with spiritual roots can inhale and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their dantian, which is internal cultivation. Conversely, body cultivators also breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but they refine their skin, muscles, and bones. This is external cultivation. You have practiced body cultivation for 3 years. Even without magical energy in your dantian, your muscles and bones contain spiritual energy. Otherwise, how could you possibly shoot an arrow that breaks through 1,000 illusions?" Shifeng suddenly understood. After practicing the nameless body refining method, he had thought it merely increased his strength. Previously, he could shoot an arrow 100 steps away, but now he could easily reach 300 to 500 steps. It dawned on him that his body contained spiritual power. Lu Yunzi sighed, saying, "However, body cultivators store spiritual energy only in their muscles and bones. When both physical strength and spiritual energy are consumed, they cannot absorb more, thus unable to extend their lifespan, ultimately falling short compared to internal cultivators." With that, he revealed a jade slip, which he casually flicked, sending a stream of radiant light into Shifeng's mind. Upon scanning with his spiritual awareness, Shifeng discovered it was a thin booklet. Lu Yunzi explained, "This technique is called boomerang, a metal-based technique. Originally, it included a method for cultivation, but I believe it unnecessary for you to learn the cultivation method without spiritual roots. You can directly learn the technique." Shifeng murmured, "Boomerang? Is it some kind of concealed weapon?" Lu Yunzi nodded and suddenly asked Shifeng, "Do you know why you lost to Lu Suifeng from the Dai Chui Peak in the 3rd round?" Taken aback by this unexpected question, Shifeng pondered and replied, "Senior brother Lu possesses profound magical abilities, and the thorn technique is unpredictable. I was no match for him." Lu Yunzi countered, "That is incorrect. The reason you lost is quite simple. You ran out of arrows." Shifeng scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. Lu Yunzi continued, "I secretly watched that match. While Lu Suifeng ranks among the top 10 disciples in the Qi refining stage, I assure you, he may not have been able to defeat you. Your body cultivation is solid, and your iron bow and arrows are powerful. If you had an endless supply of arrows, Lu Suifeng would have struggled to unleash his thorn technique. Moreover, his wooden shield, though defensively sound, had already lost much of its power. If you had shot him with another 10 arrows, his shield would have shattered. Without it, how could he evade your lightning-fast arrows?" Shifeng found his reasoning compelling and nodded inwardly. Lu Yunzi elaborated, "The boomerang technique was passed down to me by our ancestor, Danyang. I have never had the time to cultivate it. This technique is based on the metal techniques of the Iron Sword Peak. One must first gather the essence of the 5 metals, then refine it with inner fire to create a 3-inch-long dart, which can indeed be used as a concealed weapon in battle." Shifeng blinked, confused. "But what are metal techniques and inner fire? Those are not things I can accomplish." Lu Yunzi chuckled, "You seem simple-minded, yet you are sharp as a needle. Why are you so fixated on the technicalities? Is not your bow and arrow a concealed weapon? What difference does it make if one is 3 inches or 1 foot long? The unique feature of the boomerang technique lies in its finesse. It can spin in the air, change direction, and automatically return. Once you master this technique, the arrows you shoot can come back to you, granting you an infinite supply of arrows." Shifeng's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "That is wonderful. "Thank you, master." Upon returning to the sword-forging valley, he remained elated. Not only did Lu Yunzi bestow upon him the crystal stones, but the tiger-headed belt, water copper stone, and the boomerang technique were also immensely beneficial to him. He first experimented multiple times with the usage of the tiger head belt before attempting to store items such as the iron dragon bow. Over the past 3 years, Shifeng had amassed a considerable collection of refining materials, both common and rare, which had been carelessly strewn across the floor of his room. Now, he meticulously organized them into the belt, resulting in a refreshing tidiness throughout the space. Afterward, he took out the piece of water copper stone and examined it closely. The stone exhibited 7 swirling copper patterns. While it may not be a 9-pattern masterpiece, its quality was still remarkably high. This was one of the most precious refining materials in Shifeng's possession, its worth comparable to that of 1,000 fire embers. He carefully placed the water copper stone into a jade box and secured it in the belt. Only then did Shifeng peruse the boomerang technique. Indeed, the text recorded by Lu Yunzi merely outlined the method of using the boomerang, devoid of any martial arts principles. After studying it throughout the night, Shifeng gleaned only a fraction of understanding, yet he remained mindful of Lu Yunzi's advice. One must be adept at adapting and not rigidly adhere to fixed doctrines. Unbeknownst to him, this counsel would profoundly influence his future cultivation. The text states that a 3-inch diameter, with a force reaching 7 zhang, requires 3 forces on the left, 6 on the right, and 1 behind. A slight adjustment of half a foot in the boomerang's launch could achieve a diagonal trajectory capable of striking an enemy within 7 zhang. This instruction was aimed at the boomerang, while Shifeng employed arrows, necessitating a series of data revisions based on the length of his arrows. Over the course of the following month, Shifeng devoted himself daily to mastering the boomerang technique, meticulously correcting its application to his arrows. Each phrase required practical experimentation to ascertain its accuracy, leading him to rename it the spinning arrow. During his study of the technique, Shifeng was also preparing for a more significant endeavor, the reforging of his arrows. The iron dragon bow was the first spiritual artifact he had crafted by hand. But at that time, he lacked confidence and had chosen a 3-seal artifact merely for practice. Now, having repaired numerous spiritual artifacts and expanded his knowledge, his confidence surged. Especially after Lu Yunzi had gifted him the water copper stone. He immediately recalled a passage from the refining text compiled by Master Qian Chu, which mentioned a 9-restriction bow known as the cloud-piercing bow, requiring the water copper stone among its materials. The cloud-piercing bow is a wind attribute spiritual artifact, renowned for its rapid shooting speed and long range. Among the 9 required restrictions are designed to enhance the bow's velocity. Though complex, Shifeng felt confident in his ability to master it. He spent 4,000 spiritual stones acquiring additional auxiliary materials and commenced the forging of the cloud-piercing bow. His craftsmanship was not swift, but it was exceedingly meticulous. It took over 20 days for the bow to reach completion. Upon testing it, he found that not only did it have a range that exceeded that of the iron dragon bow by half, but the speed at which he drew and released arrows was also significantly improved. Ecstatic, Shifeng presented the bow to Master Qian Chu, who praised it profusely. Though it is merely a low-grade 9-seal spiritual artifact, this bow possesses power far surpassing that of an average mid-grade spiritual artifact. You possess a remarkable talent for refining. The old master remarked, if you choose to sell this bow, do not part with it for less than 20,000 spiritual stones. Shifeng thought to himself that just the value of the 1,000 fire embers and water copper stone alone was no less than 20,000 crystal stones. So how could he part with it for a mere 20,000? After the cloud-piercing bow was completed, Shifeng began experimenting with the spinning arrow. After 2 or 3 months, he gradually became proficient. The arrows could fly straight as a line, curve mid-flight, or arch like a rainbow, and once released, their residual force allowed them to spin back. One day, an idea struck him. If he could focus on 2 tasks simultaneously, why not control 2 arrows at once? Upon this thought, he immediately commenced his experiment. Initially, it was quite clumsy. The 2 arrows either followed the same trajectory or lacked balanced force, causing them to drop mid-flight. However, with persistent practice, his proficiency improved, and he gradually learned to control their release with precision. Though firing 2 arrows simultaneously resulted in slightly less power than using just 1. Chapter 33. The Return of the Black Eagle during this period. Shifeng was not always secluded in the sword-forging valley. After the Grand Sect competition, he had transitioned from an obscure disciple to a figure of some renown, attracting numerous visitors. These individuals had 2 primary reasons for seeking him out. The first, and most common, was to have Shifeng repair and reinforce their spiritual artifacts, which brought him considerable wealth in crystal stones. The second group consisted mainly of higher-ranking disciples such as Gu Mingwei and Gao Tuo, who invited Shifeng to join them on sect missions. Initially, Shifeng, lacking any magical abilities, would have ignored such invitations. However, having witnessed the prowess of his archery during the competition, these disciples recognized his value, particularly since many sect missions involved battling demon beasts. It was generally inadvisable for chi-refining disciples to engage in close combat with such creatures, so long-range solutions were preferred, making Shifeng's archery skills a significant asset. Consequently, Shifeng was eager to participate, not only to strengthen his bonds with Gu Mingwei and Gao Tuo, but also to gather materials for refining weapons and to hone his archery skills through practice. Over the course of 4 to 5 months, he undertook numerous missions, accumulating a wealth of materials that soon exceeded the capacity of his storage space, prompting him to reorganize and discard some of the less valuable items. Throughout these missions, Shifeng refrained from utilizing his full capabilities or employing his spinning arrow technique, as he preferred to keep a low profile and conceal some of his strength. Nevertheless, his archery prowess astonished his companions, with smaller demon beasts falling victim to a single arrow, while larger ones were incapacitated with just a few shots. In one notable instance, he, along with Gao Tuo and 2 others, ventured to Wielding Valley during the day and hunted 2 adult iron-backed rhinoceroses, avenging a previous encounter. Shifeng further refined his spinning arrow technique after realizing that while recovering arrows could save crystal stones, it also presented vulnerabilities, as the retrieval process consumed valuable time during combat. After careful consideration, he resolved to craft a large number of arrows while continuing to develop the spinning arrow technique, recognizing its unpredictable trajectory as a potent advantage. As Shifeng undertook more sect missions, his reputation grew, culminating in a surprising invitation from Lu Suifeng, who had secured 4th place in the recent sect competition and was on the verge of breaking into the foundation establishment stage. Despite being a formidable chi-refining disciple, Lu Suifeng sought Shifeng as assistance, which raised eyebrows given Shifeng's previous defeat at his hands and his lack of magical prowess. Lu Suifeng merely smiled in response to the speculation. However, as 5 to 6 months passed, the frequency of invitations for Shifeng to join in hunting demon beasts gradually diminished. This was not due to any misstep on his part, rather, it was the impending trial grounds that loomed ahead, necessitating preparations from Lu Suifeng, Gu Mingwei, and others. Gu Mingwei had inquired whether Shifeng intended to participate in the trials. Although he had considered seeking refining materials from the trial grounds, he learned that they were primarily abundant in spiritual herbs and alchemical ingredients, lacking any suitable ores or crystals for crafting, thus diminishing his interest. Moreover, the dangers associated with the trials discouraged him from taking unnecessary risks. Despite the absence of companions, Shifeng had become quite familiar with the surrounding mountain ranges, making it feasible for him to hunt demon beasts alone. However, he understood that the Shigishan mountain range spanned thousands of miles, and the Taiji sect occupied only a small fraction of this vast territory. Thus, he limited his excursions to a mere 200 or 300 miles from his base. One day, around midnight, with the moon shining like silver water, 2 figures stood atop a high peak approximately 300 miles to the west of the Taiji sect. A woman clad in white, Qin Bing of the returning Wild Goose Peak, stood alongside a handsome young man who had previously flown with her on a sword. The young man, displaying a hint of frustration, remarked, "Junior Sister Qin, we've been waiting for 3 days without a trace of this demon. Do you think it may have already left?" Qin Bing maintained her icy demeanor, stating, "Let us wait 1 more day. If the Black Eagle does not appear, we shall return to the sect." The young man replied, "If we return empty-handed, we risk incurring the Master's displeasure, as he holds this matter in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have sent us with such a precious item as the shadow-forming pearl." Qin Bing replied, "The wind-winged black eagle is a rare breed of demon beast, known for its swift escape. It is understandable that we cannot track it. Perhaps they are merely passing through and have not harmed any disciples of the Taiji sect. If we encounter them, we can simply drive them away." The young man shook his head, saying, "Junior sister, you are too soft-hearted. This pair of wind-winged black eagles has been lurking near our sect for nearly a year. They are not merely passing through. Elder Xianming has speculated that they might be nesting here, which poses a grave concern. If they are allowed to breed, it may not be long before this place is no longer ours." After a moment of silence, Qin Bing seemed to concede to the young man's reasoning. After a pause, she asked, if that is the case, why don't the elders take action themselves to eliminate these two demons? The young man explained. These two black eagles are only at the foundation establishment level. They do not warrant a personal intervention from them. The reason for sending you, junior sister, is that the wind-winged black eagle is proficient in fire-based techniques, and your own cultivation is its natural counter. Moreover, I believe there is an additional motive at play. Since both of us ranked in the top 3 during the competition, we are being positioned as leaders for the upcoming trial. The elders likely wish to give us an opportunity to sharpen our skills in preparation for the trials ahead. Qin Bing, less astute in worldly matters than the young man, nodded in agreement, acknowledging his insights. The young man smiled and said, junior sister, you flatter me. Your talent is extraordinarily rare. In the future, your achievements will far surpass mine. Qin Bing, rarely smiling, replied, Brother Wei, you are also a remarkable talent in cultivation, and you are currently at the pinnacle of the mid-foundation establishment stage, surpassing me. Brother Wei shook his head, saying, while I may have a slight edge in current cultivation, you have only been practicing for a decade, whereas I have dedicated over 30 years to my path. In the future, you will undoubtedly outpace me, even now. In terms of techniques, you are certainly my equal. Qin Bing smiled but remained silent. Suddenly, Brother Wei adopted a serious expression and said, however, junior sister, even though you possess extraordinary talent, I must advise you on one matter. Seeing his serious demeanor, Qin Bing urged, brother, please speak. He cautioned, though your gifts are remarkable, do not rely solely on them. The Cold Ice 7 Mysteries sword you practice is one of our sect's 3 supreme techniques, evolving from the 1st to the 7th transformation. It is said that over 1,000 years ago, the great Haotian master cultivated it to the 7th tier and used it to slay a Yuanying stage master, showcasing its tremendous power. However, the difficulty of this technique increases significantly with each transformation. A moment's negligence may lead to backlash and even the risk of falling into demonic cultivation. Qin Bing nodded solemnly. Brother Wei continued. The true challenge of the Cold Ice 7 Mysteries sword lies not in the technique itself, but in the cultivation of one's character. It requires immense willpower to sever distractions and maintain a focused mind to achieve mastery. Although you may appear icy on the surface, your temperament is still somewhat restless. I heard that not long ago, after a disciple of our sect lost a competition, you stooped to seek revenge on 2 chi-refining disciples, which is quite inappropriate. Earlier, you mentioned that if the Black Eagles presented no threat, you would simply drive them away. Your kindness may not be appreciated by those 2 demon birds. Qin Bing lowered her head, admitting, you speak the truth, brother. Master Jingxiu has repeatedly emphasized the importance of maintaining a tranquil heart and free of distractions to break through the Cold Ice 7 Mysteries sword. However, being merely a 20-year-old girl, achieving such composure is no easy feat, Wei Shixiang remarked. In summary, since you have promised your master to cultivate the Cold Ice 7 Mysteries sword, you must persevere and never waver in your resolve. Qin Bing acknowledged with a nod. Wei Shixiang continued, the principles of life and martial practice are akin. Once you have decided upon a good person, do not easily change your mind. His words left Qin Bing somewhat bewildered, unsure of his intent. What did Shixiang mean by this? Wei Shixiang, feeling a bit awkward, changed the subject, saying, Qin Shimi, suppose we engage in combat with the Windwing Black Eagles, each of us facing one. If you gain the upper hand while I find myself in peril, what would you do? Without hesitation, Qin Bing replied, I would certainly do my utmost to assist you, Shixiang. Wei Shixiang shook his head, incorrect. You must remember, the objective of this expedition is to eliminate these 2 monstrous birds. To achieve this end, one must be willing to pay any price. You should not attempt to save me. Instead, focus on defeating the beast you are entangled with. Although I may not prevail, I can self-detonate my artifact. Even if I perish, I would surely inflict significant damage on the other creature. In such a case, it would no longer be your adversary, allowing you to claim complete victory. Upon hearing this, Qin Bing felt a stir of emotion. Wei Shixiao. As he was about to elaborate further, suddenly, the orb he held in his right hand began to shimmer with spiritual light. Qin Bing quickly exclaimed, Shixiao, there's movement. The previously murky orb gradually became as clear as a mirror, revealing an image of 2 black eagles soaring and spiraling. It appears they are preparing to return to their nest, Qin Bing observed. What do you propose we do, Wei Shixiao? After a moment of contemplation, Wei Shixiang replied. We have previously scouted the nest, and found it unremarkable, devoid of any peculiarities or young eagles. It would be prudent to wait. These black eagles possess extraordinary night vision, and attacking at night would not be advantageous for us. We should wait until dawn when the black eagles will rest for a couple of hours, making it the perfect time to strike. Qin Bing nodded in agreement. The two were positioned high on a cliff directly opposite the black eagle's nest, allowing them to observe from a vantage point. They held their breath, suppressing their magical energy, hiding behind a large rock, fixated on the orb's image as they awaited the arrival of the black eagles. As the two black eagles spread their wings, they did not seem to flap them much. Yet in an instant, they were merely 3 to 5 miles away, their speed astonishing. The two strategized that even if they flew at full speed on their swords, they would likely struggle to catch up. Under the moonlight, the night sky appeared washed clean, and the two black eagles let out clear calls as they flew past the cliff where Qin Bing and Wei Shixiang were concealed, heading straight towards the dense forest below. Just as Wei Shixiang was about to emerge from their hiding spot, his expression suddenly changed. A gust of wind roared below, accompanied by a cacophony of bird cries. From the depths of the forest, dozens of large eagles surged forth, heading directly for the two black eagles. From their vantage point, Qin Bing and Wei Shixiang observed this group of large eagles, numbering around 20 to 30, their sizes formidable, adorned with brilliantly colored plumage. Wei Shixiang quietly transmitted a message to Qin Bing, saying, "This is not a good situation. Let us observe the unfolding events." Qin Bing responded in kind, "Understood." Upon seeing the colorful eagles, the black eagles emitted mournful cries and dove straight into the midst of the colorful eagles, claws and beaks striking fiercely. In an instant, 2 or 3 colorful eagles were pierced through their bodies, plummeting from the sky. The colorful eagles, undeterred, flapped their wings vigorously, converging on the two black eagles, resulting in a tempest of feathers and cries. Wei Shixiang exclaimed with joy, "It turns out they belong to 2 different species of monstrous birds. They are indeed rivals. Let them fight it out while we reap the benefits." Qin Bing observed keenly. While the individual strength of these colorful eagles is inferior to that of the black eagles, their numerical advantage is significant. If the black eagles decide to flee, they will not be able to escape the colorful eagles' pursuit. Wei Shixiang replied, "If they attempt to flee, Shimmy, you must intercept them. After a prolonged battle, they will surely not be your match. I will focus on eliminating the other colorful eagles. If this territory is claimed by the colorful eagles, we will still need to eradicate them, so it is a perfect opportunity to capture them all at once." Qin Bing agreed. Very well. The two black eagles clearly outmatched the colorful eagles, and soon, 2 to 3 dozen colorful eagles had fallen to the ground, leaving only 4 or 5 colorful eagles retreating northward, with the black eagles in hot pursuit. Qin Bing asked, "Shixiang, shall we make our move?" Wei Shixiang focused intently, decisively stating, "No, let us wait a little longer." Chapter 34. The mysterious youth. The black eagle pursued relentlessly, swiftly catching up to the colorful eagle. At that moment, the dense forest suddenly roiled, and a dozen larger colorful eagles lunged forth, encircling the two black eagles. Wei, the senior brother, praised the strategy, exclaiming, "What a clever maneuver." The two black eagles, caught off guard, were immediately surrounded and suffered multiple injuries. They shrieked loudly, fighting back with ferocity. The battle was even more brutal than before, as these new colorful eagles were evidently stronger than their predecessors. The feathers of the black eagles were being ruthlessly torn away. One of the black eagles chirped, seemingly calling for its companion to retreat, but the other, undeterred, stood its ground. At that moment, 3 or 4 colorful eagles had already been pecked to death. While the two black eagles bore wounds all over, their agility significantly diminished. The remaining 7 or 8 colorful eagles screeched loudly, growing bolder with each passing moment. The smaller black eagle could no longer suppress its calls, while the other seemed reluctant but ultimately took flight alongside it, both shooting out of the encirclement like arrows. Just then, a flash of snow-white sword light appeared, slicing toward the larger black eagle. The eagle, exhibiting extraordinary agility, flapped its wings and soared several feet high to evade the blade. However, once the sword light missed, it emanated an eerie chill. The black eagle's fiery wings, rooted in fire spiritual energy, trembled violently from the cold, causing its movements to slow. At that moment, a figure clad in white appeared, standing upon a flying sword, blocking the black eagle's path. Simultaneously, Wei, the senior brother, summoned his sword and darted forth, intercepting the pursuing colorful eagles. Communication between humans and beasts was impossible, and chaos ensued. Qin Bing clasped her hands before her chest, raising her index and pinky fingers while chanting softly. From the starry sword beneath her, 3 white sword shadows soared, darting like startled dragons, striking at the 2 black eagles. This was the Ice and Frost 7 Mysteries sword technique, which Qin Bing had cultivated to the 3rd level, allowing her to condense 3 sword lights. The 2 black eagles, already heavily wounded and further agitated by the icy atmosphere, were reluctant to prolong the battle. They focused solely on breaking through the sword lights, seeking to escape. However, while Qin Bing's teleportation technique might not match the speed of the black eagles, her swift sword was no less formidable, coupled with the oppressive chill surrounding them. The black eagle's speed was greatly hindered, rendering them unable to shake off the relentless pursuit of the flying swords. The smaller black eagle, unable to evade, was struck by a sword energy on its left wing, making its flapping laborious. The larger black eagle, seemingly enraged, chose not to flee. With a deafening roar, its massive iron claws lunged toward Qin Bing's head. As she dodged, she deftly maneuvered her flying sword to slash at the 2 black eagles. Unbeknownst to her, the intensity of her sword energy began to swell, and the white mist surrounding her thickened, forming into a colossal ice cocoon. As the black eagle's claws approached, the closer it got to Qin Bing, the greater the resistance it encountered, and the chill intensified. Just as its claws were a mere 5 or 6 feet from her head, the black eagle felt its limbs numbing from the cold, its wings beginning to freeze. In alarm, it let out a cry and descended, no longer daring to attack Qin Bing, hastily fleeing westward. Qin Bing remained expressionless, pursuing on her sword. In her haste, she glanced at Wei, who, though not at a disadvantage, was still engaged in a precarious situation. Wei possessed profound magical power, given enough time. The colorful eagles would undoubtedly succumb to him. After pondering, Wei contemplated whether to eliminate the 7 colorful eagles first before reuniting with his junior sister. Yet, he was ultimately concerned about unforeseen developments with Qin Bing. He formed a hand seal, and the purple sword turned around, pursuing Qin Bing westward, while the remaining 7 colorful eagles followed closely behind. As Qin Bing relentlessly chased the 2 black eagles, she felt astonished at the sharpness of her icy sword energy. A typical Qi refinement disciple struck by a sword would surely meet their demise, and even Foundation establishment cultivators would hesitate to confront her sword energy. In the kingdom of Yin, the mention of the ice fairy instilled fear in many, yet these 2 black eagles, having endured 3 or 4 of her strikes, seemed unscathed. In truth, the 2 black eagles were already significantly weakened, but their innate resilience as demonic birds far surpassed that of humans. Additionally, being fire-based creatures, they were not easily subdued by water. Lacking any fighting spirit, the 2 black eagles fled in a frenzied dash. Seeing that she could not close the distance, Qin Bing gritted her teeth and shattered a spirit talisman. In an instant, she intercepted the 2 black eagles. This was a teleportation talisman, a technique reserved for core formation cultivators, with Foundation establishment cultivators relying solely on talismans to execute it. Upon her appearance, 3 sword shadows, now twice as thick as before, erupted from the ice cocoon, encircling the black eagles. Realizing escape was futile, the 2 black eagles resorted to a desperate counterattack. At this moment, Wei and the 7 colorful eagles arrived, witnessing Qin Bing unleash her trump card. Although the power had increased, so too had the consumption of her magical energy. Wei's mind raced with 3 possible strategies. 1. To utilize his ultimate technique to swiftly eliminate the 7 colorful eagles before reuniting with his junior sister to deal with the 2 black eagles. 2. To retreat swiftly with his sister, allowing the black and colorful eagles to clash once more, only to return for a surprise attack. Or 3. To unite with his sister at once to confront the 2 black eagles together. Weighing these options, he deemed the first 2 methods impractical. He was uncertain if he could vanquish the 7 colorful eagles in one fell swoop, and if he chose to flee now, the eagles might not engage in conflict again. For such creatures possessed a modicum of intelligence and would not easily fall for the same trick twice. The third option appeared most favorable. Once he and his sister joined forces, the black and colorful eagles would inevitably clash, providing him an opportunity to benefit from the chaos. With this thought in mind, he bellowed, "Sister, I shall assist you," as he prepared to soar on his purple sword. Just then, the moonlight darkened abruptly, and a fierce wind howled with a piercing shriek. Wei shouted in alarm. Not good. A massive colorful eagle was approaching from the distance, its size dwarfing that of the previous ones. As it spread its wings, it obscured half the moon, emitting an overwhelming pressure characteristic of late Foundation establishment. In haste, Wei urged, "Sister, we must flee." Two beams of purple and white sword light shot forth. The colossal, colorful eagle hovered above, seemingly having gained intelligence, its eyes darting around before emitting a strange caw. Instantly, the 7 colorful eagles lunged toward the 2 black eagles. The giant colorful eagle flapped its wings and descended upon Qin Bing and Wei. Realizing the dire situation, Wei swiftly produced a jade talisman and crushed it, releasing a puff of green smoke. A communication talisman, a signal for emergency aid from their sect. The enormous, colorful eagle dove swiftly, its beak gaping open, unleashing a bolt of lightning that shattered the green smoke of the communication talisman. Wei was horrified. Lightning attribute. Sister, quickly, to the forest below. Do not confront it. Generally speaking, among creatures of the same tier, demonic beasts were inherently stronger than humans, possessing formidable physical bodies and astonishing innate abilities. This particular beast was at the late Foundation establishment stage, while Wei was at mid-Foundation establishment, and Qin Bing was merely at the early stage. Although Qin Bing wielded remarkable powers, surpassing many mid-Foundation establishment cultivators, both she and Wei were already drained of energy. Confronting this late-stage beast would likely spell disaster. Upon hearing this, Qin Bing pivoted her sword's edge, directing 2 beams of sword light toward the dense forest below. At the same time, she launched a blast of icy light toward the giant, colorful eagle's abdomen. The beast regarded Qin Bing's sword energy with some trepidation, flapping its wings and illuminating the night sky with electric brilliance, tearing apart her sword energy. By this time, Qin Bing and Wei had neared the forest, but the colorful eagle's speed far surpassed theirs. A tempestuous wind bore down upon them, and bolts of lightning, thick as water barrels, struck towards them. Realizing there was no way to evade, they both channeled their sword energies to counter the lightning. With a tremendous crash, their energies and the lightning scattered in all directions. Though they emerged unscathed, their faces paled considerably. Wei produced a medicinal pill, placing it in his mouth, and declared, "We must launch an offensive and then split up." The 2 beams of purple and white sword energy surged once more, and as they flickered, their figures split left and right to flee. The massive, colorful eagle lingered above, seemingly pondering, before it flapped its wings and pursued Qin Bing directly. At this moment, Qin Bing had already flown to the edge of the dense forest, contemplating whether to dive into the thicket or continue her descent into the valley on her left. As she hesitated, the colorful eagle approached. A flash of fury ignited in her eyes, and instead of fleeing, she waved her hands, unleashing 3 sword shadows that surged toward the colorful eagle. Surrounded by a protective chill of ice, she was not particularly intimidated by the opponent's lightning strikes. Wei Shixiang, having flown a distance, turned back in shock at the sight of Qin Bing daring to confront the enemy head-on. With her entire body channeling magical energy, 3 beams of white light danced around her, and she fought fiercely against the colorful eagle, momentarily achieving a stalemate. Just then, 2 mournful cries echoed in the air as 2 black eagles plummeted from the sky, having succumbed to their injuries inflicted by the 7 colorful eagles, their lifeless bodies cascading toward the valley below. The 7 colorful eagles had also lost 3 of their own, and hearing the call of the giant colorful eagle, the remaining 4 swooped towards Qin Bing. Outmatched in her battle against the giant colorful eagle, she was relying solely on her courage to withstand the onslaught. With the addition of 4 more foes, panic surged within her. Wei Shixiang, unable to assist, could only shout for her to hasten into the thicket. Qin Bing's figure plummeted rapidly, with 5 colorful eagles hot on her heels, no more than 2 or 3 zhang away. At that moment, a feathered arrow shot forth from the forest below, swift as lightning. One of the colorful eagles, caught off guard, was struck in its left eye and exited through the right, immediately falling lifelessly. A youth emerged from the thicket, bow in hand, swiftly releasing 2 more arrows that struck 2 more colorful eagles. One pierced through the neck, killing it instantly, while the other narrowly avoided a fatal blow, sustaining an injury to its right wing, rendering it unable to fly properly. This youth was none other than Shifeng. That night, he had been lying in wait in the woods for a demon bear, but instead, he inadvertently witnessed a flock of demon birds soaring above, among them his sect elder, Qin Bing. Although she had not shown him kindness, she was still his senior, and in this critical moment, he felt compelled to lend her assistance. Qin Bing, at first unable to recognize Shifeng, urged him to hide, warning that these demon birds were too formidable to confront. "Oh, is that you?" Shifeng responded, "Yes." Qin Shirshu, what manner of beasts are these? While speaking, he continued to unleash a barrage of arrows. However, the colorful eagles were now on high alert, making it difficult for him to land a hit. The giant colorful eagle flapped its wings, sending Shifeng's arrows spiraling away in the tumultuous wind. Realizing the peril of the situation, Shifeng felt a pang of regret. Understanding that Qin Bing was struggling against such formidable foes, he hastily retreated into the thicket after releasing 2 arrows. Meanwhile, of the 4 pursuing colorful eagles, Shifeng had successfully shot down 3. Originally, these eagles had formidable strength. But after a prolonged battle, they were exhausted, and Shifeng's agile archery proved to be their undoing. The remaining eagle, with a wounded right wing, was subsequently cleaved in 2 by Wei Shixiang's sword. Seeing his subordinates fall to the youth's arrows, the giant colorful eagle's eyes glinted with malice. It abandoned its pursuit of Qin Bing and charged at Shifeng instead. Terrified, Shifeng fled into the forest, running for his life. He had acted impulsively, believing his archery skills to be exceptional among the disciples in the Qi refining stage, oblivious to the fact that this colorful eagle was in the later stages of foundation building, a formidable adversary far beyond his means. As he fled, he could hear the wild winds behind him. The trees of the forest were uprooted by the flapping of the eagle's wings, creating an astonishing spectacle of chaos. In his panic, Shifeng lost his way, not daring to look back, relying solely on his unnamed technique as he hurriedly tried to escape. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as a tree trunk, thick as a millstone, struck his back. Shifeng felt a sharp pain in his chest, and blood spewed from his mouth as he stumbled forward. In a moment of disorientation, he found himself teetering on the edge of a cliff. The impact from the fallen tree sent him tumbling into the air, plummeting toward the valley below. The cliff was not a sheer drop, but rather a sloped incline, and Shifeng rolled uncontrollably down, unable to find his footing. The slope was littered with exposed rocks and wooden stumps, and he had no idea how many times he was struck as he fell into the valley. Despite his adeptness and body refinement, he felt pain coursing through every part of his body, and his vision faded to darkness. The giant colorful eagle, still unsated by its wrath, had keen eyesight and spotted Shifeng lying near a stream at the bottom of the valley, uncertain of his fate. With a powerful flap of its wings, it dove down, its claws poised to seize Shifeng, whose demise was all but certain. As the eagle let out a piercing cry, it was less than 3 zhang away from Shifeng when suddenly, a white figure flashed into view, positioning itself between the giant eagle and Shifeng. The figure, a young man clad in white, raised his right hand, unleashing a stream of white energy that struck the giant eagle. The eagle, startled and disoriented, flapped its wings furiously, as if it had encountered a fearsome threat, and shot into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Shifeng barely caught a glimpse of the young man's silhouette before attempting to speak in gratitude. However, the white figure transformed into a rush of white energy and surged into his body. Shifeng was left in a state of shock. Just then, 2 sword shadows descended from the sky. It was Qin Bing and Wei Shixiang, who had just arrived in the nick of time. They had not witnessed the appearance of the young man in white. They only saw the giant eagle suddenly take flight, leaving them in bewilderment. Lying on the ground, Shifeng had not yet succumbed to death, but his body was riddled with wounds, blood flowing profusely. Wei Shixiang, having heard Qin Bing's earlier acknowledgement, realized that Shifeng was also a disciple of the Taiji sect. However, judging by his frail physical state, he seemed to be an outer disciple. Unbeknownst to Wei Shixiang, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he suddenly swung his sword toward Shifeng. Chapter 35. The young eagle and the old fox. Qin Bing was taken aback and, in a flurry, unleashed a sword chi that deflected Wei Shixiang's longsword. Wei Shixiang, what are you doing? She exclaimed. Wei Yunfei's expression darkened. This individual appeared suspicious, lurking around the sect's perimeter at night alongside a demon bird, raising considerable doubt. Qin Bing hurriedly clarified. No, Wei Shixiang, you misunderstand. I know him. He is not an infiltrator but a disciple of our sect. That may not be the case, Wei Shixiang replied gravely. In previous years, the demonic sect has indeed sent spies into our Taiji sect. Such individuals are deeply concealed, often working diligently to accumulate merit. And as their status rises, so too does the potential for harm. Consider this. You, a dignified foundation establishment cultivator, were saved by a younger disciple today. This may cause cracks in your state of mind. Remember, since your foundation establishment, you have never been defeated. In the future, How will you position yourself when this person considers himself your benefactor? Ah, he is merely an outer sect disciple. Qin Bing found Wei Yunfei's words utterly absurd, but, disinclined to argue, replied, he is a disciple under Lu Yunzi and an inner sect disciple, not an outer sect disciple. Moreover, he saved my life today. If I were to kill him, it would only further complicate my own state of mind. Upon hearing that the young man was a disciple of Lu Yunzi, Wei Shixiang's demeanor softened. Very well, then. He is gravely injured. You should give him some elixirs. Saving him once can be considered a fair balance. Qin Bing thought privately. How can this be considered an equivalent? She did not voice her dissent, instead retrieving an elixir from her storage bag. I recall your surname is Shi, correct? Shifeng, he struggled to reply, his mouth opening instinctively to speak. At that moment, Qin Bing flicked her delicate hand, and the elixir fell into Shifeng's mouth. Shifeng felt the small pill dissolve instantly, a cool sensation coursing from his throat to his abdomen. His grievously injured bones and internal organs began to gradually heal, the efficacy of his unnamed technique, which excelled at external injury recovery, combined with the elixir, made him feel warm and his qi gradually stabilized. Your name is Shifeng? How do you feel now? Qin Bing inquired. Shifeng slowly rose, bowing respectfully. Greetings, esteemed uncles. I am feeling much better, thank you. Despite having heard Wei Shixiang's earlier intent to kill him, he chose to feign ignorance. Tonight, I owe you a great debt. You will need a few days to recover. Let us return to the sect together, Qin Bing stated. Before Shifeng could respond, Wei Shixiang interjected, No, Qin Shimi, we cannot return to the sect just yet. That giant eagle has suddenly flown away, and its threat far exceeds that of the previous black eagle. We must hurry to track it down. How will we report to the sect leader otherwise? Indeed. You are correct, Shixiang, Qin Bing agreed. However, if we bring Shizhi along, he will struggle to keep pace with our sword flight. Leaving him here in this desolate wilderness is perilous, as demon beasts roam. Wei Shixiang replied, with the commotion caused by that giant eagle. Other demon beasts will not dare linger here. Moreover, dawn is approaching. Any danger will dissipate by then, allowing him to return to the mountain on his own. We must not delay. Our priorities are urgent. Qin Bing nodded, producing a talisman from her robe and letting it gently float before Shifeng. This is an ice arrow talisman. If you encounter a formidable demon beast, shatter it to ensure your safety. Do not rush back. Find a tall tree to hide in until dawn. As she finished speaking, she soared into the air on her sword, following closely behind Wei Shixiang. Shifeng stood up, watching as the two figures vanished from sight. He then took out several vials of medicinal liquid to apply to his wounds. Although heavily injured, thanks to Qin Bing's elixir and his unnamed technique, he felt significantly better after a short while. At that moment, he recalled the scene of the white mist entering his body and quickly searched himself, but found nothing amiss. Who was that young man in white who could repel the giant eagle with a single strike? Filled with questions, he glanced around, but found no one. Undeterred, he scoured the thickets, calling softly, Senior, Senior. The empty mountains offered no reply. After searching for a while without success, Shifeng, seeing the time nearing the fourth watch, felt no fear of surrounding demon beasts. His only concern was the earlier colorful eagle. If it returned, he would be no match for it. Thus, he abandoned the search for the young man in white and set off towards the sect. While walking, he suddenly spotted a long, colorful feather on the ground, a remnant from the earlier battle of the eagles. Shifeng was overjoyed. This was eagle feather, a superb material for crafting. If he used it for his arrows, their power would surely increase. Not in a hurry to return to the sect, he roamed the mountains in search of more feathers and, to his delight, found several. As he continued his journey, he suddenly encountered two dark shapes ahead. And joy surged through him. He had struck gold. It was the corpses of the two black eagles, lying there like two large, dark boulders. Approaching, he contemplated how to remove all the feathers from the black eagles when he suddenly heard a soft chirping. One of the black eagles had a feather twitching under its wing, revealing a small head, an eaglet. This eaglet was scarcely larger than a chicken and seemed utterly unaware of the events that had transpired, calling out in confusion, as if wondering why its parents were ignoring it. Hearing the eaglet's mournful cries stirred something deep within Shifeng. He recalled a moment from his childhood when, at the age of 4, the villagers had carried his father's lifeless body down from the mountain. He had cried, pushing against his father, asking why he no longer acknowledged him. A wave of sorrow washed over Shifeng. He rubbed his eyes to quell his emotions, stepping forward gently to take the eaglet in his hands. The eaglet, barely a month old, was still covered in down and could barely stand, wobbling unsteadily. Shifeng gently stroked its head, unfastening his garment to cradle the eaglet inside. He glanced back at the two black eagle corpses, remembering how they had inadvertently saved his life in Wielding Valley. A gentleman must repay kindness, hence, he decided against plucking their feathers. Shifeng wished to bury their bodies, but found them far too massive for him to manage alone, even if he buried them. The mountains were filled with demon beasts that would soon unearth and devour the remains. Perhaps it is best to let it go, Shifeng sighed, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Upon returning to his dwelling at the sword-forging valley, the eaglet continued to cry. As a hunter from the mountains, Shifeng recognized its hunger. Coincidentally, he had hunted 2 antlered deer the previous day and had yet to process them. He promptly removed a leg from one deer, slicing it into thin strips to feed the eaglet, which, after consuming the meat, ceased its cries. Shifeng gathered some dry grass and ragged cloth to make a nest for the eaglet in the corner. Once he had settled the eaglet, he felt utterly exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. He slept soundly until the afternoon, awakening to find his injuries significantly improved. Sitting in his room, he recalled the peculiar incident with the white mist. He had clearly seen the mist enter his body, yet upon searching himself thoroughly, he found no signs of anything unusual. He took out the items from his tiger-headed belt, finding nothing out of the ordinary. He examined his clothing carefully, even stripping down to inspect his skin, but saw nothing amiss, pondering, what is going on? Could it be that I was hallucinating due to my injuries? No, I was quite clear-headed. Besides, if it weren't for that senior in white, how could the giant eagle have so easily spared me? Shifeng mulled over the situation, finding no answers, and thought, perhaps I am too inexperienced. I should consult my master about this. As this thought crossed his mind, a cold voice echoed, if you seek Li Yunzi, I will kill your master. Shifeng was alarmed, leaping to his feet. Who is there? He demanded, but the room was empty. He hurriedly opened the door, only to find no one outside. Due to his desire for tranquility, Shifeng's dwelling was situated in a rather secluded area. The surroundings were desolate, as the Forging Sword Valley was located near a volcanic crater, characterized by its crimson soil and stone, rendering it barren and devoid of vegetation. Consequently, there were no hiding spots nearby. Shifeng surveyed his surroundings and concluded that the sound he heard could not have originated from outside his abode. He returned indoors and searched beneath the bed and the table, only to hear a voice exclaim, Fool, stop searching. I am inside your body. Shifeng froze in disbelief. What? You are in my body? He suddenly noticed something peculiar. He could hear the voice quite clearly, yet there was no echo in the room. The voice continued, Indeed, do not waste your time searching. You possess no power to find me. Who are you? Why are you in my body? Shifeng inquired. The voice seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. The voice replied, Who I am is of no concern to you. I am merely residing in your body temporarily and will leave this stinking vessel in due course. As he listened, Shifeng grew increasingly familiar with the voice. And in a moment of clarity, he realized, You are that four-tailed fox spirit. At the age of 13, he had accompanied the Danyang Daoist to the Hongfa Temple on Deerhead Peak, where the Danyang Daoist had trapped the four-tailed fox spirit within the Seven Treasures Pagoda. He recalled overhearing the conversation between the Danyang Daoist and the fox spirit. And at this moment, it dawned on him that the voice belonged to that very fox spirit. The voice chuckled, Not bad for a young lad. I am your uncle who? Shifeng, recalling the events of that time, exclaimed in astonishment, Elder, weren't you killed by that blood puppet? Are you a ghost? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. The fox spirit scoffed, What ghost? Nonsense. My physical form was destroyed, and I fell at your feet. My essence exited my body, and I could only seek refuge within your consciousness. Shifeng, perplexed, asked, What does it mean for the essence to exit the body? The fox spirit explained, Essence refers to the spiritual essence, distinct from the physical body, yet it must rely on the physical form. Regardless of whether one is human or spirit, once the physical body perishes, the essence will dissipate within 3 breaths. However, if the essence exits within that time frame and finds a suitable body, it can inhabit that form. Shifeng's astonishment turned to anger. Are you saying this is possession? Some powerful cultivators, at the moment of death, could force their consciousness into another's body, erasing the original consciousness and taking over the body. This act, known as possession, was abhorred in the realm of cultivation, as it meant not only one's death but also becoming a slave to the usurper. Cultivators would rather self-destruct than be possessed. The fox spirit huffed, If I were to possess you, would you still be alive now? Upon hearing this, Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Then why are you residing in my body, elder? The fox spirit replied, the essence can only exist outside the body for 3 breaths. In that urgent situation, I had no time to search for another vessel. Among those present, 2 were golden core cultivators, while you were merely an ordinary mortal. Should I have entered their bodies instead? Shifeng recalled that the fox spirit's body had fallen beside him and vaguely felt a chill enter his being. He had only been startled at the time and had forgotten about it, but now he realized that it was precisely the essence of the fox spirit entering him. The fox spirit continued, but do not fret. Uncle who is merely borrowing your consciousness temporarily and will not cause you any harm. TSK, you are quite the anomaly, possessing 2 consciousnesses by nature. I only occupy one. It does not take up much space. At a loss for words, Shifeng eventually asked, what exactly is this consciousness you speak of? The fox spirit explained, the consciousness is your mind. The stronger the consciousness, the more powerful the mental will, which brings numerous benefits. It aids in breaking through bottlenecks, and both the control and potency of magical power are enhanced. However, do not concern yourself with this. You possess no magical power. Although you can multitask and are born with 2 consciousnesses, your mental strength is rather lacking. Shifeng inquired, mental will? Is that not an intangible thing? The fox spirit clarified, not quite. You may not hear my voice, but you can understand me clearly because uncle who is communicating with your consciousness. Very well, I shall share this with you so you need not talk to yourself incessantly, lest others think you have gone mad. Do not speak. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and simply think of something in your heart, and I shall hear you. Shifeng complied, sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, and concentrating. Following the fox spirit's guidance, he gradually delved deeper into his thoughts. In a hazy state, he faintly perceived a small orb of white light, which gradually became clearer, revealing a young man in his 20s seated within. Previously, Shifeng had only seen the young man's back, but now, upon facing him, he realized he was an exceptionally handsome individual, with a face like a full moon and refined features. Compared to this young man, even Wei, whom he had previously deemed handsome, paled in comparison. Shifeng silently marveled. So, the elder is so youthful. The fox spirit chuckled coldly. Your uncle who has lived for over 1,200 years, far exceeding even your great-grandfather's lineage. Shifeng gasped. You are over 1,200 years old. Chapter 36. Exchange. The fox spirit remarked. Our demon race possesses a lifespan far exceeding that of your humankind. My celestial fox lineage begins as a gray fox, maturing into a blue fox after 5 centuries, then a white fox after another 500 years, followed by a black fox after yet another 500, ultimately transforming into a primordial fox to ascend to the celestial realm. As a white fox, my age of 1,200 years is merely commonplace. Shifeng responded, I see. However, I am curious about the intentions of Elder who has resided within the confines of my consciousness for so many years. The white fox retorted, Humph, you are still worried. To be frank, if it were feasible, I would have long since seized your body. Your Taiji sect and I have a grudge. There is no reason for me to show any benevolence. The white fox had once been pursued by Dan Yangzi and later had her physical form destroyed by an elder of the demon puppet sect, making the Taiji sect her enemy. The white fox continued, nevertheless, even if I wish to possess you, it is not within my capability. Shifeng inquired. Might I ask why? The white fox explained, I am a demon, and you are human. The laws of heaven and earth differ. Our kind cannot seize your bodies, nor can you take ours. There is no deeper reasoning to it. Shifeng asked, what distinguishes the human race from the demon race? The white fox replied, the differences are profound. In this world, there are primarily 3 races, humans, demons, and devils, each vastly distinct. The human body is the weakest, yet possesses innate intelligence from birth, rendering them cunning and resourceful. Conversely, our demon race boasts the strongest physical forms and can naturally absorb the spiritual essence of the world from birth, endowed with innate divine abilities. Alas, our intelligence is comparatively lacking. Some demons, even upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, remain unable to awaken their consciousness. Shifeng queried, and what of the devil race? The white fox stated, the devil race is physically powerful and awakens its intelligence early, making them the mightiest among the 3. Oh. And devils can possess both humans and demons. You were fortunate. Had Elder Hu been a devil, you would have perished long ago. Shifeng remarked, according to your assertion, the devil race is so powerful, they should dominate the realm. However, from what I know, in our great Yin kingdom, The devil race and we are evenly matched, with neither side having a clear advantage. The white fox scoffed. First, what exists within the boundaries of the yin kingdom are devil cultivators, not true devils. Devil cultivators are still human. They merely practice devilish techniques. Secondly, although the devil race is formidable, their offspring are incredibly difficult to conceive, resulting in their numbers being the least. Moreover, advancing within the devil race is arduous, so their overall strength does not necessarily dominate the human and demon races. Furthermore, the classification of humans, demons, and devils is merely a broad categorization. In truth, there are countless races in this world, some of which are indistinguishable as either human or demon. Shifeng expressed gratitude. Thank you, Elder, for sharing such historical insights. May I inquire about your future plans? Do you intend to remain here indefinitely? The white fox replied, Why would I, Elder who, covet your dismal abode? Sigh, I grow increasingly weary of lingering here, watching you, a foolish boy, toil at forging weapons and arrows, utterly tedious. Oh, and witnessing you flirt with beautiful auntie, only to be thrown about like a rag doll. Shifeng's face flushed as he protested, I would never dare to flirt with her. It was merely a misunderstanding. Since you find it dull, why not take your leave? The white fox said, I wish to depart, but where might I find a beast body to possess? Shifeng replied, Finding a beast body should not be difficult. The white fox snickered, You underestimate the complexity of possession. If it were so simple, this world would be in chaos. Possession begins with a clash of spirits. One must relinquish their physical form and enter the consciousness of another. If you are in good health, why would you abandon your body? Moreover, entering another's consciousness is no trivial matter. A mere protective barrier would thwart your efforts. Additionally, our demon race can only possess other demons, and the spirit must rely on a living body. A decayed corpse is of no use to me. The most challenging aspect is that we demons can only possess our own kind. What use would it be to bring me a smelly tiger or wolf? Shifeng suggested. What about a demon fox? I could easily capture one. The white fox replied, Upon possession, the spirit remains my own. Yet the physical cultivation level is that of the host, which can eventually be regained through training. However, the extent of achievement depends on the innate talent of the body I possess afterward. There are no formidable foxes near your Taiji sect, even if they are demon foxes. They are merely at the first or second level of chi refinement. After I possess one, I would have to worry about being devoured by tigers or wolves. Furthermore, my celestial fox family possesses an inherently powerful spirit. Common demon foxes cannot bear my essence. Should I possess one, I fear that the body would shatter instantly. Shifeng proposed, If that is the case, why not seek a weaker demon fox from your celestial fox lineage for possession? The white fox admitted, That is precisely what I desire to do. But alas, the celestial fox clan is 1,000,000 miles away, and the spirit cannot detach from its physical form. Otherwise, I would have returned long ago. Shifeng probed, 1,000,000 miles away? How did you arrive here then? The white fox glared, That is none of your concern. Shifeng recalled, Elder, you mentioned that the spirit cannot leave the body, yet last night, you emerged and drove away that colorful bird? The white fox clarified. What I released last night was merely a wisp of my spirit. That colorful bird, though in the late stages of foundation establishment, was still far from being a match for me. Moreover, as a top-tier race in the demon realm, my celestial fox lineage exudes a natural pressure, causing it to flee at the mere sight of me. As he spoke, he remembered something and grew angry. Because of last night's incident, my spirit has weakened further. You should take better care of yourself and cease causing me worry. Shifeng laughed. Indeed, should I meet an untimely end, it would spell disaster for you as well. Elder who? The white fox coldly remarked, You think yourself clever, do you? Do you believe I am your bodyguard? Let me tell you, due to your weak spiritual strength, my essence is dissipating rapidly here, and I can hardly intervene. Should the day come that I vanish completely, you would still be left vulnerable to being cut into pieces. If I were to emerge to save you, I would only hasten my demise. It would be better to take you down with me. Shifeng declared. If death is inevitable, there is no point in worrying excessively. Elder who, do you have any final instructions? If not, I shall retire for the night. The white fox, suppressing his anger, stated, Even if I had not intervened last night, I intended to have a thorough discussion with you. I wish to propose a trade. Shifeng inquired. A trade? Do you seek my assistance in hunting a celestial fox? The white fox sneered. If you possess such capability, that would be splendid. Enough with the small talk. I wish to exchange one divine technique for another. Shifeng, taken aback, asked, A divine technique? The white fox affirmed, "Indeed, I refer to your nameless body refinement technique." Shifeng's interest piqued. "Elder Hu, do you know what this technique entails?" The white fox bluntly replied, "I do not know. However, I am certain it is not a human technique, but rather one belonging to our demon race." Shifeng was startled. "A demon technique?" The white fox retorted. "Do you doubt it?" After a moment's contemplation, Shifeng replied, "I recall you mentioning that your demon race possesses innate physical strength. Do you still require body refinement?" The white fox appeared slightly surprised. "You are quite observant. Indeed, I have stated that, but the demon race has a goal of transformation and awakening intelligence. This is what all demons strive for. Awakening intelligence speaks for itself, but transformation refers to the ability to assume a human form, as I do now." Shifeng commented, "You appear quite splendid in this form, though perhaps a bit too striking." The white fox retorted, "Do you think this is a mere illusion? Our celestial fox lineage is inherently beautiful. Upon transformation, we become striking figures, far surpassing your appearance." Shifeng conceded, "Indeed. However, if your demon race is already physically robust and possesses innate abilities, why then take on human form?" The white fox elaborated, "Without transformation, we can only employ our physical innate abilities and cannot utilize magical artifacts. Upon transformation, we can forge and wield various artifacts, with a multitude of techniques at our disposal. Naturally, transformation is preferable, and once transformed, we can revert to our original form at will, an exquisite balance, indeed." Shifeng inquired, "How can you be certain that this book belongs to our demon clan's techniques?" The white fox replied, "The answer is quite simple. Does this technique not lack any instructions on how to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth?" "Indeed," Shifeng acknowledged. "Exactly." The white fox continued, "Your master, the Taoist Chong, believed this technique to be incomplete. However, that is not the case. Our demon clan inherently possesses the ability to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth. Hence there is no need for instructions on this process." Shifeng suddenly understood. "Now I see." The white fox elaborated, "As for why the demon clan also practices body refinement, I have already explained. Once we transform into human form, our innate abilities remain intact, and we can forge and utilize various magical artifacts, thereby greatly enhancing our strength compared to our original forms. The only drawback is that our physical bodies become weaker. This technique you possess is a method devised by a powerful figure of the demon clan, targeting the cultivation of the physical body after transformation. I have only glimpsed a portion of it within your consciousness. It is exceptionally profound. And to have created such a technique is no small feat. You are fortunate, as this technique is tailored for the post-transformation state, that is, the human form. Hence you are able to practice it." Shifeng then asked, "Since you have resided in my consciousness for 3 to 4 years, and I have diligently practiced this technique without interruption, you should be quite familiar with it by now, should you not?" The white fox replied, "You are quite the anomaly, possessing 2 consciousness chambers. I reside in one, while the other remains inaccessible to me. When you practice your technique, you unconsciously shift between these 2 chambers, which is why I have only seen fragments intermittently, and have not comprehended the entire technique." Shifeng further questioned, "I have a query. When Master Dao Chong imparted this unnamed technique to me, he mentioned that it was merely a fragment, lacking both the initial principles of absorbing spiritual energy and the subsequent transformations of divine abilities. However, you have now indicated that this technique is indeed a creation of the demon clan, and thus does not lack the initial principles, as we naturally absorb the essence of the heavens and earth. Therefore, I wish to ask, is this technique a complete version? Does it conceal the subsequent transformations within it?" The white fox firmly stated, "No, this technique is indeed a fragment, and the later transformations are not included." Shifeng queried, "This technique is intended for body refinement, yet you are currently just a wisp of spirit. What use could it serve you?" The white fox responded, "I, Hu Yi, have a penchant for collecting various tomes. Besides, should I ever manage to reconstruct my physical form, having successfully transformed, why should I not be able to utilize it?" Shifeng's heart stirred, and he asked, "Might you possess any tomes that could alter innate constitution and give rise to spiritual roots?" Chapter 37. The Art of Divine and Profound. The white fox let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Kid, abandon any hope. Such techniques simply do not exist in this world. Consider your words. They are utterly contradictory. Every skill and divine ability is predicated on possessing a spiritual root. One must have a spiritual root before one can cultivate any technique. To cultivate the technique first, and then to develop a spiritual root. Does that not invert the natural order? Shifeng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him and asked, "Then what do you intend to exchange with me, esteemed elder? Since you claim that this nameless body-refining technique is exceedingly profound, you would not attempt to deceive me with worthless trinkets, would you?" The white fox replied, "Humph, you are quite astute. Fear not, who will always conduct transactions with fairness. What I offer you is a secret technique of my celestial fox clan, the art of divine and profound." The art of divine and profound. Shifeng echoed, intrigued. "Indeed. This technique is extraordinary and ranks among the finest secret arts of my celestial fox clan. It is not a conventional skill or divine ability, rather. It is specifically designed for the cultivation of mental will. As your mental will strengthens, the benefits are innumerable. Your energy will surpass that of ordinary individuals. Your focus will sharpen, your efficiency in tasks will improve significantly, and your speed in cultivating skills will exceed that of others. Furthermore, your control over spells and the potency of your divine abilities will be enhanced. It can even be said that those with formidable mental strength have a greater chance of breaking through their limitations." His words were eloquent, yet Shifeng felt a deep disappointment. "If you are indeed a venerable master, why not directly impart some powerful divine abilities to me? This mental strength is intangible and lacks practical utility." The white fox, exasperated, retorted, "Fool, you truly lack vision. I would rather not teach you this art of divine and profound and simply provide you with a couple of divine abilities instead. Unfortunately, most of the techniques I possess are suited for the demon clan, and you could not possibly cultivate them. Besides, without a spiritual root, you cannot practice any divine abilities. Only this art of divine and profound is specifically designed for cultivating mental strength and does not involve physical constitution or meridians. So you might as well give it a try." Shifeng conceded, "If I cannot practice anything else, then let it be the art of divine and profound." The white fox shook its head in frustration. "Very well, recite that nameless technique from beginning to end in my presence. I will inscribe the art of divine and profound into your consciousness." Shifeng complied, reciting the technique as the white fox listened thoughtfully. Ultimately, it exclaimed with delight, "Indeed. It is remarkably profound. I wonder who possessed the extraordinary ability to create such a technique. It would be a waste to give it to you, kid." Upon finishing, the white fox gestured, and a beam of white light entered Shifeng's consciousness. He immediately felt as if a thin tome had materialized in his mind. The white fox remarked, "This technique was originally inscribed in the script of the demon clan, but I have translated it for you. Take your time to study it and practice diligently. Now, who is going to sleep? Do not disturb me unless necessary." With that, the white fox gradually faded from view. As Shifeng perused the art of divine and profound, he found that it was concise, containing various methods for meditation and enhancing mental strength, without involving any conventional techniques or divine abilities. After a while, he finished reading and pondered, unable to resist asking, "Elder Hu, I recall you mentioning that while demon bodies are robust, their consciousness is often weak. Some demon beasts never attain sentience in their lifetimes. How did you come to possess this secret technique for cultivating consciousness?" The white fox's languid voice responded, "Do not refer to yourself as my disciple. I am not your master. Sharing this technique is merely an exchange, quite equitable, I assure you. However, I can answer your question. There are always exceptions, while it is said that humans are physically weak. Certain clans like the Stone Clan and the Tall Forest Clan possess bodies as formidable as ours, yet their consciousness is comparatively weaker. Likewise, there are exceptions within the Demon Clan. For instance, our Celestial Fox Clan has a weak body but inherently possesses strong mental acuity. We can awaken our sentience within just a century or two. Cunning creatures are often wise." Shifeng recalled how, during the battle at Deerhead Peak, the white fox's body was easily destroyed by that blood puppet, yet the illusions it conjured managed to deceive even the esteemed Dan Yang. Thinking of the illusion technique, Shifeng couldn't help but inquire, "Elder Hu, can one wield illusions after cultivating the art of divine and profound?" The white fox scoffed. "Illusion techniques are a natural divine ability of my Celestial Fox Clan. If you wish to learn them, you might as well reincarnate into our clan." Shifeng felt disheartened. "Then why should I learn this technique?" The white fox seemed unable to contain itself, bursting into laughter. "You simpleton! Your weak consciousness is dragging me down, causing my essence to wither. Naturally, I wish for you to strengthen your consciousness, so I may live a few more years." Shifeng seethed. "So, you wish for me to learn this for your own survival while taking away my wondrous technique?" The white fox, quite pleased, replied, "Kid, we are settled as equals. Your protests are futile. Besides, the art of divine and profound holds tremendous benefits for you. Do not act as if you are the one being wronged. Shifeng retorted angrily. Do not be so smug. You may hide within my consciousness, and I cannot do anything to you, but I can summon my ancestors and have them drag you out. The white fox shot back, you ungrateful wretch. If you dare to do that, I will self-destruct my essence. With your weak cultivation, it would be enough to obliterate you 17 or 18 times over. The two stood at an impasse, brimming with indignation. After a moment, the white fox softened its tone. I, who am merely borrowing your space to stay, I have not harmed you and have even saved you once. You should reflect on this and not repay kindness with enmity. Shifeng was left speechless and eventually relented. At that moment, a cheeping sound echoed in the room. Shifeng and the white fox had talked for an entire afternoon, and darkness was falling as the young eagle grew hungry again. Shifeng procured some deer meat, sliced it finely, and fed it to the little eagle. However, this time, the eagle did not cease its incessant cries. Perplexed, Shifeng offered the young eagle some water and tried to soothe it, but the bird continued to squawk. At a loss, he turned to the white fox, who remarked, "There is indeed a trick to this. Shifeng, set it down and step back. It will stop calling." Following the advice, Shifeng placed the young eagle down and moved back a few paces, and indeed, the little eagle fell silent. What is happening? Does it dislike me? Shifeng pondered aloud. The white fox replied, "It does not dislike you. It dislikes me." Truly a guardian of the avian emperor. Guardian of the avian emperor? Shifeng queried. The avian emperor refers to the celestial phoenix, the sovereign of the avian creatures, the white fox explained. Is there truly a celestial dragon or a celestial phoenix in this world? Shifeng asked in awe. Of course, but you will never encounter one. Even I have not seen their true forms. The celestial dragon and celestial phoenix are the monarchs of the demon realm, exceedingly rare and immensely powerful. They typically ascend to the celestial realm, the white fox clarified. Shifeng continued, "What of the guardian of the avian emperor?" The white fox elaborated. The windwing black eagle is one of the 4 guardian avian creatures under the celestial phoenix. It is fiery by nature, fiercely combative. And its innate divine ability is to recognize various demon entities. I am a demon beast, while it is an avian creature. Naturally, it feels displeased upon sensing my presence. However, it is still too small and lacks the strength of its abilities. If you maintain your distance, it will not sense me. Shifeng remarked. Isn't the windwing black eagle capable of breathing fire? The white fox, exasperated, replied, You are half-witted. Just because it is fiery by nature does not mean it can breathe fire. The windwing black eagle is a wind-rooted avian creature. You saw it last night. When did those 2 windwing black eagles ever breathe fire? Shifeng brightened. The ability to recognize various demon entities is remarkable. I can take it hunting demons in the future. It would be a significant asset. The white fox chuckled. That little eagle is still young. When it grows, it may very well swallow you whole. Shifeng was alarmed. What should I do then? The white fox said, That is simple. You must drop a drop of your blood to establish a bond with it. And then it will be yours to command. Shifeng replied, I've heard of blood bonding, but I do not know the specifics of controlling it. The white fox smirked, originally, asking who for information required a trade, but this blood bonding is so simple that I shall teach you for free this once. Blood bonding entails merging a drop of your essence blood with the young eagle's spirit. This way, you will become its master, and it will heed only your commands for life. Even if you instruct it to slay its own parents, it will do so without hesitation. Moreover, the blood oath of allegiance can only be performed once. Even if your beast is taken from you, it cannot be claimed by another. What do you think? Would you like me to teach you how to perform the blood oath? Shifeng glanced at the young eagle, pondered for a moment, and shook his head, saying, Forget it. I took it in out of pity for its unfortunate parents who perished, leaving it alone and destitute. If I treat it well, it will naturally regard me as a friend. Even if one day it grows and flies away, it matters not. I have lost nothing. The white fox suddenly fell silent, and after a long pause, remarked, You, young lad, possess a modicum of conscience. In truth, our demon clan despises your human race for treating us as mere pets, binding us to a life of servitude through blood oaths. What you just said resonates with me. Thus, I shall reward you with a gift. This is a method of spiritual communication, which you may use to converse with this little creature that has yet to awaken its intelligence. However, its cognitive abilities are too weak to engage in direct dialogue like you and I. Shifeng rejoiced, exclaiming, Thank you, Master Hu. He then recalled something and inquired, Master Hu, You mentioned that there are no cultivation methods capable of producing spiritual roots. Given your vast knowledge, might there be any other means to enable one without spiritual roots to develop them? The white fox replied, "Do not push your luck, greedy boy. There are indeed methods. But first, you are unlikely to accomplish them, and second, even if you could, I would not divulge them. If you wish to make a deal with me, you must present something of value." Hearing that there was a possibility, Shifeng was elated. He had been in the Taiji sect for a considerable time, initially distracted, but having witnessed the remarkable abilities of those cultivators, he yearned to cultivate spiritual roots, attain supernatural powers, and avenge the heinous murders of his mother and sister. He declared, "No matter how difficult it may be, I wish to try." The white fox retorted, "If you can indeed cultivate spiritual roots, it would benefit me as well. Perhaps I could have a chance to reconstruct my physical form. However, discussing this is tantamount to saying nothing. I could live another 100 years with you without revealing it. But if you fail, you might be dead by tomorrow." Shifeng resolutely insisted, "Please, Master Hu, enlighten me. I am unafraid of hardship." The white fox rolled its eyes and said, "Did I ever promise to tell you? Bring me something to exchange." Shifeng asked, "What does Master Hu desire for the exchange?" The white fox replied, "As a mere fragment of a spirit, what use have I for your spiritual stones or magical artifacts? I delight in collecting texts. Bring me some tomes that catch my eye in exchange." Shifeng mentioned, "Didn't I just present you with an unnamed technique?" The white fox interrupted, "Let us not dwell on that. The technique has already been exchanged for my divine dark arts." Shifeng continued, "Then what other text would pique your interest, Master Hu?" The white fox said, "Do not even consider presenting those trivial items from your scripture repository. They must be at least of the nascent soul level." Shifeng inhaled sharply. "Nascent soul techniques? Where could I possibly acquire such things?" The white fox's eyes twinkled. "While you may not possess them, you can seek a way to obtain them. I can guide you. Did you not save that beautiful master ant of yours yesterday? Once she masters the ice-cold 7 mysteries sword, it would be equivalent to a nascent soul technique, and I find myself intrigued. You might leverage your gratitude to request it. At that point, I shall surely reveal to you the method of cultivating spiritual roots." Shifeng smiled wryly, thinking it absurd to approach Qin Bing for the ice-cold 7 mysteries sword technique. She would likely cleave him in two with a single strike. The unnamed body refinement technique was privately imparted by Dao Chong, not a sect text, and held no provenance. Moreover, the white fox had already perused most of it, being a demon technique, so exchanging it with the white fox was inconsequential. However, the ice-cold 7 mysteries sword was the sect's ultimate secret. Not only would Qin Bing never grant him access, but even if she did, he would never dare to trade a sect's ultimate technique with a demon. Does Shifeng not know how to write the character for death? Seeing Shifeng's reluctance, the white fox did not press him further, but regardless of Shifeng's pleas, the white fox remained resolute in its silence. Chapter 38, The Innate Spiritual Medicine in the ensuing 2 months. Shifeng devoted his time to nurturing the young eagle while delving into the intricacies of the divine concealment technique. The fledgling's physique grew increasingly robust. It could now stand with remarkable steadiness. Its down had shed, replaced by a dense layer of feathers, and its appetite had notably expanded. To meet its needs, Shifeng found himself hunting 1 or 2 beasts intermittently. Employing the method of mental communication taught by the white fox, Shifeng endeavored to establish a connection with the young eagle. However, due to its tender age and limited intelligence, the messages it conveyed were rudimentary, primarily revolving around feelings of hunger, thirst, fatigue, and the need for sleep. The young eagle, with its glossy black feathers on the back and neck, and a single white stripe on its belly, earned the moniker Little Black. It seemed to grasp that it was being called. As for mastering the divine concealment technique, progress was swift. Whenever the topic arose, the white fox would exhibit great enthusiasm, providing detailed guidance and simultaneously instructing Shifeng on how to observe his own mental faculties. After 2 months, Shifeng felt a marked increase in his energy levels. With a focused mind, he closed his eyes and directed his awareness to his mental realm. Witnessing the 2 separate spheres of his consciousness, each about the size of a palm, now enlarged and denser than before, the white fox's assertions proved true. A robust mental capacity brought numerous benefits. Shifeng's comprehension during artifact refining had significantly improved, and his success rate in crafting restrictions had also risen. Master Qian Chuzhen praised him greatly, lamenting, however, the unfortunate reality that Shifeng lacked spiritual roots. despite his exceptional talent and diligent nature, which made him the ideal successor. The path of artifact refinement demanded a high level of inner cultivation. Some artifacts required the forging with true fire from within, while others necessitated the use of one's own vital energy during the intricate fusion of restrictions to avoid any missteps, tasks beyond Shifeng's capabilities, forcing him to rely on external arrays, which were difficult to control. Shifeng remained preoccupied with thoughts of spiritual roots, frequently inquiring of the White Fox, who steadfastly refused to divulge any information. By the end, whenever Shifeng mentioned the term spiritual roots, the White Fox would feign ignorance, ignoring him entirely. Since the sect's grand competition revealed his potential, Master Lu Yunzi's attitude towards Shifeng had markedly improved. He began inviting Shifeng to join the disciples during teachings and summoned him privately on several occasions to inquire about his well-being, often requesting him to gather materials or assist in repairing spiritual artifacts. One afternoon, Lu Yunzi called upon Shifeng again, entrusting him with the repair of a spiritual artifact. As he was leaving, Shifeng could not restrain himself from asking, "Master, is there truly no method for those without spiritual roots to acquire them?" Lu Yunzi glanced at him, responding, "If such a method existed, then all mortals would be able to tread the path of cultivation, and how could cultivators remain so scarce?" Unwilling to relent, Shifeng replied, "Surely, there must be exceptions. Is there truly no way?" Lu Yunzi pondered for a moment before shaking his head slowly. Disheartened, Shifeng took his leave, stepping outside, sighing inwardly, contemplating whether he should seek the wisdom of Ancestor Dao Chong. However, Ancestor Dao Chong was often in seclusion, making him difficult to approach. After a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the thought and proceeded down the mountain. Having walked less than 100 paces, he heard Lu Yunzi call, "Shifeng, return." He hurried back, bowing in respect. "Master, do you have further instructions?" Lu Yunzi instructed him to sit. Following his command, Shifeng sat down, watching his master. Lu Yunzi remained silent for a long time, stroking his beard in contemplation. Eventually, he sighed, "Do you truly wish to know how to alter one's innate constitution?" Shifeng's heart soared with joy as he prostrated. "If it could grant me spiritual roots, I am willing to endure any hardships to pursue this method." Lu Yunzi cautioned, "I speak of altering one's innate constitution, but I cannot guarantee it will yield spiritual roots." Shifeng replied, "Even if the chances are slim, it is worth a try." Lu Yunzi continued, "As your master, I see your sincerity in seeking the Tao. Very well, I will share this with you, and you may determine if you have the fortune for it. In truth, altering one's innate constitution is quite simple, although it cannot be achieved through techniques. Countless innate spiritual medicines exist in the world with miraculous effects. Some of these can indeed change one's innate constitution, even allowing those without spiritual roots to acquire them." Spiritual medicine? Shifeng was taken aback, surprised by the simplicity of the method. If this were the case, why had his master hesitated so long to reveal it? And why was that old fox so tight-lipped? Lu Yunzi seemed to perceive his confusion, saying, "You think this method is simple, don't you?" "Ah, you are mistaken. Please enlighten me, master," Shifeng implored. Lu Yunzi explained, "First, innate spiritual medicine is not concocted through postnatal alchemy, but is born of heaven and earth spiritual herbs and flowers. Among them, those capable of altering one's constitution are exceedingly rare and precious. It is uncertain whether our Tai Chi sect possesses any, and even if we do, it is unlikely to be given to you." Shifeng cautiously inquired, "What would be the method to acquire such medicine?" Lu Yunzi shook his head. "Such spiritual medicines, imbued with formidable spiritual power, can cleanse and strengthen one's constitution. They are immensely precious. Even the golden core ancestors would covet them, if they existed. Would they be given to you?" Shifeng nodded in understanding. Lu Yunzi added, "Any spiritual item of this caliber is a matter of fate rather than pursuit. These innate spiritual medicines assist cultivators in breaking through bottlenecks. Consider this. The same innate spiritual herb given to a golden core cultivator might lead to the emergence of a nascent soul ancestor for our sect, yet given to you. It might not guarantee the emergence of spiritual roots, and even if it does, you might only become a trifling chi refinement disciple with 3 spiritual roots. If such innate spiritual medicine truly existed, would it be bestowed upon you?" Shifeng stood there, momentarily stunned. Lu Yunzi continued, "Such medicines are nearly impossible to acquire with spirit stones. Even if one could, they would likely cost hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. By the time you accumulate such wealth, you may have already passed on. Furthermore, even if you possessed billions of spirit stones, you would not know where to procure them. In my lifetime, I have only heard of one instance. In our great Yin kingdom's 5 righteous sects, there is the Lei family fortress, where a disciple, being the cherished direct descendant of the sect leader, received a cloud rising flower due to his lack of spiritual roots, and remarkably, you did gain spiritual roots. Shifeng, do you believe you possess such a background? Shifeng could only offer a bitter smile and shake his head. Li Yunzi concluded, I have made the situation clear to you. Are you still fixated on this matter? With determination, Shifeng declared, I am aware of my lack of background and resources. Yet I remain willing to traverse mountains and rivers in pursuit of spiritual medicine, hoping to truly enter the realm of cultivation within this lifetime. Li Yunzi regarded Shifeng with approval, stating, your ambition brings me great comfort. Cultivation is an endeavor against the heavens. Without resolve and tenacity, one cannot achieve greatness. After a pause, he continued, there is no need to travel far and wide. I am aware of the locations of such divine medicines, and there is not just one. But their acquisition is fraught with challenges. Are you willing to attempt it? Shifeng's heart filled with joy as he prostrated once more. Thank you, Master. I am willing to try. Li Yunzi revealed, these 2 locations for the spiritual medicines are actually within the same place. The trial ground, the Thousand Lakes Cave. The trial ground? Indeed. It is the trial ground that will open in 2 months. You have qualified for entry after successfully navigating the first 2 rounds of the sect's grand competition. Shifeng's heart soared. He had not initially intended to participate in the trial, but now, upon hearing Li Yunzi's words, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. Li Yunzi inquired, what do you know of the trial ground? Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Shifeng admitted, I know nothing, Master. Li Yunzi replied, then allow me to enlighten you, and you may decide whether to proceed. The trial grounds are situated in the southwestern region of the Jinan Mountains, bordering the Taiji sect and the Wan Beast Villa, spanning several hundred miles. It is replete with numerous lakes, hence it is also known as the Thousand Lakes Cave Heaven. Shifeng felt somewhat perplexed. He had accompanied his senior brother on business to the Jinan Mountains on a couple of occasions and had found the area arid and desolate, devoid of any plentiful lakes. Li Yunzi chuckled, explaining that one could not perceive it as a mere piece of land, but rather as a treasure of cave heaven. Shifeng exclaimed in astonishment. A treasure spanning hundreds of miles? Li Yunzi clarified, partially correct yet not entirely so. When one reaches an astonishing level of cultivation, they can transmute entire mountains and rivers into a space akin to that of Shumi. This trial ground is sealed within a valley of the Jinan Mountains, where every 7 years, the sealing power wanes under the influence of celestial bodies. This phenomenon was first discovered by our Taiji sect, who then united their strength to break the seal and enter. The Thousand Lakes Cave Heaven boasts vast terrain, with spiritual energy far denser than the outside world. And due to its prolonged isolation, it has given birth to numerous ancient spiritual herbs and flowers, much to the delight of our sect's forebears. However, this joy was short-lived. Upon learning of its existence, the other 4 sects sought to partake, leading to fierce conflicts until an agreement was reached 400 to 500 years ago, allowing all 5 sects to enter this realm and designate it as a trial ground for their disciples. Due to the passage of time, the spatial integrity of the Thousand Lakes Cave Heaven has severely deteriorated. Consequently, the 5 sects jointly decided to prohibit any cultivators above the Golden Core stage from entering, as battles among Golden Core cultivators could cause fluctuations in the primordial energy of heaven and earth, risking the destruction of the entire cave heaven. The primary intention for the disciples of the 5 sects entering was to gather spiritual herbs and flowers. However, after centuries of harvesting, the resources have diminished significantly, making innate spiritual medicines exceedingly rare. Moreover, the cave is teeming with demonic beasts, and the lack of restrictions on combat among the disciples has led to frequent incidents of beast attacks and conflicts over treasures. As a mere body cultivator devoid of magical power, your chances of survival in such an environment are grim. You must contemplate this carefully. Shifeng gritted his teeth, asserting that if he could not develop a spiritual root, he would merely become a pile of bones in a few decades. Thus, he was willing to take the risk. Li Yunzi continued, there are 2 locations of innate spiritual medicine, one of which you should not pursue, the inner core of the Cold Flood Dragon, which has nearly reached the Golden Core stage. Even I would not stand a chance against it. If you were to attempt it, you would be nothing but a snack. The other location, however, may hold your fortune. It contains a Tianyu grass, which I stumbled upon years ago. Shifeng responded, so Master, you have also ventured into this trial ground. But why did you not collect this spiritual grass when you discovered it? Chapter 39, Departure of Course. My master had visited the Thousand Lakes Cave Heaven, and not just once. The heavenly rain grass was discovered during my second expedition into the cave. A rare herb that grows an inch every 100 years, reaching maturity at 7 inches. When my master first visited, the heavenly rain grass had yet to mature, so he did not collect it. 14 years ago, when he entered again, the grass had only reached 6 inches. Chronicles remarked. Since it only grows an inch every 100 years, and it has only been 14 years, the celestial herb should still be immature, right? Yunzi shook his head. Not at all. The spiritual energy within this cave surpasses that of the outside world significantly, resulting in much faster growth for the celestial herbs. When I first encountered the heavenly rain grass, it was merely 4 inches. It has grown 2 inches in a century. He sighed and added, I had intended to collect the heavenly rain grass on my next visit, which is why I chose not to participate in the sect's grand competition this time. Otherwise, I could have accompanied you. Chronicles pondered. His master had initially planned to participate in the sect competition, but ultimately relinquished that opportunity for the sake of the heavenly rain grass. According to the rules of the competition, only the top 3 foundation-building cultivators could lead their peers into the trial grounds. His master spoke as if it were a light matter, implying that had he entered, he would have easily secured a spot among the top 3. It was surprising to realize that his master, who usually kept a low profile and lacked notoriety among foundation-building cultivators, possessed such formidable skills. His desire for the heavenly rain grass was not merely to enhance his physical constitution, but rather to break through his current bottleneck. Feeling a surge of gratitude, Chronicles bowed deeply. Master, you would rather forego the opportunity to advance to the golden core stage and bestow this chance upon your disciple. I am utterly incapable of repaying such profound kindness. Yunzi chuckled. I have ample opportunities to advance to the golden core stage. As for you, wait. How did you come to know that I intend to break through to the golden core? Chronicles was momentarily taken aback and recounted his deductions. Yunzi sighed. You are clever yet discreet, with a mind as sharp as a needle. It seems you possess the highest comprehension among my disciples. I hope you achieve your desires this time. He then provided Chronicles with the precise location of the heavenly rain grass and several important details. Finally, he retrieved 2 dark, walnut-sized iron balls from his storage bag and said seriously, Chronicles, you lack magical power, and even if I bestow you with talismans and artifacts, you cannot utilize them. These 2 thunder light balls were a rare find from my past. They contain formidable lightning power, and I have sealed some of my own magical energy within. Simply shatter their shells and throw them to unleash their might, which can rival the full strength of a mid-foundation cultivator. Consider them a gift for your protection. Chronicles was overjoyed to accept them and expressed his gratitude to his master before departing. As soon as he stepped outside, he heard the furious roar of the white fox in his mind. You reckless fool, do you wish to perish? This is a rare opportunity, master. I must at least give it a try. Try what? You possess no magical power. Are you planning to confront a group of foundation cultivators with a mere broken bow and arrow? That is tantamount to seeking death. The location of the heavenly rain grass is extremely remote. My master has been there several times, and it remains undiscovered. This time, it may not be detected. I need not engage in a direct confrontation with others. While my archery skills may not impress foundation cultivators, I can surely contend with ordinary chi refinement disciples. Besides, I have your expert assistance. When have I ever said I would help you? Master, if I can cultivate a spiritual root, there exists a glimmer of hope to restore you to the Tianhu clan. I, Chronicles, vow to exert every effort in my lifetime to assist you in reconstructing your physical form, or I shall meet a most unfortunate end. Master, please lend your support to your disciple. I foresee your journey ending poorly. Perhaps you should focus on preparing for relocation instead. Upon returning to the sword-casting valley, Chronicles immediately began his preparations. With less than 2 months remaining until the trial grounds opened, other disciples had already commenced their preparations. He had just hastily resolved to participate, and there was much to be done. The first task was acquiring a map. By regulation, all disciples who signed up for the trial could receive a map of the Thousand Lakes Cave Heaven in advance to familiarize themselves with the terrain. Of course, this map was merely a rough outline, as the cave was vast and could not be thoroughly explored. The map was compiled from reports submitted by previous trial participants, making it inherently flawed. Many disciples, due to various reasons, could not report their findings with complete accuracy. For instance, Yunzi had withheld information regarding the heavenly rain grass. Lu Yunzi had already divulged the exact location of the heavenly rain grass to Shi Feng and provided him with all the routes he had taken during his 5 visits to the Thousand Lakes Cave Heaven. Shi Feng meticulously compared the sect's map with Lu Yunzi's detailed account to refine its accuracy. Additionally, feeling that he needed more information, he either visited personally or reached out to friends who had previously entered and exited the cave to learn about its many legends. The second task involved researching materials in the scripture pavilion, documenting the various beasts and supernatural phenomena that had been encountered in the Thousand Lakes Cave Heaven, along with their living habits. The third task was preparing the items he would take with him. Shi Feng had already crafted over 100 arrows, sufficient for his usual hunts, but considering the dangers of the trial grounds, he deemed them inadequate. Thus, he reignited the forge and continued crafting arrows tirelessly. He gathered all his crystals, first exchanging them for a dozen mid-grade wind crystals, which were essential for his cloud-piercing bow. For hunting beasts, he usually utilized low-grade crystals, but this time he aimed to use the finest. With the remaining crystals, he purchased medicinal pills and a substantial number of low-tier talismans. Although he lacked a dantian, his muscles and bones still contained spiritual energy. However, due to the absence of a dantian, replenishing the consumed spiritual energy became more challenging, making a large supply of medicinal pills essential. He even prepared several bottles of fasting pills. As for talismans, Shi Feng could not activate attack talismans due to his lack of magical power, so he opted for supportive talismans such as invisibility talismans, earth-shrinking talismans, lightness talismans, and sky-soaring talismans. Later on, he even sold most of the refining materials he had painstakingly collected, reasoning that if he survived, he could gather more, but if he perished, those materials would serve no purpose. Seeing Shi Feng work so diligently, the white fox was both astonished and intrigued. On the eve of departure, Shi Feng entrusted the young eagle to Xiao Pang, instructing him that if he did not return, he should release the eagle back into the wild once it matured, leaving all his belongings to him. Xiao Pang, hearing this as if he were settling matters of life and death, could not help but shed a few tears. On the 7th day of the 7th month, at the hour of the dragon, 160 Qi refinement disciples stood in unison at the square of the Immortal Ascension platform. Originally, over 200 disciples had qualified for the first 2 rounds. But since entering the trial grounds was voluntary, some were focused on breaking through their bottlenecks, while others felt their strength insufficient and opted to avoid the risk. Thus, the final number of registered participants was similar to previous years. In the front row of Qi refinement disciples stood 3 foundation cultivators. The top 3 from the sect's grand competition, Wei Yunfei from Yantai Ridge, Qin Bing from Returning Goose Peak, and Lai Yangzi from Burning Sky Peak. In front of them were 7 golden core cultivators from the Elder Council, led by the sect's master, Xian Yizhenren, who first paid respects to the past ancestors. Turning to the gathered disciples, Xian Yizhenren said, "You are all the elite of my Tai Chi sect. This journey is of great importance. Some of you have participated in trials before, while many are embarking on their first. You are likely aware of the dangers that lie ahead. Allow me to reiterate, centuries ago, our righteous sects united to unlock the sealed trials, not solely to harvest the heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the cave, but more importantly, to temper our disciples. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. One cannot expect to become a great practitioner solely through seclusion and without the experience of real combat. Thus, although the rules of the trial grounds have never been explicitly stated, it has been tacitly accepted that disciples from various sects may engage in combat within. Regardless of life or death, the disciples listened solemnly, silence enveloping the gathering. Master Xian Yi proclaimed, in our Tai Chi sect, it is common for the vast majority of golden elixir and foundation establishment practitioners to partake in trials. Some may obtain rare celestial materials or treasures within the caverns, while others, amidst life and death combat, may experience an epiphany that allows them to shatter their limitations. This is the essence of opportunity. Observing the excitement in the eyes of the gathered disciples, he continued, however, many have also fallen within these caverns, including several promising talents favored by the sect. Alas, such is fate. Since you have resolved to participate, take heed of your actions. I shall not reiterate the myriad rules of the trial, as I trust you are all well acquainted. This expedition shall be entrusted to you, Brother Xian Ming. The elder with a dark beard, stationed at the far right of the council, stepped forward. He surveyed the disciples and, with a decisive wave of his hand, declared, "Let us depart." With a flourish, he summoned a gourd that expanded against the wind, growing to the size of an acre, resembling a colossal dark vessel. The Xianming Daoist stepped aboard first and beckoned for the disciples to follow. Once all were aboard, he performed a hand gesture, and the gourd ascended slowly into the clouds, heading southwest. After approximately an hour of flight, they exited the Shigishan mountain range. For Shifeng, this was his inaugural experience gazing down from such heights. He beheld mountains clustering together, retreating into the distance, revealing a vast plain ahead, with cities appearing like bowls and rivers resembling ribbons in the sky. The Xianming Daoist had evidently placed a restriction on the gourd artifact. For despite soaring at great altitude, the disciples felt as comfortable as if they were within their own homes, not a single strand of hair disturbed. After an hour and a half of flight, the plains came to an end, and a range of mountains emerged before them, their hues a desolate gray-yellow, starkly contrasting with the lush greenery of Shigishan. As the gourd approached this area, its speed diminished, traversing over a mountain ridge and entering a valley to the left. In the distance, a resonant voice echoed, "Seven treasures gourd?" Once again, it is brother Xianming leading the team this year. The sound reverberated, causing Shifeng and the others to feel a vibration in their eardrums. The Xianming Daoist grunted, "Brother Lei, there is no need to raise your voice so. I'm not deaf." As Shifeng and the others gained clarity of vision, they noticed a considerable number of individuals standing in the valley below, clearly divided into two factions. At the forefront of one group stood the boisterous Lei, with prominent cheekbones and an aura of a golden elixir master. Behind him stood over 100 disciples, predominantly male and impressively tall. The other group was led by a strikingly beautiful female Taoist in her 30s, whose expression was cold and distant, rendering her unapproachable. Although her followers were fewer in number, they were a sight to behold, with both handsome men and lovely women. Chapter 40. The five orthodox sects. Xianming scrutinized the Taoist nun for a long moment before exclaiming in surprise, You are the fairy Ying, are you not? Why are you dressed in such a manner?" The Taoist nun replied respectfully, 5 years ago, I severed my ties with the mundane world and took refuge in the Tao." Xianming chuckled softly. "Ah, I see." He then turned to the man surnamed Lei, saying, "Brother Lei, you have arrived quite early. It seems your sect has dispatched a considerable number of disciples this time, and they appear to be quite capable. It looks like you are bound to reap significant rewards." The man surnamed Lei smiled and responded, "With the esteemed ice fairy from your sect present, there is little chance for us to gain any advantage." He emphasized the word as while casting a glance at the Taoist nun, seemingly trying to align with Fairy Ying, yet she remained indifferent and did not engage. The man surnamed Lei chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Xianming asked, "Have the disciples from the Beast Mountain Manor and the Shuqing Temple not arrived yet?" The man surnamed Lei replied, "Not yet, but they should be here shortly." The three golden elixir cultivators gathered together, gazing up at the sky and conversing casually. While the disciples were seated in three separate circles, meditating quietly, eyes focused inward, refraining from idle chatter. After a while, a giant centipede, several zhang long, suddenly appeared in the sky, adorned with 8 wings, its imposing presence striking fear into the hearts of the disciples below. The man surnamed Lei scoffed. "The Beast Mountain Manor certainly enjoys making a grand show. This 8-winged flying centipede must have lived for 3 or 4 centuries." Xianming nodded. "Indeed. Its lifespan should have ended decades ago. I wonder what secret methods their sect employed. I have heard they managed to elevate this creature to another level. It seems it still has some time left." The 8-winged centipede descended upon the valley, swirling ominously, releasing a foul stench that left the disciples feeling uneasy and distressed. Xianming waved his sleeve, conjuring a gentle breeze that enveloped the disciples of the Taiji sect. The man surnamed Lei hastily shielded his own disciples, exclaiming, "Zhang Daoyu, what are you trying to prove?" With a hearty laugh, a tall, lean man leapt from the centipede, declaring, "Brother Lei, my spirit insect does not harm indiscriminately. It is merely that your disciples lack fortitude." The man surnamed Lei was furious, retorting, "This beast has reached the false Dan realm. Its oppressive aura is beyond what the Qi refinement stage juniors can withstand." The lean man's expression darkened. "Brother Lei, your words violate a significant taboo of our sect. The Beast Mountain Manor is renowned for nurturing spirit beasts and insects, and our disciples refer to them as spirit beasts, never daring to call them mere beasts." With a cold laugh, the man surnamed Lei replied, "What? Must I abide by the rules of your Beast Mountain Manor?" Observing the escalating tension, Xianming interjected, "Gentlemen, you are both esteemed elders of your sections. We are not here to bicker. Let us not provide entertainment for the younger generation." Both the man surnamed Lei and the lean man huffed in response, turning their faces away from each other. The man surnamed Lei leaned closer to Xianming and whispered, "Brother Xianming, the Beast Mountain Manor has always relied on their spirit beasts and has been quite overbearing. Our disciples have suffered greatly because of them. How about we join forces this time?" Xianming smiled. "I share your sentiment. Let us ensure that your disciples look after those of the Taiji sect." The man surnamed Lei laughed heartily. Mutual support, indeed. The lean man observed Xianming and the elder from the Lei family whispering together, a smirk forming on his lips as he collected the centipede and approached Fairy Ying of the Lingxiao Pavilion. Shifeng, unaware of the discussions among the golden elixir cultivators, discreetly observed those around him. He understood that while everyone was amicable here, once they entered the trial grounds, they would become mortal enemies. He had done his homework, knowing that the Lingxiao Pavilion was renowned for its formations and talismans, while the Lei family was known for its eclectic techniques and sharp magical artifacts. The disciples from the Beast Mountain Manor donned colorful attire, each sporting several bulging spirit beast pouches at their waists, indicating their possession of nurtured spirit pets. The Shuqing Temple, yet to make its appearance, was the strongest among the 5 sects and also a sword cultivation sect, akin to the Taiji sect. After a brief interval, a colossal sword flew from the horizon and landed in the clearing of the valley. A pale-faced middle-aged Taoist led a group of disciples down from the blade and onto the ground. Xianming and the man surnamed Lei promptly approached to pay their respects. Shifeng noted that all disciples of the Shuqing Temple carried long swords on their backs, which startled him. He had been in the Taiji sect long enough to know that disciples at the Qi refinement stage were forbidden from practicing swordsmanship, although sword cultivation was advantageous. It was extremely challenging, and insufficient power could lead to self-harm. Only those who had reached the foundation establishment stage were granted permission to study sword techniques. Yet the Shuqing Temple allowed even their Qi refinement disciples to wield swords, and they carried them openly rather than storing them in spirit bags. Clearly, they were prepared for swift action. Should an opponent summon their flying sword, their lives would be at stake. The 5 golden elixir cultivators conferred briefly before each seated themselves in meditation, gazing silently at the sky. After a while, as noon approached and sunlight streamed into the valley, the pale-faced middle-aged Taoist stood up and proclaimed, "Dear friends, the time has come. Let us break the seal." Xianming rose, quietly instructed Wei Yunfei, and strode purposefully to stand behind the middle-aged Taoist. The Taoist produced a jade token and cast a spell, causing a fierce wind to sweep through the valley, stirring up dust and debris as a patch of earth about 10 feet wide slowly lifted. The raging wind stripped away the soil and stones, revealing a massive seal beneath. Xianming and the other 4 quickly produced their jade tokens, channeling their energies. In a short while, 5 enormous seals appeared on the ground, radiating brilliance and intertwining beams of light, forming a sphere several zhang in size. The middle-aged Taoist nodded. "This year has gone much smoother than previous years. Friends, it is time to send your disciples in." Xianming returned to his disciples and announced, "The seal has been broken. You may pass through the formation to enter the trial grounds. Once you are inside, I will establish a teleportation array here. If you encounter danger, shatter the jade talisman, and you will be transported out." He added in a low voice, "Remember, our Taiji sect has formed an alliance with the Lingxiao Pavilion. To my knowledge, the Lei family and the Beast Mountain Manor have long joined forces. Humph, they continue to put on a show before me. Yet remember, even among allies, and even among sect members, do not place too much trust in anyone. The only one you can truly rely on in there is yourself." With that, he waved his hand and stepped aside, retrieving an array flag from his robe to begin constructing the teleportation formation. Wei Yunfei glanced back at the group, stating, "The necessary precautions have already been communicated by the sect, so I shall not belabor the point. Let us proceed." With a wave of his hand, he led the disciples slowly towards the luminous sphere at the center of the seal. The 5 major sects, led by the Shuqing Temple, approached the glowing sphere with solemn expressions, one by one disappearing into its light. When it was Shifeng's turn, he looked back at the world outside, took a deep breath, and slowly walked into the sphere. His figure shimmered momentarily before vanishing. Meanwhile, in a cave 1,000 miles away from Jinan Mountain, 3 Taoists sat cross-legged. In the center was a gaunt elder, his face lined with wrinkles, and his hair and beard sparse. At the moment the seal was broken, he sighed, opened his eyes, and said, "The cave sky has indeed been opened." A nearby rotund Taoist remarked, "The necessary words have been spoken by our junior brother, in accordance with your wishes. I did not reveal your intentions. However, the other 4 sects are determined to break the seal, and I cannot forcibly obstruct them. The elder fell silent for a moment, pondering. Perhaps I have been overly suspicious. 400 years ago, after we discovered that thing, there has been little activity. Yet the weakening of the seal's power has left me restless. Another middle-aged Taoist replied, this seal has existed for no less than a millennium, and its repeated openings have caused the loss of spiritual energy, which is only natural. With such a formidable seal, whatever lies within has likely long since dissipated. The old Taoist said, let us hope so, yet the seal is so enigmatic that I fear what lies within may not be benevolent. I have contemplated breaking the seal to investigate, but ultimately, I dread the possibility of exacerbating the situation. In truth, after a century, the entire cave will naturally collapse, and whatever resides within will be cast into the chaotic currents of space, unable to do harm. If our 5 sects refrain from reopening the seal, allowing it to wither away, it would be the wisest course of action. The stout Taoist scoffed, with so many spiritual herbs and elixirs in that cave. How could the others bear to let it go? They are but short-sighted fools. Why did you not speak plainly at that moment, brother? They would not dare to disregard your words. The old Taoist shook his head. Why exert pressure through authority? Since matters have unfolded thus, let it be. However, as Jinan Mountain is in close proximity to the Taiji sect, I shall send a message to my friend Huang Yin, urging him to remain vigilant. Shifeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, stumbling slightly and nearly losing his balance. He quickly steadied himself by placing a hand on the ground. As he stepped through the gate of the seal, he had already channeled his full strength into an unnamed technique. Once he regained his footing, he hastily drew a finely crafted iron dagger and surveyed his surroundings. He had previously learned that this seal gate was, in fact, a teleportation array, capable of randomly transporting individuals to various locations within the Thousand Lakes cave. With good fortune, one might find themselves beside a rare 500-year-old spiritual herb. With ill luck, they could end up in a beast's lair. Shifeng's fortune was neither particularly good nor bad. He found himself beside a small lake, surrounded by towering weeds and shrubs. The area was eerily quiet. Looking up, he noted the sky was shrouded in a gray haze. The Thousand Lakes cave is a treasure of Shumi, segmented by formations. Although it was midday outside, the sunlight was glaring. Here the light was markedly dimmer, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. Taking a deep breath, Shifeng sensed the abundance of spiritual energy in the air compared to the outside world, though lamentably, he lacked the spiritual root to absorb it. He first retrieved a magical disc from his belt, which had been previously distributed by the sect. Each disciple of the Taiji sect bore a spiritual mark on the disc that could indicate the presence of fellow members within a 10-mile radius, facilitating reunions. Noticing that the disc remained unresponsive, Shifeng realized there were no compatriots nearby. His purpose for coming was to seek the heavenly rain herb, and he had no intention of forming a party. He thus stowed the disc and expanded his consciousness to scan the vicinity. Apart from the sounds of insects chirping, the area remained silent. Shifeng cautiously extended himself, emerging from the thicket, and took out a map to compare it against the small lake and the mountains flanking it. He vaguely surmised that he was in the southwestern corner of the Thousand Lakes cave, while the heavenly rain herb was located in a remote cave in the northwestern corner, a considerable distance away. As he examined the map, he was startled by the sudden crashing of waves in the lake, prompting him to quickly conceal himself behind a dirt mound. The waves surged to the shore, parting as 2 massive crocodiles emerged from the water. The upper bodies of these crocodiles resembled ordinary ones, but their tails were elongated and slender, reminiscent of a python. Chapter 41. A Perilous Crisis in His Heart. Shifeng thought, it is indeed a Jiao crocodile. This mythical beast is exceedingly rare in the outside world. Years ago, Shifeng nearly lost his life in Wulong Valley over a 200-year-old Jiao crocodile's spinal sinew. Now, seeing these 2 Jiao crocodiles, which seemed to be 400 or 500 years old, stirred something within him. At that moment, Bai Hu's cold voice echoed in his mind. This cave is replete with rare mythical beasts and spiritual herbs. If you recklessly slaughter your way through, you won't just risk your life, time will not be on your side. Shifeng was taken aback. Master Hu, you finally choose to lend a hand. Bai Hu replied, now that you have entered, I cannot simply stand by. However, my essence is weakened, and I cannot leave my form to assist you in battle. Make haste towards the northwest. I shall cast a spell to conceal your presence, rendering you undetectable to most mythical beasts. Overjoyed, Shifeng had initially feared being ambushed by the beasts and had prepared some scent-masking elixirs. With Bai Hu's assistance, he felt reassured and promptly disregarded the frolicking Jiao crocodiles. He retrieved 2 swift travel talismans from his belt and affixed them to his legs. along with an invisibility talisman to his back, then oriented himself and headed northward. The swift travel talismans allowed for rapid movement, while the invisibility talismans rendered him imperceptible to the naked eye. Of course, if one were to use spiritual perception, such low-tier invisibility would not be completely effective. However, Shifeng primarily relied on it to evade mythical beasts, as their spiritual perception was comparatively weak. Although mythical beasts possess keen hearing and scent, by whose assistance in masking his presence alleviated any concerns. Despite their remarkable efficacy, both the swift travel and invisibility talismans had time limitations. Each swift travel talisman lasted merely 2 hours, while the invisibility talisman had an effect of only 1.5 hours. Generally, a disciple of Qi refinement would possess only a few thousand spirit stones, most of which would be expended on spiritual tools and elixirs. While such disciples might carry some swift travel and invisibility talismans, they would typically reserve them for emergencies. Shifeng, however, was affluent and had sold all his materials, investing his wealth in a considerable stockpile of talismans and elixirs without hesitation, readily replacing each one as it was used. Baihu remarked, "Indeed, wealth proves to be quite beneficial." As a result, Shifeng's journey was remarkably effective. Though traversing mountain paths and continuously evading mythical beasts was no small feat, he managed to cover nearly 90 miles in a single night. Meanwhile, since the seal's activation, others were not faring as well. A disciple of the Lei family, upon stepping into the seal, felt a wave of dizziness. With a sudden jolt, he found himself transported above a lake, unprepared and plunging directly into the water. Panic-stricken, he hastily retrieved a flying talisman from his storage pouch, preparing to activate it and return to shore. Just then, he noticed a straight line of water surging towards him from the left, the source of which was unknown. Overwhelmed by fear, he hesitated and instinctively reached for a jade talisman, intending to shatter it. However, it was already too late. A blood-curdling scream echoed as he was dragged underwater, and soon, the lake's surface erupted with a spout of crimson. In a desolate valley, a shadowy figure emerged, an acne-scarred man clad in the attire of the Wan Beast Mountain Villa. Upon revealing himself, he affixed a levitation talisman to his body and summoned a colossal cauldron to shield himself. This man was evidently seasoned, likely an experienced disciple who had previously ventured into the cave. Seeing that there was no immediate threat, the acne-scarred man gradually descended to the ground. With a flick of his hand, the cauldron split in two, transforming into armor that adorned his frame. As he scanned his surroundings, he spotted, to his left, a peculiar 8-foot-tall plant resembling a horseshoe, bearing 3 fist-sized, vibrant red fruits exuding a delightful fragrance. Momentarily taken aback, his expression shifted to one of elation upon realizing it was the scarlet shoe fruit. Fully ripened, he thought. Heavens! It appears my fortune has truly arrived. With just one of these fruits, I can confidently advance my foundation, and the remaining 2 can be offered to the sect for a guaranteed 10,000 crystal stones. Elated yet cautious, he extended his spiritual perception to ensure no mythical beasts or other individuals were nearby. Then, he retrieved an invisibility talisman from his possession, concealing himself completely. Not entirely satisfied, he summoned 2 demon apes from his storage pouch to guard the vicinity. With all preparations complete, he approached the scarlet jus fruit slowly. Rather than grasping it directly, he flicked his finger, launching a sharp hook to ensnare the fruit stem and draw it closer. Yet, at that moment, a seemingly ordinary morning glory nearby suddenly drooped, its petals unfurling like a rainbow drinking water, ensnaring the already invisible acne-scarred man within its embrace. The flower stem, 3 feet in diameter, contained water several feet deep. The acne-scarred man, taken completely by surprise, fell into the water. Although it appeared crystal clear, he let out a single scream as his entire body swiftly disintegrated, along with his clothes, crystal stones, magical artifacts, and storage pouch, leaving no trace behind. The water remained as clear as ever, and the morning glory continued to bloom in the wind, with only the 2 demon apes left, bewildered in their vigil nearby. Meanwhile, Shifeng, aided by Baihu, had thus far encountered no significant danger. Having practiced the art of spiritual absorption, his mental fortitude was robust, allowing him to sense movements within a radius of a mile. Although the Thousand Lakes cave spanned hundreds of miles, lakes comprised nearly 90% of the area. Few would dare traverse the water's surface, uncertain of the monstrous creatures lurking beneath. As a disciple of Qi refinement, Shifeng could not fly atop a vessel, making navigation across the water akin to courting death. Inferior even to the average Qi refinement disciple, Shifeng dared not venture onto the water, and instead navigated through the mountains and woods. Briars, weeds, and bizarre stones littered the terrain, leaving no established path. Sherfong could only ascertain a general direction and proceed with great difficulty. Throughout his journey, upon sensing any powerful mythical beasts, he would promptly detour. He also encountered several skirmishes among the disciples of the 5 sects, which he skillfully avoided, refusing to engage. Occasionally, he stumbled upon spiritual herbs and flowers, gathering a few as he went. Days later, he found himself within 20 miles of the valley where the Tianyu grass was located, yet a lake lay before him, obstructing his path. With a sigh, Sherfong resigned himself to taking a longer route around the lake to the north. On one particular day, while traversing the mountains, he heard voices ahead, accompanied by bursts of spiritual energy, indicating a clash was underway. Sherfong sought to avoid the confrontation, but found himself at an impasse. To his right lay the vast lake, and to his left, a steep cliff. With no other options, he applied another invisibility talisman and concealed himself behind a rock, peering out to observe. In the valley below, a disciple from Wan Beast Mountain Villa was battling 10 or more demon wolves, 4 or 5 demon tigers, and 2 several-meter-long pythons that were attacking a robed man. Sherfong noted that the Taoist wielded a long, dark sword, likely a disciple from Su Qingguan. This young Taoist had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and his sword manifested into a stream of dark energy, preventing the beasts from approaching. The Wan Beast disciple, at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, had the assistance of mythical beasts, yet he remained passive, avoiding direct confrontation, not far from the 2 combatants in a low patch of flowers. 7 or 8 purple blossoms the size of wine cups resembled butterflies resting upon the foliage. Sherfong gasped in realization. These were the rare butterfly pattern ice flowers. No wonder they fought fiercely. Such flowers were exceedingly rare outside, leading some to believe they had become extinct. These flowers thrived in areas rich in moisture, resembling butterfly wings. A gentle touch with golden instruments would transform them into droplets of water, perfect for concocting the ice jade powder, a vital elixir for enhancing cultivation, effective for cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Golden core cultivators regarded them as treasures, making it no surprise that the two were fiercely contesting over such a precious item. In the realm of cultivation, strength dictated respect. Generally, a disciple at the 8th layer of Qi refinement would not dare challenge one at the 9th layer of completion. Yet, with the precious treasure at stake, the disciple from Wan Beast Mountain Villa was undeterred. Amidst the fierce battle, a demon wolf, caught off guard, was cleaved into pieces by a streak of black sword energy, prompting a cold laugh from the young Taoist. "What, my friend, are you still unwilling to back down?" The disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor let out a sinister chuckle and released a colossal demon bear from his spirit beast pouch to join the fray. The young Taoist declared, "Do you intend to exhaust my spiritual power? Such foolish delusions." The black sword energy surged forth, more intense than before, and a demon tiger was pierced through its abdomen, letting out a ferocious roar before collapsing. Sherfong held little interest in this peculiar flower. Observing the 2 combatants, he pondered how long it would take to determine a victor, contemplating whether to retreat and seek an alternate path. Suddenly, the white fox intervened, saying, "Kid, do not stray away. You must secure this butterfly pattern ice flower." Sherfong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Could this be a spirit flower that enhances innate constitution?" The white fox replied, "Not quite. However, do you realize that the true value of this flower lies not in its blossoms, but in its roots?" Sherfong, possessing scant knowledge of rare flora and alchemy, shook his head in bewilderment. The white fox continued, "The roots of this flower are ineffective if less than 500 years old, and those over 500 years contain potent toxins often utilized in poison making. Yet, this toxicity significantly aids in enhancing one's spiritual awareness, albeit in minuscule doses. This butterfly pattern ice flower has bloomed 7 or 8 times, indicating it is at least 700 or 800 years old. Its roots are undoubtedly a rare treasure. Such knowledge is scarce among your humankind, only documented in the records of our celestial fox clan." Sherfong felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he had reservations regarding the white fox's teachings of the spirit illusion technique, but after months of practice, he discovered the immense benefits of a powerful spiritual force. Take this instance for example. The young Taoist and the disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor far surpassed him in cultivation, yet in terms of spiritual power, they were inferior to him. He could observe and monitor them from a distance, while they remained oblivious to his presence. Determined, Sherfong discreetly readied his bow and arrows. focusing intently on the two combatants as he calculated his approach. The young Taoist, evidently unwilling to remain entangled with his adversary, suddenly summoned a luminous shield around his obsidian sword, propelling himself into the air to strike at the disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor. Shifeng thought to himself, sword control technique? Isn't that an ability exclusive to foundation-building cultivators? If so, I must make my escape swiftly. The White Fox scoffed. This is not true sword control technique. If he possessed such skills, he would have already dispatched his opponent with his flying sword rather than grappling with the spirit beasts. This is merely the infusion of spiritual power into his weapon for enhanced mobility. His sword is indeed a high-grade spiritual tool, otherwise, he could not perform such maneuvers. The disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor was evidently alarmed and chose to flee. The young Taoist, with his sword like a streak of light, intercepted several demon beasts, piercing them with his sword light, which resulted in their explosive demise. As the disciple sprinted, he summoned demon beasts from his spirit pouch to defend himself, but the young Taoist had already resolved to eliminate him. With his entire spiritual force coalescing, the anguished cries of the demon beasts echoed as blood splattered. The demon snakes, enormous toads, bats, and even scorpions the size of millstones were utterly incapable of withstanding the young Taoist's sword. Shifeng thought silently. No wonder sword cultivators hold such a formidable reputation. They truly are ruthless. He quietly aimed his bow at the young Taoist, realizing the disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor was clearly outmatched. Should the young Taoist triumph, he would undoubtedly lose the chance to acquire the spirit herb. He steadied his aim, channeling strength into his arms to release the arrow. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he lowered his bow, pondering, wait, how could this be? The disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor repeatedly pleaded for mercy, but the young Taoist's expression darkened, unwilling to relent. At that moment, the disciple reached into his spirit pouch only to find it completely empty. With no demon beast to impede him, the black sword surged forward with increased velocity. The disciple instinctively raised his hand to block, but a scream erupted as his left arm was severed, blood gushing forth. He collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Fellow cultivator, show mercy. I am powerless to resist." "The spirit herb is yours." The young Taoist coldly replied, "The spirit herb is mine by right, but I shall claim your life as well." With a flick of his wrist, the long sword transformed into a wisp of black energy. The disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor rolled desperately, narrowly evading the sword energy. The young Taoist chuckled maliciously, on the brink of death, still. Before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. With a clang, his flying sword fell to the ground. The young Taoist clutched his throat, gasping for air, yet unable to exhale the breath trapped within his chest. His face rapidly darkened, and he collapsed, convulsing. Moments later, his legs kicked out, and he succumbed without uttering another word. Chapter 42. The four-way battle. A disciple of the Wansho Mountain Manor rose to his feet, applying a talisman to his severed arm, which promptly halted the bleeding. He kicked the Taoist to confirm his demise and scoffed, "Your flying sword may be formidable, but you still fell victim to my hand." "Huh. It was worth the effort expended on those spirit insects." As he spoke, he removed the storage pouch from the young Taoist's waist and continued, "You made me waste so much essence, I cannot let your blood go to waste." With a sinister smile, he produced a bag of spirit beasts, shook it, and released a swarm of golden-shelled insects, each the size of a thumb. These creatures immediately descended upon the Taoist's corpse, burrowing into his garments and ravenously tearing into flesh. Though the Taoist's flesh harbored potent toxins, the nameless golden insects appeared utterly unfazed. In a short while, the corpse, swathed in robes, was scarcely recognizable. Only the exposed face, hands, and feet revealed the stark whiteness of bone. Within 15 minutes, the body had been nearly consumed by the voracious insects. Despite his loss of an arm and diminished strength, the disciple of Wansho Mountain Manor, wary of potential lingering threats, scanned the vicinity for any witnesses. Upon confirming solitude, he approached the hillside to pluck the butterfly-patterned ice flower. However, just as he reached out, a glint of cold light flashed, and an arrow pierced his throat. Following that, 7 or 8 arrows flew forth, turning his body into a veritable porcupine. Shifeng emerged from behind the rocks, still cloaked in an invisibility talisman, expanding his spiritual sense. He approached the butterfly-patterned ice flower and observed the disciple's wide-open eyes, now lifeless. Sighing, Shifeng lamented that he preferred to avoid unnecessary harm, yet with this disciple's treachery, negotiation was out of the question. Merely driving him away would invite reprisal. Thus, the only option was to eliminate him. Shifeng withdrew an iron sword from his belt and uprooted the entire butterfly-patterned ice flower. Next, he busied himself with cleaning up the battlefield, ensuring that all arrows embedded in the disciple's body were removed. Should his fellow disciples come searching, they might trace him through those arrows, which would pose significant trouble. However, given the poison saturating the disciple's body, he proceeded with caution. Donning deer-hide gloves, Shifeng meticulously extracted the arrows, storing them in his belt. Resolved not to use them again, for who could say if they were tainted? After retrieving the arrows, he removed the storage pouch from the disciple's waist and stowed it in his belt. The young Taoist's black sword lay abandoned on the ground. Recalling that Baihu had mentioned its quality, Shifeng picked it up and added it to his collection. As for the disciple's spirit beast pouch, containing beasts already bound by blood, Shifeng held no interest. Glancing around, he noted that all traces of his presence had been erased. The corpses and remnants of their battle remained untouched. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned to depart. After traversing over 10 miles, darkness enveloped the land. Noticing the dense underbrush ahead, Shifeng hesitated to continue traveling through the night. He instead sought refuge in the canopy of a towering tree, where he would rest, even during the night. He would keep one half of his spiritual sense alert while applying an invisibility talisman. Perched on a branch, Shifeng began to organize the butterfly-patterned ice flower, carefully placing 7 or 8 blooms into a jade box. Examining the root, which extended over half a foot in length and resembled ginseng, Baihu commented, "Indeed, quite splendid. You may only take a single bite of the root at a time. Afterward, channel your spiritual energy, and it will gradually enhance your mental acuity. However, due to the root's potent toxins, you will experience excruciating headaches. This trial is not for the faint of heart." Shifeng nodded, refraining from verbalizing his thoughts. Attempting such a toxic method here was out of the question. He then retrieved the flying sword, which boasted 21 restrictions, confirming its status as a high-quality spiritual weapon. The sword's dark material was unidentifiable, leading Shifeng to conclude that he would need to consult with Qian Chuzhenren upon his return. As for the young Taoist storage pouch, Shifeng lacked the strength to open it and thus left it in his collection. After tidying up, Shifeng reclined against a tree branch, closing his eyes to recuperate. Suddenly, Baihu spoke. "Shifeng, I noticed you hesitated to shoot that young Taoist. What made you lower your bow?" Shifeng replied, "I sensed something amiss. Perhaps the disciple from Wanshou Mountain Manor was employing deceit, so I chose to wait." Baihu remarked, "Oh, I failed to perceive that. What did you detect?" Shifeng elaborated, "When the disciple fled, he did not run in a straight line but instead circled repeatedly." Baihu pondered. Perhaps he was reluctant to part with that butterfly-patterned ice flower and aimed to exhaust his opponent's strength first. Shifeng concurred, adding, "Moreover, I noticed that while he released spirit beasts to delay his foe, he was using only one type of creature." Baihu retorted, "Nonsense. He unleashed 5 or 6 varieties of spirit insects. How could it be just one?" Shifeng clarified, "Indeed, he released multiple types. But they all shared a common trait. They were all venomous. If he had truly wished to hinder his opponent, he would have used formidable beasts like spirit tigers or bears." It appeared that the Wanshou disciple did not exhaust all his options. He threw out scorpions and venomous snakes specifically to spread poison. Notice how the scorpions did not attack with their pincers, but instead spewed a cloud of toxin. Baihu mused, yet, the young Taoist did not seem poisoned initially. Could it be that the toxins were slow-acting? Shifeng shook his head. "No, it was acute. I previously studied the sect's texts, which indicated that Suqing Temple is renowned for its sword cultivation and is also famous for its alchemy in the Yin Kingdom. This young Taoist was cautious, so I suspect he had a detoxification pill in his mouth before engaging with the Wanshou disciple. Hence, the toxins emitted by those insects had little effect on him. Additionally, I discovered various records concerning the Wanshou Mountain Manor, including notes from a senior that mentioned how cultivators raising venomous insects often employed a blood-binding technique to prevent backlash. They would also invoke a bloodthirsty curse, ensuring that if the bonded insect harmed its master, the poison would combine with the master's blood, resulting in an extremely potent blood toxin. In this case, the Wanshou disciple, realizing he could not match the Taoist strength, feigned retreat, allowing the insects to release poison as he circled around. Ultimately, he sacrificed an arm, causing the blood and the toxic mist to merge, leading to the Taoist's demise, despite his detoxification pill being ineffective against such virulent poison. Baihu sighed, "Indeed. Your kind is remarkably cunning. Such a vile scheme is truly insidious." You are no ordinary fox, even I, an old fox of over 1,000 years. Find myself outmatched by your wit." Shifeng chuckled foolishly in response. The following day, Shifeng continued his journey northward. Inside the cave, the array created a dim ambience, contrasting with the brightness outside. The days were short and nights prolonged, and this northwestern region of the cave was enveloped in dense, primordial forest. As night fell, Shifeng was compelled to halt and rest. Sometimes, when he extended his spiritual sense, he detected distant sounds of combat. Although he suspected treasures were at stake, he opted to circumvent the area. Thus, he wound his way through the landscape, elongating his journey. After 3 days, he found himself within 10 miles of the valley where the Tianyu grass was said to grow. Excitement welled within Shifeng as he beheld the jagged mountains resembling outstretched fingers, and a secluded valley lay nestled between them, mirroring the map gifted by Lu Yunzi. Gazing skyward, he estimated that it would soon be dark. After careful consideration, he resolved that it was better to act swiftly. He decided to stealthily enter the valley that night, pluck the Tianyu grass, consume it on the spot, and then shatter the jade talisman to exit the Thousand Lakes cave. Checking his belt, Shifeng noted that he had fewer than 10 invisibility talismans remaining. Without hesitation, he affixed one to himself and sprinted towards the valley. When he was within 2 miles of his destination, his expression suddenly shifted as he halted in his tracks. What was happening? There were faint magical fluctuations emanating from the valley. Shifeng stood frozen, pondering if the Tianyu grass had been discovered by someone else. He retrieved the Dharma disc and observed 3 luminous points flickering within it, indicating that 3 of the combatants were disciples of the Taiji sect. Should he approach immediately or wait until their skirmish concluded? After a moment of contemplation, Shifeng resolved to investigate the situation further. Although he too possessed a sect's Dharma disc, it was shielded by the white fox, rendering him undetectable to the other disciples of Taiji. With measured steps, he made his way to the valley's edge, where a row of tall trees stood at the entrance. Concealing himself behind one of the trees, he peered stealthily into the valley. Indeed, a confrontation was underway, and the number of participants was considerable. Among the 3 disciples of the Taiji sect, one wielded a silver 8 trigrams Dharma disc, sending 8 flying daggers darting through the air. This was Gu Mingqing. The other 2 were somewhat familiar to Shifeng. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the Taiji disciples were 2 individuals clad in the attire of Lingxiao Pavilion. One was a strikingly handsome youth, seemingly 17 or 18 years of age, his youthful countenance belying the fact that he possessed the highest cultivation among the 5, deftly manipulating 2 amade daggers that glimmered ominously as they soared. The other was a woman around 23 or 24, who did not directly employ a magical artifact but instead produced a series of formation flags, incessantly planting them into the ground. Beneath their feet, a colossal luminous circle emerged, radiating with a spectrum of vibrant colors. Opposing them were merely 3 individuals, 1 from the Lei family fortress and 2 from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor. The 2 disciples from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor unleashed dozens of demonic beasts, encircling the light formation and launching relentless attacks. The Lei family disciple, tall and possessing a long horse-like face, appeared unperturbed as he flicked a flying dagger of considerable size into the air, effortlessly severing the luminous beams emitted by the formation. While others dared not approach him, Shifeng, lacking expertise in magical artifacts or their intricacies, could only wait anxiously. Amidst the fray, 3 more demonic beasts were caught in the formation's red light, instantly reduced to charred remains. One insect-like creature, resembling a mantis, attempted to evade but was swiftly met with Gu Mingqing's flying dagger, which severed its forelimbs. The youth from Lingxiao Pavilion, with a flash of his amade daggers, decapitated the mantis-like beast. A man from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor, startled and pained, exclaimed, "Brother Lei, why are you so leisurely?" The Lei family disciple, Lei Zhan, replied with a cold smirk, "What is there to panic about? A few insignificant children cannot possibly escape my grasp." Another disciple from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor interjected, "Brother Lei, as the foremost disciple of the Lei family's Qi refinement sect, you must not allow them to mock us. Show us your true prowess." Lei Zhan retorted, "Friendly, there is no need to flatter me. I am merely passing by. It was you 2 who implored me to intervene. Assisting you is already a considerable favor." Chapter 43. The rhinoceros dog and the earth wolf. The man surnamedly shifted his gaze and said, "I have misspoken. How about this? If we capture the opponent, my brothers and I shall forego the azure and white glazed stone. We only desire 2 stalks of deerhorn grass, and naturally, The storage bags of these 5 will belong to Brother Lei. However, I humbly request that the lady be granted to me." As he spoke, his eyes roamed over the alluring figure of the Lingxiao Pavilion woman, filled with lewd intent. Lei Jun let out a hearty laugh. "Brotherly, had you said this sooner, we would have settled it right away. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." The woman from Lingxiao Pavilion's face flushed crimson. Her teeth clenched as a silver light shot towards the man surnamed Li. Lei Jun's brows furrowed as his body seemed to swell with power, releasing a thunderous roar. The once leisurely flying dagger transformed into a streak of lightning, slicing through the silver light with a resounding clang. The woman's spirit was shaken, and her magical artifact fell to the ground, its brilliance fading to reveal a 4-inch-long silver needle, now entirely blackened, devoid of its former spirit. The Lingxiao Pavilion woman hastily gestured, but the silver needle remained unresponsive. This needle was her ultimate skill, a mid-grade spiritual artifact she cherished dearly. Little did she expect it to be so easily destroyed after just one exchange. Distracted, a flaw appeared in the formation, allowing 2 demon wolves to leap into the array. The young man from Lingxiao Pavilion pointed with his left hand, and a massive fireball hurled the demon wolf out of the formation. "Sister Jing, do not lose your composure. Protect the formation," he shouted. Regaining her focus, the woman quickly produced an array flag, mending the gap in the formation. Lei Jun laughed maniacally. "No pitiful formation can save you. Witness the might of my Lei family's destructive knife." He pointed skyward, and the small flying dagger gradually morphed into a long serrated blade, enveloped in dark energy, and struck down at the center of the formation. A deafening explosion erupted as the 11 array flags set by the Lingxiao Pavilion woman detonated simultaneously. The entire formation crumbled under the force of Lei Jun's strike. Gu Mingqing and his companions turned pale, disregarding everything as they reached for their jade talismans. Naturally, Lei Jun had anticipated this. It was too late to escape. The enormous flying knife split into 2, its brilliant light cleaving through the air. Gu Mingqing had no time to retrieve his talisman and could only merge 8 flying knives together to defend himself. The 2 disciples from the Taiji sect also drew their jade fans and a crimson shield, placing them protectively in front of him. At that moment, the young man from Lingxiao Pavilion scoffed, extending his hand. A delicate handkerchief flew forth, unfurling in midair to reveal 5 colors: blue, yellow, green, purple, and red. Lei Jun's formidable knife struck the gossamer handkerchief, yet it was silently rebuffed, returning to him. Lei Jun exclaimed in shock, "The 5-color smoke cloud handkerchief. How does this brat possess such a treasure?" He recognized it as a top-grade spiritual artifact, its fame rivaling that of his own destructive flying knife. The young man from Lingxiao Pavilion paid no heed, continuously channeling his power into the handkerchief. Sister Jing raised her hands, deploying another formation around the handkerchief. Lei Jun had boasted too much earlier to back down now. His face twisted with malice, he sneered. "Let me see how much power you possess to sustain this top-grade artifact's consumption." Being at the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, he felt confident against a mere 8th-stage disciple. The destructive flying knife transformed into swirling black energy, relentlessly bombarding the handkerchief's formation. The battle once again reached a stalemate, yet it was evident that Lei Jun held the upper hand. At this moment, Shifeng found himself in a fierce internal conflict. The cave where the Tianyu grass resided was not far behind the battling crowd. What should he do? Logically, he should assist Gu Mingqing and the others. But his strength was limited, and the battlefield was too distant for his long arrows. Even if he risked approaching, a single shot might only wound one opponent. Should Lei Jun notice, he would surely be met with a fatal strike. Even if he managed to help Gu Mingqing drive away Lei Jun and his companions. With 5 people present, he could not boldly approach to seize the Tianyu grass. The safest course seemed to be to keep his distance, waiting for them to finish their battle, as the outcome was beyond his control. With this thought, he crouched down to leave. Suddenly, the white fox spoke. "Kid, don't leave just yet." Shifeng asked why not. The white fox replied, "Isn't the Tianyu grass beneath the purple acacia tree on the left side of the valley?" Shifeng confirmed. "Indeed, there are weeds as tall as a person, and the cave entrance is hidden within the thicket." The white fox instructed, "Good, listen to me. Now, circle around to the left and wait on the hillside beside the purple acacia tree." Shifeng protested, "But that's south too close. Not to mention, Lei Jun will definitely spot us." The white fox reassured him, "Do not worry, I will utilize my full powers. With our Fox Clan's illusion magic, a mere Qi refining disciple will not detect us." Shifeng questioned, "Master who? Do you mean we should slip into the cave while they are fighting?" The white fox clarified, "Not quite. While I can conceal your presence, entering the cave will require you to part the weeds, which will attract their attention. You are not a golden core cultivator, capable of instant teleportation, are you? Shifeng inquired. Then, Master Hu, what is your intention? The white fox chuckled, humph. Do you think only these few juniors are fighting down there? Hee. In truth, a formidable demon beast is lurking nearby, and they remain oblivious. Shifeng expressed surprise. A demon beast? I had not sensed that at all. The white fox explained, your spiritual sense is not weak, but this beast excels in earth evasion, hiding underground. You naturally would not detect it. Now, let us go. The demon beast will soon emerge. Upon hearing this, Shifeng's spirits lifted, and he stealthily made his way leftward along the valley's edge until he reached a slope a dozen paces from the purple acacia tree. Observing the fierce battle between Lei Jin and the others, who were entirely unaware of his presence. Master Hu, what shall we do next? Shifeng asked. The white fox replied, this earth wolf is quite patient. It seems to be waiting to reap the benefits. Let us assist it. Do you see that protruding dead branch 10 steps to the left of the purple acacia tree? Shifeng focused his gaze and confirmed, indeed. A half-foot-long dead branch is hidden among the broken wood and weeds, hardly noticeable. The white fox instructed, shoot that dead branch with all your strength. Following the command, Shifeng drew his bow to its fullest and let an arrow fly, striking the dead branch. The moment he released the arrow, Lei Jin sensed it, retreating a yard while bellowing, who goes there? Who dares to hide and spy? As his words faded, the ground trembled, and a demon beast emerged, a creature resembling a wolf. Smaller than the average demon wolf, yet peculiarly adorned with a 5 or 6 inch horn on its nose. Shifeng, puzzled, asked, what kind of creature is this? The white fox explained, this is known as the rhinoceros dog earth wolf, a master of earth evasion that typically dwells underground, feasting on decayed matter. Do not be deceived by its small stature. It possesses a ferocious temperament, and this one has the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. Those chi refining disciples are in for a rough time. Shifeng was astonished to learn that this earth wolf was a foundation establishment beast. Recalling that the black eagle and the gigantic colorful eagle he had encountered were also foundation establishment creatures, and even Qin Bing had been no match for them. At that moment, Lei Jin and the others sensed the profound aura of the demon beast, their faces turning pale with fear. Upon being discovered, the earth wolf glanced around, attempting to locate the source of the arrow that had ambushed it. However, lacking intelligence and with weak spiritual sense, it failed to detect the white fox and Shifeng. Shaking its head, it suddenly let out a roar and charged at Lei Jin and the others. The disciple surnamed Li from Wanshou Mountain quickly whistled, causing 2 demon tigers to leap into action, their large claws extending with 3-inch-long blades aimed at the earth wolf's abdomen. The earth wolf lowered its head, using its horn to slice through one tiger's front paws, while the other tiger's claws struck its abdomen, only to be sent sprawling 3 yards away by an overwhelming force. The earth wolf suddenly charged into the midst of the demon beasts, its sharp horns swirling, resembling an indomitable blade. In an instant, the serpent was severed into several segments, and the head of the demon bear was sent tumbling. The expressions of Lei Jin and the others changed dramatically. Gritting his teeth, Lei Jin summoned his enchanted blade, launching it into the air, where a wave of dark energy sliced toward the earth wolf. The wolf let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the valley, stirring up sand and stone. A cloud of yellowish mist, mixed with countless fist-sized rocks and clods of earth, surged toward the enchanted blade. Startled, Lei Jin hastily retracted his sword, only to find the blade now marred with 2 significant gashes, a mixture of shock and pain coursing through him. As he beheld the earth wolf preparing to roar once more, he could no longer afford to linger and turned to flee. The others, fearing for their lives, scattered in every direction. One disciple from the Taiji sect, running for his life, exclaimed joyfully to his companions, Brother Gu, Brother Mu, we owe our survival to this beast. But before he could finish, the ground beneath him gave way, and the earth wolf lunged forward, sinking its teeth into his throat. The disciple fell to the ground, thrashing desperately, attempting to push the wolf away. With blood-red eyes and bristling fur, the wolf violently shook its head, severing the disciple's throat, sending his head flying far away. At this moment, Gu Mingqing and the others lamented their lack of speed, each hastily producing flight talismans and mobility charms, fleeing with all their might. Brother Mu, in particular, was running while pulling out a jade talisman. Upon shattering it, he vanished in a flash, transported out of the Thousand Lakes cave heaven. As the earth wolf pursued Lei Jin and Gu Mingqing, Feng had stealthily slipped beneath a purple locust tree, meticulously searching through a tangle of underbrush. Indeed, he discovered an entrance to a cave, approximately half his height. Feng felt a twinge of concern. Could this be the lair of the earth wolf? It would be dire if more wolves resided within. The white fox urged him, "We must hurry. The commotion caused by the earth wolf is too great. We must be cautious of attracting others." The earth wolf typically concealed itself underground, lacking a true den, and Feng's spiritual sense revealed no other demon beasts nearby. Gritting his teeth, Feng crouched and squeezed into the cave entrance, which was narrow and nearly ensnared him entirely. However, the air inside was not stifling. It was merely filled with an abundance of weeds and stones, which were quite abrasive. Utilizing the nameless body refinement technique, Feng's skin hardened to the resilience of steel, rendering him unperturbed. After crawling for several dozens of feet, the cave began to rise, ultimately allowing him to stand upright. The interior was not shrouded in darkness. A faint light permeated from within. Feng scrutinized the surroundings and was astonished to discover that the cave was, in fact, a limestone cavern, with stalactites adorning the ceiling and the sound of dripping water echoing. The cave was illuminated by light filtering through, indicating the presence of an exit on the opposite side. The cavern twisted and turned, revealing numerous side passages. Feng cast a cursory glance, noting the absence of the coveted Tianyu grass, which Lu Yunzi had mentioned was hidden within one of the side caves, yet lacked specific markings. Thus, Feng was left to explore each entrance one by one. At that moment, a long howl from outside the valley pierced the air, followed by a series of thunderous sounds. The white fox declared, "This is bad. A powerful expert has arrived." Feng gasped, "What should we do?" The white fox replied, "Do not worry. Those entering the Thousand Lakes Cave Heaven are not of the Golden Core stage and will not detect your presence. I will lend you my full support. You must search quickly." Chapter 44. Spirit Gathering Stone. With a keen gaze, Feng surveyed the 7 stone caves from left to right. He promptly ventured into the first cave, only to find it barren, save for a few solitary stone pillars. Disappointed, he retreated and entered the second cave, which was overgrown with peculiar weeds that, upon closer inspection, were not the famed Tianyu grass he sought. The third cave yielded nothing but a few half-black, half-white magan stones, devoid of any flora. The fourth cave contained a few nightlight mushrooms, emitting a faint white glow, clearly not aged. As Feng approached the fifth cave, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted outside, with the wild dog howling in despair, evidently suffering a setback. "Hurry, Feng," urged the white fox. "The individual approaching is a formidable practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage. If he discovers you, you will be in grave danger." Feng hastily scanned the cave, finding it empty. Without hesitation, he retreated and dashed into the sixth side cave. Upon entering, he was greeted by a delightful sight. The cave was small, only 10 feet in diameter, yet in the center lay a pile of rubble, atop which swayed a delicate blue spiritual herb, its leaves broad like chives, a perfect specimen of the Tianyu grass that Lu Yunzi had mentioned. Overjoyed, Feng rushed forward, drawing his dagger to sever the Tianyu grass at its roots and stowing it away. Suddenly, the white fox interjected, "Wait, this Tianyu grass is only 4 inches long. Not what your master described." Alarmed, Feng realized he must check the final side cave. Just as he stepped into the 7th cave, a sudden rush echoed outside. The wild dog had dashed into the cavernous mouth of the mountain, mere steps away from Feng's location. At this moment, Feng experienced a mix of joy and alarm. The 7th cave was the most spacious, extending over a dozen feet on either side. And in the center stood a small mound, upon which thrived a 6 or 7 inch tall Tianyu grass. However, the wild dog had also entered. And if it attracted the attention of the approaching Foundation establishment practitioner, the consequences would be dire. Feng, remain still, cautioned the white fox. "You are no match for that wild dog." Feng understood the creature's ferocity, and with the Tianyu grass so close, he had no choice but to hold his breath and press himself against the stone wall. Just then, a thunderous crash reverberated outside, shaking the walls of the cave. A loud, derisive laugh followed. "You think you can escape, you monster?" A scarred man smashed the entrance of the cave where the grass lay hidden before stepping inside. Feng was consumed by anxiety, unable to devise a means to drive away this man and beast. The wild dog, bloodied and desperate, turned and burrowed into the ground when the scarred man entered. The man sneered, pointing, causing the ground to harden like iron. The wild dog, having previously attempted to evade detection through earth-shifting techniques, realized its efforts were in vain. It swiftly darted into a side cave, and astonishingly, it burrowed directly into the cave where Shifeng hid. Shifeng felt as if a cold bucket of water had been poured over him. He heard a rush of wind as a four-cornered copper coin pursued the wild dog, its central hole emanating a dark mist, its corners sharp as blades. The wild dog, already gravely injured, charged towards the Tianyu grass. In a state of despair, Shifeng watched as the wild dog's paw neared the grass. Suddenly, a piercing howl erupted from the copper coin, and a massive skull emerged, swallowing the wild dog whole. In an instant, the wild dog was drawn into the coin's center, which spun rapidly, slicing it in two. The scarred man reached out, claiming the wild dog's severed head, from which he extracted a yellow-hued demon crystal, an exceedingly rare treasure associated with Foundation establishment beasts, highly coveted even by Golden Core practitioners. Pleased, the scarred man examined the wild dog's crystal, nodding with satisfaction before placing it into his storage bag and finally taking notice of the side cave. At that moment, Shifeng was merely 2 or 3 yards away, concealed by an invisibility talisman while the white fox masked his presence. The scarred man, oblivious to Shifeng's presence, fixated on the Tianyu grass, his expression shifting to one of elation. With a maniacal laugh, he exclaimed, "Aha! Tianyu grass! It seems that my fortune has indeed arrived. This will greatly aid my advancement to Golden Core." He extended his hand, and the copper coin flew forth, severing the Tianyu grass from its roots. As it spiraled back into his grasp, he examined it with growing delight. Shifeng was overwhelmed with a mix of rage and despair. He reached out mentally to the white fox. "Master Hu, I possess 2 thunderlight pearls bestowed by my master. If I throw them together, could we severely injure this man?" The white fox replied, "This individual is a practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage. Your meager pearls may not harm him. Even if they could, the Tianyu grass would be lost." Frantically, Shifeng implored, "Are we truly to let the spiritual herb slip away like this? Master Hu, did you not once frighten off a similar Foundation establishment creature?" The white fox retorted, "You are mistaken. I merely scared off that demon bird, not defeated it. As a celestial fox, I still bear the weight of the demon realm's pressure. However, this man is of the human race and in my current form. I am but a wisp of spirit. I cannot confront him. Is there truly no way?" Shifeng pressed. The white fox lamented, "If my true form were present, even a mere Foundation establishment practitioner would be no challenge. Alas, in this state, I can do nothing. Do not despair. My priority is to protect you. Your life is paramount. We can seek the spiritual herbs later." After a prolonged examination, the scarred man finally secured the Tianyu grass within his storage bag. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, having sensed Shifeng's slight movement in his excitement. The scarred man scanned the cave but ultimately failed to detect anything amiss. Feeling a twinge of unease, he hastily exited the cave and departed on his flying apparatus. Shifeng, filled with rage, felt as though he might vomit blood, powerless to act. He cursed his earlier decision to search the 7 caves from left to right instead of the other way around, for had he begun from the right, he would have discovered the Tianyu grass in the first cave. After a long sigh of resignation, he left the cave, which soon returned to its tranquil state. After a brief interval, Shifeng's silhouette re-entered the now silent cave. "Master Hu, why have you called me back? Is there more Tianyu grass here?" The white fox urged. "Do not waste time. Quickly dig down from where the Tianyu grass was located." Though uncertain of the reason, Shifeng trusted the white fox and drew his dagger, excavating the ground near the roots of the Tianyu grass. The soil was soft, making the task relatively easy. After digging down 4 or 5 feet, his dagger struck a stone the size of a thumb. He picked it up and brushed away the dirt, revealing a rather ordinary iron essence stone. "Indeed, this is it," the white fox exclaimed. Shifeng, amused, replied, "Master Hu, is this stone worth returning for? I could supply you with hundreds of pounds." The white fox scoffed. "Hundreds of pounds? You overestimate this stone. Now quickly secure it and fill in the hole. We must leave." Upon exiting the cave, Shifeng curiously inquired, "Master Hu, this is not an iron essence stone, is it?" "Certainly not," the white fox replied. "What is it then?" "This is known as a spirit gathering stone. Its shape is not fixed but adapts to whatever ore it is attached to. This particular one has clearly formed alongside iron essence stones, hence your misidentification." "Spirit gathering stone?" Shifeng echoed, having never encountered such a material for crafting. "This is not a crafting material," the white fox explained with a grin. "The value of this treasure far surpasses that of Tianyu grass." Should others discover that you possess such a treasure, I assure you, you shall not survive until tomorrow. Is it truly so remarkable? Shifeng asked. Indeed, it is, the white fox affirmed. The gathering spirit stone, as its name suggests, is capable of consolidating the ethereal energies of the surrounding environment. Consider this. Every practitioner yearns to find a place rich in spiritual energy. With this stone, no matter where you are, the density of spiritual energy surrounding you exceeds that of others by more than double. Isn't this an astonishing artifact? Shifeng was taken aback. If such a wondrous item truly existed, it was indeed extraordinary. He inquired, Master Hu, how do you know that there are gathering spirit stones beneath the ground? The white fox replied with pride, You may possess cunning and wit, but your knowledge pales in comparison to your old master. Shifeng acknowledged, Indeed, Master Hu, you have lived for over 1,000 years. How could I possibly compare? The white fox continued, I once heard your master mention that the Tianyu grass grows merely an inch over several decades. It puzzled me. For Tianyu grass typically requires a century to grow just an inch. I initially assumed it was due to the rich spiritual energy in this cave, yet upon arrival, I found that while the energy here is significantly denser than outside, it is not excessively so. Later, upon encountering the earth wolf, my confusion deepened. If there were a foundational stage demon wolf here, your master would surely have mentioned it. Was he intending to lead you to your demise? Shifeng replied. My master possesses profound magical abilities. Perhaps the earth wolf kept its distance when he visited. The white fox countered, That is not the case. When your master arrived, the earth wolf had not yet reached the foundational stage. This wolf, lacking in intelligence, may not comprehend the gathering spirit stone. Yet it recognizes that residing here can greatly enhance its cultivation. This is why it desperately fled to this side cave when pursued by that scarred man. Shifeng nodded in understanding. The white fox added, Additionally, regarding the horse liver stone and the glowing herb you discovered in the other 2 caves, I found them peculiar. Both the horse liver stone and the glowing herb appear to be several hundred years old, yet they possess remarkably thin spiritual energy, resembling stunted growth. This led me to question their origin. As I pondered this while we were outside, it suddenly dawned on me that there must be gathering spirit stones here, siphoning the surrounding spiritual energy. This would explain the accelerated growth of the Tianyu grass in this cave, while the surrounding spiritual herbs and stones grow slowly. Shifeng exclaimed. So that is the reason. Master Hu, if such a rare treasure is in my possession, wouldn't it attract unwanted attention? The white fox reassured him. The gathering spirit stone appears unremarkable from the outside, and this particular piece is merely of medium quality, absorbing spiritual energy at a moderate pace, making it difficult to detect. You need not worry. Shifeng sighed. Although this item is indeed valuable, I lack spiritual roots, no matter how much energy it absorbs. It is of no use to me. If I could, I would prefer to exchange it for Tianyu grass. The white fox retorted, Why do you continue to ramble? Spiritual roots or not, consuming Tianyu grass may not grant you roots. If you are willing, this gathering spirit stone could easily be traded for a handful of Tianyu grass. There is no need to rush. As they conversed, they exited the cave. Shifeng's sole purpose for this journey was the Tianyu grass. Having missed this opportunity, he was uncertain whether to remain in the Qianhu cave heaven any longer. He hesitated, contemplating whether to shatter his jade talisman for immediate transport. Yet he felt a twinge of reluctance. Perhaps other opportunities awaited in this cave heaven? Previously, he had instructed the white fox to shield the magic disc to prevent his peers from discovering his location, but now it seemed unnecessary. Given the multitude of dangers within the cave, being with his companions might offer greater safety. Consequently, he retrieved the magic disc, only to find no points of light upon it. After a moment of thought, he casually chose a direction and began his journey. Chapter 45. The 7 sons unite. Feeling a profound sense of despondency, Shifeng lost interest in seeking any spiritual herbs. Instead, he wandered along the lakeshore, distancing himself from the dense forest, traveling day and night for 2 days. On this particular day, he observed shimmering lights on the magical disc, indicating a large group of Taiji sect disciples ahead. As Shifeng lifted his gaze, he saw the sandy beach laid out before him, devoid of any presence. Just as he pondered this mystery, a colossal sword swooped down from the sky. Leading the charge was a figure clad in snow-white robes, Qin Bing. Behind her stood a dozen disciples, including Gu Mingqing and Lu Suifeng. Upon spotting Shifeng, Qin Bing offered no words but extended her delicate hand. Shifeng felt a powerful force lifting him off the ground and onto the flying sword. He respectfully greeted, Greetings, Master Qin. Qin Bing nodded slightly, offering no further remarks. After exchanging a few casual words with Gu Mingqing and the others, Shi Feng settled down in silence, crossing his legs in meditation. Noticing Shi Feng's lackluster demeanor, Gu Mingqing presumed that this journey had yielded little fortune. In trials within the cave, the fortunes gained were each disciple's secret, making it inappropriate to inquire too deeply. Qin Bing guided the sword through the surroundings, searching for more Taiji disciples. After locating 3 to 5 more, the disciples collectively sighed in relief. They had all faced perilous trials in recent days, and now, following this formidable master, their lives were finally secure. From their aerial vantage point, the cave appeared a spectacle of cerulean waters, dotted with emerald mountains, truly a breathtaking sight. The sword soared not too high, merely hovering 30 to 40 zhang above the surface of the lake. Occasionally, foolish aquatic beasts leapt from the depths, attempting to seize the practitioners aboard the flying sword. Without even glancing, Qin Bing waved her sleeve, unleashing a blade of sword energy that cleaved the beasts in two. On one occasion, a serpent-like creature suddenly surged from the lake bottom, its slender neck and dog-like head rising to an impressive height of over 40 zhang, its fangs bared. Intent on devouring the entire flying sword, Qin Bing swiftly executed a hand gesture, accelerating the flying sword to narrowly evade the creature's maw. Almost instantaneously, 2 beams of cold light flashed, severing the creature's head, blood gushing forth, painting the sky crimson, while the headless corpse crashed into the water, creating towering waves. The disciples watched in exhilaration, erupting in applause, their hearts filled with admiration. They realized the formidable power of a foundational period practitioner, vowing to devote themselves to their cultivation to honor their lives. Yet amidst the crowd, Shi Feng remained dejected, unable to summon any enthusiasm. Qin Bing cast a fleeting glance at him, pondering his unusual disposition. After flying for another half-day, a silver light streaked through the air, landing in Qin Bing's hand. With a quick sweep of her consciousness, her brow furrowed slightly. She halted the flying sword, contemplating for a moment before directing it towards the cave center. After another hour of flight, they beheld an expansive body of water below, the largest lake at the heart of the cave, spanning 100 miles. The depths harbored ferocious beasts, deterring anyone from seeking treasures here. This time, Qin Bing exercised caution, avoiding low flights over the water, instead traversing through the cloud cover. After a brief period, a small island emerged below, solitary in the vast central lake. On the island, a voice called out, "Qin Shimi, you arrived rather swiftly." It was Wei Yunfei, a senior from the Taiji sect, accompanied by a dozen Qi refinement disciples. To their surprise, 2 other groups were present on the island, identifiable by their attire as practitioners from Shuqing Temple and Lingxiao Pavilion. Qin Bing descended with the flying sword, first greeting Wei Yunfei. He gestured towards a middle-aged Taoist at the forefront of Shuqing Temple, saying, "Qin Shimi, this is Taoist Jijin from Shuqing Temple, renowned even in Yin country." Qin Bing scanned him with her consciousness and noted that Jijin had reached the peak of the foundational period. She respectfully said, "Greetings, Brother Jijin. Your cultivation is profound. It will not be long before you advance to the Golden Core stage." Taoist Jijin bowed with a smile, responding, "The name of the cold ice fairy is known far and wide. Truly, the 9-spirit ice body lives up to its reputation. You have already attained the initial stage of the foundational period before reaching your 20s. Your future is boundless. I have been stuck at the peak of the foundational period for over 50 years. Breaking into the Golden Core is not so simple." He pointed toward the couple from Lingxiao Pavilion, saying, "I believe you are familiar with Taoist Lin and his wife, Hian Yang." The Taiji sect and Lingxiao Pavilion had always maintained a cordial relationship. Qin Bing indeed recognized the couple, Lin Tai and Hian Yang, who were fellow disciples, skilled in teamwork, both at the mid-foundational stage. She nodded, acknowledging, "Greetings, Brother Lin and Sister Lin." Lin Tai, a few words, merely nodded in response, while Hian Yang, more talkative, chimed in with a laugh. "Aye, sister, you have grown even more radiant. Countless talented youths from our 5 sects speak your name and hold you dear in their hearts. Yet you always seem to have a bodyguard by your side." Wei Yunfei smiled subtly, his thoughts veiled. Qin Bing, evidently disinterested in such banter, replied, "Sister Lin, you flatter me." Turning to Taoist Jijin, she inquired, "Earlier, Wei Shixiang transmitted a message, stating you summoned us. May I ask what the matter is?" Taoist Jijin replied, "Do not rush, Cold Ice Fairy. Now that our 3 factions have gathered, we are merely awaiting Taoist Lei from Lei Family Fort and Taoist Tu from Wanshou Mountain Villa. Once they arrive, we shall discuss our matters collectively." Qin Bing was taken aback, not anticipating the presence of individuals from Lei Family Fort and Wanshou Mountain Villa. Although her demeanor remained aloof, curiosity stirred within her, yet she refrained from questioning further, nodding and stepping aside. Wei Yunfei discreetly communicated, "This Taoist has been rather secretive, only mentioning a significant task at hand, promising great benefits for all upon its completion." Qin Bing acknowledged with a hum. Each faction maintained silence, sitting cross-legged, intentionally creating a distance between themselves. After the passage of a meal's time, a roaring sound echoed across the sky as two dark clouds approached together. Taoist Jijin called out, "Taoist Lei, Taoist Tu, I have awaited you for long." Upon seeing them, Shi Feng's heart flipped. Taoist Lei was none other than the scarred man who had slain the rhinoceros hound and stolen the heavenly rain grass. The other, Taoist Tu, was a white-haired crone. Hearing Jijin's words, she coldly remarked, "Taoist Jijin of Shuqing Temple has invited me. How could this old woman dare to refuse? However, I wonder what this is all about." Noticing the presence of Taiji sect and Lingxiao Pavilion disciples below, she felt a sense of alarm. Shuqing Temple held the greatest influence among the 5 sects, and should they join forces with Taiji sect and Lingxiao Pavilion, she and Taoist Lei from Lei family fort would be unable to contend. Thus, she spoke courteously but hesitated to descend from the clouds. Scarred Lei, too, shared this sentiment. Both had come without their disciples, aware that the opposing 5 foundational practitioners outnumbered them. Should conflict arise, their side would clearly be at a disadvantage. Taoist Jijin did not disclose their thoughts, stating, "Today, I have invited the esteemed individuals from 4 sects to gather, as I wish to undertake a significant venture, one that will yield great benefits for all upon its completion." Taoist Tu scoffed. "What is this grand undertaking that requires the collaboration of 7 foundational practitioners?" Taoist Jijin replied, Even if we 7 act in unison, we may not be its match." Lei's expression changed. "Could it be you intend to deal with that cold flood dragon?" "Indeed," Taoist Jijin affirmed. Lei retorted, "Are you jesting? That cold flood dragon is the overlord of this cave, reportedly already at the golden core stage. How could we foundational practitioners hope to slay a golden core dragon? Do you seek to court death?" Taoist Jijin reassured them, "Rest assured, this cold flood dragon may have reached the golden core, but that was merely a decade ago. Its cultivation path has not yet solidified. With the 7 of us, both Lei Taoist and I are at the peak of the foundational stage. Lady Tu is also at the foundational later stage, while Cold Ice Fairy and Wei Taoist together and Lin S couple together are equivalent to high foundational practitioners. This lineup is sufficient to challenge the cold flood dragon." Lady Tu shook her head. "Even so, it would be difficult for us to preserve our lives, let alone slay this cold flood dragon." Lin Tai of Lingxiao Pavilion, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, "Why must we slay the dragon?" Taoist Jijin replied bitterly, "Over 100 years ago, my revered master, the keeper of the hidden collection, led a team of foundational practitioners into this cave for training, but tragically lost his life at the claws of this cold flood dragon. I have been consumed by thoughts of avenging this great grievance ever since." Lady Tu shook her head once more. "Your vendetta has nothing to do with me. I shall not accompany you." As the obsidian jade spider beneath him turned to leave, the Jijin Taoist called out, "Wait a moment. Lady Tuesday, allow me to finish my discourse before you depart. If we succeed this time, aside from the inner den of the cold flood dragon, I shall take nothing else. The dragon's skin, flesh, spirit, and horns will all belong to you, my esteemed companions." Upon hearing this, the other 6 foundation building cultivators were all stirred with excitement. Even Qin Bing's eyes sparkled with interest. The flood dragon is an exceptionally formidable beast in the realm. Though not a true dragon, it bears the bloodline of the dragon clan. Its inner den is invaluable, and its scales, flesh, spirit, and horns are all treasures of great worth. Lei Qi interjected, "My friend, you have yet to explain how we will slay this flood dragon." With a flick of his hand, Jijin Taoist produced a small mirror. Upon scanning it with his divine sense, Lei Qi's expression changed dramatically, as he instinctively retreated a pace in the air, exclaiming, "Could this be the Kuan Zhao Moon mirror?" Jijin Taoist nodded in affirmation. The Kuan Zhao Moon mirror is indeed a genuine magical artifact, a rare heirloom among treasures, passed down for millennia within the Suqing sect. This mirror, also known as the shaping reflection mirror, reveals the true form of anything illuminated by its light, slowing their movement and accelerating the depletion of their magical power, earning its formidable reputation within the Suqing sect. Jijin Taoist declared, "I have borrowed this treasure from my master with a resolute heart. I vow, as a testament against my inner demons, that should we work together, aside from the inner den of the cold flood dragon, Everything else shall belong to you. Lei Kuei, though rugged in appearance, was astute, asking, how shall we divide the spoils if we succeed? Jijin Daoist replied, naturally, those who exert more effort will receive a greater share. What do you all think? Lei Kuei, despite his rough demeanor, was meticulous in thought. How do you intend to deal with this cold flood dragon? Jijin Daoist explained. I will draw out the cold flood dragon and use the reflection mirror to hold it in place. Fellow Lin and his wife shall set up the 9 stars eclipse array. The reason I invited them instead of your esteemed companion, Han, is that they are more proficient in this array, which will perfectly complement my treasure, once ensnared by the array's light. The cold flood dragon will not only be unable to submerge, but will also have its power significantly diminished. As the Ice Fairy wields water-based techniques and Wei possesses earth-based skills, they need not fear the cold flood dragon. With Lei's fire-based abilities, which counter water, combined with Lady Tu's obsidian jade spider and poison arts, even if the cold flood dragon is thrice as formidable, it shall not be our match. Chapter 46. The ensnarement of the frost serpent. Lady Tu pondered momentarily before replying. Very well. I shall accompany you on this venture. With her lifespan nearing its end, she was eager to advance to the golden core stage. Her expertise in poison meant that any blood extracted from the frost serpent would be of no use to others. It could only benefit her, given the serpent's enormous size and the vast quantity of blood it possessed. Her chances of breaking through to the golden core stage were nearly 70%. The temptation was so great that she nodded in agreement without a second thought. The Taoist of accumulated truth expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lady Tu, for your assistance. The others remained silent for a moment before also nodding in agreement. After all, they each held jade talismans. Should the situation turn dire, they could easily crush the talismans to escape the cave realm, which was their greatest assurance. After concluding their discussion, they each began their preparations. Qin Bing could not resist sending a covert message to Wei Yunfei. Do you trust the words of the Taoist of accumulated truth? Wei Yunfei pondered for a moment before responding. Avenge my master? I doubt anyone would believe such a claim. It's merely unsaid among us. He had heard his master and the sect leader vaguely mention that the ancestor of the Void Purity sect seemed opposed to reopening the Thousand Lakes cave realm, intending instead to let it fade away with the passage of time. Thus, this trial may be among the last. The Taoist of accumulated truth, being from the Void Purity sect, surely understood the intricacies involved. His singular desire for the frost serpent's inner Dan was something we need not expose. At this time, Lin Tai and his wife had already produced the formation flags. One moved from left to right while the other went from right to left, placing a flag every 17 steps at the center of the small island. He Ernyang asked the Taoist of accumulated truth, how do you intend to lure the frost serpent into the formation? The Taoist had already gathered his disciples and instructed them on a combined sword array. He chuckled in response, there is no need for concern. The frost serpent lies beneath this very island. At that moment, Lei Kuei and Lady Tu had landed on the small island, astonished by the revelation. It's right here? The Taoist affirmed, indeed, but fear not. This serpent has been sleeping at the lake's bottom since it ascended to the golden core stage 15 years ago. I shall draw it out, and we must all work together. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Tai and his wife completed the arrangement of the formation flags, meticulously checking each one. All disciples at the Qi refinement stage, please enter the formation and refrain from unnecessary noise or action. Qingyun, you and the other 4 brothers must protect the formation flags. Lin Tai instructed. Understood, Uncle Lin, replied a disciple, who was the young man from Lingxiao Pavilion that Shi Feng had encountered before. Even at a young age, his cultivation was impressively high. Once all the Qi refinement disciples entered the formation, Lin Tai performed a hand gesture, activating the array. 18 flags flickered with ethereal light, enveloping them in a profound spiritual pressure. He Ernyang remarked, Taoist of accumulated truth, this 9 stars eclipsing moon formation consumes too much energy. At present, my husband has only activated 20% of its power. When the frost serpent appears, we should fully unleash the formation. What do you think? The Taoist nodded in agreement. That is precisely my intention. Since everyone is prepared, I shall now draw forth the frost serpent. He then instructed the disciples of the Void Purity sect to release their items. 3 disciples stood and shook their storage bags, causing 3 dark red objects to soar into the air. The Taoist executed a hand gesture, merging the 3 into a massive sphere several feet in diameter. Hovering in the air, an inexplicable aroma, both pungent and fragrant, wafted through the air. Lady Tu's eyes brightened. Taoist friend, Where did you gather such an abundance of dove blood? The Taoist replied, I shall disclose that later, though it is of considerable significance. Lady Two assured, I shall certainly offer a price that will satisfy you. The Taoist smiled faintly and chose not to elaborate further. At this moment, all stood within the grand formation. Lin Tai activated it, and a cloud of white mist rose, concealing their figures. All focused intently on the sky, awaiting the frost serpent's emergence. Shifeng noted that Lei Kuei was less than 2 yards away, contemplating, if I were to reveal that this man possesses the heavenly rain grass, there would likely be a violent clash before the frost serpent even arrives. Regardless of the outcome, that grass would ultimately slip from my grasp. Best to endure for now. After a while, the stillness persisted, prompting Shifeng to ask Bai Hu, do you think they can defeat this frost serpent? Bai Hu replied, logically. A group of Foundation establishment cultivators attempting to slay a golden core demon dragon is akin to courting death. However, if the young Taoist words ring true, and the frost serpent has just ascended, the situation becomes uncertain. Our demon kind experiences significant weakness for a period post-ascension. The more formidable the body, the longer the duration of weakness. Had it not been for my tribulation, leaving me vulnerable, I would not have been relentlessly pursued by the Danyang Taoist. Shifeng inquired, what treasure is that mirror in the Taoist's possession? Bai Hu replied, the Kuan Jiao Moon mirror. I have heard of it, an exceptionally powerful artifact. Coupled with this 9 stars eclipsing moon formation, it could stand a chance against the frost serpent. As for who would prevail, it depends on the serpent's abilities, which is uncertain. However, if I were you, I would retrieve the escape talisman right away. A golden core beast could obliterate you with a mere breath. Shifeng acknowledged. That is precisely my intention. He produced the talisman, clenching it tightly as he discreetly observed the surrounding disciples. Noting that 3 or 4 among them were also gripping their talismans, clearly cautious individuals. After waiting an hour, the lake remained as calm as glass, devoid of any ripples. Lei Kuei could no longer contain himself, asking, Taoist friend, why is there still no movement? The Taoist of accumulated truth remained steadfast, responding, do not worry, Lei Taoist. With this dove blood, the frost serpent will undoubtedly come. The longer it takes, the more pronounced its slumber and weakness, which is not unfavorable. As soon as he finished speaking, the lake began to stir, and soon tumultuous waves surged, forming a colossal vortex. From within, a massive creature emerged, a serpent whose head resembled a mountain and whose body was several meters thick. This was the first time the disciples beheld a true dragon. And despite their preparations, they were filled with dread. The serpent's body was a pale blue, and although most of it was visible, its tail remained submerged. It fixated on the sphere of dove blood above, eyes gleaming with avarice. With a sudden, gaping maw, it devoured the blood sphere. At that moment, a radiant 7-colored light shot forth from the island, enveloping the serpent. Startled, the creature did not hastily retreat into the water. Instead, it exhibited a human-like fury, unleashing a massive water column that struck the 9 stars eclipsing moon formation, causing the array to shimmer erratically. He Ernyang was astounded by the strength of a weakened golden core beast and urged, friends, we must act quickly. This formation may not hold for long. The Taoist of accumulated truth instructed, Lin Taoist, you and your wife maintain the stability of the formation. He then brandished the precious mirror in one hand and a sword in the other, charging out of the array, shouting, monster, cease your rampage. With a flick of the Kuan Jiao Moon mirror, a milky white beam enveloped the serpent's head. The frost serpent shook its head and released another powerful water column. But an extraordinary sight unfolded. The water was inexplicably impeded, splashing down just 3 yards away, failing to reach the Taoist. In the next instant, the Taoist's flying sword, Lei Kuei's 4-cornered copper coins, and the sword energies of Qin Bing and Wei Yunfei struck simultaneously. The frost serpent displayed contempt, making no effort to evade. A series of resounding impacts echoed as the flying sword and copper coins rebounded, leaving the serpent unscathed. Everyone was struck with terror, realizing the serpent's body was extraordinarily resilient. Witnessing this, Lady Two urged her black jade spider forward, which opened its mouth to expel a glossy, finger-thick thread, ensnaring the frost serpent's massive form. The spider, with its round green eyes wide open, pulled with all its might. Madame Two could not help but display a glimmer of joy. The silk spun by her spiritual pet was not only remarkably resilient, impervious to blades and swords, but also laced with a potent venom that could ensnare and penetrate to the bone, causing cultivators of the same rank to recoil in fear. Taoist Jijin exclaimed, what a marvelous technique! as he directed another flying sword towards the soft underbelly of the cold flood dragon. However, the elation on Madame Two's face gradually faded. The cold flood dragon, ensnared in silk, seemed utterly unfazed, and the scales at the points of entanglement showed no signs of poisoning, appearing entirely unaffected. As she marveled at this, the cold flood dragon let out a thunderous roar, its entire body erupting from the water. Its four claws flailing as it lunged towards the precious mirror in Taoist Jijin's grasp, clearly distressed by the artifact that confined its head. Madame Two continuously issued sharp cries, directing a spell into the body of the black jade spider, which began to emit a faint red glow from its ebony form. Its strength amplified as it tugged the silk, pulling the cold flood dragon back to Zhang. Furious, the cold flood dragon exerted a powerful struggle, snapping the silk as easily as if it were a mere thread. In the next instant, its tail glimmered with blue light, prompting Taoist Jijin to shout, "To Taoist friend, dodge!" Madame Two sensed an overwhelming danger looming over her. Without a moment's hesitation, she executed a swift escape. With a resounding crash, the black jade spider was struck by the dragon's tail, its form reduced to a mere pulp, its remains sinking into the depths of the water. Heartbroken, Madame Two let out a sorrowful cry as a mass of dark clouds erupted from her, transforming into a swarm of insect-like creatures that viciously descended upon the dragon, biting ferociously. Though the dragon's scales were impervious to blades and toxins, these peculiar insects inexplicably left behind white marks upon its hide. The cold flood dragon continued to unleash jets of water, yet they were rendered harmless by the Koan Zhao Moon mirror. Meanwhile, the 4 copper coins of Lei Kuei had morphed into the size of wheels, gleaming with cold light as they joined 3 flying swords in an assault on the dragon's underbelly. Although the cold flood dragon had yet to awaken its intelligence, it sensed that the individuals before it were not to be trifled with, especially as the 7-colored radiance emanating from the array below enveloped it, causing its mana to dissipate inexplicably. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the incessant bites of the insects and the relentless strikes of the swords, the cold flood dragon's impatience became evident. Suddenly, it opened its maw wide, exhaling a chilling white mist. Taoist Jijin warned, "Extreme cold aura, everyone be cautious. This is the cold flood dragon's innate divine ability." Before his words could fully resonate, the temperature plummeted dramatically, with snowflakes swirling through the air, and the lake's surface swiftly transformed into a mirror-like sheet of ice. The swarm of insects clinging to the dragon's body was instantly frozen, and the artifacts launched by the group were halted mere inches from the cold flood dragon. Encased in the chilling aura, each artifact, being the life-bound treasures of the cultivators, filled them with a simultaneous sense of dread. The cold flood dragon sneered, lifting itself high, carrying with it an avalanche of ice blocks the size of millstones, sweeping towards the group with formidable force. Faced with such an overwhelming display, the onlookers dared not confront it, hastily dispersing in a chaotic retreat upon their flying instruments. Taoist Jijin declared, "Everyone, let us engage in a battle of attrition." Chapter 47. Sudden changes. At this moment, Qin Bing's expression turned serious. With a wave of her hands, the star sword soared into the air, landing gracefully in her slender palm. She pointed the sword's tip, launching it like a meteor towards the cold flood dragon. The dragon, with its sharp claws raised, was met with an overwhelming barrage of ice blocks that descended upon Qin Bing, enveloping her delicate figure completely. The Taoist Jijin exclaimed urgently, "Fairy, retreat at once. Do not confront it head-on." However, Qin Bing paid no heed, boldly charging towards the torrential hail of ice. As the two forces collided, she flicked her right hand, causing countless ice blocks to transform into wisps of white vapor that flowed into the star sword. In an instant, the sword shifted from a mottled black and white to a pure, jade-like white, its speed dramatically increasing, akin to lightning. The sword struck the dragon's abdomen, drawing forth a splash of fresh blood. The white fox could not help but exclaim, "What a splendid technique, melting ice into vapor. This girl's cultivation is indeed remarkable. Shifeng, find a way to acquire it, and I promise you will be rewarded." Shifeng rolled his eyes, uninterested in the fox's antics. Thunderous astonishment filled the air as Lei Kuei and the others regarded Qin Bing with newfound respect. This young woman, merely in her 20s and at the initial stage of foundation establishment, possessed such extraordinary abilities. Given time, she would likely become unmatched among foundation cultivators. The cold flood dragon, taken aback by being wounded by a mere girl, let out a furious roar. Its blue aura surged, and Qin Bing felt the air around her tighten as if she could not move. Wei Yunfei, in a panic, released his purple sword, directing a beam of earthy light towards the dragon's eyes. The dragon swept its front claws, sending Qinbing flying. Although she was struck by the fierce wind and felt her blood surge, she was not gravely injured due to her protective ice armor. "It's injured," Daoist Jijin shouted. "Lin, activate the formation." The seven-colored radiance intensified, causing the cold flood dragon to feel the flow of its vital blood accelerate at the wound. Enraged, it thrashed its four claws, forcing everyone to retreat repeatedly, while it launched itself towards the formation above, slamming its tail down with a thunderous crash that shook the array. He Ernyang, exasperated, cried out, "Everyone, at this rate, we cannot hold on much longer." But Daoist Jijin and his companions could not approach the cold flood dragon. Even Qinbing, after her surprise attack, had exhausted her energy and could only swallow several pills to recover. Suddenly, Lady Tu chuckled, reciting incantations. The previously frozen flying insects ignited with a red glow, their surfaces bursting into flames, revealing a swarm of fire attribute spirit insects. The flames melted the surrounding ice, and the spirit insects stealthily approached the dragon's abdominal wound. The cold flood dragon, lacking intelligence, was solely focused on demolishing the formation that drained its spiritual energy. Overconfident in its own strength, it remained oblivious to the swarm of insects. By the time it felt a tickling pain in its abdomen, it had already been bitten dozens of times, with several insects burrowing into its body, tearing at its insides. With a deafening roar, the dragon's cry echoed through the air, causing Daoist Jijin's hand to tremble as the mirror's light could no longer encompass its head. Accompanied by the dragon's wail, countless insects fell from its body. Having been violently shaken to death, the gathered cultivators felt as if their eardrums would burst, desperately channeling their powers to resist. Wei Yunfei shouted, "What shall we do? Fellow cultivators, we may not be able to contend with this beast. Should we flee?" Lady Tu sneered, "If we attempt to leave now, it will likely not permit us to escape." At that moment, the dragon's head regained its freedom, and flames erupted from its eyes. Instead of water, it unleashed a torrential rain of ice, while its claws and tail relentlessly struck the formation below. Daoist Jijin repeatedly waved the moon mirror, trying to ensnare the dragon once more, but the creature was too quick, refusing to fall for the same trick again. He Ernyang, now drenched in sweat, suggested, "Everyone, why not escape separately? This formation surely cannot withstand it." Before Daoist Jijin could respond, Lady Tu commanded, "Wait, just a moment longer." Suddenly, she opened her mouth, expelling a drop of vital blood onto a bell. She shook the bell, and a clear, melodious chime resonated. The cold flood dragon, in the midst of its rampage, suddenly convulsed in agony. Daoist Jijin rejoiced. "It seems it has fallen victim to Daoist Tu's potent poison. Fellow cultivators, let us take this opportunity to finish it." He pointed, cutting his palm to infuse his blood into the flying sword, which transformed into a massive blade, descending upon the dragon's wounded abdomen. Lei Kuei flicked a copper coin, splitting it in two. The halves flew towards the dragon, encircling its abdomen, spinning rapidly as if to crush it. Wei Yunfei and Qinbing joined forces, their swords striking simultaneously. The cold flood dragon, suffering continuous injuries, writhed in agony, especially from the potent poison coursing through its veins. Feeling as though it were being scorched by fire, it flailed desperately in the air, its tail sweeping across the small island, sending boulders flying and cracking the ground beneath. "Fellow cultivators," Daoist Jijin urged, "it cannot endure much longer. Do not let it escape." Everyone surrounded the dragon, their magical artifacts clashing like thunder, causing the entire island to fragment. At this moment, the cold flood dragon's strength waned, its movements slowing. Daoist Jijin's mirror once again enveloped its head, and they saw the dragon drenched in blue blood, one eye blinded by the sword. Joy filled their hearts, yet simultaneously, they remained wary of one another. After all, everyone was now low on energy. A sudden alliance against any individual could result in their swift demise. However, the nine-star eclipse formation was on the verge of collapse, its spiritual light flickering precariously. Lin Tai declared, "Take these disciples away. I will lure the dragon in and detonate the formation. It will surely perish." He Ernyang replied, "Very well, but be careful." Producing a colorful flying boat from her storage bag, she swept her robe, gathering 4 to 5 dozen disciples into the vessel. She then stepped aboard, launching the boat from the formation. At that moment, the cold flood dragon, with only a flicker of clarity remaining, sensed the formation beneath it faltering. It lunged downward, and Lin Tai quickly executed 2 incantations, his figure blurring as the formation transported him away. Just as the dragon dove into the formation, a thunderous explosion reverberated, obliterating the island and shattering the surrounding ice into a chaotic storm of debris. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld a massive pit where the island once stood, with the cold flood dragon lying within, barely alive and motionless. Daoist Jijin exclaimed with delight, "Everyone, we have succeeded." Fortunately, this dragon had only recently undergone its tribulation and was at a mere fraction of its usual power, or we would have surely failed. Lady 2, Lei Kuei, and the others, nearly drained of energy, regarded Daoist Jijin with trepidation as he appeared to retain some strength. Exchanging glances, they instinctively drew closer, each swallowing pills for recovery. Daoist Jijin continued, "Our 5 sects have united to slay the dragon. As previously agreed, we shall divide the spoils. This time, those who have contributed the most." Before he could finish, the ground beneath the dragon began to shift. The earth trembled, and like a funnel, the sand and stones sank, pulling the dragon deeper into the earth. The crowd, bewildered by this unexpected turn, froze in place. Suddenly, the pit collapsed, revealing a dark, gaping hole. The dragon's body was swiftly swallowed by the abyss. "Not good," the crowd shouted, rushing towards the edge of the pit, attempting to retrieve the dragon's corpse. However, as they neared, a dense, inky fog erupted from the opening, and a violent wind surged forth strangely. The wind was not blowing outwards but inward, creating a powerful suction that threatened to engulf them all. Daoist Jijin, being the closest to the pit, was the first to react, his face pale with fear. What is happening? He hurriedly summoned his sword to flee, but despite exerting all his strength, he could not move an inch, instead being pulled toward the black void. His expression turned ghastly as he hastily produced a jade talisman, shattering it. Simultaneously, others followed suit, knowing that this black hole was far too strange to resist by human strength. However, at the moment when the crowd shattered their jade talismans, the air shimmered with ethereal lights, yet was thwarted by an ominous darkness that rendered the transmission futile. The onlookers either cried out in despair or screamed in terror, as they were engulfed by the black void. Ultimately, that massive black mist was also drawn into the abyss, and tranquility returned to the heart of the lake. Shifeng, who had initially stood upon the resplendent flying vessel, was among the first to crush his jade talisman upon the emergence of the dark aura. Yet, under its shroud, the talisman lost all efficacy. Soon after, an invisible and tremendous force yanked the entire vessel into the black hole, scattering the disciples aboard like leaves in a tempest. In the face of this overwhelming power, Shifeng could only summon his unnamed body refinement technique. Shielding his head with his hands as his consciousness swept through the chaos, he observed all around him as individuals flailed helplessly in the air, unable to control their descent. After approximately 10 breaths, Shifeng felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, followed by a heavy thud as he landed upon a solid surface, which he discerned to be a stone slab upon inspection. At that moment, the sound of crashing echoed as others began to fall as well. Thanks to his training in the unnamed body refinement technique, Shifeng's physical prowess was unrivaled among the disciples. Although he was left sore and bruised from the impact, he was largely unharmed and quickly righted himself. Straining to make sense of his surroundings, he found himself enveloped in darkness, barely able to see anything, except for the faintly smooth azure stone beneath him. The other disciples, lacking Shifeng's formidable physique, cried out in agony upon landing, with a few losing consciousness entirely. The 7 foundation-building cultivators, however, managed to maintain their footing, channeling their powers upon contact with the ground. One disciple, struggling to stand, produced a moonlight stone in an attempt to illuminate their surroundings. With a swift motion, Lei Kuei seized the moonlight stone and admonished, "Ignorant youth, do not act recklessly. In this pitch-black place, we know nothing. A sudden burst of light could summon unforeseen troubles." Jijin Daoist, along with the Lin couple from Lingxiao Pavilion, Wei Yunfei, Qin Bing, and their respective disciples hurriedly aided their fallen brethren, some of whom suffered broken limbs and hastily retrieved medicinal pills for healing. Lei Kuei and the elderly two, not accompanied by disciples, stood side by side. The elderly two remarked coldly, "Daoist Jijin, could you kindly elucidate the nature of this predicament?" Daoist Jijin replied, "To Daoist. What do you imply? The sudden turn of events has left me just as bewildered. Do you suspect me of foul play?" The elderly two countered, "The slaughter of the cold flood dragon was entirely your suggestion. Now, with the corpse of the ice serpent in your possession, we find ourselves ensnared in this circumstance. Are you still unwilling to provide an explanation?" Daoist Jijin asserted, I have already sworn a vow against harboring malevolent intentions. How could I deliberately breach such an oath? Humph. To Taoist, do not let paranoia cloud your judgment. Young interjected, enough of this bickering, both of you. We must devise a means to escape this place. Taoist Jijin expanded his consciousness and discerned that they were situated within a vast, empty hall, devoid of anything save for a few stone statues. Looking upwards, he saw only a murky expanse, unable to locate the opening from which they had fallen. As he probed further with his consciousness, he felt as though an unseen barrier obstructed his exploration. Chapter 48. The Underground Palace. With a sigh, he addressed the assembly. Esteemed friends, what has transpired here is beyond my understanding. I am willing to make a solemn vow once more. Young replied, we naturally place our trust in your words, Taoist. At this moment, we find ourselves in an unknown realm, and thus, we must unite our efforts. Lei Kuei snorted coldly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Jijin Taoist remarked, our immediate priority is to ascertain the nature of this place and how we might escape. Qin Bing added, we were drawn from the island in the lake and arrived here in approximately 10 breaths. We must be at a depth of about 400 to 500 zhang below the surface. Wei Yunfei suddenly interjected, dear friends, I find two matters perplexing. First, we fell straight down from the entrance without altering our course. The distance of 400 to 500 zhang does not seem excessively far. Yet I cannot sense the entrance above us at all. Second, the corpse of the cold flood dragon should have fallen with us. How is it that we see no trace of it? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Lin Tai, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke. Indeed, Wei Xiong, your observations are astute. I possess some knowledge regarding these two matters, though I cannot ascertain their accuracy. Wei Yunfei urged, please, share your insights, Lin Taoist. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tai responded, though we dwell in darkness, the sensation we share suggests we are within a grand palace. However, this is misleading. We are actually in an expansive plaza, devoid of any brick walls above us. The group looked up, but all they could see was an impenetrable blackness, their senses unable to penetrate it. Lin Tai continued, certainly, there is something above us, not a wall, but a formation of symbols. It seems that during our struggle with the cold flood dragon on the island, this formation was activated, drawing us into this place. Subsequently, it returned to its original state, cloaking the entire plaza, which is why we cannot see or sense the entrance. Wei Yunfei agreed. Indeed, Lin Xiong, you are rightly regarded as an expert in formations. Had this been a palace, we would have broken through the ceiling upon our descent. Yet, we landed directly on the ground without obstruction. Lei Kuei interjected. If that is the case, then we must combine our efforts to shatter this formation and find our way back. Jijin Taoist cautioned. Hold on, Lin Xiong. Please elucidate why the corpse of the cold flood dragon is missing. He was eager to clarify this misunderstanding with Lei, and Tuesday Lin Tai replied, I can only speculate. This plaza may connect to various palaces. Perhaps when the cold flood dragon fell, it landed elsewhere. Alternatively, there might be some beasts or spirits within this underground palace that have claimed the dragon's body. At the mention of beasts or spirits, a shiver ran through the group. Young proposed, we have two options. Either we collaborate to break the formation and escape, or we first seek the cold flood dragon's body and then find a way out. The group fell into silence, each lost in thought. Jijin Taoist suggested, let us first attempt to break the formation together. Otherwise, we may find ourselves trapped indefinitely. Lin Tai nodded in agreement. That is precisely my intention. The others, hearing this, had no objections. They each summoned their magical artifacts and struck the oppressive barrier above, only to be met with astonishment. Regardless of the intensity of their power or the techniques employed, the formation remained utterly unmoved. The artifacts produced no sound upon impact. And had it not been for the artifacts bouncing back, they might have doubted whether they had struck anything at all. After a considerable period, Lin Tai declared, there is no need to continue. This barrier is beyond our combined strength to breach. Tu Lauren exclaimed in anger, shall we then be left to perish here? Lin Tai replied, not necessarily. All formations have a focal point. If we can locate it, escape should not prove difficult. However, I am entirely unfamiliar with this place. Has anyone heard from their sect elders about an underground palace existing within the Qianhu Cave Heaven? The group shook their heads in confusion. Lin Tai said, oh, then we must proceed cautiously and examine what these stone statues are. At this juncture, the group looked to him for guidance, as he was the most knowledgeable regarding formations. Feng joined the others in inspecting the statues, which numbered 4, each carved from a dark stone and depicting imposing warriors wielding axes, swords, halberds, and hammers. Their expressions fierce. Lin Tai examined them closely, feeling for any hidden mechanisms. Feng, meanwhile, touched the material of the statues and realized it was an exceedingly rare type of stone known as Tianyan stone, typically found in volcanic regions and excellent for crafting artifacts. In his mind, he queried Bai Hu, "Master Hu, do you know where we are?" Bai Hu replied, "I have never been here. How could I know? However, I can sense this is no benign place. A shiver runs down my spine." Feng asked, "Do you recognize the formation above?" Bai Hu responded, "Our kind knows little about formations. Do not ask me. However, I can identify these statues." Feng expressed interest. "What do you know about them?" Bai Hu cautioned, "Do not be alarmed, but these 4 statues are not recognized by the younger generation of foundation-building disciples. They merely see them as ordinary warriors. In truth, they represent 4 guardians of the demon clan." Feng gasped, "The demon clan?" Bai Hu affirmed, "Indeed. The demon clan bears a striking resemblance to your humankind, yet they are fundamentally different." Feng pondered, "Could this place truly be a palace of the demon clan?" Bai Hu replied, "It is highly probable. It seems that the Qianhu Cave Heaven was once a stronghold for your kind to suppress these demons, though I cannot fathom how your descendants stumbled upon it." Feng inquired, "Suppressing the demon clan?" Bai Hu explained, "That formation above us is a seal against demons. I sense no trace of demonic or beastly energy emanating from it. Thus, it must have been established by your humankind. This formation is far beyond what your foundation-building disciples could hope to breach. Not even golden core cultivators possess such capability." Feng lamented, "Does that mean we cannot escape?" Bai Hu reassured him, as Lin's descendant rightly stated, "If you can locate the focal point of the formation, you should be able to exit. Moreover, since this formation is designed to suppress demons, and you are not of that ilk, finding the focal point will naturally allow the formation to transport you out without effort." Feng then asked, "Do you sense any remnants of the demon clan here?" Bai Hu replied, "This place has likely been sealed for a millennium. Even if there were demons, they would have long since perished under the formation's influence. However, exceptions exist, and I cannot say for certain. It would be wise for you to proceed with caution." Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber deep within the palace, a stone platform lay enveloped in swirling black mist. Seated within the mist was a towering figure, a purple-haired giant, bare from the waist up, with muscles as solid as stone. To the astonishment of onlookers, 7 gleaming swords were plunged into his body, buried 3 inches deep, yet not a drop of blood escaped. The purple-haired giant appeared lifeless, but the surrounding black mist coiled around him, with wisps of it seeping into his body at an imperceptible pace. Not far from the giant, the cold flood dragon lay lifeless, entirely desiccated. Its flesh and blood vanished, leaving only a skin and a pair of short dragon horns on the floor. Every half hour, the purple-haired giant would suddenly open his eyes, a look of profound agony crossing his face. At that moment, the 7 swords would gleam with renewed brightness, humming incessantly. Within mere moments, the light in the giant's eyes would fade, and he would once again close them. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice the swords were gradually being forced out of his body. At this moment, the group on the plaza reached a consensus, with Lin Tai leading the way to seek the central pivot of the palace formation. Lin Tai stated, "I have made a preliminary examination of the formation, but its intricacies are beyond my comprehension. Not only I, but even the founder of my Lingxiao sect could not establish such a grand array. All I can do is my utmost." The crowd unanimously agreed. Lin Tai proposed, "Let us search each palace one by one. Everyone, do not stray too far, for this place is indeed peculiar." Leading the way, Lin Tai ventured forth, with the Qi refining disciples in the middle, while He Ernyang and Qin Bing brought up the rear, slowly exiting the square and stepping into the enveloping darkness of the grand hall ahead. The subterranean palace resembled a labyrinth. As Lin Tai proceeded, he marked the ground, simultaneously probing the overhead magical array for any potential flaws, thus causing the entire party to advance at a sluggish pace. Lin Tai, shaking his head throughout, elicited an inquiry from Lei Kuei, who could no longer restrain himself. "Friend Lin, have you discerned anything?" Lin Tai replied, "Currently, I have made no discoveries. I can only lament the grandeur of this talisman array, despite our lengthy journey. It has exhibited not a single flaw. Given that this array has existed for millennia, its power should have long since waned. I cannot fathom what extraordinary being could have laid such a vast formation." Winding through the corridors, they inevitably took some wrong turns, leading them back. Yet Lin Tai continuously marked their path, diligently refining the map. After approximately a day's journey, a rough outline of the subterranean palace's layout emerged. At this juncture, they arrived at a courtyard, which remained eerily vacant, save for an altar at its center and a stone tablet standing nearby, inscribed with unknown characters to the group. However, old Madame Tu scrutinized the inscriptions carefully, and after a brief moment, her expression changed dramatically. Lei Kuei asked, "Friend Tu, do you recognize these characters?" Old Madame Tu nodded. "I possess some knowledge. These are ancient demonic texts." Demonic texts? Could this place indeed be the dwelling of the demon clan? Lei Kuei exclaimed in astonishment. Jijin Daoist pondered. It is highly probable, since this talisman array was established during a grand cultivation period of our human race. It was most likely meant to suppress the demon clan. Lei Kuei pressed urgently, "Old friend Tu, what does the tablet convey?" Old Madame Tu replied, "This is a eulogy extolling the flame demon god, one of the 12 demon gods among their ranks." With that, she translated the inscriptions sentence by sentence. Yet they made no mention of this palace nor referenced the overhead talisman array. Lin Tai then examined the tablet and its surroundings closely, stating, "This should be unrelated to the talisman array. It is merely an artifact inherent to the palace." Shifeng could not help but inquire of Baihu. "What is the origin of the flame demon god?" Baihu responded, "What is there to elaborate? In your human race, the Taoists revere the 3 pure ones, while the Buddhists honor the celestial Buddhas. Our demon clan venerates the 4 divine beasts and the 4 great fiends. Naturally, the demon clan would worship their demon gods. This place is undeniably a palace of the demon clan. Yet, why is there not a trace of demonic energy?" Chapter 49, The 2 Secret Chambers. Shifeng inquired. "What is the demonic aura?" The white fox replied, "Demonic aura, elemental spiritual energy, ghostly essence, toxic miasma, and various other forms, all originate from the natural world. This demonic aura is detrimental to humanity, yet it is a treasure for the demon race. They can absorb the world's demonic aura and possess an innate ability to transform it into elemental spiritual energy. Consequently, the demon race has their own elemental techniques, including fire and water magic." Shifeng asked, "So the flame demon is adept in fire magic?" The white fox nodded. "Indeed, among the 12 demons are the flame demon, the ice demon, the diamond demon, and others representing the 5 elements. Additionally, there exists the space demon, who is skilled in manipulating spatial forces, and the thunder demon, who commands the power of lightning. However, such beings should not exist in this world. If demons were capable of reaching the status of a demon lord, they would have ascended to a higher realm." Shifeng further inquired, "Master Hu, you mentioned that the demon race has the innate ability to freely transform demonic aura into elemental spiritual energy?" The white fox confirmed, "Correct. We, the beast race, are born able to absorb the world's spiritual energy, while humanity possesses great intelligence. The demon race can transform demonic aura into elemental spiritual energy. Thus they regard it as a precious treasure. By absorbing this aura, they can cultivate elemental techniques, which surpass our capabilities." Shifeng pondered. "Can the demon race convert elemental spiritual energy back into demonic aura?" The white fox replied, "Certainly not. If they could, they would have conquered the world long ago. However, similar to humanity, the demon race can also practice human techniques and absorb elemental true energy. Likewise, numerous human tribes are inclined to practice demonic techniques, as these can transform absorbed demonic aura into elemental spiritual energy. The essence of true demonic energy is abundant in spiritual power, and its techniques are exceedingly formidable, which explains the existence of many demonic sects among humanity." Shifeng, intrigued by this historical insight, asked, "Given that this place has endured for over 1,000 years, shouldn't the demonic aura have dissipated completely? Why does Master Hu still find it peculiar?" The white fox shook her head, though this area is suppressed by a talisman array. The demonic aura should not have vanished so thoroughly. If it had truly been depleted, what then was the black mist that initially drew you into this underground realm? That was exceptionally pure demonic aura. Shifeng was taken aback. Could it be that remnants of the demon race still linger here? The white fox replied, "I cannot sense anything. If there were remnants, they would certainly be beyond our abilities to contend with. Even if my true form were present, we would not stand a chance." Shifeng continued, "Why does the elderly woman from the Beastmaster Villa know the demonic script? Could she be involved?" The white fox shook her head. "She is of the human race. Certainly not a demon, though her techniques lean towards the demonic path." Shifeng remarked, "The Beastmaster Villa is a righteous sect. How could it be linked to the demonic path?" The white fox sneered. The distinction between righteousness and evil is not as clear-cut as it seems. The three races of humans, beasts, and demons often intermarry, and their offspring can be indistinguishable in lineage. The Beastmaster Villa originated from the Beast sect west of the Qin Kingdom, but after a bitter feud between the two sects, they fled to the Yin Kingdom and allied with your Taiji sect and others, thus becoming one of the so-called righteous sections. The Beast sect? Shifeng mused. The Beast sect is affiliated with the Spirit Master sect, located west of the Qin central continent, while your Yin Kingdom lies in the northeastern corner, separated by several thousand miles and numerous nations. The Qin Kingdom is the largest in the Qin central continent, several times larger than your Yin Kingdom. As they conversed, the group continued their slow advance. After half a day, still with nothing to show for their efforts, Jijin remarked, "Strange. This place is utterly desolate. And the corpse of the ice serpent has also vanished." Lake expressed impatience. "The spiritual energy here is exceedingly sparse. If we encounter trouble, neither of us can recover. Perhaps we should halt and wait. In about 20 days, the Thousand Lakes cave will close, and we will naturally be transported out." Lintai stated. "This area is isolated by the talisman array, rendering the world's spiritual power ineffective. We cannot exit on our own. We can only hope that the elders of our sect notice the anomaly and come to rescue us, or we may have to wait here for another 7 years." Wei Yunfei sighed. "The power of this talisman array is immense, isolating us completely. If the sect does not discover our plight, they may presume we have perished, and waiting another 7 years would be futile." Lin I urged, "Do not despair, my friends. There remains one final courtyard we have yet to explore. There must be a focal point to this talisman array." With no other options, the group proceeded into the last courtyard. This courtyard was not particularly large, and upon a cursory glance, they observed 2 stone chambers. Curiously, both chambers were completely sealed, with neither doors nor windows. Lin Tai's eyes brightened as he approached the left stone chamber, feeling its icy surface with his hand. He circled it, then turned to examine the right chamber, scrutinizing it meticulously. Inch by inch, the others stood by, silent, wary of disturbing Lin Tai's concentration. After about an hour, Lin Tai returned, his expression a mix of uncertainty and contemplation. Jijin asked, "What did you find, Lin Tai?" Lin Tai replied, "One of these chambers is likely the entrance, while the other is the exit. The entrance is probably the focal point of the array, and the exit is where the demons are contained. However, both chambers are identical, making it impossible for me to discern which is which. If we find the entrance, we should be able to escape." Lake inquired, "What if we mistakenly open the exit?" Lin I responded, "That is difficult to say. It depends on what resides within. If demonic beings or beasts are present, we would stand no chance against them." Jijin said slowly, "This place has been suppressed for over a millennium. If demons were truly here, they would have long since perished." The elderly woman nodded. "Indeed. We have lingered here for 2 days. If there were demons, they would have emerged to eliminate us." However, she harbored a different thought. If remnants of the demon race were present, and they possessed any ancient techniques or treasures, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. Wei Yunfei asked, "Can these chambers be opened?" Lin I replied, "Yes. Give me some time, and I should be able to unlock them. However, we must discuss which chamber to attempt first." The group exchanged glances, unsure of what to decide, until Jijin suggested, "Let Lin Tai make the decision." With a wry smile, Lin I said, "I can only make an educated guess. Typically, in arrays, the entrance is on the left and the exit on the right. Let us first try the left chamber." A silence fell over the group, with no objections raised. Thus, Lin Tai and his companions approached the left chamber, taking out talisman papers to affix to the outer wall and setting up the array. As Lin Tai performed the incantation, a radiant light began to dance across the stone wall, and soon, a stone door started to manifest. Once the array was complete, the group braced themselves, each raising their magical artifacts. Lin I gently pressed the stone door, which rumbled upwards. 7 foundation building cultivators entered first, but as soon as they did, Jijin shouted, "Not good. Quick, run." The 7 fled as if struck by lightning, startling the other disciples, who instinctively recoiled. After a moment of tense silence, however, nothing followed. Jijin quietly asked, "Did anyone see what happened?" Lake speculated, "The person must be dead. Otherwise, they would have pursued us." Jijin concluded, "Lin Tai, that chamber must undoubtedly be the exit. You must quickly open the right chamber." Lin Tai complied, retrieving the array flags and talisman papers once more. In no time, he opened the right chamber, and upon entering, they discovered that it contained a similar array resembling a teleportation portal. Lin Tai examined it closely and, upon casting a spell, found it unresponsive. Jijin exclaimed in alarm. Could it be that due to the passage of time, the array has become ineffective? Lin Tai remarked that the array should not have lost its efficacy. Rather, it required an excessive amount of magical energy to activate, necessitating a considerable quantity of crystals. Those among you who possess crystals, please present them. I intend to arrange and activate this array, though it can only transport 4 or 5 individuals at a time. So do not be anxious. Jijin Dao, I am grateful for your efforts, Lin Daoist. I possess 10,000 crystals. Feel free to use them as you see fit. Upon hearing this, the others also produced some crystals, pooling them together for Lin Tai. Lin Tai and Nyang immediately knelt on the ground, meticulously repairing the array. Jijin Dao inquired, how long will it take to restore this array? Without lifting his head, Lin Tai replied, this array is quite intricate. I estimate it will require about an hour. Madame Tu had been gazing at the stone chamber across the way. The door to the chamber remained ajar. Yet there was no sign of activity, and probing with her spiritual sense revealed no trace of demonic energy. She suggested, rather than waiting idly for an hour, why not take a look at what lies within? Jijin Dao glanced at the others, noting their silence, and slowly responded, indeed. If the demon within still harbored any aura, we would have already perished. It would do no harm to investigate, but Lin Daoist and his companion are occupied here, and Lingxiao Pavilion cannot spare anyone. Lin Tai pondered for a moment and said, Xingyun, you may accompany the esteemed elders to take a look. The young man from Lingxiao Pavilion nodded in agreement. Thus, the group retreated and hurried toward the left chamber. Shifeng followed them inside, where they found a spacious stone chamber. In the center sat a purple-haired giant, his body pierced by 7 exquisite swords, his aura extinguished, clearly deceased for quite some time. And the chamber bore no trace of demonic energy. Jijin Dao remarked, this demon must be the master of this palace, slain by these 7 flying swords. Perhaps a millennium ago. He surveyed the chamber, observing nothing but this lifeless body. The assembly of cultivators nodded in agreement, yet Shifeng appeared utterly astonished. He distinctly recalled seeing the corpse of a cold flood dragon coiled before the knees of the purple-haired giant, though it was entirely desiccated, leaving only its hide and dragon horns. He turned to Bai Hu and asked, Master Hu, what do you see? Bai Hu replied, only a corpse. Shifeng exclaimed, did you not see the corpse of the cold flood dragon? Bai Hu was taken aback. Cold flood dragon remains. Where? Shifeng pointed. Right in front of that giant's knees. Bai Hu gasped, you truly saw it? Why could I not? Shifeng insisted, I genuinely saw it, Master Hu. What is happening? Bai Hu cautioned, this place is ominous. Retreat to the entrance. If anything seems amiss, flee swiftly. Upon hearing this, Shifeng quietly stepped back a few paces, positioning himself at the doorway. Meanwhile, Jijin Dao, Lei Kuei, Madame Tu, Wei Yunfei, and Qin Bing all focused their attention on the 7 flying swords. Madame Tu chuckled. What exquisite swords! I sense no restrictions upon them. They must surely be magical artifacts. How shall we divide them? Chapter 50, The Resurgence of the Troll, Wei Yunfei stated. Naturally, we shall distribute according to our numbers, 1 sword for each of the 7 of us. Lei Kuei retorted angrily. Your Taiji sect has 2 members, hence your insistence. I believe we should allocate the swords based on sects, with each sect receiving 1 sword, while the remaining 2 should be surrendered for the 5 sect elders to decide upon collectively. Old Madame Tu concurred. I share the same sentiment. The Taoist of Jijin, belonging to the Shuqing Temple, had previously maintained a close relationship with the Lingxiao Pavilion of the Taiji sect, but at this moment, he was the only foundational cultivator from Shuqing Temple. While he internally agreed with Lei Kuei, he refrained from expressing his support, instead smiling and suggesting, let us deliberate on this matter further. The young man from Lingxiao Pavilion interjected, our escape from this demon lair was solely due to the efforts of my 2 masters. Thus, it is only fitting that my 2 foundational cultivators from Lingxiao Pavilion receive their share of swords. Lei Kuei scoffed, what qualifications do you, a mere junior, have to speak? The young man, maintaining his composure, replied, although I am indeed a junior, I am here on the orders of Master Lin, representing Lingxiao Pavilion. How can I remain silent? My masters are currently exerting themselves to assist everyone, yet you all seem preoccupied with the treasures, disregarding Lingxiao Pavilion entirely. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. Taoist Jijin felt a tinge of embarrassment and said, Jin Shizong, we have no intention of abandoning your esteemed sect to privately distribute the treasures. How about we first retrieve the flying swords? and then discuss the allocation afterward. Indeed, Lei Kuei agreed, raising his hand to exert force to draw the flying sword. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "No, this sword cannot be drawn." Everyone was startled and turned to see a sturdy young man clad in the attire of a Taiji sect Qi refinement disciple. Lei Kuei seethed, another junior speaking nonsense. "Wei Deyu, is this person from your Taiji sect?" Wei Yunfei remained silent. Qin Bing confirmed, "Indeed, he is a disciple of our Taiji sect." "Shifeng, come here and cease your chatter." Though her tone seemed reproachful, her protective intent was evident. Seeing Lei Kuei preparing to draw the sword, Shifeng could no longer contain himself and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Esteemed seniors, this sword cannot be drawn." Lei Kuei roared in anger, "Do not make a fuss." Daoist Jijin interjected, "Hold on, Taiji sect friend, why do you claim this sword cannot be drawn? Are you familiar with these 7 swords? Shifeng shook his head. "I do not recognize them, but it is evident that these 7 flying swords are meant to suppress the demon race. If you were to remove them, what would happen to the demon's confinement?" Lei Kuei laughed derisively. "What wisdom do you possess, child? The demon has been dead for a long time. Do you think we foundational cultivators have not used our spiritual sense to investigate?" Shifeng questioned in confusion. "Dead? I truly do not comprehend what senior means. This demon race is evidently alive, struggling to break free from the control of these 7 flying swords. I just saw its body move." Old Madame Tu scolded, "Nonsense. Countless pairs of eyes here have not strayed. If that demon even twitched a hair, it would not escape our spiritual senses." Daoist Jijin shook his head repeatedly. And Qin Bing added, "Shifeng, step back. The demon race has indeed not moved." Lei Kuei scanned Shifeng with his spiritual sense and suddenly mocked, "Oh, you are a person devoid of spiritual roots and magical power, yet you have joined the Taiji sect and become an inner disciple? Truly bizarre." As he mentioned the lack of spiritual roots and magical power, the corpse of the demon on the stone platform trembled slightly, as if it understood. In the next moment, a wave of black mist erupted from the body of the demon, and Lei Kuei and Shifeng, standing at the forefront, quickly reacted. Lei Kuei shouted, and the 4 corners of the copper coins rose, hurtling towards the corpse, while he leaped back. A clang resonated, resembling the clash of metal. As the copper coins flew back, now entirely black, their spirit completely lost. At that moment, a tendril of black mist ensnared Lei Kuei, who screamed in agony as the foundational cultivator, at the pinnacle of his stage, was reduced to a withered skeleton, his blood and essence entirely drained by the black mist. Chaos erupted among the onlookers, with several Qi refinement disciples conjuring their magical artifacts to attack the demon. However, Daoist Jijin and the other foundational cultivators, without a moment's hesitation, turned and fled towards the exit. Yet, at that moment, the purple-haired giant opened his eyes and laughed heartily. "A few foundational juniors think they can escape from me?" As he spoke, countless tendrils of black mist emanated from his body, causing Daoist Jijin and the others to feel their magical powers falter. Unable to employ any spells or artifacts, stumbling as they were drawn closer to the purple-haired giant. 2 disciples who approached the giant let out screams as their blood and flesh were instantly drained, transforming them into lifeless husks. Meanwhile, the stone door began to descend, threatening to trap everyone inside. Panic ensued, and Eunyoung from the adjacent chamber rushed over upon hearing the commotion. However, upon reaching the entrance, she shrieked and fled, shouting, "Master, quickly! The demon has revived. We must escape." The voices of those within the stone chamber cried out desperately, "Lin Daoyu, help us. Master, save me." Amidst the turmoil, only Shifeng remained unfazed, running directly out of the stone chamber to the right side, where Lin Tai and another were hastily repairing the talisman array. Upon seeing him, they were startled. Eunyoung inquired, "Where are the others?" Shifeng replied, "They are still inside." "What should we do?" Eunyoung responded, "We can't concern ourselves with that now. The talisman array will be completed shortly. We must leave this place at once." Shifeng then asked Baihu, "Master Hu, what is happening? Why did I manage to escape unscathed?" Baihu explained, "You possess no magical power, and the demon's essence specifically erodes magical energy. I now realize that the demon previously created an illusion of a corpse that even I could not discern. You alone, being devoid of magical power, were not deceived. We can only hope that those 2 from Lingxiao Pavilion expedite the completion of the talisman array. Otherwise, should the demon emerge, we shall all perish here." Shifeng questioned, "Is this demon truly formidable?" Baihu replied, "Its depth is unfathomable. I cannot ascertain its level of cultivation, but it is at least an ancestor of the nascent soul stage. A nascent soul demon? Here, the highest cultivation level is only at the golden core stage. Encountering a nascent soul demon, we would not even stand a chance to engage, Shifeng lamented. What should we do? Qin Shishu and the others are still inside. Bai Hu retorted, are you hoping to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? Abandon that notion. Just as Daoist Jijin and the others felt a sense of despair, suddenly, the 7 swords atop the purple-haired giant glimmered simultaneously. Their blades radiating runes that plunged into the giant's body. The giant howled in pain, and Daoist Jijin felt a loosening in his body, allowing him to struggle and crawl towards the exit, shouting, do not hesitate. The demon is restrained by the swords. Let us escape while we can. Everyone scrambled towards the stone door, yet the surrounding black mist formed a tangible web, causing them to stumble. The stone door was descending steadily, and with their magical powers bound, escape seemed impossible. Panic set in as they called out, this is bad. The stone door is about to close. Lin Shishu quickly blocked the door. Lin Daoyu. Lin Tai was drenched in sweat, focused solely on placing various crystals into the talisman array. He Ernyang hesitated but ultimately could not move, murmuring, Master, should we consider sealing this stone door? At that moment, Shifeng could no longer restrain himself. Rushing towards the left stone door, extending his arms to prop it up, shouting, Qin Shishu, Gu Shixiang, hurry and get out. His physical form was exceptionally robust. Unaffected by the black mist, the door creaked under his hold, and Daoist Jijin, elated, crawled forward, being the first to slip through the stone door, calling out, Lin Daoyu. Is it ready? At this moment, Lin Tai raised his head, casting a spell that caused the array to hum and shimmer with spiritual light, illuminating the entire room. The formation began to operate, just as Lady Tu, Wei Yunfei, and several others rushed in. Lin Tai said, Junior sister, you and your companions should leave first. I will guard the array. He Ernyang nodded, saying, be careful, master. Lady Tu, He Ernyang, and Ji Zhun plunged into the formation, their figures blurring until they vanished from sight. Wei Yunfei shouted, Junior sister Qin, hurry. At that moment, Qin Bing emerged from the stone chamber. Noticing Shifeng gritting his teeth, his face flushed. The stone door continued to descend slowly, and she exclaimed, Shifeng, you go first. I will hold the stone door. She placed her hands against it, straining to lift it. However, her magical power was restricted, and her physical strength paled in comparison to Shifeng, who had cultivated the unnamed technique. Her efforts were akin to an ant attempting to shake a mighty tree, yielding no movement whatsoever. Meanwhile, disciples from the stone chamber began to emerge one after another. The stone door had closed halfway, forcing Shifeng to brace himself against it. Wei Yunfei hurried over and pulled Qin Bing away. She cried out, Wei Shixiang, what are you doing? Wei Yunfei replied, we must leave first. Qin Bing shouted, Shifeng, don't hold on any longer, just go. From the right stone chamber, the disciples who rushed out appeared pale and rushed into the formation. In a short while, 2 or 3 dozen had been transported away. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the left stone chamber. Lin Tai's expression changed dramatically, realizing that only a dozen individuals remained untransported. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly struck the stone wall, causing the stone door to rumble ominously as it began to descend. Qin Bing angrily demanded, what are you doing? My Tai Chi sect still has disciples outside. Open the stone door. Lin Tai responded, no, the demon is coming. We will all perish if we do not leave quickly. Wei Yunfei added, indeed, junior sister, we must depart. A mere chi refining disciple is of little consequence. Qin Bing, throwing her hand aside in outrage, retorted, you scoundrel. He risked his life to save us, and we will abandon him? Is this the conduct of righteous cultivators? At this juncture, the stone door had fully closed. Wei Yunfei's face turned ashen. Junior sister, do not act impulsively. We must consider the greater picture. Do you wish for Lin Daoyu to perish alongside us? At that moment, only Lin Tai, Wei Yunfei, and Qin Bing remained in the stone chamber. Lin Tai urged, both of you, cease this argument and leave quickly. Qin Bing's face was as cold as ice. How do we open the door? I will rescue him and leave together. Wei Yunfei, filled with fury, shouted, do you wish to perish alongside him? Qin Bing replied, this man has saved me twice. If I do not save him, I will be restless for life. Moreover, Shixiang Lu Luyan entrusted me with his care. If I return without doing so, I shall have no face to meet our elders. At this moment, Lin Tai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, listening to the endless quarrel. He raised his hand, casting out an object, saying, Here is a teleportation talisman. Take it. I shall open the stone door now and leave first. You may deliberate at your leisure." With that, he pressed against the stone wall, and the stone door began to rise slowly once more. Chapter 51. Possession. At this moment, Lin Tai had reached the center of the array, and seeing that Qin Bing remained unmoved, Wei Yunfei stamped his foot in frustration and turned to rush into the magic formation. The two figures blurred and vanished without a trace. The stone door before Qin Bing thunderously opened. Having escaped the demonic energy, her magical power began to recover. She immediately encased herself in a thick layer of ice armor and summoned the Star Sword. As the stone door opened halfway, she dashed out, only to find the opposite stone chamber's door tightly shut, and Shifeng was nowhere to be seen. Qin Bing stood frozen, pondering if Shifeng had been engulfed by the black mist into that chamber. Approaching the stone room on the left, she found its door closed as well, with no trace of demonic energy seeping out. However, unlike Lin Tai, she struggled to figure out how to open the door. She pressed and kicked it in vain. The door remained immovable. Drawing the Star Sword, she struck at the door, yet it stood firm, leaving no mark whatsoever. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Shifeng, being devoid of magical power, was not under the control of the demonic energy. When everyone else was trapped, he had managed to escape with ease. The demon was evidently still restrained by the 7 treasured swords, unable to move. Otherwise, none would have survived. Moreover, when Wei Yunfei had forcibly brought her here, she distinctly remembered the opposite stone door being only halfway closed. Shifeng could have easily fled, so why had He come over? Where could he have gone during her delay? As Qin Bing pondered, she could draw no conclusions. Glancing outside the courtyard, she wondered if Shifeng, after escaping, had found the escape door shut and thus returned to the main hall. With a determined bite of her lip, she resolved to search the entire outer hall before leaving, convinced that the demon was once again restrained and could not escape the stone door. When Shifeng had held the stone door, he had never considered a confrontation with the purple-haired demon. When Qin Bing urged him to flee, he noticed that most of the people in the stone chamber had already left and intended to run himself. At that moment, however, the black mist within the chamber had fully spread, and Shifeng suddenly felt dizzy, his head swelling. The white fox exclaimed, "Kid, why are you still here? The beautiful master has already saved herself. Do you intend to wield your sword against the demon?" Shifeng's face flushed, and he struggled to breathe, saying, "Master who? Something feels terribly wrong. I sense something stirring within my other half of consciousness, growing increasingly intense." The white fox was taken aback. "Possession? Could the demon be trying to possess you?" "No, he clearly has a physical form." At this moment, Shifeng could barely speak, his face feeling as if it would burst with blood. Clutching his head, he rolled around the stone chamber, and the door, unimpeded, slowly began to close. Aside from 6 or 7 withered corpses on the ground, the purple-haired demon remained seated on the central stone platform, fiercely contending with the agonizing pressure from the 7 swords. He paused momentarily, noticing Shifeng's turmoil, but had no time to intervene. After a while, Shifeng gradually stood up, suddenly laughing heartily. "I've finally escaped. Haha. I'm alive. Wait, where's this?" Upon seeing the purple-haired figure, his consciousness swept over, and he quickly knelt down. "It is my ancestor from the demon race." Disciple pays respects to the ancestor. "Thank you for your rescue." The purple-haired demon remained silent for some time, and as the glow of the 7 swords gradually dimmed, he asked, "Young one, what is your name?" Shifeng bowed his head and replied, "Disciple's name is Wu Si, an elder of the demon puppet sect." The purple-haired demon remarked, "Demon puppet sect? I have not heard of it. It seems you are indeed of the demon path." Wu Si affirmed, "Yes. The demon puppet sect is part of the demon sect in Yin country. May I ask, ancestor, where is this place?" The purple-haired demon replied, "You just possessed this young one. Do you not know where you are?" Wu Si pondered and said, "This youth's consciousness has completely shattered, leaving no information behind." The purple-haired demon continued, "When did you attach yourself to this young one?" Wu Si responded, "Given this youth's physique, he appears to be under 20, which should have been around 4 to 5 years ago. I was battling a practitioner from the Taiji sect on Mount Datsong when my physical body was destroyed. This young one was nearby, and in desperation, I entered his consciousness. However, I was severely injured at the time and fell into a deep slumber, unaware of the events that transpired over the years, nor how I suddenly awakened today and devoured this young one as consciousness, successfully possessing him." The purple-haired demon understood. "So that is how it is. Your consciousness was weak at the time. Had you remained in slumber for another 2 to 3 years, your soul would have dissipated. Fortunately, The host came to me, where the demonic energy is abundant, nourishing your consciousness, allowing it to grow rapidly, leading to the consumption of the host's consciousness. Wuxi expressed gratitude. I see. Thank you for saving me, ancestor. As the two conversed, they were unaware that the other half of Shifeng's consciousness was also engaged in dialogue. Shifeng, in frustration, exclaimed, Master Hu, when did this person hide within my consciousness? The white fox explained, this person is the demon elder who attached himself to the blood puppet. He entered your body likely in a manner similar to mine. Coincidentally, we both entered your two separate consciousness realms. Had he entered this one, I would have eliminated him long ago. Because your two consciousness realms are independent, I could not access the other half and remained oblivious to this matter. Shifeng asked, what should I do? My body has been taken from me. Am I to perish? The white fox reassured him, not at all. As long as we work together to reclaim that other half of the consciousness realm, this body is still yours. However, this matter must remain a secret from the demon. Otherwise, he could easily destroy us both. You did well to escape to my side at the moment of possession, taking all consciousness memories with you. This young man should be unaware that you have another half of consciousness. At this moment, the purple-haired demon stated, since you claim to be from the demon puppet sect. Are you familiar with demon methods? Wuxi replied, disciple is knowledgeable. Aware of the purple-haired demon's skepticism, he quickly recited a lengthy section of demon techniques and powers. The purple-haired demon nodded. It seems you are indeed of the demon path. Truly, heaven assists me. What is your name again? Disciple Wuxi. Good, Wuxi. If you can assist me in breaking free, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled demonic power and grant you the position of sect leader of the demon puppet sect, allowing you to dominate the entire Yan country. The purple-haired demon laughed heartily. Wuxi repeatedly bowed. Disciple shall do my utmost to assist the ancestor. The purple-haired demon calmly instructed, first, help me remove these 7 flying swords. You are human, not of the demon race. They will not harm you. Wuxi replied, as you command. He approached one of the flying swords and pulled with all his might, yet it remained utterly still. Wuxi, channeling his magical power, suddenly smiled wryly. Ancestor, this body is merely a mundane being without magical roots. The purple-haired demon recalled Shifeng's earlier resistance to the demonic energy due to his lack of magical power and felt a deep disappointment. He had waited for centuries for someone to help him break free from these 7 swords, only to discover that the one who came was an ordinary human with no magical capabilities. These flying swords were magical artifacts. Without magical roots, they could not be manipulated. And even the greatest brute strength would not budge them an inch. The purple-haired demon contemplated. Come here, let me take a closer look. Wuxi felt a twinge of fear, but obediently approached. The purple-haired demon instructed, place your palm on my hand. Wuxi complied, gently pressing his hand against the demon's hand, feeling an intense heat radiate from it. A wave of warmth coursed through his body, while at that moment, Shifeng and the white fox in the other half of the consciousness realm were on high alert, afraid to converse. Fortunately, the warmth that flowed within them did not penetrate deeply into their minds to explore the consciousness realm. After a considerable pause, the purple-haired giant murmured, is there truly such a marvel in this world? Wuxi dared not respond. The giant continued, your physical body possesses a rather peculiar constitution. It is not devoid of spiritual roots, but rather, it lacks them. Wuxi, astounded, replied, lacking spiritual roots? This junior has never heard of such a thing. The giant explained, naturally, you have not encountered it. In this world, those who are aware of the absence of spiritual roots are likely few. You must understand that whether among your human race or our demonic kin, we are all fundamentally composed of the 5 elemental essences. The notion of lacking spiritual roots merely indicates that the elemental attributes are insufficient to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For instance, your physical form possesses the 4 elemental roots of metal, wood, water, and earth, yet they are relatively weak and fail to meet the requirements of a spiritual root. However, concerning the fire root, your body is not merely weak, it is utterly absent. This is what is meant by lacking spiritual roots. Wuxi pondered. To be entirely devoid is even more dire. He then asked, Ancestor, what should we do? The giant replied, even without spiritual roots, one can seek rare celestial treasures to see if they might alter your constitution. Alas, I currently possess none of such items. Wuxi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Yet, the giant murmured, to lack spiritual roots, and specifically the fire root, seems to be a twist of fate. Perhaps heaven is assisting me. Suddenly addressing Wuxi, he said, do not despair, for I happen to have a cultivation technique that I can impart to you. Indeed, it appears your opportunity has arrived. With this technique, you may well ascend to the Yuaning realm and traverse the Yin kingdom. Wuxi responded, Ancestor, how can a disciple without spiritual roots practice this technique? The giant laughed heartily, precisely because you lack spiritual roots, and it must be the fire root that is absent. If there were even a trace of fire elemental affinity in your body, this technique would be unattainable for you. Do not be perplexed. The world of cultivation techniques is vast and varied, and this particular one is uniquely suited for those with a deficiency in the fire spiritual root. This method is no trivial matter. Even I cannot cultivate it. My true form is imprisoned, and I lack the jade slips to replicate it for you. I shall now recite the technique. You must listen attentively. Wuxi promptly replied, Yes, Ancestor. Chapter 52. The 9 Meeting Spirit Technique. Immediately, the purple-haired man recited the incantation, fearing that Wuxi might struggle to remember it. He articulated each phrase slowly, providing detailed explanations for words that might lead to misinterpretations. Wuxi focused intently, committing the technique to memory. It was not lengthy and was completed in the span of a tea's brewing. Although he understood each word, he grasped only the essence of the technique partially. Observing Wuxi's expression, the purple-haired man stated, There is no time for you to ponder this slowly. The immediate priority is to assist me in escaping. Once I am free, I will take the time to elucidate it for you. Wuxi smiled apologetically. I do not wish to comprehend the entire technique at once. I fear my limited aptitude may hinder my understanding. Without sufficient magical power, I cannot aid you. The purple-haired man replied, These 7 broken swords have been under my control for hundreds of years. Breaking the seal is merely a matter of a thin veil. You need not restore your cultivation to the golden core stage, nor even to the foundation establishment stage, to lend me a hand. Wuxi nodded eagerly in agreement. The purple-haired man instructed, Sit cross-legged and follow my guidance to circulate your energy. This technique is called the 9 Meeting Spirit Technique. Only those lacking a fire spiritual root can cultivate it. Furthermore, this technique requires the infusion of fire spiritual energy, which is absent in this place. However, I can impart a trace of true demon energy to you, which you can then transform into fire spiritual energy. Wuxi felt a surge of excitement. True demon energy was incredibly rare, a treasure coveted by practitioners of the demonic path. Although he was familiar with the technique of transforming demonic energy into spiritual essence, he had never encountered true demon energy before. Yet, he hesitated and said, Senior, I am aware of the incantation for transforming demonic energy, but my current physical form lacks a demonic seal, so I fear I may be unable to perform the transformation. The purple-haired man acknowledged, Indeed. Nevertheless, I have cultivated a fire demon technique, and I will directly transform the demonic energy into fire spiritual energy for you. This trace of demonic energy will be sufficient for you to cultivate to the 8th or 9th level of chi refinement, allowing you to wield these 7 flying swords. As he spoke, his brow furrowed, and a red thread slowly emerged from his forehead, drifting toward Wuxi. Wuxi remained transfixed as the red thread touched his forehead. He felt a slight tremor throughout his body, and then the thread gradually entered his forehead. During this time, the purple-haired man continued to explain how to circulate energy and manipulate spiritual veins. Wuxi followed his instructions and felt the fire spiritual energy gradually penetrate his dantian, settling within without dissipating, which astonished him. As Wuxi sensed the true energy accumulating in his dantian, he quickly formed the first energy ring, followed by the second, the third, and finally, as he reached the 5th ring, his speed began to slow. Yet, he felt an abundance of fire spiritual energy within him. He sat cross-legged in meditation, striving to break through to the 6th level of chi refinement. He was astounded, according to common understanding. Those without a spiritual root could not cultivate. This was a fundamental law of the cultivation world. What kind of extraordinary technique was this, allowing the rootless to form energy rings? The purple-haired man seemed to perceive Wuxi's unease and said, Calm yourself and focus on your breakthrough. While we have time, let me share the origins of this technique. The 9 Meeting Spirit Technique has a significant history. It is not a technique from my clan, but rather originates from the Bacon tribe in the northern seas of the eastern Angzhou. The Bacon tribe is also part of our demonic race, residing in a frigid northern land, rich in ice water spiritual energy. The members of this tribe are born with a heavenly water spiritual root. Consequently, it is common for them to achieve the golden core stage by the age of 30 or 40. A heavenly water spiritual root? The entire tribe possesses it. Wuxi was taken aback. He realized that a heavenly spiritual root was a rare phenomenon occurring once every millennium. If an entire tribe possessed it, they would have long dominated the world. Why had he never heard of them? Wuxi's previous incarnation took 300 years to form a golden core. While the Bacon tribe members could do so in merely 40 years, this was truly astonishing. The purple-haired man continued. You might wonder why such a remarkable tribe has not unified the world, yet you have never heard of them. The reason is simple. First, the Bacon tribe has a low population. Second, those who defy the heavens must face retribution. Although Bacon tribe members easily establish their foundations in golden cores, 3 or 4 out of 10 often perish unexpectedly after forming their golden cores. When it comes to advancing to the nascent soul stage, the odds are even worse, with 8 or 9 out of 10 succumbing to demonic deviation. Thus, despite their extraordinary talents, the Bacon tribe has never been particularly powerful. The tribe members have pondered this mystery for ages, frequently halting their attempts at forming a nascent soul after reaching the golden core stage. It was not until over 10,000 years ago that an exceptional genius emerged from the Bacon tribe. This individual not only successfully formed a nascent soul, but also advanced to the void refinement stage, achieved godhood, and ultimately ascended to the celestial realm, becoming a revered demonic sovereign. After achieving godhood, this remarkable genius sought to resolve the unexplained deaths of his tribesmen. Thus, he delayed his ascension for over 1,000 years, diligently collecting techniques and scriptures. With his unparalleled cultivation, he had no rivals in the world. After examining numerous ancient texts, he finally uncovered the reason behind the tribe's tragic deaths. It turned out that the Bacon tribe possessed a unique constitution. While they had a 10th-tier heavenly ice spiritual root, they lacked any trace of a fire spiritual root. This meant that their water spiritual roots were fully developed, while their fire spiritual roots were entirely absent. When advancing to the nascent soul stage, harmony among the 5 elements is crucial. Although they advanced using their water-based cultivation, they also required fire attributes for balance. The Bacon tribe members absorbed water spiritual energy too quickly and excessively, but without fire attributes to temper it, their bodies could not withstand such an influx of spiritual energy, resulting in their tragic deaths. This genius was able to form a nascent soul successfully because, by sheer coincidence, he obtained a rare 9-yang leaving fire pearl and refined it within himself. With this fire pearl providing balance, he was able to advance smoothly. At that time, this genius realized that there was only one 9-yang leaving fire pearl, which he needed to fend off the heavenly tribulation. It was impossible for him to share it with his tribe. Even if he passed it on, there would not be enough for everyone, and the pearl was invaluable. If it fell into the hands of outsiders, his tribesmen would still be unable to escape their fate of exploding. Thus, this great sage resolved to solve the issue through technique rather than relying on the treasure. Initially, he aimed to reduce the speed and amount of water spiritual energy absorbed by the heavenly spiritual roots, but he soon found that this approach was futile. The heavenly spiritual roots absorbed energy too rapidly, and the problem lay in the absence of fire roots. Even with restrictions on water spiritual energy, the core issue remained unresolved. Consequently, this genius decided to take a different approach, to somehow repair the fire roots. He skillfully gathered and cultivated numerous spiritual herbs and extraordinary fruits, hoping to improve the tribe's constitution and produce fire spiritual roots. However, to his dismay, these exceedingly rare spiritual medicines had no effect on the Bacon tribe. While they improved the metal, wood, and earth roots, they could not produce fire roots. The sage had no choice but to abandon this endeavor, as the extreme cold of the Bacon tribe's environment was unsuitable for cultivating fire attribute spiritual flowers and herbs. Ultimately, this genius resorted to addressing the deficiency of fire roots. Upon careful observation, he discovered that while those lacking fire roots could not absorb fire spiritual energy, they also inherently did not reject it. For instance, if a cultivator possessed a wood spiritual root, they would naturally absorb wood spiritual energy, but their body would still repel a portion of it. However, those without fire roots did not experience such repulsion and could effortlessly accommodate fire spiritual energy. This Bacon tribe's great cultivator seized upon this insight, defying conventions to create the 9-Li meeting spirit technique, which enabled the tribe to develop fire spiritual roots and resolve the peril of exploding bodies due to excessive ice energy during their advancement to the nascent soul stage. This esteemed figure eventually ascended to the celestial realm and has since been venerated by the Bacon tribe for generations. This technique was something I encountered during my travels in the northern regions, where I fortuitously met an elder from the Bacon tribe. We found great rapport in conversation, and he transcribed this technique for me. Alas, I do not possess a fire spiritual root myself and cannot cultivate it, so I must leave it to you. My young friend. The violet-haired giant recounted this tale with great eloquence, while Wu Si listened intently, simultaneously regulating his breath. Within his dantian, 8 rings of energy had formed. And as he prepared to cultivate the 9th, the fiery essence transmitted by the violet-haired giant began to wane. Wu Si was secretly astonished. The essence of true demonic energy was exceedingly rare and powerful. A mere strand of it should have sufficed for him to successfully establish his foundation. Yet he found himself halted at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The violet-haired giant chuckled, explaining that the 9-leaf spirit method was tailored for those lacking spiritual roots and required a substantial amount of fire essence to harmonize with the ice spirit root. The path to advancement was thus arduous, but it would endow one with a far more profound power compared to peers of the same rank. Now that you possess some magical energy, come forth and assist me in retrieving this flying sword, he commanded, his tone growing increasingly impatient. Despite his formidable prowess, he found himself compelled to offer gentle reassurances to a younger individual, imparting supreme techniques, guiding his energy, and even fearing that the latter might refuse to cultivate. Necessitating an explanation of the method's origins, this left him quite dissatisfied. Startled, Wu Si quickly replied, "I shall obey." He stepped forward, grasping the hilt of the sword. Channeling his magical energy, the sword's surface shimmered with a flowing light, causing Wu Si's wrist to tremble violently, nearly slipping from his grasp. The violet-haired giant barked, "Put more strength into it." Panic surged within Wu Si. He summoned all his magical energy and, with a mighty shout, forcibly extracted the flying sword. The giant rejoiced, "Excellent. Now remove the others as well. Once I am free, I shall reward you handsomely." Wu Si expressed his gratitude. Noting that the swords had only penetrated the giant by 1 or 2 inches, and after a millennium, the spiritual energy embedded within had nearly dissipated. Otherwise, it would have been beyond the capacity of a mere Qi refinement disciple to dislodge them. Even so, Wu Si was drenched in sweat, nearly exhausting his magical energy as he pulled free 7 precious swords one by one. Once the 7 swords were removed, a sudden commotion ensued as they soared into the air, merging into one, and ultimately landing with a clatter, transforming into an utterly ordinary blue steel sword. The violet-haired giant erupted into hearty laughter, rising to his feet. His bones cracked audibly, and his stature seemed to swell, exuding an imposing aura. Wu Si hastily knelt, exclaiming, "Congratulations, ancestor, on your liberation." Chapter 53, The Struggle for Supremacy. The purple-haired giant proclaimed, "Very well, this time I owe my escape to you. And your contributions are indeed monumental. However, I am currently not at my peak. Without several decades, I fear I shall struggle to regain my former strength. Here, I have been suppressed and exhausted all my demonic energy. You shall guide me back to the demon puppet sect, where I intend to enter seclusion for a period. Rest assured, there will be rewards for you in due time." Wu Si hurriedly responded, "Thank you, esteemed ancestor. I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth, without hesitation. As for the rewards, you have already saved my life and bestowed upon me supreme techniques. I dare not ask for more." In his heart, he pondered why. Despite the Bacon tribe having resolved their self-detonation issue and possessing both the heavenly spirit root and the 9-leaf spirit method, which are top-tier techniques, they should now be even more formidable. Surely, they must be renowned in the demon realm, yet he had never heard of this Bacon tribe. The purple-haired giant could naturally guess Wu Si's thoughts and scoffed inwardly. If such problems had been resolved, the Bacon tribe would have long since become the foremost clan in our demon race. Humph. Although that esteemed figure solved the issue of advancing to the nascent soul stage, the members of the Bacon tribe still suffered from self-detonations during their transitions from early to mid-nascent soul. The technique must still possess flaws. Alas, that esteemed figure is no longer in this world, and the Bacon tribe is now without successors. Years ago, the old monk from the Jazang clan, knowing of my mastery over the fire demon technique, implored me to assist his kin in identifying the shortcomings of their methods. Otherwise, how could he have so carelessly shown me their clan's secret texts? Yet, this matter cannot be disclosed to this young man. I still have use for him." The purple-haired giant remained silent, and Wu Si, understanding the gravity of the situation, dared not inquire further, standing respectfully with his hands by his side. Having been trapped for nearly a millennium, the purple-haired giant reveled in his newfound ability to move his limbs. He gazed up at the array inscribed on the ceiling and coldly remarked, "The 7-star slashing spirit sword is no longer here. What can this light array achieve?" With that, his fist, the size of a basin, struck out, shattering the stone wall of the roof into dust, causing the external array to tremble. As he prepared to strike again, a sudden alertness crossed his features. How swiftly you come. Wait here. With another powerful punch, he shattered a large hole in the array above and, in a blur, vanished from sight. In the Thousand Lakes cave, above the small island in the center of the lake, dozens of disciples, including the Taoist Jijin, hovered in the air on flying swords or boats. Their expressions filled with utmost reverence, not daring to breathe a word. Wei Yunfei, in particular, was visibly excited, his gaze fixated on an elderly Taoist before them. This elder, tall and thin, with a face like aged bronze and hair half black and half white, wore an oversized Taoist robe that seemed ill-fitting. At that moment, he extended two long, slender fingers, gesturing in the air. As he moved his fingers, streams of spiritual light cascaded down, and the vast lake began to part, revealing the dark depths below, a sight that left the onlookers utterly astonished. Suddenly, the lake's surface erupted as the once divided water walls collapsed, forming a massive vortex that surged upward, and from it emerged the purple-haired giant. The silver-bearded elder waved his oversized robe and commanded, "You all must retreat." Before the disciples could react, they found themselves swiftly ejected from the Thousand Lakes cave by the elder. The purple-haired giant laughed heartily. "Given your attire, you must be from the Taiji sect, yes?" The silver-haired elder replied, "I am Huang Yin of the Taiji sect." The purple-haired giant sneered, "Huang Yin? I have never heard of such a name. Judging by your bone age, you have merely a few hundred years of cultivation. Humph. When I roamed the world, you had yet to be born." Realizing the giant's contempt, Huang Yin retorted, "Demon, do not boast. Today I intend to rid the world of your evil." The purple-haired giant laughed again, but his expression shifted to one of menace. "I could have returned to the heavens hundreds of years ago. Yet it was your 5 sects collaborating to reinforce the array that kept me imprisoned for centuries. You 5 sects shall face extinction. I shall ensure not a single one of you remains." With that declaration, he unleashed a massive punch, sending forth a devastating wave of heat that scorched the very air itself. Huang Yin opened his mouth and conjured a 3-inch-long, green wooden sword. Flicking his finger, he released a stream of sword energy that split and multiplied in the air, rapidly forming countless blades aimed at the purple-haired giant. The giant's expression shifted as he sensed the sword energy multiplying. "A young monk with some skill, but this will not trouble your grandfather." As he spoke, he transformed his fist into a claw, summoning the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a colossal, visible vortex that shattered the incoming sword energy. After the purple-haired giant departed, Yusi initially remained in place, but as time passed, he grew anxious. Who was this newcomer? If they were also a nascent soul elder from the righteous faction, his life would undoubtedly be in peril. Realizing the urgency, he scanned his surroundings. The giant had left in haste, neglecting to collect anything. Yusi quickly seized the storage bags from the corpses on the ground, along with the skin of the cold serpent and the 7 stars slashing spirit sword. He also noticed the copper coin artifact that Lei Kuei had been thrown back by, and he swiftly gathered it as well. Looking around the empty stone chamber, Yusi felt satisfied and flew out through the large hole in the roof, landing in the courtyard. Having usurped Shifeng's body, Yusi was unaware of any previous information or that a teleportation array existed in the adjacent stone chamber. He believed himself to be in a demon stronghold, ignorant of his true location beneath the lake. Yusi glanced around and dashed toward the palace's main entrance. But after a while of navigating the maze-like chambers, he saw no one. Anxiety gripped him as he contemplated returning to the stone chamber, fearing that the giant might return and discover his absence. Just then, a white figure flashed down the corridor, a young, beautiful woman. Upon seeing Yusi, she exclaimed in delight, "Shifeng, is that you here?" Without a second thought, Yusi turned to flee. This woman was evidently familiar with the original host, a foundation-building cultivator, likely a relative. If she discovered that he had usurped her disciple's body, he would surely meet a gruesome end. The cultivation world abhors body snatching, and capture would lead to merciless punishment. This woman was none other than the ice fairy, Qin Bing, who had been searching for Shifeng within the palace. Seeing Shifeng ignoring her and attempting to escape, she was momentarily taken aback before calling out and chasing after him. Yusi cursed his fate for not having 2 more legs to run as he fled desperately. Unfamiliar with the palace, he found himself lost, while Qin Bing, having traversed these paths before, gradually closed the distance, aided by her superior cultivation. In a panic, Yusi darted into a chamber, only to find himself at a dead end. With a crafty idea, he suddenly feigned death, collapsing to the ground and holding his breath. In his urgency, he had devised a plan to simulate death. If she approached to investigate, he would unleash his demonic arts to strike her down. As he lay on the ground pretending to be lifeless, a part of his consciousness was engaged in fervent dialogue. The white fox spirit urged Shifeng, "This is the perfect opportunity. Whether you can reclaim your body depends on this moment." Shifeng replied, "Who's sure? My body is under his control. He seems to possess some magical power. You are but a remnant spirit. How can you contend with him?" The white fox spirit argued, "I retain some magical power within my essence. Normally, dealing with a mere 8th-layer chi refining disciple would be trivial. However, my essence has been greatly depleted, and I am uncertain who would emerge victorious in a struggle. However, it is evident that this individual is intent on feigning death to ambush your enchanting master. Should he succeed, not only would your master perish, but ultimately this Wuxi will discover our existence. His magical prowess is growing stronger, while my own reserves dwindle. At that juncture, I would stand no chance against him. Conversely, if your captivating master triumphs and uncovers that you have been possessed, she would likely act with ruthless intent, resulting in the demise of your corporeal form." After much contemplation, Shifeng realized the gravity of the situation. What was there to wait for? It was time to fight. At this moment, Qin Bing had arrived in the hall and found Shifeng sprawled on the ground, drooling with his eyes tightly shut. Having previously noticed his unusual behavior, she remained cautious and, upon scanning with her consciousness, discovered that Shifeng's vitality was faint, teetering on the brink of death. Puzzled, she wondered if he had been corrupted by demonic energy, leading to his disorientation. Just as she hesitated, Shifeng suddenly let out a loud cry. Sitting upright while clutching his head and shouting in distress, Qin Bing was startled and instinctively stepped back, wielding her Xingqian sword to protect herself. Shifeng began to roll on the ground. A look of agony etched across his face, contorted in pain. Curiously, one side of his face was as red as if it would bleed, while the other was as pale as parchment. Unbeknownst to anyone, 2 fragments of consciousness within his mind were locked in a chaotic battle. At that moment, as Wuxi lay on the ground, preparing to ambush Qin Bing, he suddenly experienced excruciating pain in his consciousness realm, as if a blade had pierced through him. Caught off guard, he suffered a severe blow. Unaware that this body possessed a second consciousness realm, mistakenly believing that Qin Bing was attacking him from a distance. In the realm of cultivation, battles typically involve a contest of magical power and consciousness. Although the latter is seldom utilized due to its perilous nature, a moment's negligence could result in mental damage, or even insanity. Wuxi's reflexes were quick, and as soon as he sensed the attack on his consciousness, he paused momentarily before immediately channeling his magical energy to retaliate. Although the white fox had attained the golden core stage before his physical form was obliterated, he was now left with nothing but his essence. This fragment of essence had lingered within Shifeng's consciousness for 5 or 6 years, yet Shifeng was merely immortal, devoid of magical power to nourish his essence. Over the years, much of its soul energy had dissipated. At the current rate, it was estimated that in 3 to 5 years, the white fox would completely vanish. Thus, the white fox imparted the divine illusion technique to Shifeng, intending for him to enrich his consciousness. However, Shifeng, being immortal, could only augment his consciousness to a limited extent. If the soil is barren, how can the saplings thrive? Over these years, the white fox's condition had merely stabilized, showing no signs of improvement. Consequently, despite his golden core beast cultivation, he found himself at a disadvantage against the chi refinement level Wuxi. Chapter 54. Escape. Although Shifeng's consciousness was formidable, he found himself devoid of any magical power and unable to control his physical form. Consequently, he could only observe helplessly as the white fox, an ice attribute demon beast, unleashed a torrent of frigid energy that swiftly engulfed a substantial portion of the opposing consciousness. However, almost immediately, a wave of searing fire energy retaliated, creating a stalemate between the two forces. The fire energy exhibited a notably greater endurance, causing the ice energy to retreat steadily. Within the span of a single tea brew, the white fox's essence had become significantly blurred. In a state of panic, Shifeng could do nothing but reinforce the white fox's consciousness, striving to prevent it from dissipating. At that moment, Qin Bing had been watching for quite some time and pondered whether Shifeng's current predicament was a result of demonic energy affecting his mind. She realized that if this continued, he would surely perish. Without further hesitation, she inhaled deeply, channeling her true power into her palm, and advanced to press her hand against Shifeng. Initially, she feared he might explode, but to her surprise, Shifeng remained motionless, showing no reaction. Shifeng, Shifeng, Qin Bing called out twice, yet Shifeng's facial muscles twitched, rendering him unable to respond. Upon touching his body, she gasped in astonishment. How could a person devoid of any magical power possess such pure fire energy? It surged into his mind, indicating he had indeed fallen victim to demonic energy, which explained his deranged state. Realizing this, Qin Bing quickly placed her hand over Shifeng's dantian, infusing him with a robust wave of ice energy that encapsulated the fire energy, preventing it from further invading his mind. Wu Si, startled, shouted, "Damn woman, let go, ah!" He cried out within his consciousness realm, but Qin Bing could hear none of it, continuing to channel her true energy into Shifeng. As a foundational cultivator wielding ice and water energy, she was the nemesis of fire energy. In an instant, her power gained the upper hand, completely sealing off Shifeng's dantian, ensuring not a trace of fire energy could escape. The previously beleaguered white fox erupted into laughter, for Wu Si's energy had been severed. With mere consciousness, how could he compete against the combined might of the white fox and Shifeng? Moreover, the white fox's mastery in manipulating consciousness was exquisitely profound. As their consciousnesses collided, Wu Si's essence was swiftly torn apart. His anguished cries echoed, "No, no, I refuse to die. I refuse to die. I'll fight you to the end." Faced with overwhelming odds, he resorted to self-detonation, aiming to take his adversaries down with him. Yet, his consciousness was exceedingly weak, having only been revived by demonic energy. With his dantian sealed, he could not extract even a shred of fire energy. His self-detonation would cause minimal damage. At that moment, Shifeng's consciousness spread wide, finally regaining control over two realms of consciousness. With a flick of his finger, his physical form was once more his own. Following Wu Si's essence explosion, not a shred of information remained, leaving only a vast residue of spiritual remnants in the consciousness realm. Shifeng rejoiced, "Master Hu, we actually won." Yet, the white fox's figure grew increasingly indistinct. Shifeng urged, Master Hu," surrounding her ethereal form with protective spiritual energy. The white fox could no longer maintain her shape, reverting from that enchanting male figure to a four-tailed fox. She softly spoke, "Shifeng, I have expended too much energy this time. I fear I may fall into an eternal slumber. If you can advance to the golden core stage, perhaps you might awaken me. Otherwise, I shall slowly fade away." Shifeng cried out, "Master Hu, please don't die. Your kindness toward me is immeasurable, and I shall do everything in my power to awaken you. I still wish to help you reconstruct your physical form." Qin Bing watched as Shifeng gradually regained his composure, though he remained speechless, his face sorrowful and eyes brimming with tears. She gently called out, "Shifeng, can you hear me?" The white fox murmured, "My clan resides in the far north, thousands of miles away. Before my departure, the clan's great shaman foretold that my destiny lies in the south. Could it be that my chance truly resides with you? Initially, I harbored deep resentment toward the Tai Chi sect, yet I never expected to become half-master, half-friend with you. Shifeng, my time is limited. Listen carefully. You have now acquired spiritual roots and mastered the ninely spirit art. You must diligently cultivate, but this matter must remain secret from your sect, for it is the essence of the demonic clan." As her form grew increasingly nebulous, even her four tails vanished from sight. "I have devised a plan for you. Now that you possess magical power, you can access your storage bag. Quietly open Lei Kuei's storage bag and consume the Tianyu grass upon your emergence. Claim it transformed your physique and granted you spiritual roots. The Tianyu grass is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Whether it will indeed yield spiritual roots is uncertain. Your newfound magical power will be attributed to the Tianyu grass. As for the Jiao skin and the 7-star spirit-slaying sword, ensure that no one learns of them, or it may lead to your demise." As she spoke, her voice grew fainter, her form fading until she sighed, "I must sleep now, but I hope for the day we may meet again." With that, silence enveloped her. Shifeng could no longer contain himself and wept bitterly. Qin Bing stood nearby, unsure how to console him. Relieved to see Shifeng's expression return to normal and his dantian settle into tranquility. After a long while, Shifeng managed to stifle his tears, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Master Uncle. I am fine now." Qin Bing inquired, "What happened? How did you acquire spiritual energy? Why are you crying?" Shifeng hesitated momentarily. "I inadvertently obtained a Tianyu grass and consumed it, which suddenly granted me spiritual energy. Earlier, while in the stone chamber, the demonic energy invaded me after I gained this spiritual energy, causing excruciating headaches and confusion. I merely wandered aimlessly in that palace." Qin Bing quickly asked. Did you see that purple-haired demon? Shi Feng shook his head. I was overwhelmed by demonic energy and collapsed. When I awoke, that demon had already broken free from his restraints and vanished without a trace. Qin Bing gasped in alarm. Seizing Shi Feng, we must leave quickly. If we encounter him, neither of us will survive. Grabbing Shi Feng, she dashed to the rear courtyard. They rushed to the teleportation array in the right stone chamber, still shaken. And Qin Bing retrieved a teleportation talisman. With a wave of her hand and a chant of the incantation, they departed from the underground demonic palace. Upon emerging, Qin Bing was astonished to find that the former island in the lake had completely vanished. The sky was drenched in crimson, and the waters within 100 miles boiled like broth, billowing white smoke that soared into the heavens, indicating a tumultuous fluctuation of spiritual energy. Though the surroundings were deserted, it was evident that a fierce battle had transpired, the combatants' realms and cultivations far surpassing what Shi Feng could fathom. Shi Feng, Qin Bing urged, we cannot linger here. I have a few spare jade talismans. Shatter one, and we will leave this Qi Lake cave. Shi Feng readily agreed, crushing the jade talisman, his figure becoming a blur. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in a valley in southern Ji. However, he was taken aback to see that the valley was filled with people, originally led by the Xianming Jinren alone. Now, in addition to him, the sect leader Xian Yi and 5 other elders from the council stood there together. Upon Qin Bing's arrival, Xian Yi's expression visibly relaxed, while the elder known as Jing Su, the master of the returning Goose Peak and Qin Bing's mentor, hurried over. Grasping her arm, Bing, are you all right? Wei Yunfei also approached, saying, Junior Sister Qin, it's a relief to see you safe. We were all beside ourselves with worry. He glanced at Qin Bing, noting she had emerged alongside Shi Feng, a shadow of concern crossing his features. Qin Bing hastily bowed to her master. Thank you for coming personally, master. I am well. She then turned to Wei Yunfei. Thank you, senior brother Wei. Seeing Qin Bing unharmed brought immense joy to Jing Su, who inspected her from head to toe, ensuring she bore no injuries before finally relaxing. In a low voice, he chided, you reckless child, almost sacrificing your life for a disciple. If you ever act so recklessly again, I shall not be lenient. Shi Feng remained silent, obediently returning to the line of disciples. Gu Mingqing and Lu Suifeng approached, greeting him quietly, their eyes reflecting gratitude. For Shi Feng had indeed saved their lives by holding the stone door. Master Brother Cha Qing approached Shi Feng and quietly inquired, Seventh brother, you truly possess a resilient fate. That demon did not claim you? Shi Feng replied with a wry smile, I was fortunate. Uncle Qin saved my life. Changqing chuckled softly. Is that the same Uncle Qin who shares your mother's surname? Unable to restrain himself, Shi Feng kicked him lightly. You are aware of that demon as well? Changqing responded. Not only do I know, but now, who among the 5 sects is unaware? A formidable giant demon has been suppressed in the Qinhu cave, and I hear our Taiji sect's Yuanying ancestor has arrived. The sect leader is currently discussing this matter with the leaders of the other sections. Shi Feng remarked. Such matters are beyond the purview of us disciples. Ah, brother, what have you gained from your journey? Cha Qing sighed, neither good nor bad. I acquired a few medicinal herbs worth around 10,000 crystals. And you? Just as Shi Feng was about to respond, the Xianming Jinren suddenly proclaimed loudly. The sect leader has issued a decree. All disciples must return to the sect immediately. Matters regarding the trial grounds are not to be disclosed. Those who defy this order will be treated as traitors. Let us depart without delay. With that, he summoned a 7-treasure gourd, waved his sleeve, and propelled everyone into the gourd, casting a spell that swiftly took them away from Jinan Mountain. Upon their return to the Taiji sect, it was already dusk. The Xianming Taoist instructed everyone to return to their quarters to rest, but forbade them from leaving the mountain gate, awaiting summons from the sect's elders. After conferring with Changqing, Shi Feng decided that although they were not permitted to divulge the events of Qianhu Cave, they should still pay their respects to their master. The two ascended Yuxiao Mountain and found Lu Yunzi, to whom they recounted the occurrences at Qianhu Cave in detail. The Xianming Taoist had stated that the matters surrounding the trial grounds were confidential, but their master was not considered an outsider, and thus was exempt. As Changqing had not visited the underground palace, Shi Feng was left to recount those events alone. He did not withhold any information and thoroughly explained the situation regarding the giant demon. However, he refrained from mentioning the peculiar guidance from the White Fox and his acquisition of the demonic cultivation techniques. Following the White Fox's instruction, he merely stated that he had consumed the Tianyu grass, resulting in the emergence of his spiritual root. Yunzi was greatly astonished, extending his hand to feel Shifeng's pulse and exclaiming, "Ah, Shifeng, you must have extraordinary fortune to truly manifest a spiritual root." Chaqing laughed, "Haha, seventh brother? It appears you are the one who has reaped the greatest rewards from the trial grounds. Congratulations." Shifeng expressed his gratitude. "It is all thanks to my master's guidance that I could gather the Tianyu grass. What should I do next? I implore my master for direction." Yunzi pondered for a moment. This series of events is significant. I suspect a great upheaval is imminent. It is indeed fortunate that both of you returned safely. You may now rest. Follow the sect's arrangements." The two replied in unison, bidding farewell to their master as they descended from Yuxiu Peak. On their way down, they encountered their junior sister, Xiangjuan, who eagerly inquired about their journey. Chaqing and Shifeng stammered through a few responses before hastily continuing down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Shifeng parted ways with Chaqing, but instead of returning to the sword-forging valley, he retraced his steps to Yuxiu Peak. Seeking another audience with his master, Yunzi questioned, "Shifeng, do you have more to say?" Shifeng replied, No. I merely wish to present some spiritual flowers and herbs I obtained at Qianhu Cave, as well as a gathering spirit stone, to my master." Yunzi's eyes widened. "Good lad. You even acquired a gathering spirit stone." Chaqing was indeed correct. "You have gained the most from this venture." Shifeng continued, "It is all thanks to my master's guidance. You even allowed me to have the Tianyu grass." Yunzi interrupted, "No need for that. The gains from the trial grounds are yours alone. Why offer them to me? However, do keep the gathering spirit stone hidden from prying eyes. As for the spiritual flowers and herbs you collected, you may handle them as you wish. Use them for yourself or present them to the sect." Nevertheless, Yunzi paused. "Should anyone inquire, I advise you to submit the spiritual flowers." "Why is that, master?" Shifeng asked. Yunzi chuckled. "If you do not hand them over, you may attract unwanted attention. Besides, do you know how to refine pills?" "Of course not," Shifeng admitted. "Then what use are those herbs to you? It would be wiser to submit them and exchange them for some spiritual stones." Upon returning to his residence in the sword-forging valley, Shifeng first sought out the chubby disciple to reclaim the young eagle. After spending over 20 days in the trial grounds, the little eagle had grown a few inches, its ebony feathers gleaming. Although it was not yet capable of flight, it could flap its wings and leap a foot into the air. Chapter 55, Great Gains. Upon seeing Shifeng, the young eagle, Little Black, fluttered its wings joyfully and leapt over from a distance. Shifeng gently stroked its neck feathers, sensing the young eagle's deep attachment to him. Little Fat, wearing a grim expression, lamented, "You've finally returned. At this rate, this little black chicken will eat me into bankruptcy." Shifeng led the young eagle back to his dwelling, first feeding it some meat. Once he ensured that no one was around, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate. After a moment of quiet reflection, he felt a substantial surge of spiritual energy in his dantian. The ninely spirit gathering technique was indeed extraordinary, allowing him, despite lacking a spiritual root, to cultivate and store spiritual energy. As he activated the technique, he found strands of spiritual energy entering his dantian with each breath, gradually merging into his own power. Unlike before when it vanished in an instant, Shifeng was elated. The spiritual root he had long sought had finally manifested, marking his true entry into the realm of cultivation. He vowed to eradicate the demon puppet sect to avenge his mother and sister, and he also resolved to find a way to awaken Master Hu and help him regain his physical form. Recalling Master Hu's last instructions before his deep slumber, Shifeng remembered that he should consume the heavenly rain grass and claim that his spiritual root emerged from it, as there would be no witnesses to contradict him. As for whether the ninely spirit gathering technique, being a technique of the demon race, would attract the attention of the sect, Shifeng felt no concern. Firstly, this technique was unknown to others. Secondly, it could absorb not only demonic energy, but also the 5 elemental spiritual energies. And thirdly, it was originally devised to address the North Contribe's lack of fire attribute, balancing their excessive ice attribute, meaning it lacked any demonic supernatural powers. While rummaging through his tiger head belt, Shifeng discovered 4 or 5 storage bags he had picked up in the stone chamber. Typically, owners would place mental barriers on their storage bags to prevent prying eyes from scanning their possessions, but now that their owners were deceased, these barriers were fading. Shifeng's mental prowess was comparable to that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, allowing him to effortlessly open the storage bags and locate the heavenly rain grass. Holding the heavenly rain grass, Shifeng did not consume it immediately but pondered deeply. The heavenly rain grass could alter one's constitution, If he ingested it and developed a fire spiritual root, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Currently, his lack of a fire spiritual root allowed him to practice the 9 spirit gathering technique. However, should he develop even a hint of fire attribute, he would be unable to continue cultivating this technique, rendering his efforts counterproductive. With this thought in mind, he set the heavenly rain grass aside and meticulously reviewed the 9 spirit gathering technique. Previously, in the stone chamber, the purple-haired giant had dictated this technique to Wu Si, and both Shifeng and the white fox had recorded it flawlessly in their minds. After thoroughly reviewing the entire technique, Shifeng felt a mix of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the realization that he could safely consume the heavenly rain grass. It turned out that the powerful individual from the North Kan tribe had long discovered that while rare herbs could change a person's constitution, they were ineffective for those lacking spiritual roots. He had collected numerous rare herbs and fruits over the years, many of which surpassed the heavenly rain grass in quality. Yet none could grant his tribe a fire spiritual root. Otherwise, he would not have been forced to create his own technique and could have simply cultivated a specific type of spiritual herb or fruit to solve the issue. His sorrow arose from the understanding that the 9 spirit gathering technique was ultimately a technique of the demon race, while the foundational techniques were relatively straightforward. Thanks to the purple-haired giant's detailed explanations, Shifeng grasped about 30 to 40% of it. The subsequent techniques, however, left him bewildered, filled with terms and phrases that were clearly customary among the demon race. Having only read an introductory manual on the Tai Chi sex techniques, he found it impossible to comprehend the supreme techniques of the demon race, and he could not consult people like Liu Yunzi on this matter. After contemplating this, he decided to set this issue aside for the time being. Fortunately, he retained some understanding of the foundational techniques due to the purple-haired giant's teachings, and he would address the latter parts later. At that moment, Shifeng took out the heavenly rain grass again and consumed it in a few bites. Although slightly bitter, it was not unpleasant. Once the herb entered his throat, it transformed into a warm current, gradually permeating Shifeng's meridians. He quickly activated the 9 spirit gathering technique, regulating his breath to convert this spiritual energy into his own power. After a meal's worth of time, he finally absorbed all the spiritual energy from the heavenly rain grass, only to find his Dantian still at the 8th level of Qi refinement, but the outer layer of his energy ring had thickened slightly. Upon checking his elemental attributes, he discovered that the fire root remained completely absent. Among the other 4 elemental roots, only the wood root had grown a tad stronger. Yet it still failed to meet the qualifications for a proper spiritual root. Shifeng felt a quiet disappointment, despite Master Hu's praises about the heavenly rain grass. It had merely marginally enhanced his wood attribute and yielded a paltry amount of spiritual power, insufficient to elevate him from the 8th to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Such minimal spiritual power would be of little use to a golden elixir cultivator. In truth, Shifeng had completely misunderstood the efficacy of the heavenly rain grass. Its primary purpose was to improve one's constitution and help break through bottlenecks, not to augment spiritual power. In reality, when cultivators reached a certain bottleneck, neither meditation nor the consumption of pills would yield any progress. Thus, herbs capable of breaking through such barriers were exceedingly rare and far more valuable than ordinary pills for enhancing spiritual power. If any golden elixir cultivator were to learn that Shifeng had consumed a bottleneck-breaking herb as if it were merely a power-enhancing pill and then dismissed its effects as negligible, they would likely be infuriated enough to spit blood. After consuming the heavenly rain grass, Shifeng began to meticulously assess the gains from his journey. He had little to show for himself aside from the butterfly kiss ice flower, a 3 to 4 inch long heavenly rain grass, and 3 somewhat ordinary spiritual herbs. However, while in the purple-haired demon's stone chamber, he had casually collected 5 or 6 storage bags, which now brought him great joy as he opened them one by one. The storage bags were primarily filled with spirit stones, with Lei Kuei's bag containing over 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones were irregularly shaped and had rough surfaces, while medium-grade spirit stones were uniformly triangular and sparkled like diamonds. After gathering all the spirit stones together, Shifeng estimated he had amassed around 50 to 60,000 spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, the storage bags contained numerous talismans and pills. Given the dangers within the Thousand Lakes cave, almost every disciple would be equipped with invisibility and flying talismans, while those with ample resources would also purchase offensive talismans such as lightning, fireball, and ice talismans, along with essential healing and restorative pills. Moreover, the storage bags contained a variety of magical tools. Shifeng, being skilled in weapon refinement, could almost instantly discern the ranks and uses of these magical tools upon touching them. However, he was disappointed to find that most of these tools were mid-grade spirit artifacts with several restrictions, with only Lei Kuei's four-cornered copper coin being a top-grade spirit artifact with 24 restrictions. Besides the magical tools, there were also several jade slips containing records of various techniques. Naturally, Shifeng had no intention of practicing these techniques, as they belonged to other sects, and being discovered for secretly practicing their techniques was a grave taboo. Shifeng planned to sell these techniques and magical tools at a market outside the sect in exchange for spirit stones. However, after some contemplation, he decided to keep one jade slip. Its owner was evidently a disciple of the Lingxiao Pavilion, and it contained not techniques but a treatise on talisman formations. When Shifeng immersed his consciousness into it, he discovered it contained some basic discussions on talisman knowledge, along with a few simple methods for arranging talisman formations. Having witnessed the power of formations during his trials, Shifeng recalled how Lin Tai and his spouse had trapped the cold flood dragon with the 9-star eclipsing moon formation in the underground palace. The formidable purple-haired demon was also ensnared by a talisman formation, unable to escape. Additionally, Shifeng, being adept in weapon refinement, recognized that the restrictions on weapons were, in essence, a form of talisman formation. The difference lay in that talisman formations were based on array flags and arranged in physical space, while restrictions were composed of materials and inscribed directly onto the artifact. Shifeng intended to dedicate some time to studying this knowledge, as it would also benefit his weapon refinement skills. In addition to spirit stones, talismans, elixirs, magical artifacts, and jade scrolls, the storage pouch contained a considerable quantity of spiritual herbs and fruits. These were undoubtedly acquired by Lei Kuei and others through foraging or theft. Shifeng possessed little knowledge regarding elixirs and could only recognize a couple of the herbs. He divided the aforementioned items into 3 piles, one consisting of spirit stones, talismans, elixirs, and the tome on the art of talismans, which he intended to retain for himself rather than submit to the sect. Another pile comprised all the spiritual herbs and fruits, which he planned to present to the sect, albeit with the exception of the root of the butterfly kiss ice flower, known to enhance one's spiritual awareness, which he intended to keep for himself. The final pile contained magical artifacts and several jade scrolls of techniques, which he neither desired for personal use nor could surrender to the sect, and he contemplated selling these at an opportune moment in exchange for crystal stones. Shifeng neatly arranged these items into 3 storage pouches, leaving only 3 items unaccounted for. Chapter 56. 3 items. The first item is a thumb-sized spirit gathering stone. From its appearance, it seems unremarkable, with a rough surface. Even when scanned with spiritual consciousness, it merely resembles the common iron ore used in weapon crafting. Holding it in his palm, Shifeng sat in meditation, and before long, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy coalesce in delicate strands towards his hand, its density doubling in an instant. Shifeng's heart swelled with joy, for he understood that the pace of cultivation is intimately tied to personal aptitude, the method of practice, and the richness of spiritual energy. With this spirit-gathering stone, meditating in this flat area felt akin to being in a spiritual spring for cultivation. Such a treasure is extraordinarily precious. Master Hu had warned him that if its existence were to be revealed, it could spell disaster for him. He pondered how best to store it. After some thought, he concluded that overly cautious behavior might draw attention. Thus, he found a storage bag and placed within it not only the spirit-gathering stone but also the accumulated materials for weapon crafting from his residence, intending to retrieve it again during his meditative practice. The second item was the sword known as the 7 Stars Slaying Spirit Sword, as dubbed by the purple-haired demon. Shifeng picked up the sword and examined it closely. He was well acquainted with the materials used in magical artifacts, and to his eye, this appeared to be an ordinary blue steel sword, made from a material called blue-patterned iron ore. Its hue differed from the typical gray-white iron ore, displaying a subtle bluish tint, yet it remained merely a rarer material. Furthermore, this blue steel sword could hardly be classified as a spiritual weapon. It was merely the nascent form of one, lacking any engraved restrictions. Shifeng scanned it repeatedly with his spiritual consciousness and sensed no restrictions present. However, having witnessed this sword previously restraining the purple-haired brute, he knew it could not simply be a nascent artifact. It undoubtedly belonged to the realm of treasure-grade spiritual weapons. Attempting to infuse his magical energy into the sword, Shifeng poured forth nearly all his power, yet the sword remained unresponsive. He shook his head, realizing this sword was beyond his current control, and decided to store it in the bag. Finally, he was left with a pair of dragon horns, remnants of the cold dragon, which were exquisite materials for weapon crafting. Shifeng extracted the horns completely, feeling a surge of excitement. The cold dragon itself was not particularly large, only about 2 zhang in length. Its colossal form during their earlier battle had been a manifestation of magical prowess. He ran his hand over the dragon's skin, finding it soft to the touch, with delicate scales that were not at all abrasive. Although he remembered it was a cold dragon, there was no chill emanating from the skin. Taking out a dagger, he lightly scratched the surface, and to his surprise, no mark was left. Infusing his magical energy again, he thrust with all his strength, yet the skin remained unscathed. Satisfied, Shifeng nodded. It was no wonder it belonged to a golden core-level beast, with such resilient hide. He contemplated its best use, realizing that crafting it into protective armor would be most fitting. Using such material for a low or medium-grade spiritual weapon would be a grave waste. However, to create a treasure or high-grade artifact, he only knew a handful of crafting diagrams, all seen from the esteemed Qian Chu. Moreover, he currently lacked the ability to forge treasures or high-grade artifacts. Despite his confidence in crafting low-grade spiritual weapons and having succeeded with medium-grade ones, he had never attempted the higher tier. Particularly with treasures, their crafting necessitated the internal alchemical fire of a cultivator, and as a mere chi refinement disciple, he possessed no such fire. As for the 2 short dragon horns, Shifeng could not devise a use for them at present. It seemed these remnants of the cold dragon would have to be set aside. He secured the dragon horns in a separate storage bag and placed a layer of spiritual consciousness restrictions on it. The technique for applying and lifting such restrictions had been imparted to him by the white fox, forming a fundamental application of spiritual awareness. The so-called restriction involved placing a protective shield of spiritual consciousness over the storage bag or other items to prevent others from peering into them. Conversely, lifting the restriction allowed one to breach another's protective barrier. Having practiced the technique, Shifeng's spiritual consciousness was now on par with that of a typical Foundation establishment cultivator. And with his 2 realms of spiritual awareness, he had easily dispelled the restrictions on the storage bags of Lei Kuei and others earlier. Shifeng set up the restriction on his storage bag, ensuring that ordinary chi refinement cultivators would be oblivious to its existence. Foundation establishment and Golden Core cultivators could detect it, but they would need to forcibly breach his spiritual consciousness barrier to discern the contents within. Such actions were typically reserved for adversarial encounters. Among comrades, such behavior would be considered exceedingly rude. In fact, the technique for bypassing another's spiritual restrictions was also discussed in the method of spiritual awareness. The illusions of the Tianhu clan were based on this principle. Though their innate abilities allowed them to infiltrate another's consciousness undetected, inducing vivid hallucinations. However, this technique required a high level of spiritual awareness, which Shifeng was currently incapable of executing. Reflecting on this, Shifeng recalled that within his second realm of spiritual awareness remained a significant amount of spiritual energy left by Wu Si. Scanning with his consciousness, he observed that this energy coalesced like a dark cloud in the left realm. Although the white fox had mentioned it was merely residual energy from Wu Si's self-detonation, it was still a remnant from a dark path elder, and Shifeng harbored concerns about potential repercussions. After securing his storage bags, he sat cross-legged and employed the spiritual technique to gradually dissipate this energy. Simultaneously, he retrieved the spirit gathering stone and kept it close while activating the 9 Li meeting spirit technique to absorb the world's essence. This was the beauty of multitasking. Indeed, he found no conflict in simultaneously practicing the spiritual technique and the 9 Li meeting spirit technique, as one focused on cultivating spiritual awareness while the other concentrated on refining magical energy in the Dantian. However, he could not practice the 9 Li meeting spirit technique alongside the pure Yuan technique, for despite having 2 realms of awareness, he possessed but one physical body. The essence absorbed could not be simultaneously aligned with both techniques, leading to inherent conflict. Shifeng remained in meditation for 2 or 3 hours, and as the 4th watch approached, fatigue began to set in after the exertions of cultivation and travel. He decided to cease his practice and rest for a while. In a haze, he sensed someone approaching his dwelling, abruptly sitting up and gathering his items. Moments later, footsteps drew near, and a voice called out, "Is Shifeng residing here?" Shifeng rose to respond. opening the door to find the bright morning light flooding in, revealing 3 figures outside. One was the overseer from the weapon crafting hall, while the other 2 disciples were unfamiliar to him, clad in white robes and bearing solemn expressions. A jolt of alarm shot through Shifeng. Although he did not recognize the 2, all those in white within the Tai Chi sect were law enforcement disciples. Why would they come seeking him? He replied, I am Shifeng. What brings you here, esteemed brothers? The elder of the 2 law enforcement disciples spoke loudly. By the decree of the sect leader, you, disciple Shifeng of Iron Sword Peak, are to immediately report to Yantai Ridge. Shifeng's heart skipped a beat, and he inquired, May I ask what the sect leader wishes to discuss with me? The younger disciple, impatient, retorted, How should we know? You are to follow us without further ado. Shifeng asked, Shall I bring anything with me? The disciple replied curtly, No need. Let us go. Without allowing Shifeng to say more, they flanked him on either side, escorting him away in a manner that felt half like surveillance and half like confinement. Overseer Luo watched with a hint of concern in his eyes as Shifeng departed. As they made their way, Shifeng felt a growing tension within him. Pondering why the sect leader had dispatched law enforcement disciples to fetch him. Had his practice of demonic cultivation been discovered? No, only the purple-haired brute knew of this. Others could not possibly be aware. No, even that purple-haired fiend is unaware that he has imparted the profound 9 Li Wielding technique to Wu Si. Oblivious to the fact that Wu Si's corporeal form belongs to Shifeng, a disciple of the Taiji sect. After some contemplation, Shifeng concluded that he had committed no grievous error, even if the entirety of the situation were to be unveiled. The cultivation of demonic arts was solely the act of Wu Si after having been possessed. The release of that fiend was also Wu Si's doing, bearing no relation to him, Shifeng. Reflecting on this, Shifeng felt a slight sense of reassurance. The trio traversed through 4 teleportation arrays, arriving at Yantai Ridge. Noticing that the 2 did not lead him to the central Zushi Hall but instead to a smaller hall on the left, Shifeng felt a wave of relief. The Taiji sect typically dealt with treacherous and rule-breaking disciples in the Zushi Hall, honoring the ancestors of the sect. Since they were not heading to the Zushi Hall, perhaps the situation was not as dire as it appeared. The elder law enforcement disciple approached the small hall and proclaimed loudly, I report to the esteemed master. Disciple Shifeng from Taijian Peak has been brought forth. Let him enter, came the indifferent voice of Xian Yi, devoid of any discernible emotion. As Shifeng pushed open the hall door and stepped inside, even with his heart steeled for the encounter, he was still taken aback. Within the small hall, several chairs were occupied by the golden core ancestors of the Taiji sect, and numerous gazes were fixated upon him, a mere chi-refining disciple. Hastily, Shifeng knelt down, proclaiming, Disciple Shifeng pays respects to the esteemed master and all honored ancestors. As he knelt on the ground, he felt the intense scrutiny of several consciousnesses sweeping over him. The overwhelming pressure from a dozen golden core cultivators rendered him nearly breathless, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Chapter 57. The soul-searching technique. The tone of Taoist Xian Yi remained calm and composed as he addressed Shifeng, instructing him to recount in detail the events he experienced in the trial grounds. Shifeng obliged, beginning with the fact that he lacked a spiritual root and sought guidance from his master, Lu Yunzi, who provided him with a map of the Qianhu Cave Heaven and tasked him with the quest for the Tianyu grass. This matter had already been shared with Taoist Dao Chong of the Iron Sword Peak, and their accounts aligned perfectly. Shifeng continued, noting that prior to entering the cave, he had purchased several hundred invisibility and swift movement talismans, determined to reach his destination. Whenever he encountered battles or demonic beasts, he chose to evade them from a distance. Upon reaching the valley where the Tianyu grass grew, he stumbled upon a confrontation between disciples of the Taiji sect and the Lei family from the Wanshou mountain villa. Due to his inferior strength, he could only hide on the sidelines until a fierce creature, the rhinoceros dog, appeared and scattered the combatants, allowing him to enter the valley. Following the appearance of a giant troll from the Qianhu Cave Heaven, all disciples who participated in the trial were questioned by their sect. Mu Yi, the master of the Daekui Peak, had previously inquired about Gu Mingcheng and others, to which Gu Mingcheng had alluded. At this moment, Mu Yi glanced at Xian Yi and nodded slightly. Shifeng then shared that upon entering the cave, he indeed found 2 Tianyu grass plants, one approximately 4 inches long and the other around 7 inches. However, he refrained from mentioning Lei Kuei, who later met his demise at the hands of the troll. Although it was plausible that Shifeng obtained the Tianyu grass from Lei Kuei's storage bag, there was a critical detail. If Shifeng were to claim that he found the Tianyu grass after Lei Kuei's death, he would face the question of how he without any spiritual root or magical power, could open Lei Kuei's storage bag. Therefore, Shifeng decided to remain silent about the matter of Lei Kuei and the Tianyu grass. Mindful of the fact that he had witnessed Lei Kuei take the grass and how a powerless individual like himself could have evaded notice from a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator like Lei Kuei. The assembly of Golden Core cultivators listened in silence, their expressions shifting slightly at the mention of the 7-inch Tianyu grass. Shifeng proceeded to describe how he encountered Qin Bing after exiting the cave, who then led him to the small island in the lake where he, alongside others, participated in the slaughter of the Cold Flood Dragon. Many were aware of these events, and Shifeng recounted them in detail. Later, he explained how he was drawn into an underground palace by demonic energy, where he encountered the purple-haired demon, lacking magical power. He was not ensnared by the troll's illusions and detected its lingering presence, prompting him to alert his companions. The troll then unleashed its fury, resulting in the deaths of Lei Kuei and several other disciples. In the ensuing chaos, Shifeng, being a body cultivator with considerable physical strength, managed to prop open the stone door. At this point, he had mostly recounted the truth. However, he knew he could not disclose the events surrounding Wu Xi's possession or the troll's imparting of the 9 Li meeting's spiritual technique. He would have to fabricate a story. Fortunately, the individuals in the right stone chamber, including Lin Tai, had closed the stone door out of fear of the troll's intrusion, leaving the occurrences in the left chamber shrouded in mystery. Shifeng explained that upon seeing everyone escape, he collected a few storage bags from the ground and attempted to flee. Yet, as the demonic energy intensified, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. Recalling his master's words about the rarity of the Tianyu grass, he hastily consumed it, which resulted in an overwhelming surge of fire spiritual energy within him. This energy, clashing with the demonic energy, exacerbated his discomfort. The Golden Core cultivators exchanged knowing glances. They understood that the young disciple, in his naivety, had unwittingly consumed the Tianyu grass, which only served to complicate his situation further. Shifeng then described the tumult within him as the spiritual and demonic energies battled, causing him excruciating headaches and eventually leading to a loss of consciousness. When he awoke, he found that it was Qin Shishu from the Huiyan Peak who had rescued him and brought him out of the underground palace. Upon reaching this point, Shifeng ceased his narrative. The hall fell silent, and no one spoke. Xianyi finally addressed Shifeng, instructing him to rise and step closer to speak. Shifeng complied, moving a few steps forward. Xianyi extended his hand, casting a spell that enveloped Shifeng from a distance. After a moment, he declared that Shifeng had indeed manifested a spiritual root, specifically a 4th-tier fire spiritual root, and noted that Shifeng had reached the 8th layer of qi refinement, signifying remarkable fortune. Shifeng stood with his hands at his sides, unsure of what to say. Xianyi continued, inquiring about the whereabouts of the other Tianyu grass. Given that the emergence of the giant troll had sent shockwaves through the realm, even disturbing the long-secluded Yuaning ancestor, Huang Yin, of the Taiji sect. Despite the troll's escape, the potential for its return loomed ominously. The matter had been deliberated secretly among the high-ranking members of the 5 sects. As it was of great significance, all disciples who participated in the trial were questioned in detail, and Shifeng's situation was particularly enigmatic. It was widely known that he had bravely held the stone door, defying certain death. Yet he not only survived but also unexpectedly developed a spiritual root and substantial magical power, leaving the higher-ups of the Taiji sect astonished and eager to interrogate him further. Shifeng produced the 4-inch-long Tianyu grass at the behest of his master, stating that it was available for inspection. Xianyi gestured, and the Tianyu grass floated gracefully before him, radiating spiritual light. Though the Golden Core cultivators had never seen genuine Tianyu grass, their extensive studies had made them familiar with its descriptions, and upon seeing it, they could not help but be captivated. Xianyi observed the assembly, noting their silence, and instructed Shifeng to step outside and await further summons. Shifeng complied, exiting the grand hall, which then closed without a sound behind him. Standing outside, he could not hear the discussions within, aware that Xianyi had placed restrictions on the chamber. He refrained from probing with his spiritual sense, choosing instead to remain respectfully at attention outside. Once Shifeng departed, Xianyi addressed the gathered cultivators, asking for their opinions on the veracity of the young disciple's account. Dao Chong was the first to respond, affirming that Shifeng's narrative aligned with the statements of Lu Yunzi and Chang Qing, thus confirming its authenticity. Jing Su of Huiyan Peak concurred, stating that Qin Bing's account matched Shifeng's. Mi from Daekui Peak added that the details regarding the battle with the rhinoceros dog were consistent with Gu Mingqing's observations. Qian Chu then spoke up, vouching for Shi Feng's character, noting that he had labored alongside the old Taoist in refining weapons for years and had never once lied or deceived anyone. At that moment, a square-faced man rose and expressed skepticism about the completeness of Shi Feng's testimony, suggesting the necessity of employing the soul-searching technique due to the critical implications surrounding the troll's whereabouts. His words caused a stir among the assembly. Dao Chong slammed his palm on the table, rising in anger to confront the man. "Zhu Shidi, what are you suggesting?" The soul-searching technique forcibly invades another's consciousness, allowing one to delve into their memories and uncover all secrets. While it can yield excellent results, it is an exceedingly tyrannical method. The subject may suffer severe mental trauma, becoming incoherent or, in the worst cases, suffer instant death as their soul shatters. This technique is typically reserved for dire adversaries, even when disciples err. Expulsion from the sect is common, yet it does not warrant such a drastic measure as soul-searching. Dao Chong's face flushed with indignation, for all present knew of Shi Feng's bravery in saving over 20 disciples from the troll's clutches. It was an act of valor recognized by all, and the notion of subjecting such a disciple to his soul search was incomprehensible. Dao Chong was renowned for his humility within the Taiji sect, making his outburst all the more shocking. The man, Zhu Wuxi, was left utterly stunned. Xian Yi understood the underlying implications of Zhu's suggestion. Shi Feng's sudden emergence of a spiritual root from a state of having none could only be attributed to the Tianyu grass he consumed. Even if the troll possessed extraordinary abilities, it could not have facilitated Shi Feng's inexplicable transformation, especially with the evidence of the 4-inch Tianyu grass in hand. The matter was beyond doubt. Zhu Wuxi was engulfed in anguish, having been stuck at the initial stage of the golden core for many years, tirelessly seeking a breakthrough elixir to transcend his bottleneck. However, finding a remedy effective for the golden core's limitations proved to be a daunting task. After 3 decades of fruitless endeavors, he was astounded to hear that a mere 7-inch-long Tianyu grass had been consumed by a young lad, resulting only in the emergence of a paltry 4th-grade spiritual root, a truly maddening outcome. His words regarding Shi Feng were laced with suspicion, as he doubted whether Shi Feng still possessed Tianyu grass, particularly since the latter had just nonchalantly produced a specimen moments ago. In his desperation, Zhu Wuxi even mentioned the soul-searching technique, which was rather excessive. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Master Xian Yi's countenance darkened as he admonished, "Wuxi, what nonsense are you spouting? Sit down at once." Zhu Wuxi, once a disciple of Master Xian Yi, maintained his status as a direct disciple even after advancing to the golden core stage, thus allowing Master Xian Yi to reprimand him without hesitation. Aware of his indiscretion, Zhu Wuxi quickly replied, "Disciple speaks out of concern for the sect, as the matter is of great significance." Dao Chong, who was well aware of Zhu Wuxi's true sentiments, chuckled coldly. The rules of the sect state that the rewards from the trial grounds belong solely to the disciples. Which disciple would divulge all their secrets? If we are to speak of significance, then should not all disciples entering the trial grounds be subjected to soul-searching? Brother Zhu, do you not have numerous disciples who have entered the trial grounds? Should they not be subjected to the same scrutiny? Though typically taciturn, Dao Chong's words were sharp and left no room for retort. Zhu Wuxi found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to counter. How can this be compared? Shi Feng's circumstances are far too peculiar. The other disciples have adhered to the rules without transgressions. Dao Chong continued, "Oh, so you imply that Shi Feng has indeed violated the sect's regulations? Which rule, might I ask?" The rewards obtained during the trials are personal fortunes that need not be reported to the sect. Lu Yunzi had long been aware of the Tianyu grass's location and had similarly refrained from informing the sect. Is it then, Dao Chong pressed on, that he, in risking his life to save numerous disciples of the sect, has actually contravened the sect's rules? You, Brother Zhu, I ask you, when your foremost disciple, Wei Yunfei, was rescued by Shi Feng, why did he not rush to assist Shi Feng afterward, instead choosing to close the stone door? What is the 6th rule of our ancestral regulation state? The Taiji sect has 9 ancestral rules, established by the Taiji master himself, forming the foundation of all sect regulations. The 6th rule explicitly states that disciples of the Taiji sect must not harm their fellow sect members and should cooperate in times of crisis. Of course, the notion of collaboration is often merely rhetoric. In the face of life and death situations, the Golden Core cultivators present contemplated that they might behave similarly to Wei Yunfei. For if a formidable demon were to approach, one's own life would be at stake. Nevertheless, Dao Chong's invocation of the ancestral rules left no room for dissent. Furthermore, Shi Feng had saved him first, and to abandon Shifeng afterward was indeed morally indefensible. Zhu Wuxi was rendered speechless, unable to articulate a response. Even with his audacity, he dared not suggest that the ancestral regulations were mere platitudes not to be taken seriously. Chapter 58. A trove of crystals. Xian Yi realized that if this matter continued, Zhu Wuxi would suffer as well. He hurriedly said, "Enough, let us cease this discussion. Zhu Shidi has spoken indiscreetly, and I, as a humble Taoist, offer my apologies on his behalf." With that, he bowed deeply to Dao Chongzhenren. Seeing the sect leader apologize in person, Dao Chongzhenren was reluctant to truly sever ties with Yantai Ridge and returned the gesture, acknowledging the courtesy. Xian Yi continued, "Just now, you and I both scrutinized with our divine sense and found no trace of demonic energy on Shifeng. He has not practiced any demonic arts. This child entered our sect at the tender age of 13, with a background as pure as any ordinary person. It is impossible for him to be a spy sent by the demon clan to infiltrate our Taiji sect. He is merely a chi-refining disciple and has no connection with the giant demons. Let us put this matter to rest." After waiting for quite a while outside, Shifeng heard Xian Yi's voice calling, "Shifeng, please come in." He quickly pushed the door open and entered, just as he was about to pay his respects. Xian Yi gently said, "We are all members of the sect. There is no need for such formalities. Just stand and converse." Shifeng expressed his gratitude. Xian Yi continued, "Shifeng, during this trial, you risked your life to save many fellow disciples, which brings us great comfort. As a reward for your merit, the sect bestows upon you 30,000 spirit stones." He then took out a jade slip, inscribed with a line of characters, and handed it to Shifeng, saying, "With this jade slip, you may collect your spirit stones from the Hall of Affairs at any time." Afterward, he addressed the assembled elders. "These spirit stones, although considerable, cannot truly match the lives of over 20 elite disciples of our sect. Now that Shifeng has acquired a spiritual root, I wish to grant him a token allowing him to select a technique from the 5th floor of the Scripture Pavilion. What say you?" The 5th floor of the Scripture Pavilion is traditionally reserved for those who have rendered great service to the sect. Dao Chongzhenren and Qian Chuzhenren naturally nodded in agreement, and the other 4 elders raised no objections. Thus, Xian Yi presented Shifeng with a token, permitting him to choose a technique from the Scripture Pavilion within 3 days. Of course, according to the rules, he could only cultivate the technique himself and must not impart it to others. Otherwise, he would face sect punishment. Xian Yi concluded, "Very well, this is your reward. Next, I must inquire. According to our customs, the spoils from the trial belong to each individual, but if submitted to the sect, we will naturally compensate you with spirit stones and additional benefits. What do you intend to do with this heavenly rain grass? Will you keep it for yourself or submit it to the sect?" Upon hearing this, more than a dozen golden core disciples fixed their gaze on Shifeng. Shifeng felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow and quickly responded, "Naturally, I will submit the heavenly rain grass to the sect." Xian Yi's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. Although the heavenly rain grass is a priceless treasure, it is only 4 inches in length. Therefore, I offer you 100,000 crystal stones. Is that agreeable?" Shifeng was taken aback, having just received 30,000 spirit stones as a reward. He felt as if he had struck gold. Seeing the eager gazes of the golden core disciples, he sensed that if he did not agree, Xian Yi might raise the price further. He quickly said, Yes, I believe that is too much. I have never received so many crystal stones before." Xian Yi laughed heartily. "What is there to fear in having too many crystal stones? If you find it excessive, you can store them with Dao Chong Shixiao." After receiving the heavenly rain grass, he also gave Shifeng another jade slip, saying, "All right, Shifeng, you may return and rest now." Zhao Tianhu hurriedly interjected, "Shifeng, the sect leader has dismissed you." His tone was urgent, as if he wished to kick Shifeng out of the door. His intentions were clear. It was evident that he viewed Shifeng as a naive fool. At that moment, Qi Li Zhenren from the Burning Sky Peak spoke up, "Shifeng, if you have any other spirit herbs or rare fruits, feel free to present them. We are all willing to purchase them with crystal stones, and of course, you will receive additional benefits." Remembering his master's instructions, Shifeng replied, "Yes, I am willing to submit all the spirit herbs I possess to the sect." The others exchanged knowing smiles, while Zhao Tianhu silently ground his teeth in frustration. Once these items were submitted to the sect, Iron Sword Peak would no longer have any say over them. Shifeng then took out his storage bag and began to produce the spirit herbs one by one. He had previously mentioned that these items were all retrieved from the storage bag in the stone chamber, and whether they were found or seized through violence went unasked. After all, the trial grounds had never prohibited conflict. What was taken belonged to the taker. Among the items, besides spirit herbs, there were certainly some spirit stones and magical artifacts. However, since only Foundation establishment and Chi refining disciples entered the trial grounds, the spirit stones and artifacts they possessed were hardly of interest to Golden Core cultivators. Shifeng remained silent, and the Golden Core cultivators did not bother to inquire. "Ah, is this a 1,000-leaf flower? It appears to be 100 years old. Remarkable. The quality of this broken orchid is even better than the last time I saw it at the auction." As Shifeng presented his items, the Golden Core cultivators began to chatter excitedly, and Xianyi smiled as he offered prices, collecting all the spirit herbs from Shifeng, who found himself with an additional 60 to 70,000 crystal stones. Most of these items belonged to Lei Kuei, who was a consummate Foundation establishment cultivator. In the trial grounds, he and Jijin had the highest cultivation levels and had taken many good things along the way. Seeing Shifeng produce such a trove of valuable items, Xianyi remarked with delight, "Very good, Shifeng. You prioritize the sect's interests over personal gain, which is commendable. Is this all you have?" Shifeng hesitated slightly. He had one last spirit flower remaining, the butterfly kiss ice flower. Although he had already cut off its root stem, the flower itself was strikingly beautiful. He initially intended to keep it, but realizing it would be of little use to him, he decided to do a good deed to the end. "I have one more flower," he announced. "It is not from anyone else's possession. I picked it up along the way. Since I do not understand spirit flowers, I do not know its significance. The items taken from others are surely treasures. But I fear this flower is merely an ordinary ornamental one, and I am embarrassed to present it." Xianyi chuckled. "What is there to be embarrassed about? Let us see it. If it is merely an ordinary flower, you may keep it for your own enjoyment." Shifeng then produced the butterfly kiss ice flower, which stood 2 feet tall, adorned with 8 butterfly-shaped purple blossoms the size of wine cups, as if they were about to take flight. The Golden Core cultivators were all taken aback. Suddenly, Jing Su Jinren bellowed, "I want this." Mu Yi Jinren beside her retorted, "Sister Jing Su, what do you mean by that? He intends to submit it to the sect. How can you claim it for yourself?" Qi Li Jinren added, Exactly. Jing Su Jinren, undeterred by their protests, declared, "Today, this butterfly kiss ice flower must be mine." "Humph. Shifeng has only brought it forth. He has yet to declare it for the sect." She turned to Shifeng. "You must remember that your safe escape from the underground demon palace was thanks to my disciple Qin Bing's efforts. You have not forgotten this debt of gratitude, have you?" Shifeng quickly replied, "I will never forget the kindness of Uncle Master Qin." Nearby, someone scoffed, "Is it reasonable to leverage gratitude in such a way? If we are to speak of life-saving favors, then it was he who propped up the stone door and saved your disciple's life first." Ignoring the mocking remarks, Jing Su Jinren persisted, "Do you wish to sell me this spirit flower? I will certainly pay you a generous reward." Shifeng replied, "If the ancestor desires it, I shall gladly present it, and I dare not accept any reward." Jing Su Jinren found his words quite agreeable. "Very well, but as your elder, I shall not take your things for free. Here, I have a technique called Meteor Shadow, which I shall bestow upon you." As she spoke, she tossed a jade slip to him and took the spirit flower from Shifeng's hand. Someone murmured, "Isn't this just taking it for free? Does Iron Sword Peak possess no techniques of their own?" Another person quickly pulled at his sleeve, signaling him to remain silent. Shifeng descended from Yantai Ridge, his spirit stones amounting to over 300,000. Upon returning to the Sword Forging Valley after feeding Xiaohei, he was about to enter meditation when his 6th senior brother, Shou Qing, came seeking him, stating that their master was looking for him. Shifeng hastily rose and made his way to Yuxiu Mountain. Upon entering Lu Yunzi's chamber, he found other disciples present. Xiang Jun chuckled, congratulating him, saying, "I hear you become a landowner." After greeting Lu Yunzi, Shifeng took a seat and remarked, "I have no use for these spirit stones. I shall hand them over to Master shortly. If any of you senior brothers require them, feel free to take what you need." Xiang Jun immediately interjected, "If the senior brothers may use them, then what about your junior sister?" Shifeng quickly replied, "Of course, you may use them as well." Lu Yunzi laughed heartily. "It seems you have truly become a landowner. You were unaware that just a moment ago, Master Zhao was furious, scolding me fiercely, claiming that all of my disciples are fools." Feeling a bit flustered, Shifeng was reassured by Lu Yunzi's wave of the hand. "It's done now. No need to dwell on it. What is truly commendable is that you have indeed developed a spirit root and stepped into the realm of cultivation." Shifeng knelt and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Lu Yunzi waved his hand dismissively. This is your own fortune. Do not thank me. With your spirit root manifesting and already reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement, you surpass even the 3rd disciple. From now on, do not occupy yourself with menial tasks in the artifact forging hall. Return to Yushio Mountain to focus on your cultivation. After all, enhancing your own strength is of utmost importance. By nature, Shifeng preferred artifact forging. However, he understood that it was a secondary skill, while advancing one's cultivation was the true path. Only by ascending to higher levels could one extend their lifespan. Moreover, he sought revenge and aimed to awaken the White Fox, matters that could not be resolved through artifact forging. He promptly responded, yes. I shall pack my belongings and return to the mountain tomorrow. Lu Yunzi nodded thoughtfully. You have surprisingly manifested a fire spirit root. Hee. Our Iron Sword Peak primarily practices metal-based techniques, but that is of no concern. I am somewhat versed in fire techniques as well, so it will not hinder your training. The group then exchanged their cultivation queries. Lu Yunzi received a directive from the sect's higher-ups, forbidding Shifeng from disclosing any information about the trial grounds. Consequently, no one inquired about what transpired in Chongqing's trial grounds, and after a brief discussion, they dispersed. Chapter 59. The dispute among disciples as he prepared to depart. Shifeng once again proposed that he hand over the 300,000 spirit stones he had earned through diligent effort to Lu Yunzi for distribution. Lu Yunzi replied, these are the fruits of your labor. 300,000 spirit stones are a substantial sum for us foundation establishment cultivators as well. You should keep them. If your senior brothers or sisters are in need of spirit stones, they will come to borrow from you. Upon returning to the Iron Sword Peak, Shifeng sought out Master Qian Chu in the inner valley to bid farewell. Master Qian was engrossed in the crafting of a magical artifact when he spotted Shifeng and waved him over to assist. While working together, they engaged in conversation. Once Shifeng stated his intention to return to Yushio Peak the following day, Master Qian paused, momentarily taken aback, and said, do not pack your belongings just yet. Wait a moment, I shall be right back. He hurriedly exited, soaring on his sword directly to the residence of Master Dao Chong. Entering, he called out repeatedly, Dao Chong. Dao Chong, it's me, the old Taoist Qian. Master Dao Chong, who was meditating, was surprised by the sudden intrusion of Master Qian without a greeting. He chuckled, brother, it has been a long time since you visited. Allow me to brew you a cup of spirit tea. A nearby attendant promptly turned to prepare the tea. Master Qian waved his hand, saying, there is no rush for tea. I have heard that you intend to take Shifeng away from me to cultivate at your Iron Sword Peak. Master Dao Chong appeared momentarily puzzled and replied, I was unaware of this matter. However, Shifeng is indeed a disciple of Iron Sword Peak. He has been assisting you for many years. And now that he has awakened his spiritual root, it is only natural for him to return to the mountain to cultivate under his master. Master Qian, now agitated, stood up and exclaimed, this cannot be. Dao Chong, for all these years, your Iron Sword Peak has shown no concern for him. I have personally taught him, investing considerable effort. Now, with a mere word, you wish to take him away? I cannot agree to this. Master Dao Chong chuckled, please, brother, take a seat. Although Shifeng is a disciple of Iron Sword Peak, ultimately, this decision rests with his master. As the head of the sect, I cannot intervene. Let me call Lu Yunzi right away. With that, he sent out a sound transmission talisman. Before long, Lu Yunzi arrived in haste. Upon entering and seeing Master Qian, he was momentarily stunned and respectfully greeted, greetings, esteemed Master Dao and Master Qian. Master Dao Chong gestured for Lu Yunzi to sit and recounted Master Qian's earlier words. Lu Yunzi replied, what Master Qian has said is indeed valid, and as a disciple, I should comply. However, Shifeng has endured countless hardships to cultivate his spiritual root. How can we deny him the opportunity to practice? It seems unreasonable to have him continue working in the outer sect. Master Qian, his bald head now beaded with sweat, retorted angrily, when did I ever say he should not cultivate? Can one not cultivate while engaging in crafting? I too hail from a crafting background. Who is to say whether my cultivation is superior to yours? Lu Yunzi offered a wry smile. Naturally, your cultivation is unparalleled, Master. Master Qian continued, moreover, Shifeng possesses a fire spiritual root. How will Iron Sword Peak guide him? If Shifeng studies under me, I shall accept him as my personal disciple and impart to him superior techniques that will not be inferior to your teachings. Lu Yunzi responded, if you personally instruct him. That would indeed be a great fortune for Shifeng. Yet, the distinction in titles is significant. How can you accept him as a disciple? Furthermore, The artifact crafting hall is, after all, part of the outer sect and cannot accept inner sect disciples. Your other disciples remain at the Burning Sky Peak, do they not? Master Qian replied, I do not place much importance on titles. I am willing to compromise. Thus, Shifeng shall remain a disciple of Iron Sword Peak and Lu Yunzi's apprentice, but he will study with me in the artifact crafting hall. I will pass on my techniques and abilities to him. You need not worry. As an elder of the sect, Master Qian's words left Lu Yunzi with little choice but to acquiesce, saying, Then I must thank you on behalf of Shifeng. Having packed half his belongings, Shifeng received Master Qian's message that he need not return to Yushu Mountain, leaving him perplexed. In Master Qian's crafting chamber, he reassured Shifeng, Do not be concerned about your cultivation. Many hold a biased view against crafting, perceiving it as a trivial skill that merely wastes effort. Even my own disciples often think this way, but they are gravely mistaken. Shifeng replied, What you say, Master, must be profound. Master Qian explained, It is not so much profound as it is my personal insight. Everything in this world has its own principles. Formations, elixirs, artifact crafting, and talisman creation. If one can delve deeply into their underlying truths, can all lead to enlightenment. Of course, some things, even when understood conceptually, may not be feasible in practice. For instance, if I provide you with a diagram for crafting a magical artifact, you may comprehend all the nuances, but lacking sufficient spiritual power or luck, you may still fail to produce the artifact. After a moment's contemplation, Master Qian continued, In the realm of crafting, I believe it can be divided into 3 realms. The first is to follow the diagram step by step, meticulously and diligently, ultimately crafting the magical artifact. This defines a crafting apprentice. The second is to deeply understand the principles, thoroughly analyze the reasoning, and be able to modify existing crafting diagrams to create superior artifacts. This is the realm of a crafting master. Shifeng remarked, To achieve such a level is exceedingly rare. Master Qian affirmed, Indeed, yet such individuals are not entirely uncommon. You have seen many original diagrams of magical artifacts here. Who do you think was the first to invent and research these artifacts? New spiritual artifacts and magical treasures continually emerge in this world, and those who can craft them are considered artifact masters. Shifeng inquired, What, then, is the third realm? Master Qian replied, The third realm is one of unrestrained creativity, where one acts with effortless grace, crafting artifacts that possess innate spirit. This can be regarded as an era-defining artifact grandmaster. Shifeng gasped, Artifacts can possess innate spirit? Master Qian confirmed, Indeed. In terms of artifact classification, grades 9 to 7 are considered spiritual artifacts, grades 6 to 4 are magical artifacts, and grades 3 and above are spiritual treasures. These spiritual treasures possess their own spirit, capable of alerting their owner, protecting them, and even absorbing spiritual energy to advance autonomously. Shifeng exclaimed, Such treasures must be exceedingly rare in the world. Master Qian nodded. That is certainly the case. Moreover, engaging in crafting is far from the trivial task that many perceive it to be. A true crafting master must possess high standards, innate talent, and the ability to endure frustration and setbacks. My other disciples simply do not possess the qualities of crafting masters. Only you, Shifeng, possess both talent and diligence, making you an exceptional candidate for a crafting master. He continued, As for cultivation, crafting masters do not excel solely based on their cultivation level. Yet their abilities will never be lacking compared to others. This, of course, applies to true crafting masters, not those who merely assist or pass time. A genuine crafting master must possess a profound understanding of the restrictions and functions of the artifacts they study. This is the process of enlightenment. I did not begin engaging in crafting only after advancing to the golden core stage. Even as a chi refining disciple, I was captivated by crafting. My advancement to golden core was greatly aided by my experiences in crafting. A renowned and superior magical artifact serves as an excellent teacher by thoroughly studying it. Many of your cultivation challenges may be resolved. When I practiced the flame lamp sword technique, I was often puzzled by the principle the sword does not take form. Fire energy takes form. It was only when I studied the restrictions of a particular magical artifact that I discovered 2 restrictions related to this principle, which ultimately allowed me to successfully cultivate the flame lamp sword technique. Furthermore, crafting masters hold a significant advantage in battles. When an opponent invokes their magical artifact, you may immediately discern its restrictions and functions. For artifacts that intertwine reality and illusion, you can often tell at a glance what is real and what is not, thus placing you in an invulnerable position. Shifeng nodded repeatedly, recalling how he had effortlessly defeated senior sister Ling Yun from the returning Goose Peak during the sect competition. As he had identified the true body among the 7 illusory rings of the Thousand Shadow Ring at a glance. Master Qian sighed. It is unfortunate that the world often misunderstands crafting, viewing it as a trivial skill. Shifeng, you are the only one within the Tai Chi sect who can inherit my teachings. This jade slip contains all the crafting diagrams I have compiled, along with the insights I have gathered over the years. The one I previously showed you was merely my casual notes. This jade slip contains far more detail. Now, I present it to you. Shifeng hurriedly said, such a precious treasure, Master, you should keep it for yourself. I will slowly seek your guidance in the future. However, Master Qianshu shook his head and insisted, you should take it. In truth, my desire to keep you here today stems from a hint of selfishness. Among the 16 golden core cultivators in our sect, I am the oldest and my lifespan is dwindling. I earnestly hope that someone can carry on my lifelong dedication. Realizing that his words bore a tinge of melancholy, he chuckled and added, let us not dwell on such matters, lest it feel like a final farewell. Moreover, your advancement in cultivation is of utmost importance. Otherwise, with your insufficient power, even the thought of refining magical treasures would be merely a fanciful dream. This Yang Yuan Heart Sutra is an exceptional fire-based technique, sufficient for you to cultivate to the golden core stage. Take it with you, and should you encounter any confusion, feel free to come and inquire. Though you possess only a 4th-tier spiritual root, diligence can indeed compensate for a lack of talent. Many have achieved the Tao despite not having outstanding aptitudes. Holding the Yang Yuan Heart Sutra, Shifeng returned to his quarters, feeling both amused and perplexed. Master Qianshu had been quite earnest in his intentions, and this sutra was indeed a high-quality technique. Yet, having already mastered the Ninely Spirit method, it was impossible for him to pursue any other techniques. As for the claims made by both Master Xuanyi and Master Qianshu regarding his 4th-tier spiritual root, Shifeng remained unperturbed. He had perused numerous texts on the emergence of spiritual roots, and, coupled with the explanations within the Ninely Spirit method, had developed a comprehensive understanding of spiritual roots. In general, individuals possess attributes corresponding to the 5 elements, yet having such elemental properties does not necessarily imply the presence of a spiritual root. The strength of these elemental attributes is classified from 1st to 9th tier, with only those of 3rd tier or above being considered spiritual roots. A 9th tier spiritual root is indeed exceptional, as exemplified by Qin Bing, who possesses a 9th tier water spiritual root. However, beyond the 1st to 9th tiers, there exist 2 special cases: the celestial spiritual root, which embodies ultimate perfection and surpasses the 9th tier spiritual root in rarity, and the deficient spiritual root, which is inferior even to the 1st tier root, indicating a complete absence of that elemental attribute within the body. Shifeng's own body lacked a fire spiritual root, while his other elemental attributes, metal, wood, water, and earth, range between the 1st and 2nd tiers, failing to reach the threshold of the 3rd tier to be categorized as spiritual roots. Thus, from the moment he encountered Taoist Danong to Master Qianshu, everyone in the Taiji sect had concluded that Shifeng was an ordinary person devoid of spiritual roots. Chapter 60. The 3 Secret Manuals. However, the absence of a spiritual root is an exceedingly rare trait, and yet, this extraordinary individual from the Bacon clan has created a remarkable cultivation method from it. In truth, Shifeng still lacks a fire spiritual root. The 4th tier fire spiritual root he currently exhibits is merely an illusion. The Ninely Spirit gathering method records that as one progresses in cultivation, the manifested fire spiritual root attribute will steadily rise, with the Qi refinement stage resembling a 4th tier fire spiritual root, the foundation establishment stage of 5th tier, the core formation stage of 6th tier, the nascent soul stage of 7th tier, the void refinement stage in 8th tier, and the combined body stage in 9th tier fire spiritual root. The term Li, meaning fire, is derived from this very concept. As the Ninely Spirit gathering method aims to gather spiritual energy to ultimately achieve a 9th tier fire spiritual root attribute. Of course, the Ninely Spirit gathering method also has a drawback, since this technique is designed to balance the Bacon clan's unique Tian Shui spiritual root. The spiritual energy required for advancement is immense. Shifeng consumed Tianyu grass. Yet the increase in his spiritual power was insufficient for him to ascend from the 8th layer of Qi refinement to the 9th. Nevertheless, Tianyu grass proved somewhat beneficial, enhancing the attributes of Shifeng's other 4 spiritual roots, which now lie between the 2nd and 3rd tiers, just a step away from being considered spiritual roots. Shifeng perused the Yang Yuan Heart Sutra. Although he did not intend to practice it, he felt compelled to familiarize himself with its content, lest Qian Chuzhenren inquire about his studies. After finishing, he settled into meditation, took out a spirit-gathering stone, and simultaneously cultivated the 9-Li spirit-gathering method while employing the divine mirage technique to dissipate the remnants of Wu Si's mental energy. The following morning, upon awakening, Shifeng first visited Qian Chuzhenren. Since Qian Chu had just imparted a technique to him, he felt hesitant to request Shifeng's assistance in artifact crafting, merely advising him to focus on his cultivation. Shifeng felt a sense of despair. He had always divided his consciousness, simultaneously crafting artifacts and practicing techniques. This 9-Li spirit-gathering method demanded excessive fire spiritual energy, and there existed a natural volcanic furnace within the inner valley, an ideal place for cultivation. Driven by the desire for the abundant fire spiritual energy within the furnace, he had hurried over early in the morning, only to be kindly dismissed by Qian Chuzhenren. Upon returning, Shifeng contemplated his next steps and decided to first retrieve the rewards from the scripture repository. Xianyi had previously given him a token, allowing him to select a manual of his choice from the 5th floor of the scripture repository, though the opportunity was time-limited to 3 days, after which it would expire. Shifeng made his way to the scripture repository, and on the 3rd floor, he encountered Lu Zhen Daoren. Upon seeing Shifeng, Lu Zhen rushed over, exclaiming, "Shitty, it has been a long time since your last visit." Shifeng felt somewhat helpless and returned the greeting. "Hello, Shixiang Lu." This Lu Zhen Daoren had previously profited from copying jade slips for Shifeng, treating him like a god of wealth. However, now that Shifeng possessed spiritual power, he had no need for his services. Lu Zhen Daoren laughed heartily. "Shitty, are you here to look at jade slips again? Do you require my assistance? Our scripture repository has recently acquired quite a few valuable items." Shifeng replied, "Shixiang Lu, I am not here to copy jade slips today." Lu Zhen's expression immediately shifted to one of disappointment. Shifeng continued, "I have been assisting in the artifact crafting hall. If you have time, could you help me gather various artifact crafting texts? I will purchase each text for 100 spirit stones." Lu Zhen's face lit up with joy. "Do not worry, Shitty. Leave this matter to me. Once the texts arrive, I will personally deliver them to you." Grateful for Lu Zhen's assistance, Shifeng ascended to the 5th floor, where he encountered a frail old man seated at the stairway. Upon scanning the area with his spiritual sense, Shifeng realized the old man was actually a Foundation establishment cultivator and promptly bowed in respect. Disciple Shifeng pays his respects to Shu. The old man opened his eyes slightly and inquired, "What brings you here?" Shifeng produced the token, stating, "By the command of the sect leader, I have come to copy a manual." The old man gestured for the token, scrutinizing it carefully, and then examined Shifeng closely, scanning him with his spiritual sense twice, seemingly to ascertain if Shifeng had disguised himself. After a lengthy pause, the old man said, "You may enter. Remember, you have 1 hour, and you are permitted to copy only 1 manual. Furthermore, you must not disclose this manual to anyone else, otherwise you will be punished for violating sect rules. Do you understand?" Shifeng replied, "Disciple understands." The old man nodded, producing the token and waving it at the entrance, causing a beam of spiritual light to emerge. The door to the 5th floor slowly opened. This entrance evidently required a special token to unlock, and the old man, merely a gatekeeper, could not enter himself. Once the door was opened, he handed the token back to Shifeng, saying, "All manuals inside have been released from restrictions and can only be accessed with this token. Remember, after you copy a manual, this token will become void, and you will no longer be able to view other manuals. When you exit, return the token to me, as I must submit it to the sect." Shifeng accepted the token and entered the pavilion. The 5th floor was noticeably smaller than the lower floors, containing only 50 or 60 jade slips, yet each slip had a lengthy introduction, indicating their significant origins. Shifeng quickly scanned through the collection but was left sorely disappointed. He had hoped to find some original diagrams for artifact crafting, especially those related to dragon skin and horns. Yet there was not a single text on artifact crafting to be found on this floor. It was filled solely with cultivation methods and techniques. In the world of cultivation, complete sets of techniques are exceedingly rare. For instance, Qin Bing's 7 Profound Cold Ice Sword technique requires the practice of the 7 Profound Cold Ice Heart Sutra to be executed. Most techniques stand alone, such as Shifeng's 9-Li Spirit Gathering method, which is merely a technique without any accompanying transformations. As for techniques that do not require a specific foundational method, some nonetheless have attribute requirements for the foundational method. For example, the burning lamp sword technique necessitates a fire-type body to be wielded. There are also some techniques with no attribute requirements for the foundational method, primarily supplementary techniques, like the meteoric shadow body technique, which can be cultivated by practitioners of both fire and water-based methods. Since Shifeng practiced the nine-leaf spirit gathering method and had not yet attained the level of spiritual root for his other four attributes, all basic foundational techniques on this floor were utterly useless to him. Naturally, those paired techniques were also excluded from consideration. Thus, Shifeng was left with only the independent technique manuals, specifically those of the fire attribute or those without any foundational requirements. After filtering through these options, he found merely a handful to choose from. Ultimately, after careful comparison, Shifeng's gaze settled on 3 manuals, all of which were sword techniques. As the Taiji sect is renowned for its swordsmanship, the first was the burning lamp sword technique, a unique skill of the burning sky peak. Shifeng was particularly interested in it because Qianchu Zhenren specialized in this technique, although Qianchu would not impart the burning sky peak secret to him. Obtaining this technique from the scripture repository would change that dynamic, allowing him to seek Qianchu's guidance in its practice. The second was the dual flowing sun sword technique, a fire-type dual sword technique that required 2 specific artifacts, the flowing cloud sword and the sunfire sword, both top-grade spiritual artifacts. Coincidentally, Shifeng possessed the original diagrams for these 2 artifacts, and he could barely gather the necessary materials for their crafting, even if he lacked 1 or 2 items. Alternatives could be found. Generally speaking, techniques requiring specific artifacts often possess formidable power. The third was the illusionary sword formula, which did not have any foundational restrictions and was not a technique of the Taiji sect but rather an external manual. Whether it was purchased, stolen, or acquired through other means remains a mystery. This sword technique could generate numerous illusory sword lights, making it difficult for opponents to discern the real from the false, presenting a formidable challenge. Given the need to control multiple illusions simultaneously, it demands a high level of spiritual awareness. While Shifeng considered his cultivation to be unremarkable, he believed his spiritual awareness surpassed that of most. Shifeng contemplated the 3 sword techniques, wavering in his decision as time approached its limit. Ultimately, he resolved to choose the illusionary sword formula. He produced a blank jade slip and, using the token, activated the illusionary sword formula's jade slip. A beam of spiritual light shot forth, entering the blank jade slip. Shifeng picked up the jade slip, immersing his consciousness within, and discovered a complete set of divine techniques contained therein. He merely glanced over it briefly, not intending to commence his cultivation immediately. According to the regulations of the Taiji sect, disciples in the Qi refinement stage are forbidden from practicing sword techniques. Despite Shifeng's skepticism towards this rule, having witnessed numerous Qi refinement disciples from the Qingshu Temple practicing swordsmanship in the trial grounds, he had no desire to willfully contravene the sect's regulations. He resolved to set aside the illusory sword technique until after he established his foundation. After copying the contents of the jade slip, Shifeng exited the pavilion with brisk steps. As he stepped outside, the door of the pavilion closed silently behind him. The elder at the entrance accepted the token from Shifeng's hand, gave it a cursory glance, and said, "You may leave now. I will submit this token to the sect." Upon returning to his quarters, Shifeng did not delve into the illusory sword technique, but instead took out the meteor shadow body technique bestowed upon him by the esteemed Jingxiu. He immersed his consciousness into it, pondering its intricacies. Given that the Huiyin Peak predominantly housed female cultivators, their mastery of body techniques was renowned across the 5 sects, and the meteor shadow body technique was considered one of Huiyin Peak's ultimate arts. After all, in the presence of numerous golden core cultivators, especially with the esteemed Dao Chong from the Iron Sword Peak in attendance, Jingxiu could not simply present any rudimentary technique to Shifeng. Lu Yunzi had also instructed Shifeng that the meteor shadow body technique was a vital skill for survival and urged him to practice it whenever possible. This technique did not have specific attributes that required extensive prerequisites, making it relatively uncomplicated to comprehend. Shifeng fully grasped it in merely 2 hours. He found the technique particularly intriguing, as it emphasized the manipulation of breath, meridians, muscles, and bones, enabling one to remain as still as a maiden yet move with the swiftness of a startled rabbit. When mastered to a profound degree, this technique would create fleeting afterimages during rapid movements, rendering it difficult for opponents to discern reality from illusion. Having practiced the nameless body refinement technique for 4 to 5 years, Shifeng's physique was remarkably resilient, far surpassing that of his peers. As he applied the footwork from the Jade Slip, he indeed felt his movements become significantly more agile, his leaps and bounds exhibiting a newfound fluidity. However, achieving the elusive speed described in the techniques, akin to a meteor streaking through the sky, with shadows dancing like countless phantoms, was undoubtedly not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight. Chapter 61. Fire Serpent Technique. When it comes to the nameless body refining technique, a thought stirred within Shifeng. Previously, lacking spiritual roots and magical power, the only practice he could engage in was this nameless technique. In the first level, namely the golden skin, wooden bones, water blood, fire tendons, and earth flesh, he found that while the other 4 levels were attainable, he could not cultivate the fire tendon level no matter how hard he tried. At that time, he was perplexed, but now he realized it was due to his deficiency in the fire spiritual root. Now, having mastered the 9 spirit technique, he could accommodate fire spiritual energy. He wondered if he could continue to cultivate this nameless body refining technique. Seated cross-legged, Shifeng attempted to activate the nameless technique, drawing in the fire's spiritual energy. To his delight, the fire energy gradually merged into his tendons, no longer dissipating. Unable to contain his joy, Shifeng burst into laughter. He held this nameless body refining technique in high regard, having relied on it multiple times to preserve his life. If he could solidify the first level, he believed his physical form would be significantly enhanced, to the point where even opponents of the same rank wielding magical artifacts might struggle to harm him. That day, Shifeng abandoned his practice of the 9 spirit technique, dedicating himself solely to the nameless body refining technique. The following morning, he returned to the artifact refining chamber of Master Qianchu. Master Qianchu remarked, "You rascal, did I not instruct you to focus on your cultivation in seclusion? I will call for you when needed. There is no need for you to attend to me daily." Shifeng replied, "Disciple has come today to seek guidance from the master regarding the techniques." Master Qianchu inquired, "Oh, have you encountered some difficulties?" To which Shifeng affirmed, "Indeed." Although he had no intention of genuinely practicing the Yang Yuan Heart Sutra, he felt it necessary to use it as a pretense. If he appeared completely ignorant, as his magical power gradually refined, it would be easy for others to discern his secrets. Having been in the sect for several years, he understood that the righteous and demonic paths were fundamentally at odds. If anyone discovered that he was secretly cultivating demonic techniques in the sect, no one would be able to save him.